I stole someone else's reincarnation ticket. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. I have 5 million in my hand, and I can take it anytime I want. The old stall. Li Yang was forced to come. Zhang Bangsha pointed at a big firework on the stall and said, "Boss, how much is this?" The boss looked up and said, 200 or 300. Zhang Bangsha was stunned. She clearly heard 200, but the boss looked at Li Yang and directly changed his words to 300. Li Yang hurriedly said, "Only 300? It's cheap, buy it." As he spoke, he hurriedly took out the money and left with a firework. The extra 200 was hush money. Zhang Bangsha followed behind and said, "Master Li, do you feel that we have been cheated?" Li Yang explained, "How is it possible? I know the owner of the stall. His wife ran away with someone a few years ago, and he raised the child alone. He doesn't have time to make money, so he just sets up the stall every day. This is not just a firework, but also his child's tuition and living expenses. When you think about it, do you still think it's expensive?" Zhang Bangsha, Li Yang, this kind of sincere fireworks is different from others. It's like an ordinary magic weapon and a magic weapon that has been blessed. They are both magic weapons, so why are the ones that have been blessed so much more expensive? In a word, it's worth it. Make a wish with this firework, it will definitely work. Zhang Bangsha was convinced by Li Yang. This guy can make everything so reasonable. He just won't explain to him who the girl who set off the fireworks with him was. She saw it upstairs. But then he will definitely say it was his sister. At this time, Li Yang, who was fiddling with the fireworks, breathed a sigh of relief. It was only 11 o'clock, he really didn't expect Zhang Bangsha to come out suddenly. My heartbeat accelerated for no reason today, as if I was dancing on the edge of a knife. After lighting the fireworks, Li Yang quickly came to Zhang Bangsha. The fireworks were as gorgeous as before, but Li Yang made a few more wishes. After all, 300 yuan should not be wasted. The gods believed in by the Chinese are mainly pragmatic. If it doesn't work, there are a lot of gods waiting in line to take up their posts. When the fireworks ended, Zhang Bangsha said, "Master Li, I just made a wish for you." "Woo woo, Master Zhang still cares about me. I just made a wish for you too." "What wish did you make?" "It won't work if you say it out loud." It was a cold day, and people's hearts became lively purely because of the lively atmosphere. Zhang Bangsha's cold hands did not stop her from continuing to stroll downstairs. As she strolled, she put her hands in Li Yang's pockets. Li Yang walked in front, and she followed closely behind. "Master Zhang, I heard you failed a course." "Really?" "I didn't see the results." Zhang Bangsha knew she had failed a course, so she had to go to take a makeup exam a day before school started. "How dare you say no? I got your class's transcripts." In fact, Li Yang scored 60 points in several courses. The reason was simple, he was a science student. On the other hand, there were many liberal arts students in the School of Management. Zhang Bangsha also encountered a lot of things that needed to be memorized, but she didn't finish them. The teachers called her names on weekdays, and her regular scores were deducted a lot. On Li Yang's side, many teachers maxed out the regular scores, and basically he could easily pass if he got 40 points on the test paper. Zhang Bangsha said embarrassedly, "People make mistakes. And horses stumble. My average score is very high, 75 points, and I passed advanced mathematics." Advanced mathematics is Zhang Bangsha's strong subject, but she didn't study it much. After the test, she felt that she would definitely fail advanced mathematics, but she didn't expect to get 60 points in the end. Is it an honor to pass advanced mathematics? I got 75 points in advanced mathematics, the first in the class, and no one said anything. Ah, so amazing? Advanced mathematics is very difficult this year. Li Yang sighed. "I have decided to withdraw the 100 million sponsorship for you. You have to focus more on studying in the future." Zhang Bangsha hugged Li Yang directly and said stubbornly, "I don't want it. You can study at any time, but other things are only once for me." "What opportunity?" "I won't tell you now, I will tell you when I do it. In short, I will work hard on the course and promise that I will not be persuaded to drop out of school." Oh, I believe you." Okay, Master Li, don't worry, I will be responsible for my own life, but if I get confused one day, remember to show me the way." Aren't you afraid that the way I show you is wrong? I will go even if it is wrong. Midnight. The two stood by the river, looking at the water swaying under the street lights. 19 years old. Will we celebrate the new year together next year? Of course. Then I will come out later next year, otherwise it will be too cold. At 12:30, the two went home. Li Yang went to Bai Qing's place on the way, and when he opened the door, he found Bai Qing sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Li Yang also saw the fireworks at the door, which meant that Bai Qing had already bought them, but she just didn't take them over. Hubby, Happy New Year, Happy New Year, hubby, hug yeah, hug, thank her for not embarrassing him. On the first day of the new year, Li Yang followed Li Liqin's instructions and went to Zhang Bangsha's house to pay New Year's greetings early in the morning. When he came back, he brought Zhang Bangsha with him. Zhang Bangsha stayed here for more than 20 minutes before leaving. After that, the family began to pack up and drive back to their hometown. Li Liqin now likes to be a driver. In the past 6 months, his driving skills have been honed very well. On the first day of the new year, he mainly went to pay New Year's greetings to the neighbors and his uncle and uncle. On the second day of the new year, he went to visit Wang Qiping's relatives. From the third to the sixth day of the new year, it had nothing to do with Li Yang. Li Liqin and Wang Qiping could go by themselves. On the morning of the third day of the new year, Zhu Ning woke up at 10 o'clock in the morning. Li Liqin and Wang Qiping had already left, and asked them to buy their own lunch. After she finished washing up, she realized, my parents are not at home, and I only have a lazy brother. Unfortunately, it was just this day. Because starting from the fourth day of the new year, there were more relatives in the house. It was not until the 8th day of the new year that the house was quiet. Li Yang received a message from Chenji early in the morning. Li Yang, you should start broadcasting, otherwise your popularity will be seriously lost. Other anchors can receive hundreds of millions of gifts every day during the new year. With your status, the gifts should be more than 10 times theirs. Mr. Chen, I have many relatives at home, and it's too noisy. I will start broadcasting in 2 days. Li Yang did not say that he had already broadcasted this month, and used his relatives as an excuse. Anyway, he did not cash out the gifts from the lottery before the new year. Relatives don't have any impact. Also, if it's a question of time, you can broadcast it. It can be deducted from the time of next month or the month after next. We will definitely not let you broadcast more. Yeah, okay, I'll start broadcasting tomorrow. After Li Yang replied, he called Zhao Xianming as soon as possible. Brother Ming, Happy New Year, I'm Li Yang, haha, Happy New Year, I have your phone number in my notes. Are you afraid that I can't remember you? After all, Brother Ming is busy with work, and I have something to find Brother Ming this time. A certain fish has held a lottery, which is basically a cash model. I personally think it's a bit like online gambling. I want to find someone to see if it involves any illegal activities. I personally hate breaking the law and discipline. If it doesn't count, I can feel more at ease. That Chenji is really brave. Xiao Niansheng has already pleaded guilty to the last incident, but Chenji was taken away because he was in Jiangbei. Do you know why Xiao Niansheng targeted you, Li Yang? Damn, didn't Zhao Xianming say this kind of thing before? I'm talking about this today. There must be something wrong. Brother Ming, I've always been kind to others and never provoked anyone. Li Yang, when you come to Beijing, do you want to come to my house? Some things look complicated, but they're actually very simple. Okay, I'll definitely visit Brother Ming when I have a chance. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Xianming said helplessly, it's really not easy to deal with unless there's solid evidence, and they won't give evidence now. Well, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Li Yang looked more serious. It was obvious what Zhao Xianming meant by those words. After all, Zhao Xianming must have checked himself, and his account was clearly visible to Zhao Xianming. He wanted to win him over, but he was not willing to go. Whether it was Chenji or Wang Junsheng, it was likely the Fuguang group was supporting them, otherwise Junsheng Capital would not suddenly have the courage to continue to make trouble. Zhao Xianming said that this matter was simple, just to let him be labeled as a member of the Zhao family, and then Fuguang group would naturally get out and would not provoke him again. His current status is definitely not enough. At least the grudge between him and Liu Yuheng is not enough to make the other party retreat when he sees his status. Live broadcast, there is nothing to be afraid of. On the 9th day of the first lunar month, Li Yang chatted with Chenji again. talked about the length of time, and got a promise that he could advance the time from the length of the next month. However, after he started broadcasting, he never mentioned anything about the lottery. Chen Ji kept watching, and after finding out that Li Yang did not draw the lottery, he directly asked the company staff to use their authority, log into the backend, and let Li Yang operate. After Li Yang saw the lottery link appear out of thin air in his live broadcast room, he immediately said, "Damn, who the hell set up a lottery for me?" Super Manager Bai Qing went to the company at more than 8 o'clock in the morning. Now she has people from the county government with her, so it is generally safe. Green Water Group opened directly at the top, which made her a little flustered. But on second thought, as long as Li Yang's chips are still in his hand, she will not lose, and Zhensheng Capital can toss if it wants to. She has to deal with a batch of goods during this period. This batch of goods was shipped before the new year. It has now arrived in Europe and is waiting for delivery at the dock. Although this was her first time leading the company's product operations, she was very clear about the process when she was young. As long as the other party signed the order, the money would be credited within 2 months, and Lushu Group would be waiting for that money to last a whole year. Raw materials would be purchased in April and May, and there would be employee salaries. This year, without the high salaries of those executives as a burden, and without those guys who were on empty payrolls, Lushu Group had the ability to make a profit. Even if the euro depreciated slightly, the profit margin should be around 300 million. On the 10th day of the first lunar month, she still came to the company early to deal with some company documents and take a look at the company's information. After the market opened, there was still no doubt that it was the top. But she found a problem. Jiang Bangsha's account was reducing its holdings, and it was reducing its holdings very quickly. Jiang Bangsha held 1.2% of the equity, which was worth more than 80 million according to the current market value of 6.8 billion. Not only that, she found that some other shareholders were also reducing their holdings. For example, Zhao Xiangyu, who had played a big role before, had unknowingly held 2% of the shares before, and he also started to reduce his holdings today. These were all her supporters and foreign aid brought in by Li Yang. She could see the data of the top 200 shareholders of the company. Almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, the chips that should have been on her side quickly entered other people's accounts. Although she didn't recognize those accounts, they were definitely on Wang Zhensheng's side. After a simple check, she found a big problem. Wang Zhensheng's chips will soon surpass hers. The 11th day of the first lunar month, Wednesday. Today, Green Water Group hit the daily limit again. A scene that shocked Bai Qing appeared. Li Yang was also reducing his holdings. After the opening, Li Yang directly reduced his holdings by 1%. By the closing, Li Yang had reduced his holdings by 1.5%. He was originally the third largest shareholder, but he fell out of the top 10. The background clearly showed that he currently held 3.3% of the shares, ranking 16th among the company's shareholders. She wanted to send a message to Li Yang, but she finally held back. If Li Yang wanted to cash in the profits and leave, she could accept it. After all, Li Yang had helped her once before. On this day, Li Yang cashed out 110 million. The 12th day of the first lunar month, Thursday. After the opening of Green Water Group, Li Yang reduced his holdings by 1% again, and reduced his holdings by 1% again at the end of the trading day. On this day, Green Water Group finally opened. Bai Qing knew that this was because Zhensheng Capital had completely collected all the chips. The chips in their hands were likely to exceed 50%, and they could steadily replace themselves as the chairman. On this day, Li Yang cashed out 170 million, and he still held 1.3% of the position. When Bai Qing returned to his residence, he found Li Yang there. Li Yang said, "I haven't been here for just a few days, and you went to the company?" Li Yang has been working hard on the time during this period, preparing to work hard on the time for next month before school starts. A certain fish has been forcing him to draw prizes, but he pretended not to see it. The lottery is indeed lucrative. He gets nearly 5 million yuan from the prize draws every day, which is like robbing money. However, he didn't touch a penny, and he set up a camera behind him and recorded his own screen every day during the live broadcast. A certain fish is quite shameless, saying that he has arranged a bonus assistant for him. After each lottery, the assistant will distribute a bonus, and at the end of the month, he will find Li Yang to settle the account. Li Yang kept all the chat records. In the chat records, There were his rejection of the lottery and his protest against this kind of lottery. But a certain fish doesn't care about him. Li Yang didn't know where Chen Ji got the confidence from. Did he really think that no one would dare to do anything to him after relying on Fu Guang Group? Bai Qing said with a relaxed expression, "Husband has been busy with live broadcasts these days. How about I cook a meal for him?" Li Yang pinched her face and said, "Are you unhappy because you saw me reducing my holdings?" "No, I support you in everything my husband is." "Then don't be unhappy. I promise that Green Water Group is still yours. If Green Water Group is lost, I will go bankrupt and open another Green Water Group for you." "Huh?" Li Yang explained. "Anyway, Zhencheng Capital wants the position of chairman, so give it to them. Let them fill the 8 billion pit with their lives." Bai Qing, she was in a daze and found that Li Yang wanted those people to die more than she did. Okay, if they want it, give it to them. Bai Qing didn't understand why Li Yang said that the 8 billion yuan pit, as long as the Green Water Group is well managed, it can actually make a stable profit of 200 to 300 million yuan every year. Even if it is calculated according to pay ratio of 20 times, the market value of the Green Water Group is 6 billion yuan easily. It's just that the Green Water Group has paid too high salaries to those managers in recent years, and the net profit has never been higher. But Li Yang said that she can give it. On the 13th of this month, Friday, the Green Water Group opened 2 points higher, but was soon smashed down. Li Yang directly put all his chips on the market, and eventually the Green Water Group fell 6 points. Li Yang cashed out 96 million yuan that day. At this point, Li Yang's chips and the Green Water Group were all emptied. 300 million yuan entered the market, 376 million yuan left the market, and earned more than 20 points. However, the Rich Women Group earned more, earning nearly 70 points, and the total funds used reached 300 million yuan. Zhang Bangsha didn't make much money because she left early. After all, her chips were mainly used to cover up others, and she lost part of the profit. After the market closed, Zhencheng Capital submitted an application for a board meeting. This time, Bai Qing agreed and set the date for the 18th day of the first lunar month, March 4th. "Master Zhang, I just went to the bank to transfer the money to you." Li Yang transferred the money promised to Zhang Bangsha. There was no need to go through any other procedures with Zhang Bangsha, just transfer the money directly. Zhang Yu and the others were not trustworthy, so going through a process would make me feel more at ease. Large transfers were still quite troublesome. He made an appointment in advance and went through a series of certifications, as well as an investigation of his funds, before it was finally approved. Shangying Village is a village near Jiangcheng. Lei Laozhen is a celebrity in the village. He has always been a scoundrel for so many years. If a child is disobedient, the parents can stop the child from crying immediately by saying Lei Laozhen is here. Lei Laozhen, who is in his 40s, is his home court every New Year because he can find more people to gamble. Basically, from the beginning of the 12th lunar month to the 15th day of the first lunar month, he lies on the gambling table every day and never comes down. It's just that this year, his luck is not very good. He lost all his capital before the new year. Until now, he has to borrow money from others to gamble. He dreams of getting his money back and turning the tables. But his dream goes against him. In the past 10 days of the first month of the lunar year, he not only borrowed tens of thousands of yuan from others, but also owed more than 300,000 yuan in debt at the gambling table. He said with a fierce look on his face, "Liao Chao, lend me some more." He borrowed a few hundred yuan to go to the table today, and lost it all again in a short while. The man he called Liao Chao was a middle-aged man with a gap in his teeth. He said unhappily, "Lei Laozhen, how much have you lent me during this period? I shouldn't have lent you money. You have hundreds of thousands of foreign debts, and you can't pay it off in this lifetime. You think I don't have money, right? I have 5 million in my hand, and I can take it any time I want." Chapter 152, Collecting Debts. Lao Zhou glanced at Lei Laosan and said disdainfully, "Lei Laosan, it's useless to just brag here. You have 5 million, I recognize you as my father." Lei Laosan resisted the urge to say it. Because he really didn't dare to say it, for fear of being killed. Lao Zhou said with a crooked mouth, "Get out if you don't have money. If you can't get money, don't even think about coming to the table next year." Lei Laosan was furious on the spot, slapping the table and saying, "Why are you pretending to be a big wolf? I come when I want to and leave when I want to. I said I have 5 million, then I have it. Wait for me to recognize you as your father, you son of a bitch, then, Lei Lao San left angrily. When he returned home, his wife said something sarcastic. Lei Lao San didn't even stay at home for 10 minutes, and went straight to the county town. He had known about the 5 million reward offered by the county government for a long time, but he didn't dare to go. Because he knew very well who the mastermind was, He Jian. That guy, if you provoke him, his whole family will not live well. But he owed hundreds of thousands of dollars at the gambling table, and had tens of thousands of dollars in foreign debts. Now he couldn't even stay at home. Thinking of Lao Zhou's contemptuous words, he felt a ball of fire in his stomach. Damn, he took his family away with 5 million, and he didn't believe that He Jian would chase him all over the world. The reason why he knew some things was because the driver of the previous chairman of the Green Water Group was his playmate. A few years ago, it was He Jian who arranged for someone to set up a game, so that his playmate who didn't play cards on weekdays lost more than 1 million in one night. Then, his playmate got into trouble. On the surface, his playmate's wife and children were at home, but in fact, they were not. He knew better than others that his playmate had a child outside, and the child's mother had a lot of money. With his simple mind, he could realize that something was definitely wrong. However, he didn't take a few steps before a car stopped beside him. Lao Zhou opened the car door and got out, asking, Lei Lao San, going to the county town? I'll take you away. Lei Lao San glanced ahead and saw that it was still 5 or 6 kilometers to the county town, so he simply got in the car. But after getting in the car, he realized something was wrong. Lao Zhou, where are you taking me? The driver Lao Zhou said with a smile, take you to see a big boss, and you talk to him about a 5 million business. What? No. I won't talk about it. Damn, I don't have 5 million. Stop the car. Lei Lao San panicked in an instant. He just said 5 million, but he didn't expect that someone would think of it. This Lao Zhou turned out to be He Jian's man. Don't worry, boss, he will give you 5 million. Lei Lao San trembled all over, and said with a sad face, Lao Zhou, Uncle Zhou, I'm just talking nonsense. I don't know what 5 million is. Haha, you'll know later. There are indeed 5 million waiting for you. Lao Zhou stepped on the accelerator. Lei Lao San's expression gradually changed from panic to despair, and then from despair to madness. He knew that if he fell into He Jian's hands, he would have no chance of survival. Suddenly, he kicked at the car door, but failed to open it. Lao Zhou yelled, you're in the car and you want to get off? Just turn another corner. He had a showdown with Lei Lao San because he saw that they were almost at He Jian's residence. Lei Lao San was terrified to the extreme and yelled, let me down. After saying this, he grabbed the steering wheel as if he didn't care about his life. Turn. Turn. Bang! Suddenly, a car passed by, and the front of his car was a little off, so it hit the other car's car, scraping off a large piece of the other car's front, and then blocked his car. Both cars were stopped. The next second, a dazed man got out of the opposite car. Li Yang cursed loudly, fuck, what a piece of crap, the airbags don't even have bullets, and it's a joint venture car, a box car. After getting out of the car, he went directly to the car that collided with him and slapped the car window hard. Fuck, how the hell are you driving? Get off now. After the collision, Lei Lao San's passenger door unlocked. And Lao Zhou was calling He Jian's men. Lao Zhou was really confused. He dared to swear that it was definitely the car next to him that just hit him. And he was driving fast. It was the car behind him that suddenly accelerated. Fuck. Open the door. Li Yang pounded the car window again. At this time, the passenger door opened, and a big man climbed out and was about to run away. Li Yang cursed loudly, you bastard, you want to run away after hitting my car? Come back here, Lei Lao San hurriedly shouted, it wasn't me who had it, it wasn't me. His strength was surprisingly strong, and Li Yang just grabbed his collar and he broke free. Seeing that Lei Lao San was about to run away, Li Yang stopped pretending, if you run again, He Jian will kill you, you bastard, don't say I didn't give you a chance. At the same time, Lao Zhou, who was in the driver's seat, was also shocked when he heard what Li Yang said. He opened the car door and wanted to run. However, Li Yang couldn't catch Lei Lao San, and couldn't catch Lao Zhou. Lao Zhou's size was also far different from Lei Lao San. Li Yang kicked Lao Zhou, stay still, don't even think about running, these two are clues. He didn't know it at first, but he reduced his holdings of stocks a few days ago. The county government was scared when they heard the news, so Li Yang asked them for the case file. This behavior is definitely against the rules, but the county government has to give it. After all, the county government is counting on Li Yang to save the Green Water Group, and others have no money at all. After Li Yang read the file, all the social relationships of the driver who took Bai Qing's father to hit the mud tanker were written on it, and he locked Lei Laosan at a glance. It's just that he didn't know what was going on with Lei Laosan. Just when he was about to go to Shangying village, he saw Lei Laosan get into someone else's car. At first, he wanted to follow and see what was going on, but suddenly the car in front of him lost control, and he realized that the people inside had a dispute. This is definitely a good thing for him, indicating that Lei Laosan is not on the same group as the people behind the scenes, and this guy probably just has something in his hands. Lei Laosan didn't run away when he heard what Li Yang said. He said excitedly, "Brother, who are you? Watch this guy for me, and I can save your life." After Li Yang finished speaking, he picked up his phone and called the police. Lao Zhou had just gotten up from the ground, and was pressed to the ground by Lei Laosan all of a sudden. While pressing, he cursed, "Lao Zhou, you dog thing, you want to exchange my life for money, I have to kill you." Lao Zhou grinned and said, "Lei Laosan, you have to think clearly, no one who goes against Bossy has a good end. Get that kid, and when you meet Bossy later, I will talk to you, otherwise." Li Yang came over and kicked. "You are such a bastard, are you qualified to talk in front of Hejian? Don't you know how much you weigh? You want to see Hejian, right? Here he comes." Just in front, Hejian got out of the car, followed by two people. Li Yang didn't expect Hejian to come so quickly, but at this time, he could only hold on. He had already called the police and sent Bai Qing the location information. After Hejian saw Li Yang, his face became very ugly. Li Yang smiled and said, "Bossy, what a coincidence." Hejian said with a gloomy face, "It turned out to be you. My subordinates said that there was a car accident, but I didn't expect that it was a flood that washed away the Dragon King temple. Li Yang, let's settle this privately. I will compensate you with a new car, and you let me take my two subordinates away." Li Yang smiled and said, "Boss, he is really a good person. Your subordinates' trivial matters are worth your personal appearance, but my injury." When Li Yang crashed into the car, his head was hit, and his elbow was also very painful. Although he wore thick clothes in winter, his skin must have been broken. He could even feel the sticky blood on his elbow. "Hejian, that's easy to say," but just as he finished speaking, Lao Zhou, who was struggling, said, "Bossy, this guy called the police." Hejian's face changed again, but he soon calmed down. "It's only right for him to call the police. Who told you two dogs to hide him?" But he turned his head and said to Li Yang, "Li Yang, there doesn't seem to be any grudge between us. Why don't you give me this face? I will definitely not let you down." Li Yang saw the police car coming and said, "You have no face at all. You are just a running dog of Zhensheng capital. I don't even give face to Wen Zhensheng in front of me. Who do you think you are?" As soon as he finished speaking, the police car stopped aside. "Who called the police?" someone asked after getting off the car. Li Yang hurriedly said, "It's me. These two guys hit my car. I suspect they were driving without a license and driving an illegal vehicle on the road. And the one in front of me is their boss. He wanted me to have a private chat. I won't do such an illegal thing." But Hejian quickly walked to one of them and shouted, "Captain Zhang, Bossy, haha, yes, my people caused some trouble. I will definitely compensate them according to the price, and the mental damage compensation and loss of work time will not be less. What do you think about this?" The man glanced at Li Yang, then at Li Yang's car. Li Yang said with a smile, "What? You think that I drive a junky car and I'm a young man, so it doesn't matter?" The other party's face sank. "What are you talking about? In my opinion, you should contact the traffic police directly for this matter." "Okay, I understand, but I want to take these two people away." Hejian winked, and the other party immediately said, "You are not qualified to take anyone away. Come here to register, repair the car if you need to, go to the hospital for a checkup if you need to. Mister, he said that you will not be shortchanged. What else do you have to say?" "Haha, Li Yang, was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Zhongying province last year, and now I am a student at Peking University, a professional LoL player, with more than 8 million fans on the entire network, and my father-in-law is Deng Yaoding from the Education Bureau. What the hell are you pretending in front of me? What other relationship do you want? Tell me, I'll call you over now. How about I call your Petiol Chang over to you, Yu Hejian spoke at this time. Li Yang, that's enough. A head-on confrontation will not benefit anyone. You are not worthy. Can't you kill people? Why don't you try it now? Hejian walked over with a gloomy face and said to Lei Lao San, Lei Lao San, you can take care of yourself. After that, he took his people away. Li Yang was too naive. He thought that Lei Lao San knew something and could bring him down. It was just a pipe dream. In other words, he called the police quickly. If he had called the police slowly, he would have to stay here today. After a while, Bai Qing came first. Yi Bingcheng followed closely. When Bai Qing came, she hugged Li Yang and cried. And Yi Bingcheng came, asked a few simple questions, and then came to Li Yang and said, Li Yang, is it just a simple traffic accident? Li Yang said unhappily, yes, it's just a simple traffic accident. Hejian just ran over and said that he wanted to settle it privately. How complicated can it be? Yi Bingcheng's old face was red. At the same time, Li Yang patted Bai Qing on the shoulder and said, don't worry, I'm fine. Jian Cheng can't accommodate us, so can't we go somewhere else? When we go to Beijing in the future, we don't want that damn green water group anymore. All the hard work over the years should be considered as feeding a dog. That's not quite right. If you feed a dog, at least the dog still knows to bark twice. Just consider it as feeding an ungrateful person. Li Yang finally understood why there had been no progress in the investigation for so many years. How the hell could there be any progress? The files that he had obtained by making excuses might have been read countless times by Hejian. Yeah, no more, I don't want anything, as long as you're okay, Bai Qing cried in Li Yang's arms. Li Yang came to Bai Qing's car and pulled her into it. Seeing Yu Baicheng, he said, just pretend I didn't say anything before. The Bai family should just take it as bad luck. We don't owe each other anything. At the same time, he said to Lei Lao San, your name is Lei Bing, right? Don't open your mouth. Keep your secrets to yourself so that Hejian can let you go. After that, he got into the car and left with Bai Qing. Yi Baicheng had never been humiliated like this before. After Li Yang left, he slapped the car door and said with gritted teeth, take the people with me. This matter is not over today. Let me find out who is betraying me. Wait for me, hissed Li Yang took off his clothes. The blood on the arm of his underwear had coagulated, sticking the underwear to the skin. It hurt a lot when he took it off. Bai Qing's hands were shaking. I'm sorry, it's okay. It's nothing. It's good to be alive. I didn't expect that Hejian, that bastard, was so powerful. Everyone who came stood on his side. I almost didn't come back alive, Li Yang said, and Bai Qing's heart tightened. She helped Li Yang get rid of his bloody clothes bit by bit. And then she found a wound of at least 2 centimeters. It was not a scratch, but a puncture. A certain part of the car had pierced a piece of flesh. There was also a purple bruise on Li Yang's forehead. Husband, wait here for a while, I'll go downstairs to buy you some medicine. Bai Qing suppressed her emotions and left home. As soon as she got off the elevator, she called Yi Bingcheng. Her tone was cold. I'm not dead yet. Are you so impatient to do something to my husband, Boss Bai? Don't worry about this matter. I will definitely give you an explanation. Explanation? What explanation? The progress of this matter is all promoted by a college student. What do you have to explain? I don't deserve you to give me any explanation. I have decided to sell Green Water Group. The shares in my hand are only priced at 300 million. From now on, we have nothing to talk about. After hanging up the phone, Bai Qing walked quickly towards the garage. At this time, Li Yang was standing next to the balcony, looking outside. Of course he knew that he shouldn't kill everyone with one blow, but at the same time, if he didn't act weird today and push Yi Jiacheng to a dead end, this matter would be delayed. What does Hejian rely on? Do you really think it's a shitty glove? It's still a relationship. When it comes to that step, naturally someone will help him. This time, he will knock off Hejian's limbs, or even Hejian's life. The clues in Lei Liaozhen's hand are indeed not enough to kill Hejian. Maybe he can just push out a scapegoat and the matter will be over. But that was before. If Hejian can still be safe this time, he will immediately move away with his whole family, away from this shitty place. Soon, Bai Qing came back, bought iodine and gauze, and bandaged Li Yang's arm. While bandaging, he said, "Why are you so stupid? Why do you always hold on to something that I don't care about? If something happens to you, what should I do? Then find someone else to marry. Anyway, we haven't got a marriage certificate, so it won't affect your subsequent marriage. Bai Qing wanted to bite when she heard this. If you dare to get into trouble, I will die behind you that day. Even if I die, I will not stop you, Li Yang sighed, but I really offended someone this time. Well, someone in Beijing just happened to recruit me, and I am going to be a son-in-law. Do you want me to marry into the family or live in fear all day long? Bai Qing was silent. She believed that there were really people who would love Li Yang, and even those people in Beijing would not refuse. And if Li Yang relied on those forces, no one would have any ideas about him anymore. If that can make my husband live a more stable life, I hope he can go, Li Yang said. Then they will definitely check my previous affairs and will definitely not let me have any contact with you again. Bai Qing nodded. That's what they should do, but I will wait for my husband. How long are you going to wait? Wait until you are in your 70s or 80s. Well, I will wait as long as I can live, then I will really go. I am very afraid of death. Bai Qing was silent for a while, then said, well, go ahead, put on some clothes. Okay. Bai Qing helped Li Yang put on his clothes bit by bit. After he was dressed, Li Yang said seriously, I'm a little tired, you know? In fact, my original dream was to make some money and retire before I was 20. I don't want to care about anything. I know the problems of Green Water Group, and I also know your identity, but I just want to borrow some money from you to spend, and I don't want to care about other things. I want to wait until I have money and slowly look for someone I like. It doesn't matter if I can't find one, I can go to the club. Anyway, I have money. I am such a kind person on weekdays. I am kind to others, never quarrel with others, and avoid troubles as much as possible. Wu Shianqi knows this best. My classmates think I am a gangster all day long, and I hang out with social youths every day. In fact, I just skip classes occasionally to play basketball, and sneak to smoke a cigarette from time to time. I am such an honest person, but now I have become a competitive person. It's cruel. Looking around, everyone is targeting me. I was just doing a live broadcast honestly, but someone set me up. I thought I had solved it with great difficulty, but now they are asking me to draw lots all day long, as if they will not stop until they get me in. But I have no choice. Who made me choose to sign a contract with them for money? I now have 400 million in my account. I was thinking of finding an opportunity to re-enter the Green Water Group after a while, because I have a hunch that Zhengsheng Capital will not last long, even if they take away the chairman's seat. It's just that I suddenly feel that everything is meaningless. I'll leave the 400 million to you. It's the money you gave me that made me earn so much. Now I'll give it all to you. I want to find a more down-to-earth identity in the future. I want to be a salted fish that doesn't need to worry about anything. Bai Qing said with red eyes, I'm sorry, husband, I have caused you a lot of trouble. I should have considered my own situation a long time ago and left earlier. Well, then I'm leaving. Goodbye. Li Yang stretched out his hand, but he stretched out the wrong hand, and couldn't lift his injured arm. He had to change his other hand. The main reason was that he couldn't participate in this matter at all. The focus was on two people, one was Yi Baicheng and the other was Bai Qing. If Bai Qing wasn't ruthless, there would be no result. With Yi Baicheng, he relied on sarcasm and ridicule. With Bai Qing, he could only play the emotional card. After all, Bai Qing was also a person with an independent personality. Anyway, this time, someone will die. Jian Cheng is probably going to change. Li Yang never thought that at the age of 19, he would be able to participate in such a thing, although he was a scrap and had no ability to control the situation. Bai Qing took Li Yang's bloody clothes, which he had just changed. In fact, she didn't know much about the Green Water Group, but she knew that there were many people involved behind the Green Water Group, including her grandfather whom she had never met. She has always had a number in her hand, which was left by her grandfather, passed to her parents, and finally passed to her. However, the number is disposable. Either recognize your ancestors or break up, you can only choose one. She found a number that had been silent for more than 20 years and called it. She knew she would get through. Hello, who is this? A middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Bai Qing knew that this was not the person she was looking for. Please connect me to Bai Jingxun. Hello, what do you want to do with the master? Please ask him to answer the phone. About a few minutes later, an old man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Who are you? I'm Bai Qing. My father is Bai Qinggang. You should not forget. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long time, The other end said, "It's not time yet, I'm not calling to go back, and I don't want to go back. I will never visit your family in my life, but if you don't give me an explanation, I will tear down the door, and no one will have a good life. What do you want to do? Collect debts?" Chapter 153 Master Zhang said, "Stock trading is a scam." The 15th day of the first lunar month. In my hometown, there is a rule of visiting graves on the 15th day of the first lunar month. There are 2 visits every year, the Lantern Festival and the Qingming Festival. In some places, it is New Year's Eve and Qingming Festival, while in other places, it is only Qingming Festival. Anyway, after Li Yang returned home, his parents soon discovered something unusual. He could only honestly confess that he had a car accident, and then he died on the 15th day of the first lunar month. On weekdays, he would be asked to bring some things, but this time he was not even allowed to bring paper money. Going to the grave was just a formality, and he was not even allowed to kowtow. According to Wang Kiping's words, it was because they gave too much money before, and the elders were busy spending money and did not help take care of people. Otherwise, how could Li Yang have a car accident? Before Li Yang was admitted to university, Li Liqin and Wang Kiping burned a lot of paper money. The fireworks and firecrackers were all pulled by cars, and the paper money was burned for a day and a night without being extinguished. For Li Yang, being injured also has its advantages. At least when Chen Ji found him, he could make an excuse that he could not broadcast. Otherwise, Chen Ji would definitely try his best to make him continue the live broadcast. After all, there is a contract. There is also a statement about increasing the duration, but the cost effectiveness is very low, and no platform is willing to do it. But there is no guarantee that Chen Ji will go crazy and would rather add several million in signing fees to Li Yang to increase the live broadcast time. Now that his hand is injured, it is useless even if the other party has a request. The injury is a force majeure factor, and it is good that he was not found and it was considered a work injury. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, the last trace of the New Year's atmosphere was also dispersed in the countless hurried footsteps that left on this day. Li Yang's school started on the 18th day of the first lunar month. The makeup exam for the subject that Zhang Bangsha failed was put 2 weeks after the start of school. The main reason is that the school starts earlier this year and the examination room cannot be arranged. Therefore, they can set off on the 17th day of the first lunar month. Zhang Yaoding drove them to Jiangbei and then took the high-speed rail to Beijing. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, Li Yang did nothing. He directly took leverage online, one-to-one financing, and then rushed into Dongke. It is not realistic for him to get more capital with the funds in his hands. He has 100 million and can allocate 300 million. He has 300 million yuan, and can allocate 900 million yuan. But he has 400 million yuan, but can only allocate 800 million yuan. Similarly, 500 million yuan can only allocate 1 billion yuan at most. When he has 600 million yuan in capital, there is no need for allocation, and the financing account is directly 1, which is simple and convenient. Even if he has 2 billion yuan, he can still allocate 1. Although allocation and financing are essentially borrowing money, financing is legal and compliant, and the review process is pitiful, while allocation is skirting the law. This year's bull market is essentially due to insufficient supervision of allocation, resulting in all funds in the market carrying high leverage, forming a leveraged bull. When the regulation of allocation begins, it is the endpoint of the bull market. The first trading day of March started with a closing of Dongke, and the most violent stage of this round of bull market is also anchored by this closing. The market directly broke through 3,400 points. For Zhengsheng Capital, this day is the darkest day. The board of directors was about to be held, but several shareholders could not be contacted. Wang Zhengsheng sent someone to inquire about the news, but found nothing. It was as if all the shareholders had disappeared. Wang Zhengsheng slammed the table in anger, but it was useless. He didn't know what had happened. And Yu Bingchen, who was at the center of the vortex, knew the most clearly, but for a moment, he couldn't recover. The sky in Jiangcheng fell. He didn't know what happened. He had only investigated a few subordinate departments, but suddenly even his boss knelt down, and knelt very thoroughly, without even needing to collect evidence. Not only that, all the shareholders of the Green Water Group, except Sun Jianjin, were secretly arrested. He couldn't imagine who could have such great ability. In the past, the work he did was the hardest and most tiring, and there was no benefit. Now no one can work, He has the most power, but it is still the hardest and most tiring. He was busy until night and called Bai Qing. Boss Bai, something happened here. Yes, I know, and I also know that you are the only one who is truly doing good for Green Water Group. Yes, I am going to sell Green Water Group. In fact, Green Water Group's performance is very good. It is still a good company. As long as it can operate normally, there is no need to spend more effort and disturb your rest. Bai Qing hung up the phone. Although she used many honorifics in her tone, Yi Bingcheng could clearly feel her cold emotions. He suddenly had an idea. Such a big thing, could it be Bai Qing? He shuddered and dared not think about it further. He also felt that there was something wrong with the Green Water Group, and the problem was still very big. If the people of the Bai family said that they were willing to give back to their hometown, it was completely understandable, but there was no need to be so saintly and give up so many benefits. He had only been in Jiangcheng for a year and was not very clear about the situation inside, but now he vaguely understood it a little. He really wanted to help solve this matter, but there was really no way. Every time, no matter how good the ideas were, they would change when they reached the bottom, and the results were not satisfactory. It felt like everyone was bullying him, the newcomer. In fact, it was just that everyone was not in the same interest group. On the 17th day of the first lunar month, Zhang Bangshe insisted on sitting in the back row with Li Yang. She quietly took out her tablet and showed Li Yang her account information. Li Yang was surprised when he saw it, because Zhang Bangshe's account was quite impressive. It wasn't the returns that were high, but the funding that was high. Li Yang was about to speak, but Zhang Bangshe made a silencing gesture and pointed at Zhang Yaoding in front of her. It was Dao Ying who provided her with funding, and she didn't dare to tell her father. Once her father knew that she had provided 800 million yuan, he would definitely go crazy. Zhang Bangshe had already risked everything in pursuit of returns. When they arrived at Jiangbei High-Speed Railway Station and got off the train, Li Yang asked, "Can you handle so much money?" Zhang Bangshe said in surprise, "I thought you would say I was taking too much risk. If it were someone else, they would definitely think she was crazy." But when it came to Li Yang, he was just concerned about whether she could handle it. This strong sense of trust really cannot be replaced by anyone else. Even Dao Ying only agreed to provide her with funds after she saw that she had obtained 200 million yuan in funds and she had been coaxed by her for several days. Once the account was blown up, the Zhang family would be reduced to zero. The Zhang family could not afford to lose 20 or 30 million yuan at random. Not to mention the allocation of 800 million yuan. In theory, there is a possibility of losing all of the 800 million yuan. Li Yang smiled and said, "Actually, I am a conservative. I think you are a little too conservative now." Both of them were first-class seats and could not enjoy student discounts. After Zhang Bangshe got on the bus, she sat by the window, while Li Yang went to buy a box lunch. After all, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and because of the rush, she did not have time to eat when she arrived in Jiangbei. Zhang Bangshe stared at the market. The reason why she was so radical was that she wanted to achieve a goal as soon as possible. At that time, she would directly support Li Yang. On the second trading day of March, the market was quite violent. Yesterday, Duanke hit the daily limit, and she did not participate in much funds. Today, Duanke opened low, and she began to slowly increase her chips. After eating the box lunch, Duanke has been underwater for 2 points, and Li Yang is watching from the side. There is still more than an hour before the closing, and Duanke's trading volume has exceeded 4 billion. Li Yang asked, "The funds inside are very complicated." Zhang Bangshe said calmly, "It's not complicated. In fact, if you analyze the stocks carefully, you will find that the funds in the stocks are very simple. It's like a village. Some people make money by selling breakfast, and some people make money by selling clothes. They are all making money, so who loses money? There are 2 types of people who lose money. One is entrepreneurial behavior, such as selling breakfast and clothes. They don't compete with others and lose money. The other is those who make money outside and go home to spend. They are all good people and share the profits with everyone." Li Yang continued to ask, "Then how do you make money?" Zhang Bangshe chuckled, "I make money by fraud." Stock trading is actually very much like a role-playing game. No matter what role you play in it, you may make money or lose money. But I am more shameless. If I make money from opening a breakfast shop today, I will open a breakfast shop. The next day, I will transfer the breakfast shop to someone else at a high price, and then open a clothing store. Because after I made money from the breakfast shop on the first day, another one opened nearby. I just switch back and forth between the perspectives of life that I need to play. I will do whichever industry makes money. When I have tried all the industries and trapped others, I have to change stocks. Don't you think it's the same as fraud? Li Yang, Jiang Bangsha continued. Look at this K-line. In fact, there were several opportunities to break today, but I pulled them back. The market for Donkey's stock is relatively large. I can't open a store by myself. I need to find someone to partner with. How to partner? It's to find like-minded people. Seeing that it is about to break, I pull it back, and someone will definitely notice my funds. Similarly, sometimes I am pulled back by others before I make a move, and I will also notice other people's funds. After many attempts, the partners are almost found, and it's time to show your cards, such as now. When Jiang Bangsha said this, she started to operate at the same time, placing a large order directly at a point above the water, and directly placing 200 million funds out. Almost in an instant, the chips below 1 point of Donkey were swept away, while Jiang Bangsha's side had only traded 160 million. She did not continue to place orders, leaving her remaining tens of millions of funds hanging below. I have sent a signal to my partner now, and there are 40 million orders below, which is enough to give my partner confidence. I can't be too greedy, because if I am too greedy, others will have no profit margin and will not play with me. As soon as she finished speaking, a large amount of funds appeared on the market again. Li Yang saw that the trading volume increased by nearly 800 million in a short period of time, and Donkey was directly pulled to 7 points above the water. There is still a little distance from the closing plate, and these last 3 points are often the most difficult. Well, it's almost done now. The partners have also paid and made profits. The next step is to maintain our plate. After all, we are all scammers. If we want to attract others to come in, we must keep the market prosperous. If we don't have enough chips, we don't have to rush to close the board and take some chips at a high position. But if we have enough chips, there is no need to waste time. I will try to close the board now to see the chips of the partners. After saying this, Jiang Bangsha placed an order for 200 million again. The short-term closure of the board touched the daily limit, but it did not last and was soon smashed. The funds of the partners have not caught up, which means that they don't have enough chips in their hands. At this time, I need to cooperate with them. After Jiang Bangsha finished speaking, he smashed out some of the chips he had entered yesterday. In a very short period of time, he smashed down 3 points, which led to some panic trading and released chips. Li Yang was watching from the side. At this time, Jiang Bangsha was very serious, with a sense of strategizing. Most people are confused when speculating in stocks. Even those who are more skilled can only seek comfort for themselves through some indicators. If it goes up, it means that I have good skills and the indicators are correct. If it goes down, it means that the dog market is disgusting and the market is disgusting. For Jiang Bangsha, stock trading is more like the process of starting a business, judging and guiding the thinking of funds. Don't look at the subject matter, don't look at the concept, go wherever there is money. Suddenly, a large amount of chips came out, and in the next 5 minutes, Donkey was smashed to the opening price. It seemed that there was no takeover below. Jiang Bangsha even withdrew the remaining 40 million yuan of entrustment funds. Donkey's stock price was still falling, and Jiang Bangsha was not in a hurry at all. She waited until it dropped to 5 points below the water level before she calmly placed a buy order again. This time, there was no surprise. The final closing was not done by her. It was just that after the closing, she added 30 million yuan of closing funds to close the board. Until the closing, it never opened again. And she used 400 million yuan of funds today, plus part of the funds that entered the market yesterday, and the total position was close to 550 million yuan, including her floating profit of 40 million yuan today. Donkey's plate is not actually that big. Even at this time, it is only worth a few billion. Jiang Bangsha was able to squeeze in 500 million, which is quite amazing. Last time, Li Yang was in CSR and CNR, with a total market value of more than 400 billion, and he only squeezed in about 1 billion in total, including the rich women. The scam was successful, she showed off to Li Yang. Li Yang had nothing to do except envy. Awesome. Master Jiang is accepting disciples, accepting boyfriends, ha ha ha, then I'll quickly line up, otherwise I'm afraid it won't be my turn. It's okay, it's reserved for you. After saying that, Jiang Bangsha leaned her head on Li Yang's shoulder. Li Yang wanted to avoid Donkey, because Jiang Bangsha's capital volume definitely has the ability to become a butterfly effect, and the trend will definitely change. If you don't leave in the early stage, you have to leave in the middle stage. Don't be too greedy. Where can he play games with funds? He is just eating and drinking. The real game is Jiang Bangsha, and he is just taking advantage of it. At 3:30, the Dragon and Tiger list will be updated. The seed of the Hong Kong Road Business Hall of Jiangcheng's Hongyan Securities appeared at the top of the Donkey list. Today, it entered the market with more than 400 million and sold 50 million. Li Yang's account in Dongsheng also frequently landed on the Dragon and Tiger list, and was marked by the system as the number 1 on Hong Kong Road. Jiang Bangsha was on the Dragon and Tiger list for the first time, and then it was probably marked by Dao Ying, who directly marked her as the number 1 on Hong Kong Road. For Jiang Bangsha, every operation is a growth, regardless of profit or loss. At around 5 o'clock, they arrived in Beijing. After getting off the car, they took a taxi. Then, He Lui called. "Brother Yang, have you arrived in Beijing? Let's have dinner tonight, okay? I'll treat you tonight." After all, he asked He Lui to bring him 500 yuan to visit Grandma Tan Kai. "You should do it next time. Old Tan is treating this time. He insisted that you didn't get to drink last time and suffered a loss, damn it." At the class reunion, he didn't drink a drop, and we didn't even ask him to settle the score. It's okay to drink today. Anyway, even if I get drunk, someone will take me home. You may not be sure, He Lui. After hanging up the phone, Li Yang said to Jiang Bangsha, "Master Jiang, put away the luggage, pack up simply, and go to dinner with me, okay, okay, you can drink as much as you want. If you can't walk, I will take you to a hotel." Li Yang, taxi driver. The taxi driver still has a deep impression of Jiang Bangsha. After all, such a beautiful girl is rare. I just didn't expect her to speak so fiercely and ask to get a room with boys at every turn. This young person. Think about the college students in the past, how simple they were. Each generation is worse than the previous one. Because the school starts tomorrow, most of the students are here today, and some even arrived yesterday. On the first day, most people in the dormitory would choose to have a meal together. After Li Yang returned to the dormitory, he packed up briefly, waited for a message from Jiang Bangsha, and then called a few guys in the dormitory to go out together. For Jiang Bangsha, the people in the dormitory were not unfamiliar, even if they had not met each other very often. After all, Jiang Bangsha was very recognizable, and they must have seen various photos of her. He Lui felt jealous when he saw Li Yang coming up and holding Jiang Bangsha's hand. The girl he was dating recently, even with Li Yang's help, still felt erratic. Anyway, he was completely confused and had no idea what they were talking about or whether their relationship had made any progress. He only knew that every time Li Yang asked him to say something, he would say it, and when a message came, he would take a screenshot and show it to Li Yang as soon as possible. Anyway, the two of them didn't chat very frequently, and the other party would reply to a message every few minutes, and he was the same. Bai Qing received a call from Wang Junsheng. "Boss Bai, are you interested in taking over the Green Water Group's shares that I have? I currently have 33% of Green Water Group's shares. If you're willing, all you need is 1.3 billion yuan, and IOUs are fine," Bai Qing said with a smile. "Boss Wang, if you're interested, I can also transfer all of my 22% shares to you, and all you need is 300 million yuan in cash. How about that?" For a moment, Wang Junsheng on the other end of the phone was stunned. Then, he flew into a rage. "Bai Qing, you guys are screwing me." Chapter 154. The cheating was discovered. Wang Junsheng was really panicking. Because he couldn't contact the shareholders of Lufshu Group. Tomorrow was the board meeting, and he had no chips to compete with Bai Qing. As a result, Bai Qing seemed to have known his idea for a long time, and deliberately said that her 22% of the shares only required 300 million in cash. Isn't this deliberately humiliating him? After all, Bai Qing's shares, let alone 300 million, even 600 million would be snatched by others. If it was before, he would even be willing to spend 1 billion to achieve complete power. He had a lot of shares, so when the money was divided in the end, he could naturally get more. Bai Qing's move was too cruel, and there was no sense of justice at all. I'm afraid he directly used his local privileges to restrict the freedom of those shareholders. Those shareholders who couldn't be contacted had no power of attorney signed in advance, so they could only be treated as waivers. March 4th, the 18th day of the first lunar month. The board meeting was held as scheduled, but the whole office was quite cold. People from Junsheng Capital came, followed by Bai Qing. Wang Junsheng knew that he was bound to lose, but he just came here with a stiff upper lip. After all, he had to give an explanation to Fuguang Group. Bai Qing was the first to speak. Boss Wang, how about we make a deal while the county government is not here yet? I can sell all my shares to you. What? Wang Junsheng felt incredible. He thought Bai Qing was joking when she said those words on the phone last night, but now it doesn't seem like a joke. Bai Qing said seriously, don't doubt it, I need some cash now, but the stocks I have are pledged to the bank for 200 million yuan. Just give me another 300 million yuan. The stocks I have will never be less than 500 million yuan. By the way, I want the 300 million yuan in cash. Wang Junsheng never thought that such a big pie would fall from the sky. 500 million yuan is definitely worth it. It's just that he can't take out 300 million yuan in cash now. But as long as he controls the company, everything is worth it. If he gets the chips in Bai Qing's hand, he can get at least 70% of the money from selling the license. Originally, he only wanted to take 30%, 30%, minus the principal. He can make nearly 1 billion yuan. Even if he has to share some of the profits with Fuguang Group, he will make a lot more than before. Boss Bai, I don't have cash, but I can give you a 50 million advance payment first. I want the voting rights of the board of directors today, and I will pay the balance within 3 months. How about that? Bai Qing shook her head. It's more than the interest for 3 months. Wang Junsheng cursed secretly. Although there is a lot of money, the interest will theoretically increase a little, but even if you calculate it by 10 points, the interest for 3 months is only a few million. But Bai Qing is obviously in urgent need of money, so it's understandable to say this. He gritted his teeth and said, this 50 million is the interest. Within 3 months, I will give you another 300 million. Bai Qing asked, what if you can't take out 300 million within 3 months? You can sign a contract. If I can't take out 300 million within 3 months, I don't want the 50 million. He has bet all his wealth. If he wins this battle, he can enjoy it for the rest of his life. Bai Qing took a look and said, it just so happens that there are notaries here today. Let's prepare the contract. It wasn't until she said this that Wang Junsheng's heart finally settled down. He has 33% and Bai Qing has 22%. Even if those small shareholders don't come, they are not a threat to him at all just by relying on the county government. And because there were many abstentions today, he could even pass the Green Water Group merger bill with an absolute support rate of over 66.7%. He got what he wanted all of a sudden. All he had to do next was find customers and make deals. Maybe he could get the money within half a month. Signing a contract is a constraint for Bai Qing. No matter how much she earns, she can only take 300 million. Of course, the contract says 500 million, after all, he still needs to repay the pledge of 200 million. On the county government side, Yi Baichang didn't come, but just randomly arranged someone as a representative. The final vote was almost meaningless because Wang Junsheng had already crushed it. Finally, Wang Junsheng became the chairman of Green Water Group, and Bai Qing simply handed over the work to him. After all, Green Water Group didn't have much work. After that, Green Water Group had nothing to do with Bai Qing. While Wang Junsheng was familiar with the company, he began to contact the group he wanted to acquire. For Green Water Group's annual export volume of 1 billion and a gross profit of nearly 40%, this business is rare for many companies. Some companies have a market value of tens of billions, but their annual revenue is only 300 to 500 million, and their net profit is less than 10 million. Once they can acquire the export business of Green Water Group, with the support of the capital behind it, the company's market value can easily double. This is also the only valuable thing in Green Water Group's hands, and it is not cheap. Wang Junsheng has spent nearly 2.5 billion, including 500 million in debt, 800 million in financing, 200 million from Fuguang Group and his entire Junsheng capital. Off-market expenses are all huge expenses, including $20 million for Chen Pipi and 50 million in interest for Bai Qing. If he had not suddenly received the funds from Fuguang Group this time, he would have no power to fight at all, but he used the 200 million to leverage off-market. For capital, leveraging to enter the securities market means the end of the road. It is not an easy thing for any capital to accumulate from 0 to a billion scale. Generally speaking, it is not easy to leverage, and leverage represents the ultimate risk. Oh, Zhang Bangsha is an exception. He has notified Fuguan Group, everything is settled, and even asked Fuguan Group if it is interested in Green Water Group CU license. Of course, Fuguan Group is interested, but they can't afford it. For Liu Hangshan, Bai Qing is not the chairman of Lushu Group. Without the halo, he is no longer a threat to him. Of course, he would not refuse to make a fortune by the way. But he never thought that everything would go so smoothly. Li Yang is Bai Qing's most loyal supporter. When he saw the stock price of Lushu Group rising, he couldn't help but cash out and leave. Perhaps this is also the reason why Bai Qing is completely broken. After all, even if you can hold on for a while, you can't hold on forever. At least this is the situation on the surface, otherwise it is completely inexplicable why Bai Qing would sell all the chips in his hands at a low price and leave Lushu Group. Of course, there may be other reasons, such as Li Yang and Zhang Bangsha's affair was discovered by Bai Qing. For example, Li Yang dumped Bai Qing. Liu Hangshan doesn't need to care so much. He only knows that the videos and photos in his hands can be released at any time, and he doesn't have to worry about confronting a group. Bai Qing gave up Lushu Group, which is equivalent to giving up the power he can mobilize. On the third day after Wang Junsheng took office as chairman, he successfully received the first receipt document. Then, he was stunned. How the hell is it possible? Europe only signed the order for 1/10 of the goods? What about the rest? Ship it back? Throw it away? The cost of each time doesn't matter, because he mainly wants this license. But the document clearly states that the goods needed in the future will only be less, not more. This means that the value of Green Water Group's license will shrink dramatically. If it shrinks, it will be worthless. This is the business model that Green Water Group has always followed, cash on delivery. After all, Green Water Group has no choice. It's good enough to get the certification. It's not something irreplaceable, and there is no bargaining chip to negotiate with Western companies. Now they are only willing to sign 10%, and Green Water Group has no choice. The main reason is that the Eurozone has experienced severe inflation in recent years, the overall economy has become increasingly sluggish, and demand for consumer goods has declined. Wang Junsheng locked himself in the office for 5 or 6 hours. At this time, he was very calm. He knew what this meant. This means that the license that was worth 40 to 50 billion yuan before may be worthless now. After all, with the lessons learned from the past, it is basically impossible to make money from abroad in the future. Other people's orders are not enough to cover the cost of opening a production line. He guessed that it was likely that Li Yang and Bai Qing knew the news in advance. Although the receipt was today and the order was signed today, it was entirely possible to know the situation of the foreign company in advance. He fell into a big pit. This pit will make him fall into an irreversible trap. He tried to contact Tijian's group, but there was still no result. The group seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. He must find a way out for himself before the news spreads. Of course, he will also try his best to cover up the news and delay time. Anyway, he definitely can't sell the license because the other party will definitely inspect the goods. He originally wanted to experience the feeling of managing a listed company, but now he has no mood at all. The funds in his hands are leveraged. Once the stock of Green Water Group plummets, he will burst at any time and his wealth will be reduced to zero. And with the current situation of Green Water Group, it is certain that he will burst. The only thing he can do is to transfer part of his wealth before the burst. He called Liu Hangshan. Hello, Mr. Liu, thank you very much for helping Junsheng Capital overcome this difficulty. After a few days of sorting, I found that the profitability of Green Water Group is unprecedentedly strong. Excluding those things that should not exist, there is at least 400 million net profit every year. Liu Hangshan on the other end of the phone was shocked when he heard it. Green Water Group is so powerful? Fuguan Group has a net profit of about 200 million a year. Wang Junshen, yes, you can actually look through the annual report of Green Water Group. Their revenue is quite stable, and their customer base has not changed for nearly 20 years. I have found several companies here, and the highest offer is 4.5 billion. I think Mr. Liu saved my life, and I am also a beneficiary of this matter, so I want to say hello to Mr. Liu before the sale. If you are sure you are not interested, I will go to negotiate with other companies in the next few days. Liu Hangshan on the other end of the phone was silent. Net profit of 400 million a year. Damn, exports are really a huge profit. Boss Wang, how about this? You send me a more realistic data? I'll think about it for 2 days. Liu Hangshan knew that Lifshu Group would not be too bad, but he still needed to verify the 400 million net profit. He would compare the data sent by Wang Junsheng to see what was going on with the profit in the financial report of Lifshu Group. Okay, I'll prepare a copy for you right away. Liu Hangshan did not sleep all night. After seeing the real financial report of Lifshu Group, he was shocked. The Bai family was really willing to give up. 8 small shareholders ate up 200 million profits a year, and allowed those small shareholders to mess around, adding nearly 200 million extra expenses to the company out of thin air. What a fool. Holding such a gold mountain in hand, it turned out to be like this. If it were him, he would have kicked out all the disobedient people long ago. The more this happened, the more he was tempted. Such a good thing, even if it was sold for 5 billion, it would still be a loss. It is completely a hen that lays eggs. It will pay back in a few years, and it can also control a large amount of foreign exchange. Because Fuguang Group does not have export trade, it is quite difficult to apply for foreign exchange. The Green Water Group is different. It is very simple to apply for foreign exchange. He was so envious. But with his strength, he would definitely not be able to afford it. He called Wang Junsheng. Mr. Wang, I have read the report. It is really good. Let's talk when you have time in Jiangbei. Mr. Liu was right. I have always wanted to invite Mr. Liu to dinner, but Mr. Liu was too busy before. You must give me a chance this time, Liu Hangshan agreed. It was not because he was busy before, but he felt that Wang Junsheng was just a private equity investor. It was boring to play with such a person. But now, it is interesting. The first week of school went smoothly. Li Yang had a very easy time. Every day he just bragged with his roommates, acted as a military advisor to Hilui, and then went to class and looked at stocks. He was a person who lay flat and would not do anything blindly. He put 400 million in Donkey and stuffed the rest into CITIC Securities. After all, this month belonged to the securities company. An internet platform and an absolute leader of a securities company are both very stable. On Saturday and Sunday, Zhang Bangsha did not come out because he had to review and waited for the makeup exam on the weekend of the second week. Oldly, to be honest, I think we should just forget it. When Hilui came over with the chat records again, Li Yang was really a little tired. Damn, it was fine at the beginning, but the more he talked, the more he felt that the girl on the other side was a green tea. She was definitely a very high-level one, and he was sure he would not be wrong. He couldn't even control such a person, let alone Hilui. If they really wanted to match them up, he felt it was a bad fate. Why? She's too high-level, you can't play with her. Hilui was unhappy on the spot. Are you going to say next that only you can control her? Damn, you are just eyeing Gong Chenlin. Gong Chenlin is the girl he likes. No, sister. She's a senior, and Hilui is only a freshman. Li Yang rolled his eyes and said, I'm not interested in green tea. Hilui said angrily, who do you say is a green tea? Look at what she said to me recently, how considerate and gentle she is. I will only recognize her in this life, and no one else can help. Help me continue the conversation, or I will expose your three-timing affair. Li Yang, this bastard, I don't know who he learned this from. Senior dormitory, at this time, everyone should go out for internship. However, Guang Chenlin was preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination and did not consider internship. Regarding the internship report, someone has already been asked to prepare it. At this time, roommate Song Xiaoli came back. She hurriedly handed over the phone and said, Xiaoli, it's just right that you are back. I don't know how to reply, and I am too slow to reply to messages. I am worried that she will be unhappy. You can hold it and chat for me. Song Xiaoli sighed and said, Chenlin, why don't you just forget it? I feel that the other party is a scumbag. I am afraid that you will be wronged in the future. Guang Chenlin was confused. How could you be a scumbag? She read all the chat records, and the atmosphere was quite good. Anyway, with her ability, she couldn't make the conversation so beautiful. Although they were both in the Chinese department, Song Xiaoli and she did not follow the same path, and their communication skills were also very different. She was not very good at chatting with people. Song Xiaoli said with certainty, I can guarantee that he is definitely a scumbag, and his level is quite high. Every time he can show off his ability without causing others to be disgusted. Without 20 years of online dating experience, you don't know so many skills. Guang Chenlin looked at Song Xiaoli suspiciously and asked tentatively, Xiaoli, you didn't hear that he Lui has a good family background and want to cut him off? If so, just say it directly. I really can't compare with you. This sentence made Song Xiaoli very angry. Would she like He Lui? Chenlin, I'm not interested in scumbags. He's not a scumbag. I said I couldn't buy a ticket, and he offered to take me back. After school started, he asked about my well-being and told me every day what new dishes were in the cafeteria. Which of these things is not very thoughtful? If you say that again, don't blame me for not writing your graduation thesis for you, Song Xiaoli. Whether she can graduate as an outstanding graduate depends entirely on Guang Chenlin. Okay, I'll help you continue the conversation. Anyway, you're the one who suffers, don't blame me in the future, compromised. She took the phone handed over by Guang Chenlin, glanced at the message the other party had just sent, and began to reply silently. As a result, the chat lasted until 2 in the morning. She felt that she had committed a great sin and shouldn't have taken Guang Chenlin to the Starry Sky secret chamber. She just wanted her to relax, but she found herself a big job. Even if this didn't happen, Guang Chenlin would help her with her graduation thesis. After all, she went out when she had nothing to do, and her university grades were average. In addition, the graduation thesis and graduation defense are the most demanding exams in the entire 4 years of college. If she doesn't seek help from outside, she will definitely have to delay graduation. Finally, they finished chatting and ended today's task with each other saying good night. Song Xiaoli couldn't sleep at all because she was more and more sure that Li Wei was not a good person. She took out her mobile phone and prepared to ask her sister about Li Wei, but a news push appeared in the taskbar. LOL world champion Li Yang is suspected of staying in the hotel with a strange woman overnight. The woman is not Li Yang's rumored girlfriend Zhang Bangxia. She opened it and saw an article with photos. Li Yang was very close to a woman. He entered the same room in the hotel late at night and did not leave until noon the next day. His behavior was still intimate. It was obvious that he cheated. She interviewed Li Yang and followed him in the school, especially on the unnamed BBS. Many people in the school knew that Li Yang's girlfriend was Zhang Bangxia. The two were childhood sweethearts and were admitted to Beijing University from a small county together. It's just that Zhang Bangxia is not very famous. Although she is very beautiful, she doesn't manage her own personality very well. She doesn't have any outstanding performance in school, so naturally she doesn't get much attention. She refreshed it and found that the popularity of this news was rising very quickly. Publishing such news at 2 o'clock in the morning and buying hot searches clearly showed that it was deliberately targeting Li Yang. But this is also a problem with Li Yang himself. Otherwise it would be useless for others to target him. With these contents, Li Yang can't clear himself even if he jumps across the Pacific Ocean. For her, now she has something to do. At this time, if she can interview Zhang Bangxia, she can definitely make a name for herself. Originally, she wanted to ask her sister about the matter with Li Wei, but she changed her mind and asked directly, Sister, do you know Li Yang's girlfriend Zhang Bangxia? Song Yu didn't know why he hadn't slept yet. So he replied, I know her, and I added WeChat, but we haven't talked much, then send me her WeChat. Huh? What are you going to do? Li Yang cheated on his girlfriend. I want to interview Zhang Bangxia. How did you know? Someone just posted the news, and someone bought it to become a hot search. No, sister, how do you mean I know? Did you know it a long time ago? Song Xiaoli was confused. She didn't understand what her sister meant by that. Either her sister knew that Li Yang cheated on her girlfriend a long time ago, and even knew who Li Yang's other girlfriend was. Or something even more terrifying, Li Yang actually cheated on her sister, and she didn't dare to think about it. But she waited for a few minutes, and there was no reply from her sister. She even called her sister, but the line was busy. At this time, Song Yu called Li Yang after searching for relevant news. Li Yang was so sleepy that he answered Song Yu's call. Sister Song. Everyone has their own ups and downs. I'm in the stage of sleeping and enjoying my life now. Is there anything you can't do to call me during the day? Don't be in a hurry to enjoy your life yet. Go search online for your cheating. Why do I feel like you're about to get into trouble? What? It's already the #1 hot search. Go check it out for yourself. Li Yang became alert. He opened Weibo without hanging up the phone. After seeing the title of the #1 hot search, he almost smashed his phone on the spot. After reading the content, He cursed the unscrupulous reporter for having a bad performance. Damn it, he actually took a sneak shot of him. How could it be such a coincidence? I was very careful at the hotel and registered under my own name. Bai Qing's identity information was not registered at the hotel. Moreover, he went to Jiangbei temporarily. Even if he walked around the mall for 2 hours and wore a mask, he was still discovered. But where did he get those photos of him staying in the hotel at night? Is it so easy for someone to find out his whereabouts? Who installed a location on him? And that damn hotel, the surveillance cameras were given to others casually. Just wait for the lawyer's letter. Sister Song, how about you do me a favor and let me use a backdoor and help me remove the trending search? Chapter 155. Why is he called Bai Jingxun? It would be better to just call him Bai Yanling. Since Song you could call, there must be a way, otherwise there would be no need. After all, calling is useless. Why waste time in the middle of the night? In this world, there are privileges. It's just that Li Yang is still a little short of the heat, and basically all of them are second-hand privileges. Song Yu is one of them. Going through the back door is not very good. Song Yu's answer made Li Yang helpless. Then go through the front door. Ha, I know this. But unfortunately, I really can't help you too much. I just want to hear how you should solve this matter. I'm curious, how can you get out of this matter, Li Yang? Then you wait, I'll go find Zhang Yu. Li Yang hung up the phone and didn't look for him. It was almost 2:30 in the morning, and there was no point in looking for him at this time. I set an alarm and was forcibly awakened at 6:30 in the morning, then got up to the balcony and called Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu answered the phone in a daze. Sister Quarry, help me, I'm being attacked by a black fan. Oh, I saw it at 2 in the morning, and Song Yu called me. I kept waiting for you to contact me, but I didn't get it until 3 o'clock. Li Yang, I thought you were asleep. I should have been more shameless if I had known. Zhang Yu smiled and said, I see you don't seem to be in a hurry at all. If you are really in a hurry, you won't think so much. However, Li Yang explained on the spot, after all, this is my business, and I still need help from others. If I go to find someone regardless of everything and know that the time is not right, it will make you embarrassed. Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment and said, I'm afraid you don't want me to help you remove the hot search. Well, help me find out who released the news. I don't have any connections in this regard. It's Fuguan Group. I understand. Thank you. Li Yang didn't expect Zhang Yu to help him investigate overnight. The hot search did have a great impact on him, but what really concerned him was the enemy behind him, who is like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Fuguan Group has jumped out again and again, but it just adds fuel to the flames and has never taken the initiative to intervene. The information that Zhang Yu can find is definitely not from formal channels, and those cannot be used as evidence. The only thing he can do is to send a lawyer's letter to the relevant media to trace the reputation rights. This process is still quite troublesome. The only lawsuit he is sure to win is the lawsuit against a hotel. He will win every time he sues the hotel. His Weibo comment area has attracted a lot of traffic. After all, he has a lot of fans. He has hardly operated it, just simply posted a few daily things, and the number of fans has reached 2 million. After all, Weibo is currently a very popular public social platform. After a simple wash, when Li Yang picked up the phone again, Zhang Bangsha sent a message. Master Li, guess what I saw on the internet? Li Yang replied immediately, don't look, they're all bad reviews. Someone will definitely send it to Zhang Bangsha, and his roommate doesn't even know at this time. But I've already read it. What do you think I should do? Should I register a Weibo account, tear you apart, get some attention, and then take ads to make money? Li Yang asked. You don't believe it, do you? Yes, why not? If someone spreads a rumor that you are not a good person, I may not believe it. But if someone spreads a rumor that you are a scumbag, I will definitely be the first to believe it. Slander, all slander. Then I will have to accept an interview with a reporter, and I will definitely denounce you. Gently, gently, don't make me too miserable. This matter is undoubtedly quite lively. Li Yang has many school groups, and there are no shortage of related topics. He is still in the group, and it can make the spectators unable to hold back. You can imagine how outrageous the groups he is not in will be. When he went to class, there were obviously more eyes on him. During class, he received a message from Song Xianli. Junior, can I do an interview with you about what's going on the internet? I've just interviewed Zhang Bangsha, and I want to hear what you think about this. Since you've already interviewed her, there's no need for you to ask me, right? Songs Ali, but Jiang Bangsha's reply seems to be somewhat different from the information I know, and I want to verify it with you. Junior, aren't you and Jiang Bangsha in a relationship? As far as I know, you two have been together without any hesitation since you started college. We are indeed close. If you can investigate our high school years, you'll find that we were even closer. But this doesn't mean anything. She and I have always been in a relationship. We are very good friends, and as for the girlfriend, she is someone else. Songs Ali, Junior brother and Jiang Bangsha's statements are even more different. Senior sister, I know Jiang Bangsha very well, she must have said so. You don't need to use words to stimulate me. Songs Ali, does she know you have a girlfriend? Yes, she calls me a scumbag every day. Although we have never met, she must know about it. Songs Ali, but I heard that you two often go to get a room. Yes, but this is some cooperation between her and me, and my girlfriend also knows about it. In essence, getting a room has nothing to do with this matter, so it is not convenient to talk about it for the time being. Songs Ali, Junior brother, you mean, Jiang Bangsha Xiaozi has been your good friend from the beginning to the end? Have you never been in a relationship? No. Songs Ali, then have you ever thought that your intimate behavior will have a lot of impact on Jiang Bangsha? Jiang Bangsha has made remarks about love in her circle of friends. She just asked me to cooperate on purpose and showed it to others. I have never seen her post these in my circle of friends. Songs Ali, Junior, don't you think this will ruin a girl's reputation? Then spreading rumors can't ruin a person's reputation? I was secretly photographed and followed for no reason, and then I bought hot searches to spread rumors. What about my reputation? As a media reporter, shouldn't I report the facts? What am I? Did you officially announce that you and Jiang Bangsha are boyfriend and girlfriend? Jiang Bangsha's circle of friends is only for certain individuals. The senior sister added Jiang Bangsha as a friend. Did she see those contents? I am the biggest victim of this incident. Shouldn't the senior sister question the Jimu News that first reported this incident and ask if their report is legal? Songs Ali, then what do you think about this? Junior brother, no opinion. If you do, I just want to fuck Jimu's mother. Songs Ali, okay, then I will sort it out and send it out. Of course, don't delete or mosaic the last sentence. Songs Ali sorted out the chat content, entangled for a while, and kept the last sentence. She has her own public account, called Zayali Lai Report, which mainly collects social hot news and expresses her own opinions on weekdays. Of course, she will definitely be happier if she has the opportunity to get exclusive news. This is her first step towards the top media. Although there are only more than 8,000 fans in total at present, these fans were attracted after the last exclusive interview with Li Yang. She repeatedly glanced at the chat records with Jiang Bangsha and felt that there seemed to be no explosive points this time. Because Jiang Bangsha also said that she was not Li Yang's girlfriend, and also said that renting a room was a kind of cooperation. She even suspected that Jiang Bangsha and Li Yang had exchanged secret codes in private, otherwise how could they answer so consistently? After taking a closer look at Li Yang's answer, it was probably Li Yang who asked Jiang Bangsha to say that. Can renting a room be whitewashed? But she would not maliciously process it, she would only release it as it was, and even help Li Yang to whitewash it. After all, Li Yang has a good relationship with her sister. Even if he is a dead scumbag, it has nothing to do with her. After the first class, Li Yang returned to the dormitory and received a message from Chen Ji. On the surface, he was concerned about Li Yang, but in fact, he was eager to hammer this matter and let the higher authorities ban Li Yang. As long as he was banned, he could sue Li Yang for breach of contract. But playing both sides would not reach the point of being banned. Li Yang came to the balcony and called Bai Qing. Bai Qing also knew about this matter early in the morning. After all, it was on the hot search, and she usually paid a lot of attention to it. But she didn't know how to talk to Li Yang. She felt that she had caused trouble for him this time. When Li Yang called, she apologized quickly and said, "I'm sorry, husband. I shouldn't have flown directly to Jiangbei. I should have waited for you to pick me up." Li Yang comforted her, "What's coming won't run away. If it's not in Jiangbei, it will stay in Hangzhou. Some people want to make trouble for me, but they don't care about the time and place. But I just can't accept it. Why do you mosaic it and not me, Bai Qing? If you mosaic it, who would know it's you? After all, Li Yang is a celebrity, not Bai Qing." After a while, Bai Qing said, "How about I come out to clarify it?" Li Yang, "No, I've already told the reporter, And I guess the manuscript will be published soon. Well, okay, Bai Qing knew what the result would be without thinking. She was probably just a mistress. Li Yang just needed to apologize. Anyway, he and Zhang Bangsha were not married, so it could only be considered a moral problem. Anyway, it was pretty good. Li Yang asked again, "What's going on with the shareholders of Lufshu Group? I haven't found any relevant information in the past few days. Are you Bai Cheng and the others pretending that nothing happened?" No, maybe they don't want to cause panic. The county has already issued a fine. What? Can you Bai Cheng do this? I called Bai Jingxun. Bai Jingxun is Bai Jingxun. Well, he's my grandfather, but I have nothing to do with him in the future. I just hope that my husband can take him in. I'll hang up the phone first and check some information. I'll call you later. Yeah. Okay. In the dormitory, Li Yang immediately started searching for the 3 words Bai Jingxun. About half an hour later, he felt that he understood. Bai Jingxun is the biggest beneficiary of Lufshu Group. It's just that the benefits he got are not money. At the same time, Bai Qing also sent him some things from the past. For example, his grandfather helped Bai Jingxun, and Bai Jingxun used Lufshu Group as his bargaining chip and went all the way up. And Bai Qing's parents are eager to recognize their ancestors and return to their roots. The agreement was for a limit of 24 years. As long as the time is up, Bai Qing can return, but now the time is still a little short. It's only 21 years, and the Green Water Group will not be able to hold on. Over the years, Green Water Group has incubated countless powers, all of which are helping Bai Jingxun repay the favors owed in the past. And Bai Qing's father is just the son that Bai Jingxun got unexpectedly. After reading it, Li Yang was silent for a long time. Because he felt that if this happened to him, his parents would probably make the same choice. It is important to recognize your ancestors, but entering the top wealthy family is the ultimate core. Bai Qing's parents just want to use themselves as a prelude to Bai Qing so that Bai Qing can enjoy the final results. The reason why the debt of favor has not been repaid for so many years is mainly because Bai Jingxun asked for too much back then. He left Jian Cheng in just a few years, relying on unlimited debts. He left, leaving his in-laws and his son and daughter-in-law to repay year after year. But his in-laws thought it was okay, and his son and daughter-in-law also thought it was worth it. This time, Bai Qing confronted Bai Jingxun directly. She would not pay off his debts for him, but only seek revenge. Therefore, no one could stop her, and some people even had to surrender themselves after receiving the news. "Alice, I didn't know it was like this. If I had known earlier," Li Yang replied to Bai Qing. "I'm sorry, husband. I regretted it after I did it. I should have gritted my teeth and persevered, and then I could be your background." Bullshit. What background do I need? Just Bai Jingxun? I should have exposed him directly. Why is his name Bai Jingxun? It's better to call him an ungrateful wolf. How dare he? The farther away from this kind of bastard, the better. Although Li Yang had desires for wealth and power, he looked down on Bai Jingxun from the bottom of his heart. What the hell? Bai Qing immediately replied, Yeah, I have nothing to do with them in the future, and I sold the stocks for 300 million, do you want it, husband? I'll transfer it to you when the money is in the account. By the way, Wang Junsheng also paid me a deposit of 50 million. I made an appointment with the bank last Friday, and I will transfer it to my husband later, keep it for yourself. Don't you have a securities account? Transfer the 50 million into it, and then use the margin to buy the Duque stock. You can leave when I tell you to leave. It's the same for your husband, it's the same. I can't get the margin here. You can ask for 100 million or 150 million. We will take back the Green Water Group after a while. Don't do it, wait until we meet. I'll go find someone to collect some debts first. Now that Li Yang knows that the Green Water Group issue has been resolved, he will definitely start to collect debts. He has Wang Junsheng's contact information. This bastard has the Fuguang Group behind him. And if he wants to survive, he must bring down the Fuguang Group. About a minute later, the call was connected. Li Yang said to Wang Junsheng with a smile, Boss Wang, congratulations, you have achieved what you wished for by taking over the Green Water Group, right? Who are you? Li Yang, Boss Wang, you are indeed a forgetful person. I am Li Yang. Poor thing, I thought I could leave some impression in front of Boss Wang, but now it seems that I am too sentimental. By the way, the first batch of goods of Green Water Group this year should have been signed, right? Boss Wang of the company has made a lot of profit for the company in the first year of joining Green Water Group. Compared with other chairmen of Green Water Group, they are simply trash, and their abilities are not even 1/10 of Boss Wang's. At this time, Wang Junsheng panicked. He was preparing to let Liu Hangshan pay, and this matter must not be leaked. But Li Yang said it so accurately, what ability is not even 1/10? This guy obviously knows the real situation. Could this guy have connections with foreign companies? Even foreign companies are willing to tell him such news? In any case, Li Yang can say it, which may become an unstable factor. Haha, it's Li Yang. I definitely remember you. You are young and promising. You have surpassed all of us old guys. You called today. What's the matter? Li Yang said. Nothing. I just want to ask Mr. Wang about the Green Water Group. I know you have been trying to find a buyer for the Green Water Group. I wonder if you have found one yet. Wang Junshen, this is a fucking business secret. Can I tell you? But he was afraid that if he refused, Li Yang would make trouble for him with the Green Water Group. And he felt that even if he told Li Yang, it would not matter. After all, the Fuguang Group had been making trouble for Li Yang, and he didn't even know why. Li Yang, although this is a business secret, you are not an outsider. I will tell you that Liu Hangshan, the president of the Fuguang Group, has an idea recently, but it is still in the discussion stage. What? Mr. Wang, you want to sell the Green Water Group to Liu Hangshan? I have an irreconcilable feud with him. No, Wang Junshen, if there is a feud, shouldn't he sell it to his mother? Without waiting for his answer, Li Yang said, Boss Wang, I forgot to tell you that the chips held by the small shareholders of Green Water Group will be mine in a few days. I have already negotiated a price with them. Together with the county government, the shares will be at least 40%. I will hold a board meeting at that time and refuse to let you sell Green Water Group. Your Green Water Group is such a good company, I will never let my enemies buy it. Don't think I don't know who is spreading rumors about me this time. Isn't it the Fuguang Group that relies on the local control to monitor me? Boss Wang, I advise you to take care of yourself. Wang Junsheng took a deep breath and suddenly felt that the pillow delivered to his door was so damn fragrant. Liu Hangshan, the old man, was so cautious that he was unwilling to take out the money until now. Li Yang gave him an excuse. Once Li Yang obtained enough chips and denied the decision to trade Green Water Group, Liu Hangshan would have no chance no matter how much he thought. The most important chips at present are those in Bai Qing's hands. He must get the money as soon as possible and take the chips from Bai Qing. After he hung up Li Yang's phone, he immediately called Liu Hangshan. Boss Liu, this is bad. Li Yang said that he will soon get the shares held by those small shareholders of Green Water Group and is going to join the county government to veto the transaction. Liu Hangshan asked, what's going on? The chips held by those small shareholders are not yours. Yes, but that was in the past. I can't contact those people anymore. Boss Liu is very powerful. Can you help me find out? If Li Yang can't get the chips, I can be relieved. Okay, Boss Wang, please be patient. I'll go ask about these things. Liu Hangshan was destined to fail, because after he asked, he was almost scared to death. Are all those people suspected of murder? Although it is still in the trial stage, it can basically be determined. If they want to survive, the only possibility is to get the forgiveness of the family members. What will they do to get the forgiveness of the family members? Liu Hangshan knew that Wang Junsheng had no money, and the shares in Bai Qing's hands were not as yet, but he had the contract in hand. If Li Yang fails to take Bai Qing's chips within 3 months, and then gets the shares held by those shareholders of Green Water Group, together with the county government, they can even directly counterattack and completely regain control. Then, through the absolute support rate, it will be easy to dilute Wang Junsheng's shares by increasing the capital. Green Water Group only encountered a swindler chairman before, and its ability to make money is unquestionable. Now it must take Bai Qing's shares, and he can only lend money to Wang Junsheng. He didn't want to take it in the name of Fuguang Group, because Fuguang Group was not his alone, he was just a major shareholder with nearly 40%. He wanted to take it in his own name, so that when the time came, whether he sold it to Fuguang Group at a high price or kept it for himself, it would be a good choice. But he didn't have that much money, and he needed a partner. Wang Junsheng was one of the partners, but that guy had high-priced chips, so he needed some compensation in cash. At that time, he might have to take some of his high-priced chips in the secondary market. And he was determined to get the cheap shares in Bai Qing's hands. He had to borrow money. He counted his own funds, and there were only more than 200 million in cash. The 200 million he lent to Wang Junsheng before was in the name of Fuguang Group and had nothing to do with him personally. And he had to take out 500 million, and he had to agree to some of Wang Junsheng's conditions. 2 hours later, Wang Junsheng sat with him. Liu Hangsheng said with a smile, "Boss Wang, I have investigated the matter. It is very likely that Li Yang deliberately scared us." Wang Junsheng said, "That's good, I feel relieved." Liu Hangsheng changed the subject, "But we can't rule out that guy is really capable. After all, it is normal for him to know some big guys in Beijing. I think it's better to get Baiqing's shares first, so that we have more than 55% of the chips in our hands, no matter what happens." Wang Junsheng said with difficulty, "Boss Liu, you know my current situation. If I don't sell the Green Water Group, I really can't get the money I can pay for the stocks in Baiqing's hands." Wang Junsheng said pitifully, "Boss Liu, please give me a way out. The stocks in Baiqing's hands are no different from free gifts. The 33% of the stocks in my hands are all chips taken over at high positions. You can't eat meat next to me, and I will not only not get soup, but also be beaten, right?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Take the Brothers and Kill Liu Yuhen. Wang Junsheng's request was very simple. If Liu Hangsheng wanted to acquire Lushu Group, he had to take 12% of the chips from him in the secondary market. With that 12% of chips, Wang Junsheng could get 1 billion in cash and completely reduce his leverage. At least Liu Hangsheng thought this request was reasonable. But he thought for a while and said, "Mr. Wang, let's do this. I will take the chips from your hands from the secondary market tomorrow, and take 500 million first. You take it to fulfill the contract with Baiqing, and I will call the bank to get the remaining funds together as soon as possible. You also know that it is not so easy to mobilize more than 1 billion funds, and the bank also needs to go through the procedures." To put it bluntly, he wanted to borrow money from the bank. But he relied on his status and didn't say it so clearly. The only way he could get 1 billion was to pledge all his shares in Fuguang Group to the bank. In theory, his 40% stake was worth 1 billion, but whether the bank would give it or not was still a matter of time. Wang Junsheng said, "Mr. Liu, why don't we draft a contract first? I'm really in a difficult situation." Liu Hangsheng didn't expect Wang Junsheng to be so rigorous, which was very much to his liking. After all, what if he received the chips from the secondary market at a high price and Wang Junsheng regretted it later? Of course, the contract must not be written so clearly, because in essence, deliberately agreeing to receive chips in the secondary market is a violation of regulations and malicious manipulation of the securities market, and the consequences can be serious or minor. After Liu Hangsheng and Wang Junsheng reached a complete agreement, they also began to consider the issue of money. Not only Lushu Group, but also Maoyu. Although he came forward to rescue Chen Ji, the reason why Chen Ji continued to set a trap for Li Yang was mainly because he promised to provide Maoyu with 100 million in financing and also provide some help to the Maoyu platform. Inexplicably, he had no money in his hands and even had to borrow more than 1 billion. But as long as he could deal with Lushu Group, everything would be worth it. Even if Li Yang got the remaining chips, he and Wang Junsheng would still be the biggest force of the Green Water Group. They have the final say on what the Green Water Group is. Baiqing soon saw the news sent by Song Xiaoli, which contained Li Yang's response to the incident. From the chat screenshots, it can be seen that Song Xiaoli interviewed Zhang Bangsha at around 7:30 and interviewed Li Yang at around 8:30. In the chat message of the interview with Li Yang, she was not called a mistress, but a girlfriend. She was surprised. In other words, this identity had been determined before Li Yang called her. She didn't understand why Li Yang didn't sacrifice her to protect his reputation. After all, calling herself a mistress is far more convincing than whitewashing and opening a room. This response, except for the last sentence, is almost unconvincing. It can only prove that Li Yang is not a serious person and Zhang Bangsha has a problem with his brain. Obviously, the melanating crowd does not buy it. The melanating crowd either tears up the mistress or the scumbag. This response has no explosive points at all. But it is also a dream to want Li Yang to respond further. He has been studying the lottery on a certain fish platform, and has asked Zhao Xianming several times. At present, it is indeed impossible to characterize it as gambling, it is just a borderline case. This is also the most difficult to deal with. Borderline cases can be light or heavy. It can be treated as nothing, or it can be treated as a major case. Li Yang felt that as long as he accepted it, Zheng Bei would summon him as soon as possible. Just like Nanshan Pizza Hut, there is definitely no unified standard for discretion. This move is really disgusting to the extreme. He was given money, but he didn't dare to take it. He couldn't get the formal rewards. Fuck, next month, change it to live broadcast at 4 a.m., and broadcast until 7 a.m. In this way, his fans will participate much less. The backstage has accumulated more than 30 million unknowingly, and this is all the hard-earned money of his fans. Damn, so shameless. In the afternoon, Bai Qing sent him a message saying that he had already set up the account and took a screenshot to show Li Yang. Today, Duanke rose by 8 points, and the daily trading volume exceeded 5 billion. The crazier the stock, the less likely it is to reach the daily limit. If it rises 5 or 6 points or 7 or 8 points every day, it gives people a feeling of being in danger. But after a few days, you will find that it has already risen to the sky. For example, today's Donkey opened 6 points higher, and then traded sideways at 9 points on the water for the whole day. At the end of the trading day, it even fell all the way to 5 points. Looking at the trend chart, it is still green today. No matter when the funds entered the market today, they did not make money. If the funds that entered the market before did not seize the high point to cash out today, they would also feel very bad. After all, the opening price was 6 points. Li Yang did not seize it, so he only made 3 points today. After all, he only has 30% of his positions in Donkey, and the gains of other positions are not very good. What about Zhang Bangsha? He can flexibly put all his 8-layer positions into Donkey, making 6 points a day, and the overall position changes are not big. She basically sold at more than 9 points, and then slowly took back the chips during the decline. It seems that the wealth in the market is increasing, but in fact, the real wealth has been slowly squeezed out by the big guys, leaving a lot of bubble support. It is not obvious during the rise, but when the market reaches the end, we will know who is swimming naked. On Tuesday of the second week of school, Women's Day, Li Yang sent a Weibo to wish fans a happy holiday. Then, he was besieged. But he didn't care. When it was time for lunch, he gave Zhang Bangsha a flower in the cafeteria. Master Zhang, happy holidays, study hard and try to pass the makeup exam. Zhang Bangsha was very happy at the first half, but rolled her eyes when she heard the second half. Master Li, you don't even thank me for not tearing you, a scumbag, apart? I gave up a lot of traffic for you, Li Yang said. Do you still care about traffic? If you really want it, just register an account and post a few photos. You are the traffic password yourself, so why do you need to use other people's traffic? HHH, did you find a girlfriend using this trick? Li Yang hurriedly said. It was those unscrupulous media who took my words out of context. In fact, I was just going to pick up a friend. It happened that the rooms were tight during the 2 days of the new year, so I booked a twin room. Master Zhang has more say on this point. We booked a double bedroom. Have I ever bullied you? Yes, Zhang Bangsha whispered. I did in my dream, otherwise, she wouldn't have to pay the cleaning fee that day. It was the first time in her life that she had such a dream. So I am responsible for your dreams? Then there are so many girls who appear in my dreams. I will find them tomorrow and make them responsible for me. Yeah, have I appeared? Li Yang, after dinner, the two took a walk. It is approaching mid-March and the temperature has begun to warm up. After basking in the sun at noon, the whole body feels particularly comfortable. Li Yang pinched her shoulders, and Zhang Bangsha closed her eyes and enjoyed it. Master Li, Green Water Group has completed a transaction of 500 million today, and all the transactions were at high prices. I feel there's something wrong. If it was our own people who were changing the chips, there would be no need for such a high price. It is very likely that new funds have entered the market. However, Green Water Group has basically no room for operation now, and I don't have any chips in my hand, so, it's okay, it's okay. We don't have to care about the Green Water Group anymore, but I still want to wait for an opportunity to fight back. It would be great if I could take over the Green Water Group. Then I can make money every year without doing anything. Li Yang said, the Green Water Group is not making money anymore. Their export business has been hit hard. Export will be a money-losing project in the future. No wonder the chairman has been replaced. It must be Master Li's trick to let someone else take over. Li Yang, why don't you think of me for good things? Why do you think of me first for this kind of thing? Because you won't suffer any loss. I have a hunch that you will definitely fight back to the Green Water Group, but you have to wait until the Green Water Group is completely worthless. In fact, there is still a wealth in the Green Water Group that has not been dug out. What wealth? The debt of favor. Whether it is the favor of the county government in the 9 nearby counties or the favor of those employees, it is a wealth. It's just that the value is uncertain. It may make more money than the export business, or it may widen the gap between income and expenditure. Li Yang didn't answer. He didn't care whether the previous debt of favor was paid for by Jingxun. Bai Jingxun didn't deserve it. Therefore, it was all Bai Qing's debt, and he had to get it back. Whoever didn't pay it back, he wouldn't let them have an easy time. Zhang Bangsha was only half right, because in his hands, this debt of favor would never lose money. Green Water Group had a transaction of 500 million today, and it was most likely that Liu Zhengxin took it, because in such a short time, Wang Junsheng could only cheat money from Liu Zhengxin. He didn't know if his reminder was useful, probably, otherwise Liu Zhengxin wouldn't take such a big risk, and he was obviously a little too excited. It's better to transfer the money privately than to take it on the secondary market. Even if he wanted to recover it, there was no way. And at this time, he would start to target Wang Junsheng. This bastard was also not a good pie, and the people who wanted to kill him were his investors. Private equity investors are generally some big guys. In a sense, private equity managers are the stewards who operate funds in the hands of the rich. If the steward wants to steal the master's money and run away, that is definitely not possible. People like Wang Junsheng, who have a very poor background, are basically toys from beginning to end, and any investor can make him die ugly. In terms of intelligence, Li Yang could only ask Zhang Yu for help. On Wednesday, he got a contact number. On this day, Lushu Group once again completed a transaction of 500 million yuan. Li Yang was not in a hurry to make a move. He knew that it would take some time for Wang Junsheng to transfer funds. He had to confirm his intention to transfer funds. He didn't make this call until Friday. Hello. Is this Mr. Zhang Dashan? I heard something about Junsheng Capital. I know you have deposited some money there. You can go and have a look, hang up the phone, and then the matter is over. Wang Junsheng has only two choices, either to run away with 1 billion yuan and offend his investors and Liu Zhengxin. Both sides want to kill him. Or Wang Junsheng takes 1 billion yuan and gives an explanation to his investors, then Liu Zhengxin will also kill him. Even if his investors will give some help, Liu Zhengxin will not stop until he dies. 1 billion yuan is enough to make Liu Zhengxin bankrupt, and all fame and fortune will be completely out of his reach. About a few hours later, Zhang Dashan called. Who the hell are you? Where is Wang Junsheng now? Li Yang said unhappily, my phone number is authenticated by real name, you can check it yourself. I have nothing to do with Wang Junsheng, I just happen to know something, and I'm just reminding you, don't bite people randomly. After hanging up the phone, he felt relieved. Wang Junsheng finally chose to be an enemy of everyone. That's too good. Even if he ran away with 1 billion, he would have to live in fear every day, and his investors would try every means to kill him. After all, the later they recover the money, the more money they will lose. Junsheng Capital now only has a shell in 21% of Green Water Group's shares. Li Yang said that those stocks are worth as much as they are worth. On Saturday and Sunday, the news of Junsheng Capital's accident reached Liu Zhengxin's ears. Because Wang Junsheng should have completed the contract with Bai Qing as soon as he got the money. However, now he has met with the investors of Junsheng Capital. With the help of their power, he also knows that the most valuable thing of Green Water Group has disappeared. Naturally, he also understands why Wang Junsheng ran away. If Green Water Group is still worth 400 million or 500 million, then Wang Junsheng has already got the most chips, and he can explain everything to Liu Zhengxin and the investors. But Green Water Group is worthless now. Maybe the infrastructure and factory buildings are worth a little money, but the problem is that there are debts. Wang Junsheng can't sell a worthless enterprise at a price, and Liu Zhengxin, this guy, can't come up with enough money, so he can't do business with Wang Junsheng according to the normal process. After the two sides finished talking, Liu Hangshen wanted to use the status of Junsheng Capital's investor to join hands to find Wang Junsheng. But those investors are not stupid. You, Liu Hangshen, have already spent money to buy stocks. And the worthless stocks are in your hands. This matter has nothing to do with you. The 1 billion that Wang Junsheng took away is theirs. The process is legal and compliant, and it is a transaction in the secondary market. If Liu Hangshen is allowed to participate, wouldn't it be their money that will be divided? They are also industrial bosses. If they are placed in Jiangbei, they are no worse than Liu Hangshen and have no shortage of Liu Hangshen's resources. Liu Hangshen only found out about it afterwards, because when he came back and contacted those people, he found that they didn't play with him at all. Late at night, Liu Hangshen sat in the living room, and the whole living room was filled with smoke. Although he is nearly 50 years old, he has always been high-spirited in these years. His identity as an industrial boss has given him enough respect and status. But now, he is panicking. I don't know if it's because he has been used to smooth sailing in these years. He never thought that he would jump into such a big pit. Why would he be greedy for the Green Water Group? It's because the value of the Green Water Group is too tempting, and it happens to have similarities with the Fuguang Group itself. He feels that he can definitely grasp it. Even if there is not so much money, he has to force it. He thinks that Wang Junsheng, who needed to please him before, has no reason to play tricks in front of him now. And the situation he found out is even more exaggerated than what Wang Junsheng described, which makes him more urgent. He turned on his phone and looked at the chat history with his son. He felt that Li Yang was indeed difficult to deal with now, and his main focus was still on the Green Water Group. As long as he could succeed, he could become the CEO of a 10 billion industrial company, and then he could deal with Li Yang more calmly and set more traps for Li Yang. After all, who would have thought that Jiang Bangsha would still desperately protect Li Yang at this time? He was already persuading his son to change people. He saw a screenshot sent by his son today, which was taken secretly by Jiang Bangsha's roommate. The account funds were as high as 1.5 billion. Even if the 800 million leveraged funds were removed, Jiang Bangsha herself had 700 million funds. It was obvious that she only had 1 billion in her account more than 10 days ago. In the past 10 days, only 10 trading days, she actually made 500 million. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is a financial genius. The most important point is that he now has a whole of 1 billion. More than 200 million of it is family money, which he can still bear, but the other more than 200 million he borrowed from friends, and he collected 500 million and bought Green Water Group shares on Tuesday. The 500 million on Wednesday was pledged by him for all the stocks of Fuguang Group. He also used his connections to pledge 1 billion. Of course, he still had 500 million left, which he had not spent. But all in all, he had a debt of nearly 800 million, and 1 billion in interest. 8 points a year, that's 80 million. He couldn't make this money anyway. Even if he repaid the 500 million to the bank, the interest on the other 500 million would be 40 million a year. Not to mention the money he owed to his friends, which needed to be repaid as soon as possible. He couldn't get 40 million in Fuguang Group in a year. Yu Heng, chase Jiang Bangsha at all costs. Tell me what you need. I'm willing to take 20% of the shares of Fuguang Group as a gift. Only by chasing Jiang Bangsha can he break this deadlock. Otherwise, he will be sucked dry little by little, and he will never be able to fill this hole. The current optimal solution is to take out 300 million of the money he borrowed from the bank and return it to his friends, leaving 200 million in his hands. After all, although the bank interest rate is not low, the debt owed by his friend is not only the interest, but also many other things. His original plan was to operate the Green Water Group after getting the control of the Green Water Group, and then use the shares in his hands as collateral to pay back his friend's money. The subsequent bank interest is nothing compared to the benefits brought by the Green Water Group. Even when he becomes a billionaire industrial tycoon, Jiangbei will rush to give him low interest or even interest-free loans. In the middle of the night, Liu Yuheng was still awake. After seeing this message, he said, "Dad, do you mean that I should confess? Confess, it's best to let the whole school know. Didn't Jiang Bangsha just say that she is not Li Yang's girlfriend? She can't use this as an excuse again. No woman doesn't like jewelry, luxury cars and mansions. You should prepare more jewelry and give her a car. Remember to have a good atmosphere. No matter how rich she is, she needs others to show her respect." "Okay, I understand." March 14th, Monday of the third week of school. Without any surprises, Green Water Group opened at the limit down, with a turnover of only 1.6 million. This shows that the retail investors in Green Water Group are almost extinct. Later, some small funds came in to buy at the bottom, but until the closing, the transaction volume was only 8.3 million. On March 15, Green Water Group hit the limit again. On this day, Green Water Group issued an announcement that the company's only business, export business, had fallen sharply. The funds for buying at the bottom that day were only 1.4 million. Can't sell it. Can't sell it at all. Liu Hangshan couldn't sell a single share. After all, Zhengsheng Capital's speed of running ahead must be first class. But even so, only 10 million ships were sold. The only thing Liu Hangshan was thankful for was that he had diversified his holdings and didn't raise his hand. Otherwise, he could only watch the decline. Although it's not much better now, there is still hope. 10 billion, can always get 200 million? Green Water Group, which is worthless, can get 200 million. On March 16, Green Water Group still hit the limit. And the bull market atmosphere of the entire A-share market has already erupted. The securities companies have been rising sharply for half a month. Even the most obtuse people know that the bull market is coming. The market broke through 3,800 points, which is the highest point in 5 years. The pressure level was broken again and again, and each time was a new starting point, and each time there would be new funds entering the market. Even in college, many students began to discuss the stock market. And the weather vane of the bull market, the antis who buy vegetables, have also begun to slowly receive the news and are brewing a new round of funds entering the market. Li Yang secretly broadcasts live for an hour in the early morning every day. Before his fans can react, he goes off the air. Anyway, the contract ends at the end of April. And the time he's broadcasting extra now is all in April, as evidenced by the chat screenshots. He saw that Green Water Group hit the limit down, which made him feel good. In just 3 days, the market value fell from 8 billion to 5.8 billion. It's still early, 5.8 billion, who can afford it? On March 17, Green Water Group hit the limit down again, with a market value of 5.2 billion and a transaction volume of 3.2 million on the same day. On March 18, Friday, Shu Group did not hit the limit down at the opening. It seems that Zhengsheng Capital and Liu Hangshan reached some kind of agreement not to rush out, otherwise they would suffer losses. It opened 2 points lower, and then slowly went down all the way, without stopping at all. However, the trading volume on this day was good, with a full 16 million. At the final closing stage, it still hit the limit down, 5 consecutive limit downs, with a market value of 4.7 billion. There were no classes on Friday, and Li Yang returned to the dormitory and was about to chat in the rich women group. He said that his birthday was coming soon and he hoped to warm up a few months in advance. The reason was that he had no pocket money and relied on the rich women for help. At this time, He rushed in. Li Yang, Liu Yuhang, that bastard, is going to confess his love to Zhang Bangsha. He has arranged a lot of flowers under the girls' dormitory building and even pulled a car from outside into the school. Li Yang, damn. Liu Yuhang, that bastard, is rich and thinks he's great. Go, grab my girlfriend. Li Yang knew that Zhang Bangsha would not agree, but he didn't want Zhang Bangsha to bear this pressure alone. Bring your brothers and kill Liu Yuhang. Chapter 157 I can't bear to leave. After Li Yang took his roommate downstairs, he walked towards the girls' dormitory and found that it was already packed with people. After all, no student could play such a big game. Especially for the Peking University, Liu Yuhang must have spent a lot of effort to get the car in. At this time, Zhang Bangsha was very helpless in the dormitory. She sent a message to Liu Yuhang, asking him not to be impulsive, but he came anyway. She persuaded him to leave, but he just wouldn't leave. The other 3 people in the dormitory were also more enthusiastic than usual, and kept persuading her to go downstairs. Faced with such a thing, she was really under a lot of pressure. After all, she had a bit of social phobia, and there were so many people surrounding downstairs. There were even students watching the excitement who kept shouting, and the dormitory building itself was not high, so she could hear it. It was probably the atmosphere group specially hired by Liu Yuhang. Just when she was extremely entangled, a voice came over. Liu Yuhang, you bastard, are you bored? This is the campus of Peking University. Who gave you the right to occupy public resources? There's only a small space in front of the girls' dormitory building. If you occupy the road like this, how can others get by? Jiang Bangsha heard this familiar voice and hurried to the balcony and looked down. At this time, Liu Yuhang suppressed his anger and said to Li Yang, "Junior brother Li Yang, I have actually applied to the college. It's a coincidence that you are here. Please help me." Li Yang said on the spot, "I'm not helping you. Get rid of these junk." Li Yang, I mistakenly thought that Jiang Bangsha was your girlfriend before, so I have been restrained. But I fell in love with Jiang Bangsha the first time I saw her. Now I finally know that you two are not related. No one can stop me today, Liu Yuhang said very seriously, and no matter how unpleasant Li Yang's words were, he maintained his demeanor. As a result, Li Yang smiled and said, "Just confess, what do you mean by pulling these things? This is Peking University, not a club. Cars, jewelry, are you trying to show off that you are rich? Are you confessing? You are insulting the word love. Love is a holy word, you are trying to corrupt love with your money. Do you know how others will view our Peking University after this matter gets out? Peking University's century-old reputation will be completely ruined by your incident." After speaking, he looked around and continued, "And you guys who are looking for fun, if Liu Yuhang invited Water Army, Atmosphere Group, I think you have some ability. After all, you must have gained some benefits in private. But if you didn't get any benefits and you still come to make trouble, I will be ashamed for you. Liu Yuhang is damaging the interests of every Peking University student. From now on, all your beautiful fantasies about love will be shattered today. Especially girls, when you go out in the future, when others hear that you are from Peking University, they will first think, Peking University girls? Can't you get it with money? What kind of bullshit love, do you deserve it?" Li Yang stood at the highest point of the argument and confused the people around him. Then, he came to Liu Yuhang, whose face was finally a little bit unbearable, and said, "Liu Yuhang, Jiang Bangsha has not come down. Just for the sake of our friendship in the past, I will give you a little dignity. As a result, not only do you not want to be decent, but you also try to pull down the face of Peking University students. What do you want to do? If you want to embarrass yourself, go out and embarrass yourself. Don't do it in the Peking University campus. I am a person with a thin face, and I don't like others to embarrass me." Liu Yuhang finally broke the defense. He said directly, "Li Yang, liking someone is my freedom. Does this school prohibit confessing to the girl I like? You keep saying that I am embarrassing you. Aren't those negative news about you embarrassing your classmates at Peking University?" Li Yang said with a smile, "I didn't occupy public resources on the Peking University campus. Besides, it's my fault that others spread rumors about me. Liu Yuhang, you have learned nothing in the past year of college, right? You don't even know who the victim is? This is the first time I heard that the victim is embarrassed. If the victim is embarrassed, then the whole world is embarrassed, and the fairness and justice of the whole world are embarrassed." Liu Yuhang felt his blood boiling. Since meeting Li Yang, all his pride has been hit by Li Yang. In the past, he had a high opinion of himself and felt that he was already extremely outstanding. He should be able to win Jiang Bangsha without much effort. What happened? He was not even better than Li Yang. After school started, Jiang Bangsha and Li Yang stayed in love for half a year. He was not convinced. Why did Jiang Bangsha like Li Yang but look down on him? He began to arrange people to show off his status, but Jiang Bangsha remained indifferent. So far, he didn't know how he lost. Even if Li Yang was becoming more and more famous and had a good income, how could he not compare to him? He looked up at Jiang Bangsha's dormitory and said through gritted teeth, "Junior sister, please come down. Even if you reject me in person, I will give up." Li Yang hurried over and said impatiently, "Liu Yuhang, that's enough." As a result, Liu Yuhang pushed Li Yang away and said, "Li Yang, you are not qualified to say these things to me. You are not Jiang Bangsha's boyfriend. This matter has nothing to do with you." Li Yang said, "Just because I'm not her boyfriend, I have no right to intervene? But I promised her parents that I would take good care of her at school. Now she is being harassed, and you say I have no right to stand up." Liu Yuhang said disdainfully, "When did I harass her? Isn't this harassment? Isn't this harassment? I'm confessing my love. Jiang Bangsha can reject me. Haha, confession? You brought all this crap here, just to use the atmosphere to coerce others? How dare you say these things?" Li Yang knew that Jiang Bangsha would not agree, but if the atmosphere was too strong, she would definitely not be able to adapt. The most important thing is that Jiang Bangsha is kind to others. Liu Yuhang has helped a lot before. Although he took the initiative to come over, Master Jiang will definitely accept this favor. Liu Yuheng said, Li Yang, I know you earn tens of millions a year now, and it's normal to look down on these things. But this is my living expenses for 4 years in college. Apart from that, I haven't asked my family for a penny. It's also my sincerity in confessing my love. What qualifications do you have to say that these are rubbish? Besides, in order to encourage me, my father said that he would take out 20% of the shares of Fuguang Group as a betrothal gift. Although Fuguang Group is not a big company, 20% of the shares are worth at least 500 million or 600 million. Even if you earn 50 million a year, you have to earn it for 10 years without eating or drinking. What qualifications do you have to look down on me? These words were not only said to Li Yang, but also to everyone present. He is not a top second-generation rich man, but the resources he is willing to pay are definitely not less than those of the top second-generation rich. This sincerity is absolutely unique. Indeed, the people around were jealous. Especially some girls. Liu Yuheng is also very handsome, and he is also a rich second generation. The most important point is that he is willing to pay for Jiang Bangsha. The gifts placed under the dormitory building at this time are probably worth 5 or 6 million. Peking University does not dare to say that there are many poor people. After all, as long as you can be admitted to Peking University, you have basically escaped the category of poverty. But there are still ordinary families. Family assets of more than 5 million are rare resources, not to mention Liu Yuhen. What reason does Jiang Bangsha have to look down on Liu Yuhen? Meng Yuhen, who was beside Jiang Bangsha, heard this and said, Bangsha, Senior Yuheng is so good to you. After graduating from college, you will become the young lady of Fuguang Group. Fuguang Group is very famous in Jiangbei. My family only has a little business dealings with Fuguang Group, and I don't know how much money we make in a year. Why don't such good boys like me? Jiang Bangsha said with a smile. So, Yuhen, you should be childhood sweethearts with Senior Liu Yuheng. Senior doesn't like me. Jiang Bangsha, how do you know if you don't try? I don't want to embarrass Senior. How about this? You go downstairs and tell Senior that you want to be his girlfriend. So what if Senior agrees? I think you are much better than me. Not only are you knowledgeable, but you also have a high level of accomplishment since childhood. I'm just a girl from the village. Meng Yuhen. Jiang Bangsha was very happy. Today, Li Yang has helped her bear most of the pressure. After all, the situation has reached the point where it is time to show off financial strength, which means that the end is not far away. Li Yang, who was downstairs in the dormitory building, laughed when he heard Liu Yuheng say this. Liu Yuheng, you are just trying to trick everyone. What the hell is Fuguang Group? Is it related to your family? Your father has pledged all 40% of his shares to the bank and cashed out 1 billion yuan, but the 1 billion yuan was all taken away by Zhensheng Capital. Your family now has to pay the bank more than 100 million yuan in interest every year. How much is your father's salary as the chairman of the board? Liu Yuheng's face changed when he heard this. How could Li Yang know so much? He only found out about it in the past 2 days, and he also knew that if he didn't catch up with Jiang Bangsha, his family would fall into chaos. Li Yang continued, your so-called confession is probably because you saw the 1.8 billion yuan in Jiang Bangsha's securities account, right? You want Jiang Bangsha to give money to fill the hole for your family? You really have a good plan. Li Yang's words were even more shocking. Jiang Bangsha has 1.8 billion yuan? Is this possible? Liu Yuheng was also shocked. How could he make several hundred million yuan in just a few days? Wasn't it only 1.5 billion before? After all, Meng Yuhen didn't have the opportunity to see the data every day. Basically, he could only seize the opportunity once a week. Li Yang looked around and said, student Jiang Bangsha has entered the stock market since July last year. After she was admitted to Peking University, she used the bonuses given by local listed companies in the school. In just 9 months, she has made more than 1 billion. The seat at the Aviation Road Business Hall of Jiangcheng's Hangguan Securities is hers. Liu Yuheng, this guy, has financial problems of his own, so he wants to rely on deceiving others to get assistance. What bullshit living expenses? Has Liu Yuheng ever made a penny? His family has a lot of holes, and he is still given millions or tens of millions of living expenses? Even if it is, what can it do? Jiang Bangsha covets his things? It's just because of face that she wants to give him a way out. Li Yang completely took off Liu Yuheng's mask. As for the data of Fuguang Group, he was talking nonsense. Anyway, it's okay as long as the things are roughly the same, there is no need to be so precise. Just as he was about to continue, Jiang Bangsha came down from the building and hurriedly shouted, "Master Li, stop talking. I haven't eaten yet," Li Yang said with a smile. "Come on, I'll treat you to a meal." After that, Li Yang pushed through the crowd and took Jiang Bangsha away. This matter was destined to become the biggest news in Peking University. But Li Yang couldn't care less. He and Jiang Bangsha were having dinner, and several guys from the dormitory also came over. Li took the initiative to ask Jiang Bangsha, "Sister-in-law, can you let me see your securities account? Lend me your account to install it." This, Jiang Bangsha didn't know what to say, so Li Yang took her phone. Her phone and tablet were synchronized, and most importantly, Li Yang knew the password. Li Yang said while inputting the password, "You guys didn't help at all just now." Li flattered, "Brother Yang is too fierce." Before we could take action, Liu Yuheng had already been killed without a single piece of armor left. "We are the Atmosphere Group. We will flatter you when we return to the dormitory." Here Li Yang had already called up Jiang Bangsha's securities account interface and handed it to Li. 3 heads came over. "Fuck, 1.9 billion, Li Yang, wasn't it only 1.8 billion last night? Earned 100 million in one day?" After taking a few photos, Li came over and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you need a bodyguard or driver? I'm big, and 3 or 5 people can't get close to me. Master taught me Tongbi boxing before Jiang Bangsha could speak." Li Yang said unhappily, "You want to steal my job right away, right? How about we go out and practice?" Forget it. Li knew that Li Yang had several hundred million in his account. From the initial shock to now, he has become accustomed to it. After all, Li Yang is a freak, and the stock market is indeed good. But Jiang Bangsha's account is close to 2 billion. Financing is also considered. After all, financing is also a manifestation of ability. This is too scary. This man and woman, they don't look like normal people. Who doesn't want to be a dog for Jiang Bangsha after seeing her account? Come on, post to circle of friends, remember to censor. Especially when it comes to stock information. Li happily began to call the other 2 roommates. He knew very well that the reason why Li Yang said it today was to make Jiang Bangsha famous, so that Liu Yuheng and his ilk would not have the opportunity to take the initiative to provoke him in the future. But isn't Li Yang afraid of attracting more powerful opponents? In Beijing, there are people like Liu Yuheng. I dare not say that there are countless people like him. At least a brick can really kill a few. There are many more powerful than Liu Yuheng. Who cares? Just do it according to Li Yang's idea. After dinner, the 3 people in the dormitory left, and Li Yang took Jiang Bangsha to wander around the campus for a while. At this time, Jiang Bangsha finally spoke up, "Master Li, I'm actually a little panicked." "Why panic? If you have the ability, you should show it. There's no need to hide it, but I'm worried that there will be trouble. I'd rather be remembered by powerful people than by villains." Liu Yuheng is already crazy. He dared to do this today. Who knows what he will do next? "It just so happens that I found someone to get you an apartment. You can move there in a few days." Jiang Bangsha actually found out that someone in the dormitory secretly took pictures of her, but she was too lazy to make it public. At the same time, she could show off her strength a little bit to make others afraid of her. She is not the kind of person who shows off her strength, but she also has her own little tricks. She suddenly said, "Master Li, what do you say if a very powerful person comes and you can't beat him? What should I do?" "Cold salad. I'll chop myself up and serve it to you as a cold dish for your wedding." I can't bear to leave Master Li. As the 3 of them, Li Wei and Jiang Bangsha, posted on WeChat Moments, the screenshot of Jiang Bangsha's account spread within the campus. Everyone who saw it was shocked by the unparalleled screenshot of earnings. The most important thing was that the floating profit on that day was more than 90 million, which was too eye-catching. Not only inside the campus, but also outside the campus soon knew about it as the matter fermented. In the current bull market environment, this screenshot spread quickly on the internet like a plague. Someone posted this screenshot on Teoguba. "Brothers, this is a screenshot of a freshman's account, can you believe it? Fuck, it's better than Zhang Mengzhu? The current account funds of the Mengzhu are only 300 million, right? Zhang Mengzhu's account is actually only 230 million, and the other 80 million is capital allocation. The demon is in power, the bull market is really here, starting from tomorrow, all in. I'm afraid there will be no tomorrow, because tomorrow is Saturday." The shock brought by 1.9 billion is like a sudden thunder in silence. It caused turmoil in the entire financial circle. Especially after finding out Zhang Bangsha's seat, many bigwigs have reviewed the previous data and have said that the screenshot is indeed true. Zhang Bangsha's signature has been changed. If you have any questions, please contact the assistant on WeChat, line 888,888. After the exam, Li Yang took her to see an apartment. It was in the staff quarters, with 1 bedroom and 1 living room, nearly 40 square meters, and the monthly rent was 6,000 yuan. After seeing the house, Zhang Bangsha was very satisfied, and then they moved on Sunday. Zhang Bangsha didn't have many things, and after Li Yang lent her his suitcases, both suitcases were just full. Before she left, her 3 roommates in the dormitory tried to keep her. But she knew that except for Li Yang and her parents, no one in the world would be sincere to her. Whether in the past or in the future, it would be difficult to change. Especially now that Li Yang has exposed her identity, it is even more impossible for her to meet true love again. Carrying the suitcase downstairs, Li Yang took it at the door, and then accompanied her to the school gate. Master Li, before I left, Meng Yuhan and the others tried to persuade me to stay, so do you want to go back? If you want to, let's go back, but Master Li, remember to chat with those friends who added me. If there are any particularly outstanding ones, keep an eye out for them. Oh, no problem, I promise to block and delete them if I find any outstanding ones. In the past 2 days, there were too many people who added that WeChat. Some wanted to make friends, and there were also invitations from private equity and public equity CEOs. If Zhang Bangsha was willing to go to those companies and could adapt, he would soon be able to manage billions of funds, not only with a base salary of tens of millions, but also dividends. But he rejected all of them, on the grounds that Zhang Bangsha was still a student and could not sign a labor contract. Zhang Bangsha whispered, but if this happens, I will have no friends in the future. Humph, they are all fake friends. What about Master Li? I'm different from them. I'm greedy for your body. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the apartment. Li Yang helped to pack up, while Zhang Bangsha was on the phone with Dao Ying. After all, the school notified her parents immediately about her moving out of the dormitory. On the balcony of the apartment, Zhang Bangsha put the phone to her ear and chatted seriously with Dao Ying. Xia, is Li Yang with you? Zhang Bangsha glanced at Li Yang and said, not here. Dao Ying said, how about mommy talk to you for a while? Talk about feelings. Yeah, okay, Dao Ying said. Xia, actually your father and I agree that you are with Li Yang, because we know each other well, and Li Yang's parents are also very good people. But now, Li Yang has officially announced his girlfriend. You can be friends with him, but if you continue to get too close, we are afraid that you will get hurt. Yes, but he will protect me. Li Yang stopped what he was doing, quietly opened the door and walked out. Zhang Bangsha was stunned. This Master Li, is he too sensitive? On the other end of the phone, Dao Ying continued, yes, Li Yang is indeed a very good person, and I also know that there must be a lot of things about him that attract you. But things like love need rules. He has a girlfriend, others should stay away from him, and if you don't stay away, you are the unjust party. You can have a better future, and it is really unwise to take this path, Zhang Bangsha explained, but he and I are friends. Dao Ying, can you convince yourself of this sentence? Zhang Bangsha was silent. Dao Ying waited for a while and said, you are very famous now. Even the president of our company called to inquire about the situation. In the entire financial circle, you have already possessed all the foundations. You are so outstanding, and there will be even better boys around you. If Li Yang didn't have a girlfriend, then I would definitely support you being together, but the problem is that he has. Mom, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been admitted to Peking University. If it weren't for him, I would have gone abroad last year. I don't have any plans for my life. All along, I just wanted to catch up with him. I'm still young and I can wait. Of course, he has a girlfriend now, and I will definitely keep a certain distance from him. Dao Ying, then have you ever thought that he might be a promiscuous person? Maybe the current girlfriend is not his only one, I know, but I can't bear to let you go. At least wait until I catch up with him. Chapter 158 I hope I can be happy forever. Li Yang bought some daily necessities near the community. When he came back, he found that Zhang Bangsha had finished the call. Seeing him come back, Zhang Bangsha said, Master Li, why did you run away? I wanted you to hear some of my true words. Li Yang smiled and said, then tell me now, Yeah, I can't say it anymore. Let me see your account and see how big the gap between us is. I haven't traded stocks, and my account has not been moved. Li Yang didn't give it to him. Although his increase is not as good as Zhang Bangsha's, his capital scale is much larger than Zhang Bangsha's, so he must have outperformed her. It's just that he makes money for others to lie down and feed, so there's nothing to show off. I don't believe it. Let me take a look. Otherwise, I will register a Weibo account and accuse you of being a scumbag. Ha, Master Zhang, you are too serious. It's just a look, no problem. He actually has 4 securities accounts, 1 for Zuning, 1 for his father, and 2 for himself. One is Dongfeng Securities opened in Jiangcheng. Dongsheng and Dongke are not the same. The second one is an account of CITIC Securities opened in Beijing. He showed Zhang Bangsha the CITIC account. Zhang Bangsha saw the problem at a glance. Master Li, that's not right. Where are the hundreds of millions of funds you sold from the Green Water Group? Li Yang pretended to be confused and said, isn't it in here? I don't have much money anyway, Zhang Bangsha. She pointed directly at the floating profit data and said, your floating profit this month is 56%, and there is 400 million in financing. The total is only 1.2 billion now. This money is either from the Green Water Group or your extra funds. You should have at least a sum of money that is not less than this. Li Yang suddenly realized, I remember, but there is not much money there. After giving you 100 million, it is basically cleared, and I don't bother to care about it. After all, with my energy, I really can't handle it. That's all. I feel that it's still a little short of taking back the Green Water Group. I plan to work hard. If the company is short of money in the future, I still hope that Master Zhang will lend me some money. I always feel that Master Li's ambition seems to be very big. How big? His goal is obviously so simple. But it is almost reaching the goal. When the goal is reached, I will just lie down and have fun every day. Liu Hangshan knew on Friday that Liu Yuhang's confession failed, and Li Yang also exposed everything. As a result, Liu Yuhang is not so popular in Beijing University. After all, everyone knows that he is hypocritical. Zhang Bangsha obviously doesn't like him, but he deliberately creates an atmosphere to make a small profit. Zhang Bangsha is too perfect. The #1 lady in aviation industry, the strongest hot money of the new generation. Many people want to get to know Zhang Bangsha by making connections, but her assistant is so abominable. He accepted the friend request, said nothing, and posted a photo of Zhang Bangsha looking at the market in the circle of friends from time to time. The angle of the photo is also extremely beautiful. It feels like that guy is not an assistant, but a photographer. The assistant even promoted Zhang Bangsha's Weibo in the circle of friends. It's just a private message on Weibo. Zhang Bangsha can't see it at all. It's still the assistant who is doing it. Absolutely. Whoever hires such an assistant will fail in any business. Liu Hangshan was angry for several days. Fortunately, the incident on the Beijing University campus had not spread to Zhang Bei. If his friends knew about it, he would have to get some money now. Yuhang, since you can't get Zhang Bangsha, let her take you to stock trading to make money and keep this favor. Liu Yuhang, Dad, I have deleted her. Liu Hangshan almost vomited blood. Hurry up, add her. Okay. A minute later, Liu Yuhang said, Dad, I can't find her WeChat now. I asked Meng Yuhan, and he said that Zhang Bangsha has refused to add anyone who sent screenshots, and there is only one assistant's contact information. You are simply a fool. She has 2 billion, and you actually deleted her contact information. Liu Hangshan was extremely angry at this time. Everything was caused by Liu Yuhan. He would definitely not say that he made a wrong decision. Dad, I'm going to find Zhang Bangsha right now. I'll ask her to take me with me, even if I have to beg her. Although Liu Yuhang didn't have much experience, he knew how important Fuguang Group was to him, and he also knew that everything he had came from his dad. Go. Liu Hangshan just wanted money now. There were too many people who wanted money. Li Yang's scalp tingled every time he looked at the chat messages on that WeChat account. It was basically impossible for him to reply one by one, so he could only reply in a unified manner by posting on moments. Zhang Bangsha just wants to be a good student for the time being. Work-related matters will have to wait until after graduation. Then, he took screenshots of his Weibo fans and forwarded some messages from Capital Tycoons to Zhang Bangsha. Li Yang, wow, I envy Master Zhang so much. So many people are chasing after you. Everywhere they go they are offering you an annual salary of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in dividends. Why is it that no one is looking for me? Jiang Bangsha, smile smile, Master Li, you should have thought of this when you published my data, right? Li Yang, I haven't thought about it. I'm just poor and want to borrow your money to pretend, Jiang Bangsha, but I feel like you have bad intentions. From now on, I will never be able to make a friend again Li Yang, I'm not that evil. I just want you to experience the feeling of being a celebrity. Jiang Bangsha, Senior Songs Li said that a friend wants to meet me, and her friend is called Zhou Qingyan. Does Master Li know him? Li Yang, Songs Li, that bastard, actually dared to steal my girlfriend. Who cares about Zhou Qingyan or Zhou Qingfang? He must be doing it for money. Jiang Bangsha, I don't believe Master Li doesn't know him. Li Yang, oh, he's the fund manager of Yongjia Capital. His father Zhou Yongjia's company currently has an asset management scale of more than 80 billion. Zhou Qingyan himself is currently in charge of Yongjia Leading Growth, which has a scale of more than 10 billion and is the star fund of Yongjia Capital. He is very familiar with his data and knows that Zhou Qingyan will lead Yongjia Capital to break through the scale of 200 billion. Zhou Qingyan should not be more than 30 years old at present. Jiang Bangsha, Master Li knows a lot, so is there anything else you want to say? Li Yang, people who know how to trade stocks are not good people, just stay away from them. Jiang Bangsha did not reply. After waiting for a while, Li Yang asked again, is Master Jiang here? Do you want to have a meal together? The market is closed today. Jiang Bangsha did not reply, but called. After the call was connected, Jiang Bangsha said, Master Li, I have a friend who said that she has set up a private equity fund and wants to invite me to go. Do you want to go? Yes, because I am already struggling to operate my account now. Most of the chips are stuck at the bottom every day, and the chips that can be operated only account for a quarter at most. Jiang Bangsha is confident that she can make money in the bear market, but she must pay 10 or even 100 times the energy. At present, because she has no team, she will miss many opportunities to make money every day, and most of her funds can only lie down and eat the market. The brain can keep up with the rhythm, but the hand speed can't keep up. Sometimes the funds can't keep up. Not only is it in vain, but there will also be some losses. This is also the reason why our retail investors rarely exceed 2 billion, and even hot money rarely exceeds 6 billion, and hot money of 10 billion is rare. Li Yang asked, will you be happy if you do that? If you are happy, then go. Will Master Li be happy? I am happy if you are happy. I am actually very, very happy. I am going crazy these days. But I am afraid you are unhappy. The reason why Jiang Bangsha is happy is very simple, that is, she no longer needs to consider others when she speaks and does things. After Li Yang made her personal account public, everyone around her became so reasonable, even so cautious. The three sisters in the dormitory usually either ignored her or tried to trick her. What about now? There are also some boys she doesn't know at all, who inexplicably added her WeChat and confessed, and cursed after she refused. Liu Yuhang seemed to chat well with her, but in fact he always acted as a superior, until she accidentally let Mang Yuhan take a picture of her holdings, and then he lowered his attitude. She has always been a person who has not much confidence in life, and relies on Li Yang to support her. Now, for the first time, she truly felt that money is a person's greatest confidence. Of course, for her, it is only one of them. Li Yang asked, why am I unhappy? Because I will know a lot of powerful people, and you are just a small anchor ba. Have you ever seen a small anchor with an account of more than 10 billion? What if someone throws tens of billions in front of you and says to you, Li Yang, as long as you don't pay attention to Jiang Bangsha in the future, this money will be yours. What will you do? Nonsense. Of course I will take the money. Huh? Then you change your name to Jiang Manayu, and I will pay attention to Jiang Manayu. There should be no problem, right? Changing your name will make tens of billions. Where in the world can you want such a good thing? I'm serious. Oh, tens of billions are shit. With our relationship, your money is my money? Can you only make tens of billions in your life? I'm not a fool. You know I was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, right? How can I do such a loss-making business? Then where is your money? Jiang Bangsha asked. Of course it's my money. With our relationship, are you embarrassed to spend my money? Li Yang showed his double standards vividly. Yeah, then I'll really go. Go ahead, but you have to show me the contract. I'm being cheated by a certain fish contract now. I feel like I'm about to become the god of contracts. No trap can escape my eyes. Master Li, aren't you afraid that the other party is a very good boy? Then you have to ask him if he can withstand my 2 sandbag-sized fists. Hanquang Road is a street. Ask who is the father. I will chop from the beginning to the end of the street, and no one dares to say no. Master Li Jiang Bangsha suddenly called softly. Nice to meet you, and then, I hope I can be happy forever. Jiang Bangsha hung up the phone with laughter. She knew that Li Yang was also a bit treacherous. After making her account public, he basically locked her circle of friends. Ordinary people don't have the confidence to talk to her in the future, and powerful people value her ability more, that is, they only seek benefits. She only has 1.5 real friends left. Li Yang counts as 1, Wu Xiangqi, Xiang Yu and Li Yang's roommate count as half. She basically has no choice. But she never thought about choosing, there's only one answer. From beginning to end. So Master Li's sinister little plan will fail. At the same time, Li Yang found Xiang Yu. Is it your private equity that fooled my girlfriend? Because they needed to share the money, the rich women took the lead and set up a private equity. Jiang Bangsha basically would not accept an invitation from someone who was too unfamiliar, and it was probably theirs. Xiang Yu smiled and said, that girl, she talks so fast, I just told her to wait a little longer. If there's anything, I really have to report to you. Why is your desire for control so strong? This is trust, understand? People like you who are beaten by society will never understand what trust is. Xiang Yu did not refute. What Li Yang said was true. She could not trust anyone so much. However, Li Yang, I feel that you are too arrogant this time. If you control Jiang Bangsha, you will have countless wealth, but now you let her go with your own hands. Even if she still trusts you very much, what about the future? She already has the capital to fly solo. Li Yang smiled and said, so, you guys who have been beaten by society have dirty hearts. I have never said that I want to control her. Even if she makes 10 billion or 100 billion in the future, I will not spend her money. Why should I restrict her life? She is willing to fly, and I can't be happy enough. The more successful she is, the happier I am. How can you guarantee that she won't fly away? I know very well that you have been helping her steer the ship all the way. If she flies away, won't you feel distressed? You still don't understand. This is trust, 100% trust. Haha, I bet you will regret it. What are you betting on? How about a little prize? Okay. After that, Xiang Yu hung up the phone directly. Li Yang, he hurriedly sent a message to Xiang Yu. What is the prize? You haven't told me yet. A prize is a prize. What else can it be? Jiang Bangsha was busy taking the qualification exam for her. It was basically a formality. There happened to be an exam at the end of March. As long as you pass the exam, you can get the certificate in as little as a week. This exam is really quite simple. Even a novice can pass it by reading a few books carefully. It was already late March. Liu Yuhang used many means to contact Jiang Bangsha, but to no avail. He could only ask Meng Yuhan to convey a message on his behalf. But Jiang Bangsha's response was, Senior, I'm sorry, I don't have the qualifications to recommend stocks, and the stock market is risky. It's best not to enter the market blindly. As for your family situation, it may get better after a while. Jiang Bangsha was still kind-hearted and didn't want to force Liu Yuhang into a desperate situation. Anyway, Li Yang would definitely get the chips of Green Water Group. Although 1 billion is definitely impossible, there is still a chance to exchange Liu Hangsheng's 12% of the shares for 100 or 200 million. Or hold for a long time. Even if Li Yang dilutes the shares by the time of the fixed increase, the value of those stocks will not be too low. She knew too well that Li Yang would not look down on small money. However, her response was not recognized by Liu Yuhang, and Liu Zhangsheng also did not accept it at all. This Jiang Bangsha just wants her family to die. Bitch. But it doesn't matter. Through the previous holdings, I know that she has been operating the brokerage. I have allocated 1 billion yuan. As long as it doubles, I will stop. I entered the market yesterday and have made 5 points today. It is a bull market now. I don't need her help. Liu Zhangsheng knows how to trade stocks, but he only knows how to buy and sell, how to look at prices, and nothing else. But in the context of the bull market, these are not important. Wanliu Capital. The name was given mainly because the company was set up in the Wanliu area. And this place became popular all over the country because of the popularity of Wanliu Academy. Wanliu area is not far from Beijing University, and even some teachers' apartments of Beijing University are there. On March 22nd, Li Yang came here. The main thing is to sign a contract. He also has shares in One Liu Capital, and it's not a small amount, 20%. The other 7 rich ladies only have 80% in total, but Song Yu is the legal representative. That day, Li Yang met the legendary Xiu Mu for the first time. A very familiar young woman, with 2 kids. The 2 kids are only 2 or 3 years old, twins. She is the most active in the group on weekdays, because she is dedicated to taking care of the kids and is basically not busy with other things. Apart from that, there were Song Yu and Xiang Nu, and no one else in the rich ladies group came. Xiu Mu's eyes were always on Li Yang, but Xiang Nu next to her was more cautious, so she wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. After signing the contract, Li Yang asked, "How much money will come in this time?" Xiang Nu took out a table. "Zhang Bangsha will bring in 1.5 billion. The 7 of us will add up to 1.5 billion, and you will subscribe to 300 million, a total of 1.8 billion. There are also 700 million of our friends entering the market, which adds up to 4 billion. Whether to allocate funds depends on what Zhang Bangsha says." Li Yang asked, "Will other funds be added in the middle?" Xiang Nu, "It's hard to say." Li Yang knocked on the table, "Then let's just decide. No other funds are allowed to be added in the middle. Zhang Bangsha's contract is fine. In addition to taking away her own funds and profits, she can also take away part of the profits of the remaining funds. The specific profit is calculated based on the profit situation. If the profit is within 30%, there is no bonus. If the profit is 30% minus 50%, Zhang Bangsha can take 2% of the profit. If the profit is 50% minus 80%, Zhang Bangsha can take 5% of the profit. If the profit is 80% minus 120%, Zhang Bangsha can take 10% of the profit. For every 40% increase in profit in the future, Zhang Bangsha can take an additional 5% of the profit. Xiang Nu said, "Well, okay. But do you want to invest more money?" Forget it. 4 billion is more than enough. I guess she won't be able to handle more." Xiang Nu and the others helped subscribe to 300 million. Li Yang still has to pay it back. The main profit is the profit. The profit can be his, just like borrowing money. This is convenient. After finishing the discussion, Li Yang stood up and said, "I'll treat you sisters to a meal. Next, I'll trouble you sisters to take care of my girlfriend." Xiang Nu looked at him strangely and asked, "You don't want to invest money yourself? Do you think your girlfriend is unreliable? If she is unreliable, you should tell us earlier and we will withdraw some funds." "Hey, you are looking down on Master Jiang. His ability to trade is 100 times better than mine. But she lives in Beijing University. I'll have to trouble Sister Song to pick her up in the future. She has a poor sense of direction. I'm afraid she will get lost accidentally." At this time, Ziumu finally had the opportunity to speak and said with a smile, "Li Yang, you really spoil your girlfriend. Girlfriends are meant to be spoiled, right?" "Who said it wasn't?" Ziumu said these 2 sentences and didn't say much during the meal. After all, it was more noisy to bring 2 children. It was Song Yu who helped her share some of the pressure, otherwise she wouldn't even have time to eat. After dinner, Song Yu took Xiu Mu away, and Xiang Nu said, "She's gone. Why are you still staring at her? Isn't she just in better shape?" Li Yang eased the embarrassment with a smile, drank another sip of water, and said, "Why does she take the child with her when she goes out? Can't she leave it at home? You can hire a nanny to take care of it temporarily." "She's afraid." "Huh? What are you afraid of?" "She's afraid that the child's father will come and snatch the child away. He snatched the child away once a year ago, and then he sued to get it back, so no matter where she goes, she takes the child with her." 2 3-year-old children, but it's a big deal. Children of this age don't know anything, but they are particularly noisy. What's wrong? Look at you like this. Do you want to rescue them? They are interested in you, and they even put on makeup to go out today, Xiang Yu said with a smile. Do I have to do it? Can I be kind and sympathize with her? Kindness? It has nothing to do with you, Xiang Yu. I feel that you are prejudiced against me. I am a Beijing University student. How black-hearted can I be? You can look down on me, but you can't look down on the vision of Beijing University, right? Xiang Yu was really tormented by Li Yang's shameless energy. When he confronted Liu Yuhang at Peking University, he also put a big hat on others right away, stood on the commanding heights, and criticized others. If everyone plays like this with you, Who can say anything to you? He put on a few halos that he couldn't do anything about. Either Peking University or the victim is guilty, which means the whole world is guilty. What kind of background is this guy, and why is he so outrageous? People who have a bit of dignity really can't play such tricks as him. After Li Yang paid the bill, Xiangyu felt much better. It was the first time that he took advantage of this guy. The two got on the car, and Xiangyu sat in the driver's seat. Thanks to you, I made some money on the Green Water Group. Even if I get a sum of money from the company, I still have some extra money in my hands. You can continue to guide me with the rest, Li Yang hurriedly said. I'm lying down and not doing anything. I'll just wait for my girlfriend to take me flying. If you follow me, you may not get any soup. Wait, where are you taking me? This is not the direction back to Peking University. Come home with me and I'll give you a big gift. I guarantee you'll like it. Chapter 159, Desperately Wanting Answers to Questions. Actually, Li Yang really wanted to communicate with Xiangyu. Of course, it was to exchange experiences in raising children. He didn't have children in his previous life, but he planned to have two in this life. Because it was the first time they met, he didn't feel comfortable to start. He was very interested in children, but he was worried that he didn't have enough experience and wouldn't be a good parent. Now he is going back with Xiangyu to meet her parents. Meet her family. At some point, Xiangyu suddenly pulled her bun apart, and her hair spread directly on her shoulders. Her whole temperament changed all of a sudden. To be honest, I have classes in the afternoon, and I'm the monitor. Recently, the teacher of one of my classes has learned some bad habits from somewhere and started to call the roll. He also asked me, the monitor, to take the role, which is an offensive job. I really don't want to do it. After Li Yang complained, Xiangyu said, don't worry, I won't let you offend anyone. Why are you so timid? Li Yang was hinting at her, and she could definitely hear it. Really? That's good. My grades are controlled by the teacher. As long as I don't offend anyone, it's okay if it's hard. Who is the teacher? Your whole family is. We outsiders can't get along in Beijing. In Beijing, Li Yang is like going to America alone. No socializing, no need for social skills. The reason is that there is nothing that can use social skills at all, and you can't reach that level. Unlike in my hometown, there are many social skills and the corresponding social status is also high. Xiangyu smiled and said, what's wrong? Have you thought it through? Don't want to struggle anymore. Li Yang glanced at Xiangyu. To be honest, with his figure and appearance, it's okay if he doesn't want to struggle. Xiangyu has a good background. With connections, he will definitely be able to lie down. In ancient times, Li Yang would have to crawl over the threshold of the Zhao family. It's high. But now it's a new society. High thresholds are a bad habit and have been abolished long ago. But that thing is always there, in my heart. Xiangyu stopped the car, made a phone call, and then took Li Yang in. Li Yang thought he had entered the house. But in fact, he crossed several doors in a row and still didn't see anyone. Except for some servants cleaning the house and cleaning the flower garden and fish pond, he didn't see anyone serious. After walking for a while, Li Yang said, I feel like I can get lost in your house. Xiangyu explained, in fact, the area is not large, only 4 acres, but there are more corridors designed. Yes, only 4 acres. While talking, he had already walked to a side hall, and only then did he hear people talking. This kind of place with many rotating corridors has very good privacy. Unless you walk very close, the sound will basically be blocked by the rubbing. 2 young men, both of them looked to be under 30 years old. The two were originally in a casual posture, smoking and talking nonsense, but when they saw Xiangyu coming, they immediately became serious. He stood up with a smile and said, Sister is back. Well, I heard that you want to start a business? I specially invited a consultant for you to prevent you from wasting money. Xiangyu pointed at Li Yang. The two people's faces changed. Xiangyu had already taken Li Yang to sit down next to her, and the 2 men came to Xiangyu and said, Sister, are you meddling too much? Xiangyu was too lazy to respond, and explained to Li Yang on her own, my 2 cousins have suddenly wanted to set up a live broadcast platform recently, and would like to invite you, a big anchor, to come and give them some advice. Li Yang had heard some words before he came, but they were not good words. The 2 were just playing around, and they had no money in their hands, so they first asked for some funds from their family, and then raised funds in the market. They only wanted to make money, and nothing else mattered. Li Yang asked, "Is this something I can participate in?" Xiang Yu said, "What else? Sooner or later, the two of them will ask me for money, and I have to give an explanation for every penny I spend." Li Yang felt that this sentence contained a lot of information. The family will ask Xiang Yu for money in the future? Doesn't it mean that Xiang Yu has taken control of the family's financial power? She hasn't even graduated from college yet. A proper family throne. And setting up a live broadcast platform? Li Yang already understood what Xiang Yu said he was going to give as a gift. These two brothers, one is called Zhao Xianhua, the other is called Zhao Xian. They want to build a live broadcast platform, but they don't know Li Yang, the current number one on the live broadcast platform. He is the biggest anchor on the entire network. It can be seen that the two people's desire to build a live broadcast platform is fake, and their real desire to do something else is just bad luck. Now Xiang Yu is in charge of the money. Li Yang said, "I think a live broadcast platform is good. It is indeed the outlet of live broadcast at the moment." After he finished speaking, the two brothers were relieved a lot. "Sister, look, the professionals you invited have agreed, and we don't ask for much in the early stage. 20 million will be enough. After the platform is built, we can immediately raise funds. We have the contact information of several venture capitals. At that time, we will raise 200 million in the first round and 500 million in the second round." Xiang Yu's face became more and more ugly when he heard these words. "Who gave you 200 million? Who gave you 500 million? You think others are fools, right? You also built a platform. Do you know the live broadcast industry? The person in front of you is the biggest anchor in the entire network. You haven't even met him for a long time. How can you say that you are capable of doing well in this industry? Sister, please give us two brothers some face. Outsiders are here," Zhao Xian whispered. Although it was a bit embarrassing to be ridiculed by Xiang Yu, who let him be in charge of the financial power. The most important point is that there is not much money at home, but Xiang Yu has money. Whether he is willing to take out the money depends on Xiang Yu's mood. Xiang Yu said unhappily, "What face is there in doing business? No matter how big the face is, others will not give you hundreds of millions for no reason." After that, she looked at Li Yang. "Speak seriously, or I won't help you." This sentence confirmed Li Yang's guess. He smiled and said, "Actually, it's not that difficult to build a live streaming platform. If you start from scratch, it will definitely not be easy, but if you acquire an existing platform, the whole process will be much simpler. The existing platform has a complete architecture, and you only need to make slight changes in the operating strategy, and nothing else needs to be changed." Xiang Yu asked, "Which one do you think is better to acquire?" "Of course it's a certain fish. The valuation of the angel round of the certain fish was 200 million, and the valuation of the A round was 1 billion. Now it may be around 1.2 billion. There is a good opportunity to start now." Li Yang began to talk about the current predicament of a certain fish. The expenditure cannot cover the cost of attracting traffic. Traffic costs money. In the past, it could rely on the quality of live broadcasts to slowly make up for the shortfall in this area. But now, the top 10 anchors are drawing prizes all day long. Although the revenue has increased in the short term, the traffic attracted is all gamblers, and normal users can't watch it at all. After all, what kind of live broadcast content can an anchor who only knows how to draw prizes have? A certain fish has a very good foundation and has grabbed the front line of live broadcasts. Many of its operating strategies are extremely useful and groundbreaking at the moment. For example, they spent 20 million yuan to make people on the top of the game rankings change their names to include the prefix of a certain fish, which formed a trend. It even attracted many ordinary people to change their names. Over time, the reputation of a certain fish came out. A certain fish is now facing a great test. On the one hand, the drainage work is not going smoothly, and the next round of financing will definitely not get any high price. After all, capital looks at traffic, not the tens of millions of revenue you increase by gambling dogs. That thing is killing the chicken to get the eggs. On the other hand, it is the risk of the lottery. Zhao Xianhua and Zhao Xian were completely confused. Li Yang and Xiang Yu were chatting very seriously, like two weasels, plotting against other people's chicks. And the two brothers just wanted to get some money from their family to be cool and chic, open a live broadcast platform, and dig some female anchors to play with. They never thought about doing any career at all. With the Zhao family behind them, they can just lie down. Anyway, The Zhao family has never lacked the kind of strugglers. Look at Xiangyu, a junior college student, who has become the financial pillar of the family. Sister, Zhao Shine called out. Xiangyu asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Shine said a little embarrassedly, "Sister, you just talk too much? We brothers don't have enough ability, so we want to set up a small platform and sell it after making a little money. We can't manage a big company." From what they said, it seemed that they were going to spend hundreds of millions to get control of a certain fish. What business would they have with such a big company? All the dogs in the Zhao family knew that they were useless, and it was impossible for them to have much power. If they set up a small company, they could still get involved in finance. Xiangyu smiled and said, "The person sitting in front of you is a top student from Guangzhou School of Management of Peking University. Are you still afraid that no one can manage the company well?" Xiangyu continued, "You don't need to worry about management issues. Since you have already applied for the project with the family will definitely do its best to give you a platform to display your talents. Our next goal is to take down a certain fish. As for how to take it down, it depends on the two of you. Li Yang not only gave us ideas, but he will also be able to participate in the financing process in the future. He has paved all the way for you. By the way, the first batch of funds taken out by the family this time is 200 million, which is enough to prove how much the family values you. This is a price that no one can get. You must work hard." Zhao Xian and Zhao Xianhu were stunned. 200 million? Isn't this asking for their lives? They don't want that much? If they lose these 200 million, will the Zhao family still have a place for them? Even if they want to be salted fish, they are not qualified. Sister, please think about it again. We can't do this kind of work. Otherwise, just pretend we didn't say anything. We won't do any live streaming platform. Sponsor us a few million and we'll start a game leveling studio. They just want you to cheat a little money. A few million to 10 or 20 million is the most suitable range. Even if they lose everything, their family won't say anything." But Xiangyu refused directly. "Game leveling studio? If you tell others, everyone will laugh at our family. Anyway, this matter is settled. You two should talk to consultant Li Yang more. He will also be responsible for this matter." After saying this, Xiangyu got up and left. Li Yang was left with the two brothers looking at each other. But Xiangyu was really cruel. He even cheated his cousin. Of course, he also pulled Li Yang into the car. Li Yang came up willingly. After all, Li Yang was also eager to resolve the contract issue. No one else was suitable to come forward for this matter. The two brothers Zhao Xianhu and Zhao Shine were the most suitable. Even if there was a handle, they were just salted fish in the Zhao family. Whoever dared to attack them would just abandon these two salted fish. Generally, no one is willing to attack them, as the gains do not outweigh the losses. No one is jealous when the investment loses money. When they make money, even if they are jealous, they can only get rid of the two brothers, which will not affect the interests of the Zhao family. Zhao Shine came over. "Your name is Li Yang, right? Now there are only 3 of us brothers. Tell me honestly, what is your relationship with my sister? Are you her boyfriend?" Li Yang smiled. "No matter whether it is or not, this thing has to be done. 2 brothers, let's add wedget, and remember to contact me anytime if you have any problems in the future." Half an hour later, Li Yang walked to the door. Xiangyu was already waiting in the car. He got in the car, and Xiangyu drove towards Beijing University. While driving, Xiangyu asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied with the gift I gave you?" Li Yang asked, "Do you like Maoyu?" Xiangyu, "Hey, isn't this for your contract? If you can get Maoyu, you won't be afraid of anything. After all, you helped me make a lot of money, and I must give you something back, right?" Li Yang, "Right. You just want to use me. You are a young girl, how can you be so dark? It's okay to use me, but Zhao Xianhu and Zhao Shine are your close brothers, and you actually let them do this kind of thing." The next job of the two brothers is actually very simple. That is to sue Maoyu, and even use the identity of the Zhao family to completely define the lottery for Maoyu as gambling, and the funds involved are huge. Forcing Chenji to sell his shares. Otherwise, Maoyu will be completely ruined. If it were someone else, Li Yang would definitely not help. But Chenji? That's great. I miss the feeling of Xiangyu chasing me and calling me boss. Damn, why is he so strange now? Master Zhang was still a good Xiangyu. He was not embarrassed at all when being exposed, and said seriously, "Actually, I was just a small role in the family. Compared with the two brothers, I was not much better. Because the financial situation of my family is not very good, I basically only have tens of thousands of pocket money every month. I am not like Song Yu and the others who can get a large breakup fee. The 10 million in my hand is basically saved little by little in the past 5 or 6 years. I saved more in the first 2 years after returning to Beijing. At that time, everyone gave me money to spend, and then it became less. Breakup fee. Otherwise, do you think Song Yu would have tens of millions? Her ex-boyfriend came from an unusual family. Later, Song Yu became pregnant, and the man's family gave her more than 50 million to abort the child. What about Xiumu? How did she give birth to the child? Xiumu's family didn't agree, and she broke up with her family. The man's family was rich and gave her 100 million. Damn, 100 million? She spent it all? I saw that there were only a few million left in her account at the beginning. Xiumu likes to buy gold and jade, so she has some family assets, but she doesn't want to cash them out and wants to keep them for her son. 100 million seems like a lot, but there's not much left when it comes to luxury goods. Are all the people in the group the same? They're all the same. Either the man doesn't agree, or the woman doesn't agree. Basically, they got pregnant when they were young and got a breakup fee. Li Yang, your circle is really messy. But those who can give a breakup fee of tens of millions are not small shrimps. No wonder Xiang Yu has always said that the people in the rich women's group are complicated. Either they have an awesome ex-husband's family or an awesome ex-boyfriend's family. Who dares to touch them? Wouldn't they be hunted down if they touched them? After all, for truly awesome people, even if they are divorced, they are not something that others can pick up. Seeing that Li Yang was silent, Xiang Yu suddenly asked, "What's wrong? Who did you get involved with?" "Well, I haven't put it on yet." Xiang Yu slammed the brakes and looked at Li Yang with a serious expression, only to find that Li Yang was also looking at her with a smile. Immediately, she knew she had been fooled. "Why are you so nervous?" Li Yang asked. We're at Beijing University, bye-bye. No matter what, I still want to thank you for this gift." Although Xiang Yu suspected that he was using him, he was indeed helping him. Liu Hangshan was very busy. He reached an agreement with the people of Zhensheng capital. He would not smash the stock at the opening, but would run slowly during the trading session and make more money. The current market value of Lushu Group is only more than 3 billion yuan, and they are definitely losing money. Basically, the opening price is 1 or 2 points lower every day, and it slowly goes down during the trading session until the end of the trading session, directly hitting the limit. As a result, after a few days of such operation, there were no retail investors willing to take the chips. Not only that, the retail investors who were cheated before began to smash them at any cost. Zhensheng capital investors, mainly Zhang Dashan, have not found Wen Zhensheng yet, and don't know where that guy has gone. Of course, after a few days of investigation, they knew about Li Yang and some of Li Yang's conflicts with Zhensheng capital. At this time, a group of investors sat together to discuss what to do about this matter. After all, that money is basically more than 2/3 of the cash in the hands of this group of people, and no one can afford such a huge loss. Fuck Wen Zhensheng, I will kill him if I find him. If you ask me, that Li Yang is an accomplice. We can definitely find Li Yang directly. Someone in the office cursed and said a few words. Zhang Dasheng is a middle-aged man in his 40s. He runs a small business in Jiangbei, which is not large in scale. There are only a few restaurants. The business has been good in recent years and he has saved tens of millions of cash. He was brought to Zhensheng capital by a friend. Zhensheng capital did well in the past few years, and basically had a return rate of 10% to 20% every year. They gradually trusted Wen Zhensheng. He frowned, left a meeting room, and called Li Yang directly. This was a decision he made after considering for a long time. After all, selling stocks in the secondary market all day is not a solution. Now it can't sell 2 million a day, and the retail investors in it are completely dead. Even the stocks of Green Water Group are no longer worth trading. Li Yang? I'm Zhang Dashan from Zhensheng Capital. Of course, I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask you how much you know about Wen Zhensheng. If you can provide us with some clues, we will definitely reward you handsomely. Zhang Dashan didn't want to blame Li Yang. He was a Beijing University student and richer than himself. It was meaningless to force him to refuse. Okay, sorry to bother you. By the way, thank you for reminding us before. Otherwise the entire Zhengsheng capital would definitely be emptied. At least it helped us recover tens of millions of losses. I'm going to Beijing in 2 days. If it's convenient, I'll treat you to a meal. Okay, I'll contact you then. Zhang Dashan hung up the phone. It was about his tens of millions, and he had to get it back no matter what. After the remaining Zhengsheng capital was divided, he probably wouldn't have even 1 million in his hands. He didn't know if it would work. Li Yang said there was no news, but he didn't believe it. So he tentatively asked Li Yang to have a meal, and Li Yang agreed. This is good news, but it's probably not suitable to talk on the phone. He had no plans to go to Beijing at all, but now the last week of March is over and April has arrived. The weather in Beijing is getting hotter, and some people have even started wearing cool clothes. Master Li, I've cleared my positions. Starting next week, I'll go to work at Wanliu capital, then I'll go with you every day in the future. Although Li Yang didn't have this idea, he had to say it. Zhang Bangsha quickly said, No, Sister Song will come to pick me up. Also, I told my mom that I won't trade stocks anymore and will go to school with peace of mind. You mustn't let it slip, this is a bit difficult. You know, I never lie, and I'm even more honest with my elders. Just tell me what you want. Hush money. Zhang Bangsha couldn't answer for a while. After Li Yang announced their relationship, she and Li Yang no longer had those intimate actions. Even though Li Yang would come to give her a massage, she never overtimed again. I'm already at the door of your apartment, Zhang Bangsha. She put down the phone, walked to the door silently, and opened it. Li Yang walked in, closed the door immediately, and then reached out to hug Zhang Bangsha. I didn't move. It has nothing to do with me, Zhang Bangsha spoke quickly. Yes, it's all my fault. I forced you. Master Jiang's small lips were particularly comfortable to kiss, tender and fragrant. Zhang Bangsha was very happy to be able to trade private equity. She had never enjoyed such a life. So she thanked Li Yang. If it were someone else, they would definitely not be able to do this. After a while, she hugged Li Yang's face, looked into Li Yang's eyes, and asked again a question she had asked before. Master Li, if I can't get married in the future, will you marry me? She was very serious and hoped to get an answer. Chapter 160. I haven't figured out the second step yet. This was the second time Zhang Bangsha asked this question. She didn't get a response the last time and fell asleep quickly. This time she was very sober. What? And if, you said it yourself. If you can't get married, then you mean that you might still marry someone else. There's no if. Tell me now. Zhang Bangsha jumped directly onto Li Yang, forcing him to answer quickly. Li Yang rubbed his lips and said, You said there is no if, then I definitely have no choice. Even if you are old and ugly by then, I can only agree. Why would I be old and ugly? It's not a long time. Studying in college is different from working. Working will be very energy-consuming and anxious. In a few years, you will be old and ugly, but I will still be handsome by then. There will definitely be a lot of girls chasing me. No, then you come and pinch me. When I make enough money, I will start to pay you. Then how much will you pay me every month? 500,000. No, 5 million. Okay, only Zhang Bangsha has the confidence to say that he will give himself 5 million every month. If it is 60 million a year, Zhang Bangsha can now pay him for 25 years, and he can retire a little bit. Wife, don't make too much, just make another 30 to 50 billion, and leave some money for others. Okay, Zhang Bangsha felt a little guilty. But if she robbed it, she could not rob other things, but Master Li was definitely going to be robbed. Master Li, shout again so I can hear you. In April, Zhang Bangsha left the market, and it was time for Li Yang to leave as well. This month, after the brokerage firm surged at the beginning of the month, it will begin to fall back. It has fallen back by nearly 30 points from the highest point, and even if it is counted from the first trading day of the month, it will fall back by nearly 23 points. Li Yang could not remember clearly, but he knew that the brokerage firm was doomed. Even if there would be a rebound in May, the rebound would not be small. The frenzy of A shares would still be crazy even if the brokerage firm fell. But Li Yang did not need to be crazy. He slowly transferred all his funds to CSR, and waited for the merger at the end of April with peace of mind. After the merger, he should withdraw the funds. Because many places have to spend money. It was all Bai Qing's fault. He had never thought of doing business in the real economy. But the real economy is really awesome. No wonder the industrial tycoons with billions can be on par with the internet tycoons with tens of billions. Internet tycoons with hundreds of billions of dollars are very respectful to industrial tycoons with 1 or 2 billion. Just like a relative named Lee said, with a gun in hand, the back is hard. Honey, I released a new song again, and there is also a special edition customized for you. The weather in Jiangcheng has warmed up in the past 2 days, and Bai Qing put on her suspenders again. I really didn't dare to wear it before, because Jiangcheng was not only cold, but also had no heating. Li Yang secretly admired it in bed. After appreciating it, he must comment on it. Have you gained weight recently, Bai Qing? No, I'm still the same weight as before, 104 pounds. Why do I feel a little fatter, Bai Qing? How do you feel it? I just estimated it visually. No, you're 21 years old, you shouldn't still be growing, right? Oh, I'm only 18. Of course. It could also be that my husband has a good technique. Wait a minute, what's wrong? A minute later, Li Yang said, okay, Bai Qing. So fast, husband, what do you mean by fast? The bed in the dormitory is too small. If I were at home, I wouldn't even need a minute. Don't do that, or I'll have to change positions later. The bed was too small, and it accidentally hit the wall. Li Yang could only turn around. Then, husband, do you want to make a phone call? Come on. Li Yang and Bai Qing really hadn't called each other for a long time. After all, everyone was busy, and it was good to chat for a few minutes every day. They mainly talked about the small shareholders of Lefshu Group, which are still under trial. After all, the matter involves a wide range of people, even the neighboring county is implicated. However, Yi Baicheng is definitely the biggest beneficiary. He has just been transferred here for more than a year and has been promoted. Li Yang sorted out the timeline and found that when He Jian and others were arrested in the previous life, this group of people had already left. And it was exactly the same as the 24 years that Bai Jingxun said. In other words, Bai Jingxun still avenged his son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter 3 years later. However, it doesn't make much sense anymore. And it can't change Li Yang's opinion of him, just a piece of trash. In the end, it was just a few dogs killed, but the owner didn't have a problem. Bai Qing was just waiting for the result at home. Even the previous shareholder Sun Jianjin paid to buy back the villa that Bai Qing had sold and gave it to Bai Qing. But Bai Qing didn't want it. But it has been renamed. Although Sun Jianjin didn't participate, he is also a vested interest. But he did help a lot. If he hadn't taken the lead in selling the chips, Zhencheng Capital wouldn't have been so trapped, and Li Yang wouldn't have made so much money. He might have lost a lot. Sun Jianjin directly mobilized all the funds in his hands and made a lot of money in the market for a month. Donkey rose 205% in March because Donkey acquired a securities company and officially became the first internet securities company, completely leaving Flush behind. Of course, Sun Jianjin also cashed out more than 300 million because of his own sense of interest, otherwise those shares would not be worth anything now. Last month, the entire securities sector rose by 93%. Jiang Bangsha stuffed more than 1 billion yuan into Donkey, and finally paid off all the financing, leaving 1.6 billion yuan. Anyway, Li Yang couldn't stuff so much in. Putting 500 million or 600 million in one stock was already his limit. April 2nd. Li Yang met Zhang Dashing in a tea house at the school gate. The two met for the first time, but they were not strangers to each other. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li, please sit down. After Zhang Dashing asked Li Yuan to sit down, he said with a relaxed look, Beijing University is really worthy of its reputation. It can produce a person like Mr. Li. Li Yang waved his hand quickly. Mr. Zhang is too flattering. I have always been proud to be admitted to Beijing University, and this is also the most memorable thing in my life. Mr. Li is too modest. I know some students from Beijing University, and even my relatives' children graduated from here, but compared with Mr. Li, it seems too common. Zhang Dashing and his team could not find much information. They only knew that Li Yang took out more than 300 million to buy shares of Lushu Group, and Li Yang's family was ordinary. In theory, he could not afford so much money. Moreover, Li Yang finally cashed out more than 400 million. Even if the more than 300 million before was borrowed, Li Yang should be worth more than 100 million now. Not to mention that he is a professional player, and his live broadcast contract is often tens of millions. Anyway, It is much better than him who runs a restaurant. The most important point is that he is only 19 years old. Zhang Dashan had to show respect to a young man who had lived for more than 40 years but was not as good as him. Li Yang took the initiative to pour tea for Zhang Dashan, who stood up slightly to thank him. Li Yang said, "Boss Zhang, you came here this time, probably for Zhensheng capital, right? Haha, I can't hide it from Boss Li, that's true, Li Yang. I really don't know about Wang Zhensheng, but he probably didn't leave the country through normal channels, otherwise there wouldn't be no trace left. Yes, we all called the police, and we really didn't find Wang Zhensheng's entry and exit information, and the money can't be traced now." Li Yang took out the world map that he had prepared long ago, drew a line on it, and said, "If Boss Zhang has any connections, he can check this line. But this is just my personal guess. Wang Zhensheng and I are rivals, and you can't tell me this." Zhang Dashan took the map and looked at it. "Wow, this line is long enough. First leave the country, then take a flight to Ecuador, then cross the Rhine forest, and finally enter the territory of Laomo." Li Yang was really unsure whether Wang Zhensheng would take this route, because it was too difficult. However, he didn't have much time to prepare at the time. If he took another route, he would most likely be intercepted directly. If he couldn't get a visa, it would be unlikely that he would go directly to a certain country. At most, he had a lot of money in his hands, so he didn't have to work as hard as taking the route, but there were some places that he had to go. Although the concept of taking the route existed at present, it was not well known, and it was impossible to find out without a little effort. For Wang Zhensheng, America was the only place he could go, and it was not so easy to sneak into other places. He had so much money on him, it was impossible for him to go to a backward area, so he had to be cool. Zhang Dashan put away the map. Although he didn't have the ability, other investors might not. Whether it was useful or not, at least there was a direction to track down. He knew that the matter was not over yet. Li Yang met him and gave him such a gift right away, so there must be something else to talk about. He drank tea patiently. As a result, Li Yang was more patient than him. Anyway, the school was next to him, and Li Yang was like at his doorstep. Zhang Dashan at least had the time cost. At worst, a hotel costs hundreds of yuan a night, and wasting a few hours here is equivalent to losing hundreds of yuan in room fees. If Zhang Dashan had booked a more expensive hotel, he would have lost more. While he was drinking tea leisurely, he was thinking about Liu Zhengxin. He had been deducing what Liu Zhengxin was doing at this time. After all, he lost 1 billion yuan, and he must make up for it. Otherwise, although the 1 billion yuan is not fatal, it will also make him fall into a quagmire. How can he bear it? At present, everyone is speculating in stocks. After all, the market has broken through 4,500 points. The aunties who buy vegetables in the vegetable market are talking about stocks. The wealth of the country is rapidly gathering in the stock market. At this time, if he wants to make up for the 1 billion yuan deficit, Li Yang doesn't believe that he will not run into the stock market. Moreover, Zhang Bangsha said that Liu Yuhang asked someone to ask her to take Liu Yuhang to speculate in stocks, but she refused. This further confirmed his guess. It is likely that Liu Zhengxin has joined the game. The market has been good during this period, and he probably made some money. If he leaves the market recently, he might really be able to revitalize it. After all, who made it happen that there was a bull market at this time? He couldn't let Liu Zhengxin use Zhang Dashan's patience, which was finally exhausted. He was the first to speak. Mr. Li, the information you provided to us is indeed something we hadn't thought of before, and it can be regarded as a great help to us. We can't let you help us for nothing. If you have anything, you can tell us. Li Yang came back to his senses. I'm fine, it's just that the scenery outside the window is nice, and anyway, tea has been ordered, so I want to drink it first. Zhang Dashan frowned. In fact, he could probably guess it. Who did Wang Zhensheng team up with to deal with him? Liu Zhengxin. However, Liu Zhengxin is indeed a figure in Jiangbei, and there is still a big gap between him and Liu Zhengxin. In this matter, even if he can help, it will be very troublesome. It is not a wise choice to offend Liu Zhengxin. After such a long time of review, they can see that all this is a trap set by Li Yang, and Liu Zhengxin has to get involved for some reason, and also expose the affair between Li Yang and his girlfriend. It was basically equivalent to declaring war in person. Li Yang had reason to hold a grudge against Liu Zhengxin. Zhang Dashan smiled and said, Mr. Li, if it is related to Fuguan Group, I can't do anything about it. Regarding the clues you provided, I will find someone to investigate as soon as possible. As long as Wang Junsheng can be found and the funds recovered are recovered, I can give you 20% as consulting fees, Li Yang said. Mr. Zhang, it's still unclear how much money can be recovered. Even if Wang Junsheng is found, it's normal not to get the money. After all, Wang Junsheng's money must not be taken out through formal channels, so a big discount will be required. Does Mr. Li have any other way? Li Yang's eyes were sharp, and he said with a smile, yes, we will join forces to swallow up Fuguang Group, and the lost money will be made up. Right, what? Zhang Dashen's hand holding the teacup trembled. Fuguang Group has been around for so many years, and it is a group company worth billions. Why should Li Yang swallow it? Li Yang hurriedly comforted him, don't get excited, Mr. Zheng. Fuguang Group is actually very easy to deal with. You just need to take over 40% of the shares held by Liu Zhengshan, and then buy a little more to control the company, Zhang Dashen said. Mr. Li, you underestimate Liu Zhengshan. Even if he lost 1 billion this time, he would not sell his shares. Besides, the entire Fuguang Group is his confidant, and it is almost impossible to control the company. Li Yang said calmly, nothing is impossible. As long as Mr. Zheng can cooperate, I guarantee that you can make more than 200 million in profits from this transaction. And you don't have to worry about Liu Zhengshan's shares. I can take them down myself, please advise me, Mr. Li. Zhang Dashen didn't know what Li Yang wanted to do, so he was ready to listen first. Li Yang said, the news that Liu Zhengshan lost 1 billion should not have spread yet, right? Well, it is true. We will not deliberately spread this, Zhang Dashen nodded. Li Yang, the 1 billion he borrowed was actually pledged as stocks, and the interest rate is not low, and he can't pay it back, so what? At most, he can pay it back slowly, and he doesn't need to sell his shares. Zhang Dashen still felt it was not enough. But the problem is that he borrowed more than 1 billion. If he simply borrowed 1 billion from the bank, I believe he could patch up a few hundred million to pay it back, and after lowering the interest rate, the income and expenditure would be balanced. But in fact, he prepared 1.5 billion, Li Yang already knew about the 500 million, and Liu Zhengshan's hope of turning things around was on the 500 million. Although he didn't know how much capital Liu Zhengshan had, he definitely couldn't take out 500 million in cash. It was possible to sell all the houses and cars to get 500 million, but cash? No hope. Of the 500 million, at least 200 million should be borrowed. As long as he spread the news, the creditors of the 200 million would definitely ask Liu Zhengshan for money. Either Liu Zhengshan cut his losses and left the market at this time, pay back the money, and pay back the subsequent debts slowly. Or Liu Zhengshan would go all out to gain greater benefits and resolve the crisis at once. He could accept the former, as Liu Zhengshan would not be comfortable anyway. He could accept the latter even more. After all, this was a market of 4,500 points, and Liu Zhengshan would definitely use leverage. The more he insisted, the closer he would be to bankruptcy. And he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Zhang Dashen frowned. If there were an extra 500 million, it would indeed be more complicated for Liu Zhengshan, but it would still not be a dead end. Li Yang said, I hope that President Zheng can go back to Jiangbei to help me spread the word about this. If Liu Zhengshan pays back the other money and repays part of the bank with his entire fortune, then I will treat it as if I had never said anything about this, and the map will be given to President Zheng for free. If Liu Zhengshan doesn't, then we will start the second step then, Zhang Dashen nodded. He had no reason not to agree. It was just a message, in exchange for this map, and there was no loss at all. But he still asked, what is the second step? Well, I said I haven't thought about it yet. Does Mr. Zheng believe it? Zhang Dashen knew that this was just Li Yang's excuse. Haven't thought about it yet? If you haven't thought about it, you won't be so confident. After the two separated, Li Yang went to Songyu to bring a meal to Jiang Bangsha. Because today is Saturday. When he came to Jiang Bangsha, he found that she was reviewing the market. After all, managing tens of billions of funds is different from managing more than 10 billion funds. Before she had more than 10 billion, the funds she operated every day were still only a few hundred million. A few hundred million is the limit of personal operation, which does not mean that Jiang Bangsha is not good. While eating fried rice, Jiang Bangsha's lips were greasy. She raised her head and asked, Master Li, let me see your positions. What? Do you want to steal my skills? Yeah, there are still more than 10 billion funds that can't be arranged, and I can't pick the right stocks." Hearing this, Li Yang opened his mobile phone and showed her the position interface. Li Yang has also removed all leverage. At this time, leveraged funds have no great significance, but are a burden. The interest rates for financing are crazy now, and the brokerage firms dare to ask for 18 basis points. Damn, how much money does he make? It turns out that it is all earned by others. It is said that the interest rate for over-the-counter financing has been raised to 36 basis points, and it is still in short supply. Zhang Bangsha took a look at the data and was stunned. Li Yang's full warehouse is 2 billion? The last time I checked, it was only 1.2 billion, and 400 million of it was financing. Now there is no financing, but the funds are even more terrifying. What are you looking at? The funds are wrong. Oh, I put all my money into one account. It's easy to operate. Actually, there's not much. This is not enough to spend. Then I'll make more money. Master Li has put all his money into CNR and CSR. It just so happens that the market value is large, so I'll follow. Li Yang immediately emphasized, "This is what you see yourself. I don't recommend stocks." Zhang Bangsha laughed. "Master Li, I found that you are very similar to an online writer. That guy said in the group all day that he doesn't recommend stocks, doesn't accept disciples, and doesn't sell courses. He recommends stocks secretly under the name of sharing transactions." Li Yang, well, it's my dad. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. I am a Beijing University student and my morality has been tested by the organization. Master Zhang, there have been rumors recently that off-site financing will be cracked down. Many securities firms provide financing through trust products, and they are also targets of crackdown. So, yeah, I know, I won't go into securities firms. In any case, as long as this sign appears, securities firms should avoid it first. Because brokerage firms are interest-earning projects, and the incremental funds are not large, there is no point in operating brokerage firms. Li Yang felt relieved when he heard this. Brokerage firms are killed by the system, and it has nothing to do with whether they operate or not. Even if there is a rebound next month, it will only rebound by 2 or 3 points, which is not enough for large funds to move back and forth. Other stocks still have more than a month of market, but it depends on the operation at that time. Li Yang is worried that Zhang Bangsha is used to smooth sailing and may not be able to foresee the risks. In this bull market, everyone's risk awareness will be diluted by the rising stocks. How many bigwigs have failed in this round of bull market? This round of bull market has basically overturned most of the trading models. Even bigwigs can only go with the flow. Liu Hangshan has done nothing recently. He just stares at the market every day and reads the news on the internet. He went all in on Donkey, regardless of whether he could get it in. Anyway, even if it opened 13 points higher, he would still enter the market. Anyway, even if he lost money today, it will definitely rise again tomorrow. Then, from his entry to now, more than a dozen trading days have passed, and today is April 6th, Wednesday. The brokerage firm in his hands has risen by more than 20 points. He has made a total of 300 million. This feeling of making money is so good. He even feels that he has become a stock god. What's the point of doing real industry? Isn't it better to trade stocks? At this time, his cell phone rang. It was an old friend who lent him more than 30 million yuan. "Lao Feng, how come you have time to call me today? Do you want to go out for a drink together?" Liu Hangshan was in a good mood. If he continued to make money for a while, he would not only be able to make up for all his losses, but he might also be able to make more money than he could accumulate in his entire life in the industry. But as he listened, his face changed. "Lao Feng, who did you listen to? I have a healthy amount of funds here. I just saw the bull market and wanted to enter the market for fun. If I really lose money, can I still pay you back? Just keep your heart in your stomach. We have been friends for so many years. How can you not understand me? I am not good at stock trading, but my son is amazing. He's from the School of Economics of Peking University. If you don't believe me, come to my house and see how I made 300 million in just half a month." Chapter 161 seems a bit familiar. Chen Ji, CEO of a certain fish, was taken away again. However, this time, Liu Hangshan did not come to protect him, because he was taken away in Beijing. He came to Beijing on a business trip and was targeted as soon as he arrived. He was still staying in a hotel, but then the problem came. The two brothers Zhao Xianhu and Zhao Xian used themselves as bait to draw millions of yuan on the certain fish platform in the past few days. Then they got the news and called the police as soon as Chen Ji came to Beijing. The police in Jiangbei may not be accepted, but in Beijing, it is definitely their territory. As victims, the two produced various evidences, including the anchor's words to induce them to draw the lottery, and even the function of adding lottery codes. The website even launched gifts specifically for the lottery. Chen Ji came to Beijing to discuss financing with a Beijing institution, but he got into trouble before he even met the person. In the face of so much evidence, it was useless for him to quibble. But if he didn't quibble, the charge would be too big. Privately set up a casino. The amount involved is huge. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, that is, he should not come to Beijing. If he was in Jiangbei, he could find someone to help him. Liu Hangshan has great power in the local area. That night, the media exposed the news that a certain fish was suspected of opening a casino. There are too many small media on the internet. Zhao Xianhu and Zhao Xian even bought a hot search directly. 24 hours later, Chen Ji came out, but when he saw the public opinion on the internet and the bail documents in his hand, his whole brain went blank. He tried his best to distance himself from the matter, but in the end he had to go to Jiangbei to cooperate with the investigation. The case had already been filed in Beijing, and Jiangbei could no longer intervene. As soon as he returned to Jiangbei, he called Liu Hangshan. "Boss Liu, please save me. I was arrested in Beijing, and they need to investigate further." Liu Hangshan asked, "What do you mean? How did you get arrested?" "They said that our live lottery is a form of opening a casino. They don't have much evidence at the moment, and they will have to come to the company to collect evidence next." Chen Ji placed his hope on Liu Hangshan, hoping that Liu Hangshan could say hello to Jiangbei, and let Jiangbei come forward to say hello to Beijing. He can make corrections, but he must not confirm the charges. After hearing this, Liu Hangshan also became worried. After all, he had to help Chen Ji, otherwise what if this guy bites back after he goes in? Liu Hangshan thought that nothing would happen to him in Jiangbei, but reputation was also important. Mr. Chen, don't worry. Tell me the details. I will try my best to help. Yes, Beijing. Chen Ji told him what was going to happen next. For example, he was on his way back to Jiangbei. He had to cooperate with Beijing to retrieve data. The back-end data lottery flow was quite scary, because even if someone won the prize, they would continue to invest the prize money. The daily lottery flow was tens of millions, but not much actually went to the platform. He knew that the drainage effect was not good, and wanted to use the revenue flow to attract investment, otherwise he would not come to Beijing. As for the funds that Liu Hangshan had promised before, he hadn't seen it yet anyway. So he didn't dare charge it. After listening, Liu Hangshan said, "I'm not very familiar with Beijing, but I will say hello to Jiangbei. I think they will give me face. We'll make some corrections afterwards. As for that guy Li Yang, let him get rid of him and let him take the blame." Chen Ji's face was very ugly, and he said helplessly, "Boss Liu, that Li Yang is as cunning as a loach. So far, all the lottery proceeds have not been withdrawn. Not only that, his live lottery was done by me arranging staff to use their authority to do it for him. I have paid him millions of bonuses and asked him to reimburse him, but he refused to admit that he did the live lottery and said that he had never withdrawn the funds in the background. Why is this dog so vigilant?" Liu Hangshan cursed. "He is in a mess now, all thanks to Li Yang." Zhensheng Capital knew that Wang Zhensheng had run away, and it was Li Yang who told them. What does this mean? It means that Li Yang knew very well that Wang Zhensheng had cheated him of his money. He even asked someone to investigate Wang Zhensheng's call records. A few days before he ran away, he had a call with Li Yang. If there was no evidence, he would have wanted to sue Li Yang directly. Chen Ji regretted it now. Noi was originally a critical moment to grab traffic, and he was fooled by the background resources promised by Liu Hangshan. Now there is no background and no money. Chen Ji was very worried when he did this at the beginning. However, Liu Hangshan assured him that as long as he was in Jiangbei, this little thing would not have any impact on him at all. He put aside his doubts and did it, and what was the result? Mr. Liu, you must help me. A small person like me is really easy to be crushed to death by others. The essence of doing internet is to play a model and concept. The entire MOA has only a few employees, not as many as the staff in Liu Hangshan's office. To put it bluntly, Moyu is not qualified to enter the GDP calculation method, while Fuguan Group is a serious output company. The capital correlation of real industry is very strong. From raw materials to production, and then to sales, each link basically distributes profits evenly. Internet companies are different. There is no purchase. They just let countless people consume and eventually gather the income into the hands of the top anchors. Even for Teo Bao, the funds are gathered towards the top. If an internet company does not reach more than 10 billion, basically no one will take it seriously. Liu Hangshan said, Mr. Chen, don't worry, I will definitely not let you get into trouble. Also, the 100 million promised before will be transferred to your account in a while. He is not going to play with Li Yang for the time being. He will make money first. If he doesn't make money, his son will not be able to hold his head up in college. Li Yang, that bastard, doesn't even know the rule of not exposing someone's shortcomings when scolding him. With Mr. Liu's words, I feel relieved. Yeah, don't worry, Liu Hangshan was at home, looking at his stock account. After the news that the market allocation behavior would be strictly regulated, the securities sector fell collectively, especially Dongke, which he held a large position, which fell directly by 9 points. This almost reduced the money Liu Hangshan earned during this period to zero. He earned 20 points from 100 yuan, which is 120, and from 120 to 9 points. The funds were only 109. The good market conditions that lasted for half a month were directly hit to zero, and he worked in vain. Now he only made 9 points in total. If the market drops again tomorrow, he suddenly began to panic. If he lost this money, he would not be able to make up for it even if he went bankrupt. Is the stock he pledged worth 1 billion? It is worth it, but if he can't come up with the cash, it will not be worth 1 billion when it enters the judicial auction process. It may be 600 million or 700 million. He took a closer look at the forum of Dongke. Many people were discussing that the bad news today was over and it would definitely rebound tomorrow. After all, except for securities companies, other stocks are still rising today. Liu Hangshan suppressed his temper and decided to endure it. After calling his acquaintances, he didn't care. He thought that Chen Ji would not have a big problem. The next day, he got up very early and waited anxiously for the opening. When the market officially opened, his heart was finally at ease. Dongke opened 3 points higher. Although there was no breakthrough throughout the day, the highest was only 5 points, but the trading volume was very high. In the forum, it means that there are enough turnovers, which means that the market has not collapsed. Some people's trading model is to look at turnovers, because turnover represents the strength of funds at a certain position. At the close, Dongke almost did not rise, the same as the opening position, and he ate and drank for free all day. On the same day, he received feedback, saying that Zhang Bei had already had a face-to-face exchange with Beijing, and the two sides had a pleasant exchange, which showed that it was still very useful, and it seemed that there was no problem in keeping Chen Ji. Liu Hangshan called Chen Ji and told him about the situation here. Chen Ji was full of joy. After he came back, the people arranged by Beijing also arrived at the same time. When those people wanted to investigate the data, he was still unsure. With Liu Hangshan's words, he also saw the people from Jiangbei communicating with the people from Beijing. Although he didn't know what the two sides exchanged, they didn't give each other this little face? That's impossible. He was hesitant before, but now he is open to let Beijing check. Anyway, he has someone above him. After the Beijing side collected the data, they told Chen Ji not to go out recently, because he was now in the stage of awaiting trial and needed to wait for a call at any time to cooperate with the investigation. Chen Ji agreed without hesitation, and he breathed a sigh of relief after the people left. It's all right. It seems that Liu Hangshan's big and thick legs are still useful. He can't find such a relationship on weekdays, and even if he does, people won't help. Times have changed now, and it's not popular to give money. On April 20th, Li Yang barely fulfilled the live broadcast contract. Chen Ji approached him many times to discuss the renewal of the contract, but he didn't agree. And today happened to be Friday. He got up at 4:30 in the morning, started the silent live broadcast, ended the live broadcast at 6:30, and washed up with his roommate. During class, the four kings in their dormitory always grabbed the seats in the last row in advance. Li Yang took Li Lui's mobile phone and chatted for him. Guang Chenlin is really hard to deal with. She looks like a dead green tea, and Lui is obsessed with her. Li Yang is almost impatient now. If he can't get it done in a few days, he will just look at the legs. After chatting with Louis and the other two for a while, he came over and asked, "Brother Yang, when will we close the net this time?" Li Yang took a look at the chat history and said, "When Guang Chenlin comes out for dinner, we will close the net." This dead green tea, it was obviously her who hooked up with Louis, but now she has to fight to get a dinner date. Louis came over and found that something was wrong with the chat history. Li Yang had already started talking about meeting other seniors. "Brother Yang. Damn. What did you talk about?" Li Yang said, "Let's use some drastic measures. If this dead green tea girl doesn't come out, we will just show our cards and stop playing with her. I don't even have this much patience for my own girlfriend. If it weren't for you treating us to dinner on Saturday, I would have quit long ago." Louis hurriedly advised, "Brother Yang, calm down. You are a love mentor. How can we live without you? Don't worry, I promise to arrange the lunch party tomorrow, only you are young and sensible." Li Yang continued to chat with Gong Chenlin. In Gong Chenlin's dormitory, Song Xiaoli saw the obviously provocative words sent by Li Yang and immediately got angry. The person who shared a dormitory with Li Yang was really not a good person. It's only been a few days. It's only been more than 2 months since we met. He started using this trick? Next, are you going to see legs and breasts? Get a room? Is this a serious relationship? How green tea is this sentence that he whispered to Louis? Senior, are you free for dinner on Sunday? I wanted to make an appointment on Saturday, but a senior made an appointment with me in advance on Saturday, so it's not appropriate for me to break the appointment. But if you want, Saturday is fine, and you'll be the priority. Damn, why doesn't this dead scumbag die? She found Gong Chenlin, who was writing a paper, and said, "Linlin, I don't want to chat anymore. I get upset when I see this guy Louis." Guang Chenlin hurriedly comforted her, "Thank you for your hard work, but you still help me chat? At the very least, you have to wait until I finish writing your paper." "Right, okay. Guang Chenlin was relieved to see Song Xiaoli return to his seat to continue chatting. The reason she didn't dare to chat was that she felt that Louis was really amazing, especially good at chatting, and had a special sense of humor. She felt that she would definitely be exposed if she talked. She didn't know if she liked Louis, but she really wanted to play escape room with Louis. For people like her who are socially anxious, the social way of hunting for novelty is really attractive. It's a pity that I'm busy with my paper recently, and it will be fine in half a month. Therefore, before that, I must not reveal the truth and let Louis find out that I am a socially anxious person, otherwise that guy might not play with me. There is no class on Friday afternoon." After having lunch in the cafeteria, Li Yang went to the reception room of Wanliu Capital as soon as possible. The door of the trading room blocked his view. Zhang Bangsha has been working for half a month. With help, her efficiency has improved a lot. Even if there is more capital, it is not too much pressure for her. At least 2/3 of the chips can be turned over every day. Trading is the eternal theme. Li Yang is not a serious financial person strictly speaking. When it was 3 o'clock, the door of the trading room opened and Zhang Bangsha walked out. The black trousers bound a white shirt, which set off her tall and sexy figure. "Pa. I have a good figure. Who else in the world knows better than me?" Since working, Zhang Bangsha's expression has become a little more serious, not as sweet as before. After seeing Li Yang, she came over with the documents and shouted with a smile, "Master Li, don't you have classes?" "Yes, I came here to visit you. Do you want to come to my office? Are there surveillance cameras in the office?" Zhang Bangsha pulled Li Yang up. "You'll know when you come." Li Yang came to Zhang Bangsha's office and found a few books in the corner. But it was obvious that she had never opened them. Maybe she thought she could read books here when she had time to cope with the school exams. But work is work, and most work will consume the passion and energy in life. Those books naturally became decorations. Li Yang picked up the book, flipped through it, and said, "We came to college together. If I go back alone during the holidays, how can I explain to your parents?" Zhang Bangsha sorted out the information while saying, "Master Li, do you know what my biological mother said to me on the phone?" "What did she say?" "She said she would come back to see me. For so many years, no matter how much I thought about her on the phone and how much I begged her to come back, she always found an excuse. And now, I didn't say anything, and she is coming back. That's normal. Who would be willing to give up such an excellent daughter?" Li Yang said while flipping through the book. "Even if you have the identity of a parent, do you still have to weigh the benefits, huh? Li Yang moved his eyes away from the book and looked at Jiang Bangsha, and found that she was already sitting on the chair. Jiang Bangsha at this moment was very unfamiliar. She seemed to have completely entered another state of life. In the past, she had no confidence in doing anything, and she would always leave a way out for herself when considering things. But now, she herself is the way out. Thinking and doing things are naturally another way. Jiang Bangsha asked such questions before. But this time is obviously different from the last time. Seeing that Li Yang was a little curious, Jiang Bangsha explained, in fact, if she is still the same as before, I am still very happy, at least she didn't take advantage of me. Jiang Bangsha's biological mother is indeed a very perfunctory and hypocritical person. For so many years, she just made a phone call and persuaded Jiang Bangsha to go abroad to find her. As for why he went to find her, it's very simple. As long as Jiang Bangsha goes, Jiang Yaoding will definitely give her living expenses. With Jiang Yaoding's character, he will definitely give enough even if he doesn't spend money himself. A sufficient amount of living expenses for a child is not a small amount. When will she come back? I don't know. She said that her passport was stolen and she has to apply for a new passport. Do you want to give me her contact information and I will help you with this? Yes, okay. Jiang Bangsha wrote down her biological mother's mobile phone number and handed it to Li Yang. After Li Yang put away the note, he immediately said, I'll give you some hard work pay. Jiang Bangsha smiled and pinched Li Yang's face, then kissed him. Master Li's face is really getting thicker and thicker. Master Jiang's lips are still as tender and smooth as ever. Li Yang held Jiang Bangsha's hand and strolled along the way instead of taking a car. Master Jiang, when you're done with this period of time, let's go and continue teaching. I'm too bored eating alone in the cafeteria recently. Oh, okay. Li Yang heard the hesitation in Jiang Bangsha's words. So he asked, does it feel good to be in complete control of your own life? Well, I feel very happy recently, Jiang Bangsha answered truthfully. She didn't need to hide her little emotions from Li Yang. If she told this to her parents, she would definitely get a different result. Just be happy, but don't be too good. If a lot of rivals suddenly appear, I will be beaten to death, Jiang Bangsha said with a smile. Didn't Master Li chop down the whole street of Hankuang Road? Li Yang said immediately. The problem is that your charm is limited to one street? I feel that they can stretch from Chang'an Avenue to Hankuang Road. I can't chop them all even if I die of exhaustion. I feel that Master Li's charm is greater. I am still nervous now. I see you are hungry and have hypoglycemia. Come and eat with me. Yeah, it seems that I didn't eat much at noon. For a working person like Jiang Bangsha, she rarely eats at noon. After all, the market opens at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and she must keep her brain active. After a full meal, the brain will not obey orders and the reaction will be much slower. Li Yang has a say in this, because he is not allowed to eat a full meal before playing a game. Basically, he eats 3 hours before the game. Sometimes Jiang Bangsha is a little slow, which may cause hundreds of thousands or even millions of losses. In the Starry Sky secret room, the food here is not only fast, but also tastes good. At least one thing is that the hygiene is reliable. So when Li Yang is outside of school, he likes to eat here and then put it on Li Wei's account. As a result, just after he placed the order and reported He Lui's membership card number and password, He Lui started to send him messages. It was obvious that he wanted to earn back the money for this meal. So, during the meal, Li Yang was busy replying to messages. Jiang Bangsha was almost full and asked, what business is Master Li secretly doing, chatting with a top-level green tea to earn money for our meal? Jiang Bangsha was stunned by this business. Master Li, you can even take this kind of business? Li Yang sighed and said, nowadays, the employment pressure of graduates is high. What's my job? There are people pretending to be female netizens to accompany others to fall in love. That person is 100 times more powerful than me. Who? Anyway, there are people. It's the early stage of entrepreneurship. I am also a startup now. Master Li still needs to start a business. Well, it's just that this industry is a little different. It may be difficult at the beginning, difficult in the middle, and even more difficult at the end. This industry is called cultivating life. It's rare that roommates are so compatible with each other, and each of them is a potential stock. Li Yang has no reason not to invest. In this era, fighting alone has no future. Although Jiang Bangsha didn't understand, she agreed with what Li Yang said. She leaned over and took a look. She found that the content of Li Yang's chat was quite disgusting. What about you being the April in the world? That Master Li, what's wrong? April in the world is written by a mother to her son. Ahem. Li Yang hurriedly asked He Lui to retract his previous words. As a result, before he sent it over, He Lui had already sent the other party's screenshot. Li Yang took a look and said, "You see, the other party didn't see it at all. Not everyone is as knowledgeable as Master Jiang. The green tea girl on the other side must not be very good at studying, but I see the usage habits of punctuation marks. It seems a bit familiar, a bit like the chat habits of senior sister Songs Li." Chapter 162, Sex is a sword above your head. When Jiang Bangsha said this, Li Yang thought it was outrageous at first. But soon he thought about it and felt it was even more outrageous. Because Jiang Bangsha might be telling the truth. Guang Chenlin was Songs Li's roommate. But the problem is, I never felt there was anything wrong. How could Jiang Bangsha see it at a glance? What about the punctuation usage habits? Sure enough, people who can make money in the stock market can't be good people. Jiang Bangsha probably knows which of her words are true and which are false. It can be seen from some small details in the past. For example, she said several times that she would not be able to make friends in the future. She didn't mean ordinary friends, but true friends like Li Yang. After all, when a person is ordinary, he can get true heart. After showing wealth, even if there is wealth, it will be mixed in with countless desires and interests, and it will be impossible to distinguish, and eventually be regarded as an enemy. Now no one says anything bad about Jiang Bangsha, and no one will talk to her in a condescending manner anymore, and no one feels superior in front of Jiang Bangsha. She is surrounded by compliments, envy, and praise. But compliments can be true or false, and she won't take them seriously. Criticisms are basically true. It's just that some people really love, and some people really hate. Li Yang honestly confessed, Master Jiang may have guessed it right. The girl that Li Wei is pursuing is Songs Li's roommate, Jiang Bangsha said with a smile. Then Master Li is amazing. Ha ha ha, I said a long time ago that Songs Li is not a good person. Look, it's come true now, right? Am I good at judging people? Jiang Bangsha did not respond to this question, but asked, then what kind of person do you think Master Li think I am? Li Yang smiled and said, my wife. Correct answer. Song Yu, who was about to come up and talk, was so jealous. These two people really don't care about the occasion. Jiang Bangsha is obviously a very cold and cool girl in the company, but the contrast in front of Li Yang is too big. She is not sisterly. Li Yang is indeed a little bit outstanding, but who is Jiang Bangsha now? In the financial circle, she is even called the first female hot money in China, and some people call her the strongest retail investor. Her current trading model is also very consistent with hot money, and she basically relies on frequent trading to make profits. On the 15th trading day of One Liu Capital, her performance was quite exaggerated. The market rose by 5 points, and the floating profit of the funds she traded was 62%. That was a huge amount of funds of 4 billion. She made money as easily as drinking water. Recently, there are quite a few people in the whole capital who have inquired about One Liu Capital, and some people have even contacted Zhang Yu. At this time, Li Yang saw Song Yu and shouted, Sister Song, give me a cup of lemon tea. Song Yu found the front desk and asked the front desk to send it over. Then Li Yang chatted with Jiang Bangsha for a few words and came to Song Yu. Song Yu was called by him, and the two had something to talk about. Sister Song, I heard that someone wants to join our store, Li Yang asked directly after coming over. Escape rooms are not popular at present, and there is only one formal 3-generation model in the country. The market has been opened up in the surrounding area. And there are quite a lot of people every day. After all, there are many schools nearby. There are 8 universities within 5 kilometers, and each has 30,000 to 50,000 students. You need to make an appointment in advance on Saturdays and Sundays. Li Yang said he wanted to make an app, but it has not been completed yet. It was mainly delayed by live broadcasting. Next, he will not do live broadcasting. Just recruit 2 people, plus him, and it will be done within half a month. In China, there is never a lack of eyes for discovery. Any industry, no matter how remote, will be discovered quickly as long as there is money to be made. The threshold for escape rooms is actually not high, but the problem is that the relevant scripts and scenes are too difficult to deal with. The scripts of the Starry Sky Secret Room Museum are all copyrighted, and others dare not copy them casually, so they just come directly to ask if they can join. If the franchise fee is not high, There is no need to take risks. If the fee is high, do it secretly. Anyway, as long as you are not in Beijing, you will generally not be discovered so quickly. Song Yu opened her phone and said, "There are quite a few people. I specifically added them as friends, but after a few simple chats, it seems that none of them have any real ability." What's the situation? Basically, they want to start a business with tens of thousands of yuan, but even in a remote place, renting a venue costs more than tens of thousands of yuan, not to mention that our initial plan was to collect franchise fees, sell props, and sell scripts. Even if we only need a franchise fee of 50,000 yuan, the cost of opening a normal store will not be less than 500,000 yuan. Song Yu's idea must be correct. After all, they have to make money, and they can't do charity. With only tens of thousands of yuan in hand, it is clear that they want to get something for free. Sister Song, how about this? You create a group for them, and then pull me in, and I will personally evaluate them. Having no money is nothing, and having ability is also fine. As long as you really have ideas and execution, it's no problem to recruit them to be your store manager. Li Yang believes that people who actively explore opportunities to make money should not have too bad execution. At present, those really rich bosses will not enter the market. Doing business is investment, and the investment model has always been that the more promising the market, the more big guys will enter the market. In the early stage, it is the small shrimps who are playing and expanding the market. When the market is mature enough, the big guys will enter the market to reap the benefits, because the big guys have huge financial advantages. Song Yu agreed and quickly pointed in the direction of Jiang Bangsha and asked, "Such a good girlfriend, aren't you afraid of people thinking about you?" Li Yang looked over and found that someone had recognized Jiang Bangsha and took the initiative to go over to chat. Li Yang said helplessly, "Can I keep her in a cage for the rest of her life? Restricting her is no different from restricting myself. Besides, I didn't leave. If she still misses me even though I'm still around, it only means that she doesn't care about me that much. Even if I keep her, she will leave in the future." Song Yu said, "You probably don't know how powerful she is. In the past 15 trading days, she has created a floating profit of 62%. If this data is announced, you don't know how terrible it will be. No matter how terrible it is, she is still my girlfriend." Song Yu rolled his eyes. "I don't know where you get your confidence from. Sooner or later, you will be poached." Li Yang didn't care about what others said, because the more this was said, the more it meant that they didn't understand Jiang Bangsha. Jiang Bangsha was at least willing to communicate with Song Yu and the others, but they didn't understand her. Then there would be no threat to him. Li Yang saw that Jiang Bangsha didn't know how to socialize anymore, so he hurriedly shouted, "Master Jiang, let's go." As if he had received reinforcements, Jiang Bangsha hurriedly said something to the people next to him and ran towards Li Yang. Smiling, she held Li Yang's hand. No doubt, there were related rumors that night. Li Yang and Jiang Bangsha held hands intimately again. The next day at noon, Li Yang and Jiang Bangsha had lunch together, accompanied by He Lui, Chen Weixing, and Tan Kai. During the meal, He Lui performed somersaults on the spot, and the whole audience laughed, which was the unique skill of today's meal. Jiang Bangsha saw Li Yang take out his mobile phone to record the video at the first time, and was a little curious. "Master Li, you are not going to post it online?" No, I plan to keep it for myself. This is all black history. You may only see it once in your life. It's a pity not to save it." After Li Yang finished speaking, he said to Chen Weixing, "Old Chen, how about you also perform a show? Perform a fart? I just heard it all. You guys have bad intentions." Chen Weixing didn't realize what impact this black history could have, but apart from making money, the dormitory had reached a consensus that Li Yang's other words could not be believed. This guy is stealing bamboo shoots. Haha, there's still a lot of time to go in college anyway, don't rush about black history. Although they said they were going to drink today, in fact, everyone just drank a little. After all, they couldn't let Li Yang embarrass himself in front of his girlfriend. Who wouldn't want a girlfriend like Jiang Bangsha? Protecting the relationship of roommates is the first priority of the entire dormitory. After dinner, the group came to the school gate and separated. Li Yang sent Jiang Bangsha back to her residence before leaving. Just as they walked to the bottom of the dormitory building, the phone rang. After the call was connected, Bai Qing's crisp voice came, "Husband, guess where I am?" "No need to guess, at the gate of my school." "Hey, you guess it, husband is really amazing, I want to kiss you, came all the way here." I won't agree to just a kiss. Oh, then I want sex. After hanging up the phone, Li Yang turned back. Bai Qing obviously arrived at her residence first, and then drove the car out of the garage. A car worth tens of millions of dollars is still very eye-catching. Li Yang saw it as soon as he walked to the door. There were also many people taking pictures. After he got in the car, Bai Qing drove away immediately. She didn't want to drive this car, but there was no other car in Beijing. When she came with Yang Shanshan, the car was rented, and she didn't have time to rent a car this time. Of course, she was not sure that Li Yang would get in the car. After all, Zhang Bangsha was really too dazzling at the moment. Who would be with Zhang Bangsha would probably give up everything. Right? But what she didn't expect was that Li Yang didn't hesitate and came directly. She drove the car seriously, and Li Yang watched from the side. In late April, the weather had become hot. Bai Qing wore a round-neck silk shirt and a plaid-waisted long skirt, which perfectly matched the intellectual and gentle beauty with her personal sexiness. In terms of clothing, Bai Qing is quite good. Li Yang knew that Bai Qing must have seen him and Zhang Bangsha leave together, but she didn't get out of the car to call him at that time. If she called, he would definitely respond. The car arrived at the place very quickly. Bai Qing breathed a sigh of relief after parking in the garage. She had been worried that Li Yang would say something like break up. After getting off the car, she immediately took Li Yang's arm and said, although I'm at home during this period, I miss my husband every day. Me too, I miss you so much that I can't sleep every day. Huh? Actually me too. Entering the elevator, coming to the door of the room, taking out the key to open the door. The moment the door closed, Bai Qing threw herself into Li Yang's arms. The advantage of the thin clothes was reflected at this moment, and the outline of the body could be truly felt. Are you hungry? How about I make you something to eat? No, just eat your husband. After all, I promised my husband. Li Yang liked Bai Qing's eyes too much, and of course, her unparalleled figure. He directly picked up Bai Qing by the waist and walked towards the bedroom. He was very familiar with this room. Bai Qing felt the familiar action again. If there was anything she regretted about Li Yang, it was probably that she found that this guy was too skilled in some actions, so skilled that it was scary. No matter what kind of clothes she wears, the key drawstrings and buckles can always be found at the first time. As a woman, she needs 1 or 2 days to adapt. If Li Yang says that she has not been exposed to these things in advance, she will never believe it. Could this guy be selling underwear? And this time he came suddenly without any preparation. Why can he still take things out of his pocket? Although I am a little unwilling, I really like this guy, from beginning to end. A person's brain can deceive people, but the body cannot. Zhang Bangsha looked at the data in the room for a while, and put the phone next to it. The mobile phone interface is WeChat Sports. This function, which has just been launched for a few months, is very popular at present. Many people hope to occupy a place in this ranking. It even gave birth to the work of brushing WeChat steps. And her mobile phone interface stayed on Li Yang's WeChat steps. Since 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Yang's WeChat steps have stayed at 14,583 steps, and 4 hours have passed. It is also normal not to move, such as putting down the phone to do other things, or just sitting there playing with the phone. But if that were the case, Li Yang's WeChat steps should have stopped at more than 12,000 steps. From the boys' dormitory to her side, it was more than 2,000 steps, and from her side to the dining place, it was about 4,000 steps. After Li Yang got up in the morning, he now had more than 2,000 steps, which meant that Li Yang was out of school again. She didn't care much, she was just bored and took some data to analyze, or maybe there was something busy at school. After dinner, she continued to look at the market. Now she is considered a fund manager, but because of her status as a college student, she signed a cooperation contract. There is no guaranteed salary, only bonuses. But the work is exactly the same as that of a fund manager. Her own goal of making money has almost been achieved. The current job is more of a sustenance. She likes the way others are hypocritical and cautious to her now. After all, she used to be cautious, and that feeling is really bad. She likes the present, likes to control her life now, and Master Li controls her. Master Li's hands are really big. Unknowingly, it was 11 o'clock, and it was time for her to go to bed. She glanced at her phone. Which woman's gentle land has Master Li gone to again? Zhang Bangsha picked up her phone and sent a message to He Lui. Old He, Master Li is not going back tonight. The next second, He Lui replied, okay, The door of the dormitory will not be left open for him, Jiang Bangsha. She was just testing it casually. After all, Li Yang might be busy with something else at school. After all, he is the class monitor and is very popular in the entire school of management. He has a good relationship with everyone. But it is obvious that Li Yang has not gone back yet. She called Li Yang. The phone rang soon, but no one answered it. Li Yang was awakened by the phone beside the bed. After waking up, he found that it was already late at night. He was really a little tired. After all, he drank some wine at noon, and he hadn't been with Bai Qing for a long time. It seemed that he had been tossing around for a long time. Then he was exhausted. When he got the phone and saw that it was Jiang Bangsha calling, he instantly became energetic. Jiang Bangsha rarely called on weekdays. After all, if there was anything, he could just send a message. He answered it immediately. He smiled and said, "Why is Master Jiang calling? Is there something wrong?" Jiang Bangsha said, "No, I just don't understand some market conditions, and I wanted to ask Master Li for advice." Ha, I don't deserve to be that person. I'm just a rookie. If Master Jiang can't understand, I certainly can't understand it either. If I had your ability, I would have been the richest man in the world by now. Only Master Li can help me analyze this matter. I've been looking at it for a long time, and I'm still confused, Jiang Bangsha insisted. Li Yang could only agree, then I'll give it a try. Master Jiang, can you tell me the situation first? Yes, there is such a stock. I made a lot of money from it. I also believe in my heart that it is my lucky stock. Even if this stock goes bankrupt in the future, I want to spend all my money to raise it. But the market suddenly changed. Recently, other funds have entered the market and raised the price very high. Master Li, do you think I should keep up with the chips or change to another stock? Isn't stock trading for making money? How to make money? You can make money by keeping up with the chips, but I'm afraid that the stock will backstab me. As long as it doesn't backstab me, I won't care about other funds no matter how much. Li Yang, since there are risks, why don't you change stocks? Other stocks can't bring me luck. If I lose this belief, I don't want to trade stocks in the future. Li Yang, Jiang Bangsha continued, for me, there is almost no choice. Even if it is at a high position, there is only one way to rush in. I just want Master Li to help me see if that stock will backstab me. After all, I absolutely approve of Master Li's vision. Li Yang smiled awkwardly and said, the best vision of my life is on Master Jiang. I really can't see other things clearly. As soon as this sentence came out, Jiang Bangsha said, then I will go in and compete with the other party's funds. If something goes wrong, Master Li must be my backer. You don't want to see your delicate little wife being humiliated by others, right? No, absolutely not. Then I will be there in an hour. Oh? To what? Where? North Street Community. Li Yang, he did not doubt Jiang Bangsha's current ability. The resources that Li Yang could mobilize, Jiang Bangsha could mobilize 10 times or 100 times. After all, how much profit he brought to Xiongnuke, Jiang Bangsha had already made almost as much for them in just a dozen trading days. The most important thing is that Li Yang makes money very slowly. He used to operate only once every 1 or 2 months. On the other hand, after Jiang Bangsha realized his talent, his endurance was extremely terrifying. But how did Jiang Bangsha lock on to this place? And the speed is a bit too fast. Master Jiang, what North Street Community? Do you want to fight with someone? This is not good. The main thing is that I can't go out now. The dormitory is closed. How about waiting until tomorrow? I will go with you. Have you forgotten my identity? I will rush to the front to help you fight. It's okay, I can do it alone. I'm ready to go out. Wait. It's late at night. Although the security in Beijing is very good, I'm still worried. I'll go find you. Don't run around before I go. Do you hear me? Li Yang got up while talking. He simply put on his clothes and came to the living room. At this time, Bai Qing had already prepared dinner in the living room. After getting Jiang Bangsha's reply on the other end of the phone, Li Yang hung up the phone. Sorry, I have to go out for a while. Take the car keys and try to be back soon. Bai Qing came over, handed the car keys to Li Yang, and helped him tidy up his clothes. She said gently, then I'll wait for my husband to come back for dinner. Okay. Li Yang took the keys and went out. He arrived at the garage, took the car, and called Xiangyu. After Xiangyu answered the phone, he cursed, Xiangyu, are you crazy? Help Jiang Bangsha to investigate me, right? Damn, Why did I raise you ungrateful wolves? Xiang Yu wondered. Who investigated you? Zhang Bangsha said that someone stole your car and asked us to help locate it. I sent you a message, but you didn't reply. Steal a car? Who the hell can steal my car? But the fact is that you have a yellow Lamborghini in your name, and you didn't drive it. It was parked in a garage that doesn't belong to you. Li Yang, this is weird. Xiang Yu and the others are so efficient in Beijing, he has no doubt, after all, this is their territory. But how can Zhang Bangsha accurately locate the car? Is it because he had posted it in the group before? Xiang Yu asked with a smile. What? You were caught cheating. It's all because of you accomplices. Damn, if I die, I will become a ghost and run to your bedside to blow the wind every day. Haha, it's okay. Just come when the time comes. I wish you good luck, little scumbag. After that, Xiang Yu hung up the phone. Li Yang didn't let up the accelerator all the way. After all, it was close to midnight and there were very few cars on the road. In just over 10 minutes, the car arrived next to Zhang Bangsha's apartment. Zhang Bangsha called just as the car arrived here. Li Yang answered the call with gritted teeth. Zhang Bangsha said on the other end of the phone, Master Li, are you here? I'm downstairs. Open the door and come down. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. You only told me to close my eyes and sleep, but you didn't let me let go. Hearing Li Yang say that he was downstairs, Zhang Bangsha was a little panicked. She didn't expect Li Yang to come directly. Even if she was sure of something, she would not do anything without solid evidence. After all, if the conditions are not sufficient, accidents may happen. What if Li Yang is a screenwriter in private? What if Li Yang is just discussing the script? After all, he is busy during the day. It is normal for him to fall asleep accidentally, right? Even if there is someone else, what if someone came after Li Yang fell asleep? Master Li, I just took a shower and was about to go to bed, Li Yang said. It's just right, so that you don't sweat when fighting. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Bangsha heard a knock on the door. Li Yang said on the phone, I'm at the door, open the door quickly. No. Li Yang looked around and said, then I'll wait for you in the car downstairs. Tell me anything you want to say. At this time, standing at the door will easily disturb other people's homes. Zhang Bangsha could hear Li Yang's footsteps getting farther and farther away at the door. The phone call was not hung up, and Zhang Bangsha realized that she was really impulsive this time. She whispered, I'm sorry, Master Li, I really didn't mean it. Li Yang said, what's intentional about this? I can actually be open with you. No, Master Li, I want to sleep. Zhang Bangsha hurriedly made an excuse. She felt that she was just getting carried away this time. Maybe she felt good about herself and felt that she could control this relationship. Then I will send you a message about the cause and effect of the matter. Remember to read it when you wake up. Good night. No. Master Li, I'm sorry, I don't want to know. You should know that this will be fairer to you. I don't want fairness. Nothing in the world is fair. Master Li, please give me another chance, please. Zhang Bangsha felt such a big fear for the first time. She regretted thinking about it. Why did she have to say it to that extent? What good would it do her to force Li Yang to be open? She heard the sound of Li Yang opening the car door on the other end of the phone, and then Li Yang's voice became louder. Master Zhang, I do have something to hide from you. I wanted to tell you later, but now that you've discovered it, I might as well tell you clearly. Wait a minute, Zhang Bangsha said, and hung up the phone. About 2 minutes later, Zhang Bangsha came downstairs to the car door. Li Yang, at this time, Zhang Bangsha was still wearing pajamas, her hair was not combed, and she was even wearing pink slippers. Li Yang hurriedly opened the door, and before he could speak, Zhang Bangsha reached out and hugged Li Yang, saying aggrievedly, Master Li, do you not want me anymore? She really felt an unprecedented panic, and did not dare to listen to Li Yang continue, because things were completely beyond her control. In the stock market, she can control countless fund movements, but in reality, she found that she was still very fragile. Who can be tough in front of Master Li? After all, she has been enjoying the emotional value brought by Master Li, and what she can provide is pitiful. No, I just want to explain to you, Wu, Master Jiang smells really good, and her body is so soft, she must be wearing nothing underneath. Isn't this still the case that you don't want me anymore? Jiang Bangsha felt that her only chance was to kidnap Li Yang. I'm such a poor little girl, can you really bear to leave me? If you leave me, how can I live in the future? She was even preparing to cry. Li Yang looked around. Although there were not many people, it was not good to stay on the roadside, so he said, "Come on, get in the car first, and I'll talk to you in detail after you get in the car." Jiang Bangsha's tears were not brewing yet. She let Li Yang pull her to the passenger seat and then helped her fasten the seat belt. After Li Yang got in the car, he found Jiang Bangsha with his head down. Li Yang took a look and said, "Master Jiang is very powerful now. He has connections and money. I just bought a car, but Master Jiang checked it out." Jiang Bangsha trembled. Should Li Yang say that he had accomplished his mission and should leave? Then she could only watch Li Yang live a carefree life with other girls and show their love every day. After all, Master Li is so popular. This guy has everything he wants and has a lot of side jobs. He can trade stocks, play games, write songs, and write novels. Bah, he doesn't write novels. What he didn't say doesn't count. By the way, he also opened a secret room escape with others. Although she didn't think the secret room escape was particularly interesting, others liked it. What others like is good. Suddenly, Jiang Bangsha thought of a lot. When she was in high school, during holidays, and in college, Master Li's figure was always by her side. Every time she had a breakdown, she could always find comfort and encouragement from him. When she was weak and incompetent, it was always Master Li who supported her. If he had been gone for this period of time, money and reputation would indeed bring her great confidence, but it also made her heart a little swollen, and her possessiveness of Li Yang became stronger and stronger. Even this time, she had to make trouble just because she found some clues. But Master Li left her, and he was still him. What if she left Master Li? Master Li, I'm sorry, you don't have to say sorry to me. You are free to ask others to investigate my faults. Jiang Bangsha felt even more ashamed. She could already feel that the storm was coming. At this moment, all the emotions came out. Li Yang continued, I didn't hide the car. After all, it's no secret that I like luxury cars. It's just that I don't want too many people to know. After all, I am an internet celebrity. When others see it, they will think, wow, a lousy internet celebrity can afford a luxury car worth tens of millions. What will those people who study hard think? I am also a celebrity. Celebrities must be careful in doing things so as not to cause negative impact on society. Jiang Bangsha raised her head and looked at Li Yang with tears in her eyes. The tears that were released could not be taken back. Seeing Jiang Bangsha like this, Li Yang said distressedly, why are you crying? Yes. I shouldn't be so extravagant. I should understand your hard work in making money. A luxury car worth tens of millions is still too extravagant for me. Especially since I don't have the qualifications to buy a house in Beijing. I actually rented a house with a parking space for parking. It's even more extravagant and for my own selfish desires. The most important thing is that I obviously drank at noon, but I was still thinking about driving. As a result, I realized that I couldn't commit a crime after I went there. Then I laid down in the rental house and took a nap. Which made Master Jiang worry, which was even more sinful. Li Yang stretched out his hand, wiped Jiang Bangsha's tears, and said, okay, don't cry, I did something wrong about this. I won't spend money secretly in the future, and I will save it all. But since the car has been bought, I will take you for a ride. Sit tight, huh? After that, Li Yang started the car and rushed out. Jiang Bangsha wanted to cry and laugh at this time. Her emotions today really went through several rounds of roller coaster. Seeing Li Yang's expression when he was driving, she had no doubt that Li Yang really liked this car. But this car was already there when the university started last year. At that time, could Li Yang have more than 10 million yuan on him? Even if he had, would he really be willing to spend it on buying a car? He was a guy who was stingy even for a meal. At that time, he was making money everywhere, and even sold his own notes. In addition, when he was writing novels, he was so shameless. He would specially create a group for those who gave more rewards and give one-on-one guidance, and those who gave less rewards would just symbolically deal with him a few words every day. Who could be more realistic than him? Such a guy spent more than 10 million yuan to buy a car when he needed money the most? Who would believe it? She just felt that her tears were unnecessary. But after thinking about the whole thing, she realized that if she didn't have these few tears, if she didn't pretend to be pitiful and aggrieved, would Li Yang really confront her? Now Li Yang just found an excuse to make everyone feel okay. At night in Beijing, the roads are mostly filled with cars like Li Yang's. After all, there is no chance to drive during the day, so they can only go out for a ride at night. From time to time, you can hear the roar of the engine. Zhang Bangsha's nervous mood slowly eased. She was sure that there was someone else's smell in the car. But she was also sure that there was almost no place for her. 10 minutes later, the car returned to the vicinity of the apartment again, and Li Yang stopped the car. Zhang Bangsha took a deep breath and said, "Master Li, did I almost lose you?" Li Yang asked in confusion. "Ah. Didn't I just buy a car secretly? Do you really want to dump me? At worst, I will sell the car tomorrow." "Master Zhang, don't be angry." Hearing this, Zhang Bangsha silently unbuckled her seat belt, opened the car door and walked out. The slippers made her walk slowly. She could feel that Li Yang in the car did not get out. She even hoped that there would be a piece of chewing gum on the ground to stick her slippers. However, the ground was still too clean after all. She didn't care about one car, even if it was 10 or 100, it was Li Yang's freedom. Li Yang spent his own money, he didn't need to report to anyone, nor did he need to ask for anyone's opinion. He was just leaving himself the last dignity. Even now, Zhang Bangsha didn't think that he had more money than Li Yang, and it was even possible that Li Yang had many times more money than her. She suddenly squatted down. But this time, the figure didn't appear by her side at the first time. It was as if something was cut off. But she was in pain. Suddenly, she heard the sound of an engine, and she turned her head to look over. The sound came from Li Yang's car. It seemed that Li Yang was going to leave with a foot on the accelerator in the next second. She knew that the car was very fast. "Master Li," she shouted, with panic in her tone. However, the car was soundproof after all. Otherwise, Li Yang would not have said at the beginning that he would go to the car to talk to her, so as not to disturb the neighbors. Zhang Bangsha wanted to get up, but found that her legs were numb. She staggered and almost fell. At this moment, she realized that she was really weak, and her blood vessels were blocked in such a short time. She wanted to recover quickly, before Li Yang's car drove away. The next second, Li Yang's hand reached out. Li Yang said helplessly, "I was just a few minutes late, and it's not okay." Zhang Bangsha saw the hand stretched out and grabbed it. Li Yang pulled Zhang Bangsha up with force, and then Zhang Bangsha took the opportunity to hug him very hard. At the same time, he said, "Yes, I can't live without Master Li. Really, what are you thinking about again? Who told you to leave? Didn't Master Li just want to leave? I heard the sound of your car, I just wanted to listen to the sound again. After all, I must be reluctant in my heart. After all, if Master Zhang doesn't like it, I will definitely sell it." No, keep everything you like, and I will give you all the money I earn in the future, and buy whatever you want. Zhang Bangsha only felt that Li Yang's shoulders were particularly solid, even if there was a little bit of someone else's taste mixed in. "I really don't know if my brain is sick, I can actually get angry. He has given me a way out, why should I pretend? Just because I feel is perfunctory? Isn't it for your own good to be perfunctory? Give yourself some face. As long as Master Li enters the market, how can you have a place? After so long in stock trading, you should have known that human nature cannot stand the test. If you want to make money, you must cater to others and give them hope of making money, otherwise other funds will not come to support you." Li Yang asked, "Will you be unhappy if you don't sell the car?" "No, really not, as long as Master Li doesn't leave me." "What are you talking about, leaving or not? Even if I want to leave, I have to be willing to do so. You don't know how many people have scolded me recently, and they are all cursing that I will be poached soon. I'm very lucky if you don't dump me." "No, how could I dump you?" Zhang Bangsha buried his face in Li Yang's shoulder. Li Yang said, "But I just felt that I was going to lose you." Zhang Bangsha bit her lip when she heard this. "Keep making it up. No wonder he has a talent for writing novels. It was this guy who almost left me just now, but he turned the tables. Don't you know whether you have lost or not?" Li Yang continued, "You are silent, does that mean you agree? It is true that Master Zhang now has the ability to fly, and I am just a small anchor, and I am still very constrained by my contract. Whenever Master Zhang wants to dump me, just tell me directly. After tonight, I will be mentally prepared." The next second, Li Yang suddenly felt a pain in his shoulder. "Are you crazy? How can you bite me? Jiang Bangsha said angrily. Don't be mentally prepared. Don't dump me at any time. If you dare to dump me, I will lie down at your doorstep and won't leave. You dump me, Li Yang emphasized. How could I dump you? Don't say I'm reluctant. Even if I'm willing to do so, who can I marry? Haven't I been unmarried for a long time? Hey, don't wrongly accuse me. You can't get married just because you had a dream. I don't care. Anyway, it's you in the dream, so you have to take responsibility. If you feel you're at a disadvantage, well, I'm not very good at it anyway, so just don't resist when the time comes. Li Yang, today he really suddenly had the idea of leaving. After all, he was full of flaws in front of Jiang Bangsha. In addition, he played and made trouble on weekdays, but he didn't joke about the bottom line. If he left, the psychological burden was not very great. But then he thought, damn, will Master Jiang be happy if he is with someone else in the future? It's better for him to be a scumbag. So, he felt at ease. You are painting a rosy picture for me again, Master Li doesn't know whether you painted a rosy picture or not, haha, go back first hold me. Jiang Bangsha was like an octopus, with stubborn toes hooked on slippers. Li Yang could only carry her upstairs, saying as he walked, I am the only one in the world who spoils you like this. You are so beautiful. Yes, 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 don't listen to other people's nonsense in the future. If you listen to everything others say, what's the use of your brain? Yes, 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 I'm going to drive the car back later. You should rest early, okay? After a little hesitation, Jiang Bangsha nodded and said, okay, listen to Master Li. Anyway, she remembered that taste, and it was not anyone around her at the moment. She decided to find the other party and battle privately. Master Li must have been deceived. After all, Master Li is a soft-hearted person. What if the other party pretends to be wronged, pitiful, and shameless? How can Master Li bear it? Master Li is a person who cares about face. And she also wants to buy a car for Master Li, and only allow Master Li to drive his own car in the future. Jiang Bangsha didn't let go until she sent Jiang Bangsha to the bed. Close your eyes and go to sleep. Yes, then why don't you let go? You only told me to close my eyes and go to sleep, but you didn't tell me to let go. At 12:30, Li Yang came out from Jiang Bangsha's place and drove directly to the North Street community. After parking the car, he packed up a little and took the elevator to the door. After knocking on the door, Bai Qing opened it quickly. Then, Li Yang saw Bai Qing wearing gray clothes and an apron, standing at the door and said respectfully, the master is back, and the food has been prepared for you. Li Yang walked in and looked around, and found that there was no one else. Then he turned back to Bai Qing and said, what is this? Bai Qing said calmly, Master, you eat first, I'll make the bed for you, and call me if you need anything. After that, she turned and left. Li Yang grabbed her hand and took her to the bedroom in the second bedroom to check. Finally, he said seriously, tell me the truth, is there someone hiding in the room? Bai Qing also hid her beautiful hairstyle. She was wearing gray clothes, and she didn't know where they came from. They were incompatible with her previous clothing style. And her shoes, a pair of old cloth shoes of a middle-aged man, had been gone for more than an hour. How did they suddenly become like this? Bai Qing secretly glanced outside the door and said loudly, Master, I won't let anyone in without your order. Li Yang, why are you looking at the door? There's no one at the door. Bai Qing was stunned. The next second, Bai Qing smiled and hugged Li Yang, and said, Husband, you came back alone? I thought, who did you think? I just suddenly remembered to refuel the car. I almost thought I went to the wrong door. Then husband, come and eat. I have already heated up a few dishes. You can eat while I heat up the other dishes. I'll wait with you, and then we'll eat together. Yeah, okay. When Bai Qing was busy in the kitchen, Li Yang reached out and pulled her clothes, and asked, you know what? Even if you wear this, you still have a unique charm. I think husband is hungry, really hungry, very hungry. Bai Qing heard this and smiled slightly, and said, then husband is coming, can I come? Yes, I'll turn down the heat. I'll turn off the heat. I know my husband is very good. Bai Qing only needs to show a little bit in this aspect, which is enough for Jiang Bangsha to learn for a lifetime. Because he rested last night, Li Yang woke up at around 8 o'clock in the morning, even though he went to bed at around 4 o'clock in the morning. But Bai Qing hasn't woken up yet, so she probably has to sleep until very late. After knowing that Bai Qing could cook, he no longer had to worry about her being hungry. However, Just as he was about to leave, he found the staff uniform that had been changed on the sofa. This was not a uniform, but more like the cleaning uniform of some communities. Although it looked clean, where did Bai Qing get it? He picked it up and took a look, and found the logo embroidered on the chest of the clothes. A shape that looked like a red-crowned crane, with a few words embroidered below, Songbei Garden. Could it be the clothes of a gardener? But how did the gardener's clothes end up in Bai Qing's hands? He knew very well that Bai Qing could not carry such a thing with her. It was most likely that she was afraid that Jiang Bangsha would come over last night, so she wanted to disguise herself as a nanny to avoid embarrassment. How could she get such a set of clothes in such a hurry? Even the cleaning lady in the community would have gone off work at that time. Unless Bai Qing knew the future, it would not work. After she arrived in Beijing, she did not stay at all and drove directly to school. This outfit was still a little strange. He took a photo and sent it to Xiang Yu, asking, "I remember that there were some words embroidered on the clothes of your cleaner. What does this mean?" I searched it, but couldn't find the corresponding place. After a while, Xiang Yu replied, "It's normal that you can't find it. This is the logo of the Bai family. It's not the Bai family in your Jiangcheng, but the Bai family in Beijing. It's very powerful." Bai family? Bai Jingxun? Yes, the Bai family was about to decline, but the current old man Bai Jingxun suddenly emerged. He has been back in Beijing for almost 15 years and has propped up the huge situation of the Bai family. But he will retire in a few years. Of course, when he is about to retire, his power is the strongest. You won't provoke him, right? Chapter 164, let's see if there is still a chance for our two families to become relatives. After Bai Qing woke up, she found that Li Yang had left. Thinking of last night, she couldn't help laughing. She liked the way Li Yang always made lame excuses, so that no one would be embarrassed. After washing up, she put away the nursing uniform and made a phone call. Half an hour later, she met a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s in a tea house. The other party said kindly, "King, just call me second uncle," but Bai Qing said calmly, "No, we are just talking about business. I want to put my parents' tablets in the Bai family ancestral hall. You can put forward the conditions." Bai Chong looked a little embarrassed. At first, the Bai family didn't have much interest in Bai Qing. After all, Bai Qing was of little help to the current Bai family. But after seeing him today, Bai Chong had other ideas. Bai Qing is too beautiful. The girls of the third generation of the Bai family don't look so stunning. Beauty can also be used as a weapon as long as it is stunning enough. He plans to get close to Bai Qing. Bai Qing is likely to want to return to the Bai family. As long as she can arrange a marriage for the Bai family, he will definitely be able to convince the old man about this. However, Bai Qing acted very cold from the beginning, and didn't want to talk about friendship at all. He could only say, "King, although the threshold of the Bai family's ancestral hall is not high, it is also quite troublesome. Since you are here, you might as well go to our house to sit down. After all, what I say alone does not count." Bai Qing said, "If my parents were still alive, you might worry about the division of power. Now they are gone. It is just a nominal entry into the ancestral hall. I don't believe it is really so much trouble," Bai Chong hurriedly explained. "The process of entering the ancestral hall must be held with a ceremony, and relatives and friends must be invited as witnesses. You also know that this is not so easy for the old man to accept. The old man's original purpose was to give him another chance after retirement, but he didn't expect that fate would play tricks on him, and King Yang couldn't hold on for a few more years." When saying this, Bai Chong showed grief on his face, and seemed to regret that Bai King Yang died young. Indeed, basically no one knew that Bai King Yang was Bai Jingxun's illegitimate son. Even if someone could find out, they would not personally go out to embarrass Bai Jingxun with such an identity. But Bai Qing said, "There is no need to hold any ceremony. Just write my parents into the family tree, put the tablets on it, and then I will worship them," Bai Chong said helplessly. "This is against the rules." 100 million, Bai Qing said this number calmly. Bai Chong's eyebrows jumped. This number made him very excited. The Bai family needs money. After all, the current control is becoming more and more strict. The previous means of making money are useless. The family has no one who is good at making money, and basically can only eat up all the money. No matter what kind of family it is, problems will arise under the impact of the times. In the past, power represented money, but now it is not so good. And those families that can make money are getting stronger and stronger, and those who can't make money are gradually losing their high ground. The most typical representative is the Zhao family. Now they have begun to let a girl who has not graduated from a junior college start to be the master of the family, just because the other party can get money. But according to his investigation, Bai Qing should have no money in her hands. Greenwater Group is not worth much now. Even if Bai Qing has tens of millions in her hands, she is still a chicken that can't lay eggs. She herself has no ability to make money. When the Greenwater Group was making money, his family didn't need money, and his father had promised everything he could in order to go to Beijing, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people helping him. The result was that he owed a lot of favors. Fortunately, Bai Qingyang fell in love with a girl, and after the girl's family learned about the situation, they took the initiative to help pay off the debt, so that the old man could go to Beijing with peace of mind. However, this matter eventually went wrong. In order to coax shareholders, Bai Qingyang gave up most of his interests, and some people not only wanted the political achievements brought by the Greenwater Group, but also wanted the benefits brought by the Greenwater Group, and didn't care about the life and death of Bai Qingyang's family. In their words, Bai Qingyang's family had been sold out by Bai Jingxun for 24 years. Before the time came, Bai Qingyang's family was working for them. He also believed that Bai Qing could come up with 100 million, but compared to a one-time deal, he still valued a permanent marriage more. The Bai family is currently short of money, but the most important thing is the lack of support. The second generation is a bunch of idiots, and the third generation has few who can stand up. They all rely on an old man who will retire in a few years. Even if the wind blows hard, it won't have much effect. Bai Chong said seriously, "Qing, you made a phone call last night, and no matter how unpopular the things were, the family could send them to you as soon as possible. You should also know the strength of the family in Beijing. You should not be too resistant to the family. I think you can try to integrate into the family." Bai Qing still had no expression. "Didn't I spend 1 million to buy that dress last night? You didn't send it before." Bai Qing didn't have any good feelings for the entire Bai family, and from some small details, it can be seen that the Bai family is now strong on the outside but weak on the inside. She just wanted to fulfill her parents' last wish, and there was only so much she could do in this life. Bai Chong was not embarrassed at all, and continued, "You suddenly wanted such a thing last night, and I couldn't help but murmured. I didn't agree to it at the first time because of caution. As for the 1 million, he didn't even mention it. After all, he also has to support his family, and his family can't give him much money now. 1 million is enough for the family to eat and drink well for several years. Then 100 million, I can get it in my account at any time." The money in Bai Qing's hand was earned by Li Yang. She has always regarded that money as Li Yang's own wealth, but now there is really no way, so she will use it first. At worst, she will pay it back slowly. Anyway, she owes Li Yang a lot. In the next few decades, she will find a chance to pay it back. After all, she is not very good at making money. Although the two songs are good, the income is not particularly high. At most 3 or 4 million a year, it is definitely not enough to pay back the debt. Fortunately, she is young and beautiful. I have seen a few good-looking clothes recently. When the time comes, I will not be fascinated by Li Yang." Bai Chong said earnestly, "Qing, as long as you can get the recognition of the family and return to the family, your parents' tablets will naturally enter the family ancestral hall. Why do you make it difficult for us?" "Hey, is it difficult?" "Since it's difficult, forget it." Bai Qing didn't sit down after coming in. Since she couldn't reach an agreement, she was ready to leave directly. She felt that Bai Chong would definitely be tempted by 100 million, which was a price he could not refuse. But now he was hesitating and not agreeing. Either he was trying to save face, or he had other intentions. What else could she want? Greenwater Group was dead now. As everyone knew, she would not have much money. When Bai Chong called last night, he looked like a stranger. Now he was so enthusiastic. There must be something going on. Seeing Bai Qing was about to leave, Bai Chong hurriedly said, "Qing, you finally came to Beijing. Come to my house and have a seat. The old man also knows about this. He will be waiting for you at home at noon. If you don't go back with me, I can't explain it." "Huh? Would Bai Jingxun be so kind?" Bai Chong saw Bai Qing hesitated and continued, "After all, the matter of your parents still has to be decided by the old man. Even if I agree here, there is nothing I can do if the old man can't get past him. The old man should be in a good mood today. You go and chat with him for a few words, and things may work out. Bai Qing frowned and said, okay, her parents' last wishes are basically the only thing in her life. She won't think about or care about other things, because it has been brought out to Li Yang. Bai Chong was delighted and immediately called home. Half an hour later, Bai Qing came to Songbei Garden. This is a large house. When she was a child, she never heard of her grandfather at all, and she never thought that she still had a grandfather. Everything she knew started from that phone number, which was also the only relic of her father. Just after entering Songbei Garden, she saw a lot of people inside after walking a few steps, and there were people in various positions. There were cleaning staff responsible for the end, and of course there were people from the Bai family, looking at her curiously. There were adults and children. The youngest child looked only 2 or 3 years old, and the older ones were already 7 or 8 years old. There were more people in the Bai family than she had imagined. Songbei Garden was smaller than she had imagined. After only 3 quarters, she arrived at the main hall, which was not even as big as her villa in Jiangcheng. Moreover, the quarters here looked exquisite, but they were actually quite compact. It was easy for 2 people walking side by side to bump shoulders. If they met someone on the road, one of them had to turn sideways. Bai Chong led the way in front. There was no one in the main hall at this time. When they arrived at the place, Bai Chong said, "King, you sit here for a while. I'll go call the old man out." Okay, Bai Qing was not very curious about this place, not even as curious as how many hairs Li Yang had. Bai Jingxun was in his study and already knew that Bai Qing was coming. He waited until Bai Chong came to him before he asked, "Why did you bring her back?" "I have helped her get revenge this time and have repaid all the favors. She has nothing to do with our Bai family," Bai Chong hurriedly said. "Dad, I just want to share your worries. After all, everything in the family is on your shoulders. I, your son, can only worry and can't help even if I want to." At this point, Bai Jingxun's face changed. This son can only say polite words, but when it comes to doing things, he has no ability at all. Why didn't he study during the years I was away? If he had studied hard and laid a solid foundation, he wouldn't be unable to get a position after I came back. Born a waste. And he still has the nerve to say that he wants to share my worries. But he is old. Even if his son is useless, he can only count on his son to take care of him in his old age. So he suppressed his anger and asked patiently, "Is it related to her?" "Yes, I saw Bai Qing for the first time today, and I was amazed by her appearance." "Huh, Dad, don't get me wrong. I am her uncle after all, and I am almost 50 years old. What I want to say is that she is definitely the most suitable bargaining chip for marriage. Don't you want to get together with the Zhao family recently?" Bai Jingxun thought for a while. The Zhao family has indeed been trying to turn things around recently. It's okay to have Zhao Xianlin, but Zhao Xiangnu, who was picked up a few years ago, is also a genius. One inside and one outside, it can basically guarantee that this generation of the Zhao family can smoothly inherit the power position. Zhao Xianlin is only 28 years old, and Zhao Xiangnu is only 22 years old. Bai Jingxun envied the Zhao family. 3 years ago, the Zhao family and the Bai family were actually in a period of transition. As a result, Zhao Xianlin suddenly emerged, made great achievements at a young age, and was promoted a lot. That part represents a strong foundation. There are many people in the Bai family. The 2 sons had children early. At that time, family planning was not strict. There are 4 grandsons and 3 granddaughters. And the grandsons have started to get married one after another in recent years, and they regard having children as more important than anything else. After all, the grandchildren are really untalented. Apart from having children, they are almost useless to the family. When it comes to the generation of great-grandchildren, Bai Jingxun hopes to cultivate a few good seedlings. The only problem is that he is old and there is not enough time. The decline of the Bai family is almost a foregone conclusion. Bai Chong said, "Dad, Zhao Xianlin is not married yet." Bai Jingxun sighed and said, "Let's go and see." He really didn't care what Bai Qing looked like. Even for his son Bai Qinggang, he mostly treated him as a bargaining chip. At most, he would miss his other 2 sons and grandchildren when he dreamed at midnight. That's all. Knowing that Bai Qinggang was dead, he didn't dare to move. He just wanted to give an explanation for this matter when he retired. 10 minutes later, Bai Jingxun saw Bai Qing. With just one glance, he knew that Bai Qinggang was his son and had left him a treasure. Xiangnu felt very strange. Li Yang actually wanted to treat her to a meal? The sun was rising from the west. This guy, which time did he not want her to spend money when they met? He would find excuses on watch it whenever he had nothing to do. No matter what festival it was, he could find excuses to make her send him a red envelope. But those excuses sounded quite reasonable. Last month's Arbor Day, a completely unrelated festival, Li Yang insisted that he went out to plant trees, and also said that a tree he planted would bring hope to all mankind. He hoped that the sisters would reward him, and he would make more contributions to the world in the future. In addition, they had warmed up for Labor Day a few days ago, saying that the lives of working people were the most glorious, and he called for the lives of working people. There was another very important point for eating today, which was not far from her home. When she arrived at the place, she looked around and was ready to turn around and leave. Because she saw that this restaurant was not far away from Songbei Garden, and Li Yang sat at the French window, just in time to see Songbei Garden. Combined with the photos he sent her early in the morning, her intuition told her that she didn't have to eat this meal. However, when Li Yang saw her coming, he ran out and shouted, "Sister Quarry, you're here now, why are you going back? It's unlucky to go back after eating, Xiang Yu, it's unlucky to see you." And today he even changed his name, which made it clear that something bad was going to happen. She smiled and said, "I remembered that I left something behind. You wait here for a while and I'll come over after I get the things." Li Yang waved his hand and said, Okay, since you don't want to eat this meal, I have nothing to say. By the way, as Yang Bangshi's agent, I officially notify Wanliu Capital that Ms. Yang Bangshi's cooperation with Wanliu Capital will end here. Xiang Yu glared at Li Yang. Did she just find an excuse? This guy is so shameless. She knew that this guy has always been more ruthless, and Yang Bangsha really listens to him. "Oh, I just thought about it, it's not an important thing, not even as important as a meal for you." "Ha ha ha, I told you, you're not that careless. Today's meal is easy, just order whatever you want," Xiang Yu said unhappily. "It's a ramen restaurant, where can I order whatever I want? That can't be helped, there's only one nearby." "Who said that?" "I know a private restaurant, most people don't know the place, but I'm familiar with it, so you don't need to make an appointment. Do you want me to take you there to try it?" "Royal chef, you treat," Li Yang asked tentatively. "Xiang Yu, forget it, ramen is ramen, it's good enough to have a meal with this guy for free." She really didn't know why Li Yang was so stingy, but he obviously didn't know how much money he had. This guy, very weird. Li Yang really kept his promise. Everything in the restaurant was up to Xiang Yu, even if a meal of ramen cost 580, he didn't even frown. The main thing is that this side can keep an eye on the gate of Songbei Garden. When Bai Qing went to see Bai Chong, he had been following her. It wasn't because he felt there was a risk of being framed, but simply because he felt that Bai Qing was a bit naive. Bai Qing was not scheming. Basically, her true nature would be exposed once she was touched, and she would be exposed after just a few words of probing. Unlike Jiang Bangsha, she was very ruthless. It was better to be ruthless, because a ruthless person would not be bullied. "Let me ask you a question. Is this the only gate to Songbei Garden?" Li Yang asked before he even started eating. "I guess so," Xiang Yu replied absent-mindedly. "What do you mean by count as such?" The Bai family used to be quite big, but later they sold more than half of it, so only this much is left. The previous back door has now been blocked by a wall, and has nothing to do with his family. Tisk, is there anyone who dares to take over Bai Jingxun's house? What's wrong with Bai Jingxun? Bai Jingxun also has people in Beijing who he can't afford to offend. By the way, the other half belongs to Xiu Mu's family. How about I help you call Xiu Mu out? She likes to eat ramen, but I don't like it that much. Li Yang will definitely not let anyone go. What's the use of Xiu Mu's family? Xiu Mu is not like Xiong Nu. Xiong Nu now has a very high position in the Zhao family. Xiu Mu has broken up with his family, so it's useless. When the ramen arrived, Xiong Nu hurriedly asked, "Tell me what the matter is first, otherwise I dare not eat this bowl of noodles." She never thought that she would be afraid of a bowl of noodles in her life. Li Yang picked up some coriander for her with a smile and said, "It's nothing serious. I just want to go to Songbei Garden for a stroll, but they don't know me, so I found an acquaintance and asked you to take me in to have some fun." Xiang Yu quickly covered his bowl with his hands. "What, are you kidding? That's someone's private residence. Why should I take you in?" My girlfriend has been in there for almost half an hour, and I'm in a hurry to find someone. Anyway, this bowl of noodles has been served. If you don't want to eat it, take it away. You have to help me with this, Xiang Yu. How can this bastard be so shameless? He has to help me with things without eating a single bite? How is Jiang Bangsha related to the Bai family? It's not her. Oh, she just asked casually because she was just chatting with Jiang Bangsha. She just wanted to see if this guy dared to admit it. Facts have proved that shamelessness is invincible in the world, and Li Yang really doesn't shy away from it at all. Even if she said it was a female friend of hers. Li Yang said seriously, Xiang Yu, don't make trouble for me. Don't think I don't know what you were thinking last night. You are probably hoping that Jiang Bangsha and I can split up quickly so as not to affect your plan. I will tell you the truth. I can't split up at all. Xiang Yu's current status is closely related to Jiang Bangsha. The more Jiang Bangsha helps her make money, the higher her status in the Zhao family will be. Once Jiang Bangsha stops helping her make money, when the money in her hands is spent, it will be the day for the Zhao family to replace her. But Jiang Bangsha's emotions are uncontrollable because of Li Yang. Otherwise, there are too many people who want to control Jiang Bangsha, and it has always been Li Yang who releases her aura everywhere. And she only mastered some special channels after taking charge of the Zhao family. As soon as she mastered those channels, she investigated Li Yang thoroughly. And then there was nothing else. There is no way to say, because Li Yang is a very weird guy, especially his father Li Lican. As a farmer, he has hardly lived in a big city all his life, but he has so much money in his account. It is hidden too deeply, and no one dares to make a move before it is thoroughly understood. Xiang Yu wants Jiang Bangsha to be an independent individual, so that the two sides can continue to cooperate. With the existence of Li Yang, who knows if this guy will do something outrageous to make Jiang Bangsha give up cooperating with him. Xiang Yu looked at the ramen on the table and said, how about this, let's go in now, otherwise it's past dinner time and I really don't have a suitable excuse. Why, how can you visit in the afternoon? You should visit in the morning. If you don't go, don't blame me for not helping you in the afternoon. Go, go, go. Li Yang wanted to see what Bai Qing was doing. She even dared to lie to her own husband. She must be punished. A severe punishment will do. Xiang Yu stood up and said, then I'll make a phone call. Bai Chong received the call because he played the role of a butler in the Bai family. There are a lot of things to do, but he doesn't have much power. After all, the Bai family doesn't have much money. He was stunned when he received Xiang Yu's call. Hearing that Xiang Yu was going to visit with one of his younger brothers, Bai Chong hurriedly said, we are flattered that our eldest niece is coming. It happens that one of my nieces is also here. You come and see if there is any chance for our two families to become relatives. Chapter 165 I only have one girlfriend, and you know who she is. After Xiang Yu made the call, she returned to the restaurant. Thinking of what Bai Chong had just said, she asked Li Yang, who is your girlfriend? Li Yang knew someone from the Bai family, so she was not surprised. But the young girls in the Bai family seemed to be very ordinary, right? There was a third generation, but the oldest was only 13 years old. Li Yang smiled and asked, now that you know about it, are you going to tell on me again? Do I have to? Even if I tell her, Jiang Bangsha may not believe it. Former chairman of the Green Water Group, Bai Qing, Xiang Yu, the Bai family in Jiangcheng is actually together with the Bai family in Beijing? The disparity between their identities is so great that she really couldn't imagine it. When Bai Jingxun went down 40 years ago, the family already had 2 children, and there was no record of remarriage. Of course, it only proves that she didn't have enough information in her hands. After all, she had only been in charge of the Zhao family for a few days. But she knew that Bai Jingxun had the help of a noble person, otherwise even if he could return to Beijing, it would not be so smooth. In the past 20 years, Bai Jingxun has been like riding a rocket. He was almost sentenced to death. Who would have thought that he could turn things around before he was 40? Who would have thought that his luck would be so good and he could move up smoothly all the way? Otherwise, how could the 2 prodigal sons of the Bai family sell the house? A sold house is like a lost face, which can never be recovered. The huge Songbei garden currently covers an area of only 1 acre, and several families are crowded in it. Li Yang asked, when are we going to go there? Let's go in 20 minutes, but there is something I want to tell you. From what the Bai family said, it seems that they want to find a partner for your girlfriend. You must be mentally prepared. Well, Okay, I'm mentally prepared. Xiang Yu saw that Li Yang's face immediately fell, and knew that things would not be simple. She could probably guess that it was probably Bai Qing of the Green Water Group who found the Bai family behind his back and wanted to return to the Bai family. After all, Li Yang, this guy, is just a rich man worth hundreds of millions on the surface, which is not enough compared to the real power. If it were her, she would definitely choose the Bai family in Beijing. She suddenly found it interesting. At least she could watch how Li Yang competed with a Bai family. She could take the opportunity to see clearly where this guy came from. She always believed that Li Yang's public identity was a disguise, but this guy had not made any real moves so far. It would be best if he could fight with a Bai family and let her see his true colors. Xiang Yu said tentatively, in fact, everyone will weigh the interests. Choosing the party with greater interests is basically the consensus of most people. She did not expect to get Zhang Bangsha away from Li Yang. It seemed unrealistic at the moment. If Zhang Bangsha's emotions could be more stable, it would also be good for her. On the premise of not offending Li Yang, it would not hurt her to say a few words. Li Yang smiled and asked, Miss Zhao is also a person who can weigh the interests. Xiang Yu was stunned. This was the first time Li Yang used such a formal address. But she still nodded. Of course, I am here now because of the interests. Otherwise, I can still live comfortably for the rest of my life by lying down and playing dirty, but that is equivalent to handing my life over to others. When I was young, I had no choice. After I grew up, I don't want to be a bargaining chip for others to play games anymore. Li Yang asked, what happened when I was a child? Nothing happened. I thought you could guess. It was just that I was born a girl, so they sent me to a remote village. I lived there until I was 15 years old and came to Beijing. By the way, I was the big sister in junior high school in my hometown. Are you surprised? Xiang Yu didn't mind telling her black history in front of Li Yang. Anyway, she was a bad student in junior high school, but after coming to Beijing, she suddenly wanted to study. But after Song Yu and the others came back, they played dirty even more. Even if their families could arrange high school for them, they were too lazy to go to school and continue to live a messy life in the whole capital. At that time, everyone was 15 or 16 years old. Those who were in love, those who were alcoholics, and those who had abortions had abortions. What Xiang Yu regretted most was that he didn't study in junior high school. Even after going to high school, he couldn't keep up with the teaching progress. In the end, he barely passed a college entrance examination. Li Yang smiled. When I was in high school, I was also the boss of Hankou Road. No one in the whole street dared to challenge me. Xiang Yu, Li Yang whispered, did your parents give birth to a son later? Xiang Yu said unhappily, it's not my first child. Oh, I see, they won't stop until they give birth to a son. Although some of the words are extreme, they are most suitable for the Zhao family. They'll really have a throne to inherit. After 2 minutes, Xiang Yu said, come on, help me take off the hairpin on your head. After that, she turned sideways. Her bun hairstyle is supported by a hairpin. As long as the hairpin is pulled out, the hair will immediately fall apart. With a simple adjustment, she has transformed from a college student to a woman in charge. You can't say I'm taking advantage of you, right? Oh, you've taken advantage of me enough. Li Yang was shocked. Hey, I'm suing you for defamation. I haven't even touched the corner of your clothes. What about the red envelopes I gave you on various holidays? These are what Xiang Yu meant by taking advantage. Also, 2 days ago I said it was my birthday. What did you say? Happy birthday, wish you good fortune, give me the red envelope? How can you say that? Li Yang argued, is what I said wrong? You just want money, want to get rich. In my hometown, the god of wealth is sent on the 5th day of the first lunar month. If you come to the door with a 10-cent god of wealth painting, you have to pay to buy it. I said auspicious words, isn't it right for you to give me a red envelope? Xiang Yu, hurry up, I'm leaving right away, I need to fix my hairstyle. Li Yang stood up, walked over, and took off the hairpin on Xiang Yu's head. Xiang Yu's hair is really very silky, and it spreads out immediately after taking it off, just like the ones in shampoo commercials. Which shampoo brand wants her to be the spokesperson? No post-processing is needed, which can save a lot of editing costs. After a simple hairstyle, Xiang Yu asked, what identity do you want to go in with me later? If you are really angry, spend some money to rent me as your girlfriend for an hour, I may agree. Li Yang smiled and said, 1 hour? How much? After that, He began to recite silently, 3 minutes each time. There can be 20 times in an hour that he did not avoid Xiangnu, so Xiangnu heard it and his face became very ugly. Just wait to be humiliated, don't blame me for not helping you when the time comes. In someone else's territory, watching your own girlfriend getting engaged to someone else, I dare not think about the scene. Haha, let's go quickly, we will miss the dinner later. Li Yang didn't know whether he should be relieved or not. Anyway, it has come to this point. Anyway, for him, everything can still be saved. He did bet on Bai Qing, but compared with his current situation, he is not afraid of failure at all. Unlike in his previous life, the little capital on him is not enough to bet on one person. Bai Chong had already arranged for someone to wait at the door. Anyway, the old man was chatting with Bai Qing at this time, so there was no need for him to be around. It was just because Xiangnu is coming over that the Bai family had to postpone lunchtime. In order to prevent Xiangnu from seeing the joke, the children were driven back home, the door was closed, and they were not allowed to come out. Otherwise, the Bai family was such a small place, and after entering, they would find that it was full of people. Although Bai Chong was a generation older than Xiangnu, he was the only one who could receive Xiangnu. Except for the old man, no one else in the Bai family was qualified. After a while, he saw Xiangnu. It was not the first time he saw Xiangnu, but every time he met her, Bai Chong could feel that the Zhao family was really lucky. Xiangnu's appearance and figure were unmatched in the entire capital. Even if her ability was average, she was an excellent bargaining chip for marriage. I don't know how many people she would attract. Not to mention that Xiangnu could make a lot of money at this time. It is said that in just over half a year, she already had a net worth of several hundred million. Wanli capital has spread throughout the Beijing circle, and everyone wants to invest in it, but now they are suppressed by Xiangnu and others, so they have no chance. The Bai family also wants to invest, but they don't have the capital, and they don't have the ability to make Xiangnu open an opening, so they can only envy. Today, Xiangnu suddenly called and said that he wanted to visit. Bai Chong still doesn't understand what it means. After all, Bai Qing hasn't been settled yet, and he hasn't promoted it. It can only be said that it was a coincidence that he could convince Bai Qing. After the marriage with the Zhao family, Xiangnu's money will also be a boost to the Bai family. After Xiangnu came over, he hurriedly called out, "Uncle Bai." Bai Chong said with a smile, "I heard the magpie calling at the door early in the morning. I didn't expect that my niece Corey would come. Uncle Bai, you are too polite. How can this be polite? No matter when my niece Corey comes, she is the most important guest of the Bai family. By the way, the one next to you." Xiangnu hurriedly pulled Li Yang's hand and said, "Uncle Bai, this is a friend of mine who has a good relationship. I brought him here to see the world." Li Yang smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Li Yang." Bai Chong naturally did not ignore Xiangnu's little action. They held hands, although it was just a pull. But ordinary people would not do this. Maybe this Li Yang is Xiangnu's boyfriend. I just don't know where this Li Yang comes from. There are many people with the surname Li in the Beijing circle, and he is familiar with most of them, but this is the first time he has seen Li Yang, and he is very unfamiliar. Hello, it should be a reverse marriage. It is likely that this young man is relatively outstanding and will marry into the Zhao family in the future. After all, the Zhao family will not let Xiangnu go easily. Bai Chong led the other two people inside. When they entered the door, the three of them walked side by side. As they walked, the road began to narrow. Now Bai Chong was in the front, Xiangnu was in the middle, and Li Yang followed behind. When leaving, Xiangnu asked, "Uncle Bai, is Grandpa Bai at home today?" Bai Chong replied, yes, but there are relatives coming to our house, and the old man is chatting with them. Let's sit down first, and then I'll call the old man over." Xiangnu said, "The Bai family has a distinguished guest. I wouldn't have disturbed them if I had known. Haha, how can this be considered a disturbance? I originally wanted to invite niece Xiangzi to come for a simple meal. It's just a coincidence." Bai Chong said, "One of my nieces is about to return to our family. She has outstanding looks and temperament, and she studied at a famous foreign university. After she came back, the old man wanted to arrange her marriage. After searching for a long time, he still felt that the third generation of the Zhao family was more outstanding. I haven't contacted her yet, and niece Xiangzi is here. It is enough to show that our two families have a lot of fate in this matter." Xiangnu was surprised and said, "Yes, it's really fate." When she spoke, She turned around and glanced at Li Yang, and found that this guy was really good at pretending. At this time, he still acted like nothing happened. Fortunately, she had given a little hint when she entered the room, so that she would not be embarrassed when she met Bai Qing later. Anyway, this guy must thank her. She originally wanted to embarrass Li Yang and reveal some of his cards. But after thinking about it, Li Yang was one of her benefactors after all, so she couldn't help but help him when she entered the room. Bai Chong smiled and said, "Yes, my niece also has a listed group. Although it was inherited from her parents, her personal ability is definitely not bad." Xiang Yu said, "Uncle Bai, your niece sounds so outstanding. I'm afraid it won't be easy for the Zhao family to match her. Are you targeting brother Xianlin? Haha, if possible, of course it would be the best. Niece Corey will see it later. My niece is definitely not worse than others in all aspects. Of course, she is definitely inferior to niece Corey. In fact, Bai Chong didn't think that Bai Qing's appearance and figure were inferior to Xiang Yu's. He was just saying it for the sake of courtesy." At this time, the position in the main hall had been vacated. After several people arrived at the main hall, Bai Chong arranged for someone to serve tea first, and then began to prepare for the serving of dishes. After chatting with Xiang Yu for a few more words, he left on the pretext of calling the old man. At this time, Xiang Yu said to Li Yang, "Li Yang, I helped you a lot just now. No matter what happens later, the Bai family can't embarrass you. How are you going to thank me? How do you want to thank me? With your body, pooh. You deserve to be fooled by others," Li Yang said. "From the moment you entered the door until now, you have said a lot of hypocritical words. Don't you feel tired? Is this how you deal with people every day? What else? Can you tell the truth to everyone? You will be cheated and bankrupt. Besides, when it comes to hypocrisy, how can I compare with you? Don't you say a word of truth. I did that to get along better. To put it bluntly, it's a double standard. You think hypocrisy in feelings is worth it, and I think hypocrisy in daily interactions is worth it. Everyone is pursuing their own interests. There is no difference in essence. Don't." Yes, Sister Corey is right. Call me Xiang Yu later, so that you will seem closer, so that Bai Qing won't embarrass you. If there's anything, just hold my hand or hug my shoulder. Do you understand? Li Yang, I thought you wanted to eat melons. Xiang Yu said, "I wanted to eat melons, but I couldn't bear it because you helped me make hundreds of millions. You are a person who is just a little bit poisonous and stingy, but everything else is pretty good. Li Yang, your standard for being good is quite high. Haha, what else? But don't go too far, just hold hands, otherwise I'm afraid that the face I earned for you will soon be taken away by others." "What do you mean? There are too many people chasing me. Do you know what it means to be a rich and beautiful woman in the world?" "Yes, Zhang Bangsha is one." "You?" Xiang Yu didn't say anything. What Li Yang said was right. If she was replaced by Zhang Bangsha, then Zhang Bangsha could walk sideways in the capital, and everyone in the world would become Zhang Bangsha's licking dog. Li Yang, this guy, really didn't give any face at all. Anyway, he would know how important the foreshadowing he had laid in advance was, otherwise he would lose the biggest face since he was born in the Bai family today. At this time, several footsteps were faintly heard, and Xiang Yu said, "They are coming." In the corridor, Bai Qing and Bai Jingxuan walked side by side. I just chatted with Bai Jingxuan for a while, not because of anything else, but simply wanted to see if the spirit tablets of my parents could be placed in the ancestral hall. Bai Jingxuan did not refuse. She thought things would go unexpectedly smoothly. Later, Bai Jingxuan began to chat with her about family matters in the past, and finally talked about his parents, with tears streaming down his face. She was a little moved, at least she saw a little bit of the love of parents for their children in Bai Jingxuan. But Bai Jingxuan had never confirmed that his parents would enter the ancestral hall, which made her a little anxious. Later, Bai Chong came over and said that he wanted to have a meal together. She was ready to leave. Anyway, from the beginning to the end, she never called Bai Jingxuan grandpa. But Bai Jingxuan said that they would talk after dinner, so she still had a little bit of luck. When they arrived at the main hall, Bai Chang went in first, and Xiang Yu and Li Yang in the room had already stood up. The next moment, Bai Qing appeared at the door. Bai Chong introduced Xiang Yu with a smile. "Niece Corey, this is my niece." Before he finished speaking, he saw a figure running over quickly, and then came to Li Yang and shouted, "Husband, why are you here?" The word husband directly shocked the whole scene. Everyone looked at Bai Qing and Li Yang. At this time, Bai Qing was like a little girl, acting coquettishly in front of Li Yang, showing a sweet smile. Li Yang also smiled and stretched out his hand to pinch Bai Qing's face. Isn't it because I am worried about you? I heard that a young lady from the Bai family who had been wandering outside has returned and is preparing to find a husband. I want to come and see who is trying to snatch her from me. Bai Qing, it seems that I understand. She looked at Bai Chong, then at Bai Jingxun, and said, let me introduce to you my husband, Li Yang. You don't have to worry about my marriage, and I never said I wanted to go back to the Bai family. Since you're so boring, then I have nothing to talk about with you, Bai Jingxun said with a cold face. What do you mean? Bai Qing didn't give her a good look either. She now agreed very much with what Li Yang said, that no one in the Bai family in Beijing is a good person. It's nothing. I came here because I wanted everyone to part ways in peace. My parents are dead, and I just want to fulfill their last wish. You don't think you can use the love of the dead to threaten me, a living person, right? You have taken advantage of me for so many years, haven't you taken enough? After saying that, Bai Qing hurriedly hugged Li Yang's waist and said, hubby, I'm sorry, I should have believed you a long time ago. There is no good person in the Bai family. Don't be angry, hubby, it's good to know. When have I ever lied to you? Whoever I say is not a good person is not a good person. Hey, right, let's go out for dinner. The food here is probably poisonous. Okay, Li Yang pulled Bai Qing out, as if no one was around. The Bai family is nothing. To put it nicely, they still have a few more years of power, but to put it bluntly, they are just a lion that has lost its hair and is worse than a dog. Times have changed a lot. Bai Jingxun looked at everything in front of him and felt dizzy. Bai Chong was even more at a loss. Isn't Li Yang Xiangnu's boyfriend? How did he become Bai Qing's husband? He looked at Xiangnu and found that Xiangnu's face was even uglier than his. Xiangnu had already scolded Li Yang 800 times. This bastard, I didn't want him to lose face, but in the end, she was the one who lost the most face? What kind of person is she now? She was hinting to Bai Chong that Li Yang was her boyfriend the previous second, and was slapped in the face the next second? So today, she was not embarrassing Li Yang, but embarrassing herself? Everyone set up a trap, just to slap themselves in the face? Grandpa Bai, Uncle Bai, I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable here. I'll visit you another day. Sorry, in the ramen restaurant. Li Yang sat face to face with Bai Qing and ordered 2 bowls of ramen. Boss, I ordered 2 bowls before and didn't eat them. I'll order 2 more this time. Can you make it cheaper? Young man, your 2 bowls of noodles made my dog die. I haven't asked you for compensation yet. Then the original price. Li Yang was embarrassed to say anything else. After all, he would be asked to compensate for the dog later. Bai Qing kept looking at Li Yang with a smile on her face. After the boss left, she asked, husband, how did you know I went to the Bai family? Li Yang said unhappily. Of course, I suddenly felt a sense of connection with heaven and man, and found that someone dared to rob my people. It's simply courting death. Although I don't know what the Bai family did, it's me who made my husband worry after all, and I should be punished. But husband, your girlfriend seems to be here. After speaking, Bai Qing pointed to the door and looked at Xiangnu with a gloomy face. My girlfriend? Who is she? I don't know her, but Bai Chong said that the eldest daughter of the Zhao family came with her boyfriend. Isn't it her husband who brought her here? At this time, Xiangnu, with his hands folded in front of his chest, watched Li Yang and Bai Qing chatting over there with a smile. Is this Bai Qing mentally ill? Isn't it good for you to be the eldest daughter of the Bai family? Is this guy Li Yang worthy of you turning against the Bai family without hesitation? Doesn't she know that if she does such a thing today, the Bai family will never give her any chances in the future? It's simply outrageous. She even suspected that Li Yang had known this result a long time ago. But, no matter what, she now wants Li Yang to give her an explanation. At this time, she clearly heard Li Yang say, I only have one girlfriend, and you know who it is. Xiangnu couldn't help it, and said directly, what about me? What am I? Chapter 166. Is it the same as my husband investigating me? Xiangnu was in a very bad mood. She never thought that she could be so embarrassed. It was all thanks to Li Yang. However, she could not hate Li Yang. It was just that after Bai Qing came in, she did not pull Zhang Bangsha, but directly put pressure on Bai Qing. She thought that she would not be much worse than Bai Qing in any aspect. Why should Bai Qing slap her in the face? Bai Qing saw that Xiang Yu was asking Li Yang on the surface, but actually her eyes were always looking at her, and she was provocative. She smiled and said, "You can only be considered Xiao Wu, right, husband?" Li Yang rolled his eyes at her and said, "You can make up for the missing ones, what Xiao Wu? Isn't this humiliating?" Xiang Yu is obviously not small. Bai Qing smiled and said, make up for it." Xiang Yu, who was on the side, saw the two people discussing so nakedly, and his three views were refreshed. What kind of people are these? Seeing the noodles coming up, she found that she was also hungry, and said directly, "Boss, give me a bowl of noodles too." After that, she sat aside. Bai Qing was chatting with Li Yang as if no one was around. Although she didn't know how Li Yang found out that she was at the Bai family, the feeling of being protected made her feel at ease. Bai family. Bai Jingxun and Bai Chong didn't have lunch. After all, how could they eat after something like this happened? Bai Jingxun was very old and his body was not very strong. If it were someone else, he would have found an excuse to retire long ago, but he was just holding on. He asked Bai Chong in a serious tone, "You haven't investigated Bai Qing's situation clearly. How dare you plan a marriage? The whole Bai family is just like you. You want to piss me off to death, right?" This son was really stupid. Before doing this, he didn't even find out the situation clearly. No wonder Bai Qing was unmoved no matter how he played the emotional card, because in terms of emotions, Bai Qing now had no loopholes. She dared to call her husband openly, which meant that the Bai family was nothing in her eyes. You have to pay attention to the occasion when you fart. Did she pay attention? Bai Chong lowered his head. If he could do things in a way that was airtight, would he still need to stay at the Bai family? "I have already gone out with the help of my father. Dad, what should we do now?" "I will investigate that Li Yang and then give him to," Bai Jingxun hurriedly said. "If you want to die, don't take our Bai family with you." "Who brought that Li Yang here? No matter how poor he is, he has contacts with the Zhao family. What do you want to do? Do you think it is still more than 10 years ago? Whoever dances the most now will die quickly. You can't wait for me to step down quickly, right?" In recent years, the only criterion for measuring power is the economy. The ability to drive employment and the economy is the only assessment indicator. The Bai family does not have this ability because they have no money. If the interests of the Green Water Group are not promised, it may be of great help to him, but at the same time, if he is not promised, he can't return to the capital. Once you miss the age, there will be no chance to come back in this life. Count on a few prodigal sons in the family to succeed? It is better to expect him to change his ID card to a few years younger. The Bai family is already a stagnant pool. I thought that marriage could be the last support. And at the very least it could support the growth of the third generation. But now, go investigate Li Yang and get things clear first, okay? A bowl of noodles with soybean paste was pushed in front of Li Yang, and Xiang Yu said proudly, "Help me mix the noodles. I don't know how to do it. It is definitely impossible not to mix noodles," but Xiang Yu always wants to save face for herself. Li Yang put down his chopsticks, picked up Xiang Yu's bowl and chopsticks, and said while helping her mix the noodles, "You really helped a lot today. I'll help you mix the noodles, and we'll write it off. Is it that simple?" Xiang Yu didn't expect Li Yang to be so shameless. "Then continue to be angry if you want to be angry." Li Yang handed the mixed noodles to Xiang Yu. At this time, Bai Qing also said, "Hubby, the noodles you mix look delicious." Li Yang said with a smile, "That's for sure. I was born with a holy body for mixing noodles. Whoever eats your noodles will be so happy." Ha ha ha, almost. "If my husband mixes noodles for me, I'll be happy even if he beats me up." Xiang Yu, this pair of dogs and bitches can act out a play just by mixing noodles. Why don't you two become actors? Obviously, she has been at a disadvantage from beginning to end, but now it seems that she has taken advantage. It's so disgusting. After the meal, Li Yang paid the bill and the three of them walked out of the noodle shop. Xiang Yu said, "Li Yang, you have to be careful next time. The Bai family is a more traditional family. You should know what tradition means. I won't help you to plead for me when the time comes." What is tradition? Tradition means living more than a dozen years ago or even decades ago, or not mastering the means and abilities of the new era. Tradition is the most unsystematic, but whoever uses it will die now. But Li Yang slapped the Bai family hard this time. It is possible that the Bai family wanted to use him as a scapegoat before they died. Anyway, for the Bai family, The worst that can happen is that Bai Jingsun retires and finds a scapegoat. It is impossible to take Bai Jingsun's life, right? The methods of the new era have abandoned the traditional force. After all, anyone can go online and make complaints. If they use violence, they can't hide it. Because of the existence of the internet, big families have been restricted a lot, and they basically tolerate small things. There are many people in the Beijing circle who have collapsed because of some small things. Now almost every household has begun to deal with a new era of rules. For example, it is forbidden to show off wealth on the internet, and it is forbidden to talk about your family members at every turn. If anyone gets into trouble, he should solve it himself. If he dares to cause trouble to the family, just get out. What is bullying and being posted online? There is no one like you in our family. You admit your mistake. Even if it is a biological son, it should be cut off. Let's hide from the limelight first. Of course, these are all trivial matters. If it really involves big interests, you have to go crazy. Otherwise, there will be nothing. Li Yang said, "Thanks for the reminder, but can we borrow a car? We don't have a car to go back, this is not a remote place, can't we take a taxi? I've already mixed noodles for you, it's okay to borrow a car, don't be so stingy." Zhang Yu, "Yes, I'm really stingy. Come with me," Bai Qing on the side immediately said, "Thank you. Sister Xiao, here soon." Zhang Yu arranged a car and sent the two back directly. In the car, Bai Qing asked, "Husband, are we going too far?" Li Yang shook his head, "No, she checked me." "Ah," Bai Qing immediately whispered in Li Yang's ear, "How did she check on my husband? Is it the same as my husband checking on me?" Li Yang, he and Zhang Yu have a deeper interest in each other, so there is almost no behavior that will destroy their relationship. And he has taken the initiative, so it is reasonable for him to go too far. If he didn't go too far, Zhang Yu would probably worry about whether he was going to trick Zhang Bangsha into leaving. What really made Zhang Yu unhappy was actually Bai Qing's series of actions. But he must be on Bai Qing's side, because Bai Qing was willing to be in front of him. In the car, Bai Qing didn't want to be blatant. Until they returned to their residence, Bai Qing said, "Husband, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Li Yang smiled and said, "What's wrong?" "Well, I made my husband worried. I comforted my husband. Then will you dare to do it in the future? Dare to do it again? Woo woo woo. I don't dare anymore." Bai Qing thought Li Yang would ask her what she did at Bai's house. As a result, Li Yang didn't ask any more questions. She thought Li Yang was very possessive and would violate everything about her, but it turned out that he only violated everything. Even if he wanted everything, Bai Qing would give it to him. But now, it is obvious that she is living more freely. She still feels that she belongs to herself and has an independent personality. My husband is so good. It's good to live. I like it very much." Since she learned that her father passed away last year, she never thought that she could still live with such dignity. At this time, after an afternoon of investigation, a lot of Li Yang's information has been placed in front of Bai Jingsun. In fact, it is not difficult to investigate Li Yang, as long as there are channels. And the investigation information is basically a complete system. Liu Hangshan can lock Li Yang's securities account at the first time, not to mention Bai Jingsun. Their channels must be more powerful, and Li Liqin's account was also locked by them. This behavior is strictly illegal, but they have many ways to evade this problem. After seeing Li Yang's account situation, Bai Jingsun was shocked. The top scorer in the college entrance examination, a student at Beijing University, an esports player, an anchor, and the account funds even found the hotel photos released by Liu Hangshan. The girl in the photo, they recognized at a glance, is Bai Qing. The two have been together for a long time, it's not sudden. At the same time, there are rumors that Li Yang and Zhang Bangsha are in love at Beijing University. Zhang Bangsha is a great man in the Beijing circle recently. Even the whole network knows about this great man. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. Where did Li Yang's wealth come from? Did Zhang Bangsha give it? Bai Chong, who was standing by, had already read the information. He was just glad that he didn't mess around. Otherwise, Li Yang could have killed the Bai family with money. This guy has too many halos. If something goes wrong, even if his father retires, it won't work. Bai Chong might have to sacrifice himself. Li Yang already has enough power to make them exchange their sons. Bai Jingsun lit a cigarette. In order to live a few more years. He has rarely smoked recently. But now, he needs to calm down. Help me make an appointment with Li Yang. I want to talk to him, Bai Chong asked. Dad, what are we talking about? Of course, it's about the distribution of benefits. Can we still play the emotional card? Now we have lost the opportunity to play the emotional card. Bai Chong picked up the phone, dialed Li Yang's number, and then handed it to Bai Jingxun. Soon, the call was connected. Li Yang? Hello, I'm Bai Jingxun, King King's grandfather. Get lost, Li Yang just replied and hung up the phone. The study became quiet. This weekend was too busy for Li Yang. First, he was backstabbed by Xiang Yu, and then Bai Qing backstabbed Xiang Yu, which almost broke his kidneys. Monday is good, he likes to go to class very much. It is already late April, and CNR and CSR will merge on April 30th. He plans to clear all his positions before the merger, and then go to the brokerage to play, and then this round of bull market will be completely over. It is a little bit beyond expectations, because Bai Qing got too many assists in the early stage. But he didn't expect Bai Jingxun to be so shameless. He started to curse yesterday, but he still called at noon. He was still too lazy to answer. Just like that, Thursday came unknowingly. Bai Jingxun called every noon, even if Li Yang either cursed him to get lost or hung up directly, the other party was not discouraged at all. This is the first time Li Yang has seen someone with thicker skin than himself. It is really disgusting that he can even use his own son. On Thursday, Bai Jingxun called again. This time, Li Yang answered. After the call was connected, Li Yang said, Bai Jingxun, if you want to talk to me, kick your two sons out, and I will have a good talk with you. Otherwise, go wherever you want. Bai Jingxun immediately replied, okay. Bring kicking back on Saturday, haha, okay, since you were ruthless enough, we will meet then, damn it. Bastard. Liu Hangshan was at home, watching the brokerage suddenly hit the limit today, and he became irritable. Since the beginning of the month, the brokerage has become unstable, rising one day and falling the next day, and the trend has gradually deteriorated. But he really couldn't bear to adjust his position, because the market index was about to reach 5,000 points. The whole network was discussing the bull market, and 5,000 points was just the beginning. Although the brokerage fell, it often rebounded the next day. The so-called restriction on capital allocation was just talk, and it has not been actually implemented so far. The brokerage should have risen sharply, at least doubled. However, almost a month has passed, and the securities sector has been up and down, and has fallen by nearly 20 points overall. Almost all of his profits have been vomited out, and it has begun to threaten the principal. And now, he really can't bear it. He can't make a penny in the bull market for more than a month? If he doesn't make money, what stocks should he trade? If he doesn't make money, how can he pay off his debts? How can he live his previous life again? If he doesn't make money again, he will be finished. Coincidentally, at this time, the news of the merger of CNR and CSR has become the hottest on the entire network, and CNR and CSR have doubled this month. Looking at the public opinion on the internet, the funds have gone crazy. Now the combined market value of the two cars is close to 1 trillion, and the general expectation given by the market is more than 2 trillion. It may not rise that much, but at least it will definitely rise for a few days after the merger. Let's make a few dozen points first. Liu Hangshan really didn't want to waste time in the securities company, so he decided to bite his teeth and go all in. Even though both the North and South cars rose by 7 or 8 points today, he didn't hesitate at all. Even if the next May Day holiday is coming, he didn't think so much. All in. The funds in his hands directly pushed up the price of the two vehicles, North and South. However, they were soon broken. After all, the daily trading volume of the two vehicles was too large. Until the closing, Liu Hangshan still fell 1 point. He comforted himself, it's okay, there will definitely be a big rise tomorrow. Then, on Friday, it really rose. The two vehicles were directly closed when they came up. The funds in the market rushed in madly. Liu Hangshan laughed very happily, he was the god of stocks. On this day, Li Yang officially closed the game, and the chips of North and South vehicles in his hands were directly cleared. He didn't care about Zhang Bangsha, and he couldn't interfere with Zhang Bangsha's trading model. Anyway, his floating profit of 130% this month is enough. For Zhang Bangsha, it's nothing to fail once or twice. The more failures, the more perfect he can be. May Day is coming soon, 3 days off, plus Saturday and Sunday, 5 days. Li Yang remembered that May Day seemed to be a 7-day holiday when he was a child, and he didn't know when it was suddenly changed. Master Li, help me, my parents are coming to Beijing in a few days for the May Day holiday, please lend me a car, Zhang Bangsha called right after school. I asked Song Yu to borrow it last time, why don't you just ask her directly? With Master Jiang's current abilities, he doesn't need my help anymore, right, Humph, he's been a keyboard warrior for more than a decade and only got broken once, he's definitely good at being sarcastic. Zhang Bangsha said with a smile on the phone, no, it's all because of Master Li's good teaching. By the way, I withdrew the funds of CNR and CSR today. The funds are quite divided. I am not optimistic about the subsequent market. Has Master Li left? Yes, I cleared all the funds on the board today. Master Li is amazing. He is not willing to be greedy for even a day. Alice, just a little fight to earn some money for the bride price, so that I won't be unable to marry a wife in the future. Didn't he say that he would marry me? I will believe you only if you say this again in 3 years. Anyway, I can't get a marriage certificate now. You can say whatever you want. Don't you worry that I will be full. Zhang Bangsha relies on his ability to trade stocks, and he relies on his own tricks, so he has nothing to be proud of. The more he lives in places like Beijing, the more comfortable he lives. If he provokes someone in other places, they may not investigate him, and they will just act recklessly. Now it's very good. Whoever wants to touch him must investigate him first. It is actually the most enjoyable to play with others openly, and being hit by a club is the most frustrating way to die. Anyway, he didn't commit any crime, at most he had some moral problems, and he didn't believe that anyone could kill him. Master Li, can you help me? Zhang Bangsha said coquettishly on the other end of the phone. Okay, no problem, thank you Master Zhang for letting me feel a little bit of existence, thank you Master Li, can I treat you to dinner tonight? No, you go back first, I'll bring you food later. Everyone was busy this week, and Li Yang didn't see Zhang Bangsha. The two just chatted. Bringing food, he came to Zhang Bangsha and found that Zhang Bangsha had already taken a shower and changed clothes. She really understands. The food in the cafeteria is very ordinary, but both of them ate with relish. Zhang Bangsha is simply not picky about food, and Li Yang ate with Zhang Bangsha. 19-year-old girl, hey, after dinner, Li Yang chatted with Zhang Bangsha for a while, and could clearly feel that Zhang Bangsha was under a lot of pressure. In theory, she shouldn't have too much pressure, because after this month, the income of One Liu Capital has been considerable, and it has also met her psychological expectations, and she can just play around in the future. 2 hours later, Zhang Bangsha fell asleep quickly under Li Yang's massage. She should have been more relaxed, after all, she didn't need to operate the market by herself, and she had someone under her. This meant that something must have happened at One Liu Capital. After Zhang Bangsha fell asleep, Li Yang called Zhang Yu. The moment Zhang Yu answered the phone, he said, I know May Day is coming. Working people are the most glorious. The red envelope has been prepared for you. There is no need to call towards you, right? In Zhang Yu's view, Li Yang called for nothing more than this matter. Li Yang asked, is there any new capital entering One Liu Capital? Zhang Yu was obviously stunned. Li Yang had never paid attention to One Liu Capital. One Liu Capital nominally had Li Yang's shares, but it was just to facilitate the subsequent settlement with him. There is indeed a group of funds entering the market, and they just came today. Li Yang's face changed, and he walked out of the room and started cursing into the phone. Didn't I say that no more funds will be allowed to enter the market in the future? Zhang Yu, if you play like this, we will have no chance to cooperate in the future. As a result, Zhang Yu also felt wronged. What can I do? They are people I can't afford to offend. If it were someone else, I would definitely refuse if I could. Don't I know that keeping Zhang Bangsha calm is more important than anything else? But the problem is that I can't refuse. Li Yang laughed and said, can't refuse? What's there to refuse? There's no room for negotiation even if the King of Heaven comes. Kick out their funds, I can't kick them out. I don't even have the chance to refuse. How can I kick out the funds? Okay, then I'll tell you directly that Zhang Bangsha will not go to One Liu Capital next month, and the cooperation between the two parties ends here. The Zhang Yu on the other end of the phone explained, Li Yang, can you calm down a little? Can't you just do me a favor? When you asked me for help, did I say no? I even took the initiative to help you. Help what the hell? I paid you for your help. All our friendships have been secretly priced. You are breaking the rules by reaching out to Jiang Bangsha this time. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Li Yang hung up the phone directly. Jiang Bangsha must have a lot of funds to worry about, starting with 3 billion. In this way, the scale of One Liu Capital will exceed 10 billion. With tens of billions of funds, even Jiang Bangsha will fall when facing the upcoming stock market crash. He withdrew the funds quickly because it was still in the rising stage. It is easiest to sell chips in the rising stage. Once the falling market starts, the trading volume of the two markets will shrink sharply, and tens of billions of funds cannot be moved at all. What kind of friendship is Zhang Yu talking about? What kind of friendship do you have? Did he make more than 10 billion with them for nothing? Except for his parents, he doesn't owe anyone in his life. He is willing to let Jiang Bangsha go to One Liu Capital. On the one hand, Jiang Bangsha wants to go, and on the other hand, the funds are within the controllable range. Now it is uncontrollable, and Jiang Bangsha is not omnipotent. She will make wrong judgments under great pressure and even have self-doubt. In any case, no matter who the funds belong to, he must kick them out. Zhang Yu must have the initiative, so he will give it to her. Chapter 167. The copy set up by Bai Qing. Li Yang is usually very friendly and can make any joke. However, this time, Zhang Yu clearly felt Li Yang's edge. For Zhang Yu, it is indeed difficult to refuse the funds, but if you really want to be ruthless, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, the more powerful people care more about their face. She just wants to consolidate the position she just got and build a good relationship with others, so she accepted 4 billion funds. She knows very well that everything she has is brought by Li Yang and Jiang Bangsha, otherwise, even if she encounters a bull market, it will be difficult for her to turn around with 10 million capital. In the current bull market, from the beginning to the end, it is only the most common operation to double the capital. It is already the top to have a floating profit of 3 or 5 times, and it is rare to have a floating profit of 10 times. And what about her? After deducting various costs, she also has a floating profit of 60 times, and One Liu Capital is still making money for her. She is willing to be a nanny for Jiang Bangsha, but she also wants to gain more benefits for herself besides money, so that her position in the Zhao family will be more stable. On the One Liu Capital side, she is mainly responsible, and Song Yu and others basically don't care about anything, just take the money behind. Therefore, she didn't need to discuss the matter of introducing external funds with anyone. She called Li Yang again. Can we let the funds stay for 3 months? She calculated that as long as Jiang Bangsha performed normally, even if the funds were increased, it should double in 3 months. With this data, it was the best of both worlds for her. 3 months, what are you thinking? You can't stay for a day, Zhang Yu asked. Why do you have to be so determined? Why do you want to offend someone who can be your friend, Ms. Zhao? If you don't help, you will offend them? What era do you live in? If you don't help, you will offend them. I don't want such a friend. Why are you so strong? Just relying on the billions in your account, Li Yang said with a smile. Billions? This is money you can't earn in your whole life. This is cash. Even among the Fortune 500, how many companies can have so much cash on their books? So this much money is worthless in your eyes, right? Zhang Yu explained. Finance is different from entities. Even if it's different, it's still money. How many financial companies are playing with their own money? Also, are the new funds on your side their own? Li Yang didn't know how much money those people brought in yet, but it must be a lot. Moreover, that money was definitely not their own. They either borrowed it from banks under pretexts or raised funds. If they had so much money, they really didn't need to look for One Liu Capital. The money is enough, why come here to owe favors? Zhang Yu had nothing to say. She didn't believe that those people could come up with 4 billion. At this time, she and Li Yang had entered a tit-for-tat situation. After all, she had already pointed out Li Yang's identity, which was equivalent to admitting that she had investigated him privately. Li Yang, I thought we would have more cooperation in the future. I am not far from taking down a certain fish, Li Yang said. One thing is one thing. You are interested in a certain fish because of the benefits, and I am interested in it for the same reason, so we can cooperate together, at least at the beginning. I was thinking about helping you get the contract, so that a certain fish would not cause trouble for you in the future. Similarly, I am also making plans. After taking over a certain fish in the future, I will also inject capital, not for free. Zhang Yu took a deep breath. Is there no room for negotiation on this matter? Jiang Bangsha agreed, no. It's useless if she agrees. Li Yang hung up the phone again. He didn't really want to interfere with Jiang Bangsha's choice. From the time they met until now, he had never actively intervened in anything that required a choice in life. This time, it was just talk, to put some pressure on Xiang Yu. Respecting Jiang Bangsha's choice was one thing, and showing his attitude was another. He was sure that Jiang Bangsha could not do more than 10 billion, and in a bull market, he might barely be able to do it. At the beginning, Wanliu Capital only had 4 billion, and after a month, it already had more than 7 billion. A little more external capital could break 10 billion. Not only that, the funds will increase in the future, and by June, it may break 15 billion. In any industry, there is a situation where the car is too big to turn around. Although the stock market crash did not break out all at once, it would also wipe out about 25% of the floating profit in just a few days. At this time, it is too late for external funds to enter the market, and it may even eat up the profits that Wanliu Capital should have made next month. If there is no external capital, even if Jiang Bangsha did not react at the first time, it would be much easier to turn around later. These are all bound to happen, and there are also unpredictable things, such as Jiang Bangsha's ability to bear pressure. It is not certain that there are too many funds, and she herself cannot bear the pressure first, disrupting her own trading rhythm. Jiang Bangsha is engaged in high-frequency trading, which is a hot money game, a pure capital game, otherwise it would not be so hard. The trading rhythm is very important to her, and the rhythm will definitely be greatly affected under high pressure. On Saturday, he met with Bai Jingsun alone. At this time, Songbei Garden has been cleared out, and no one knows where Bai Jingsun's sons, grandsons, and families have gone. Bai Jingsun is not a good person, but Li Yang does want to talk to him. After a brief chat and a sip of tea, Li Yang went straight to the point and said, "The old man is really ruthless. There were quite a few people here last time, but this time they were cleared out." Bai Jingsun knew that Li Yang was mocking him, but he didn't care at all at this time, and said, "People who are useless will only be an eyesore if they are kept. I have only pursued power in my life. They must make room for people who can help." Li Yang smiled and said, "You are not talking about me, are you? I'm just a student and can't help much. Besides, do you think there is any possibility of peace talks between us? The more I like Bai Qing, the less I will forgive you." Bai Jingsun said, "Since you are here today, you must not want to scold me. I have no ability to remedy what has happened. Don't talk nonsense, old man. When did you curse at me? I am a student at Beijing University. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is my most basic moral cultivation. Of course, hating evil is also what teachers have taught me since I was a child." Bai Jingsun smiled and said, "Then let's have a good chat. I really need your help, but I won't let you work in vain." Li Yang waved his hand. "To be honest, you don't have many chips in your hand, and I'm not very interested. If I want chips, I will ask the Zhao family directly." The reason why I didn't call Bai Qing this time was simply to ask her why she came to the Bai family last time. Bai Jingsun said, "They are all trivial matters. She just wants to put her parents' tablets in the ancestral hall and enter the family tree. By the way, tisk tisk tisk, you are really dark enough. Just for such a small matter, you kidnapped so many people. The knife of family affection has been played to the extreme by you, old man." Bai Jingsun did not refute. He just wanted to cooperate with Li Yang today and didn't want to say those unnecessary words to increase Li Yang's disgust out of thin air. He waited for a while and said, "Li Yang, I know you don't need these things. You have basically reached the limit of what you can have. But you are still young. I believe your wealth will continue to grow, and I believe that sooner or later you will touch other desires. You will need some helpers after all. It is unrealistic to expect the Zhao family to help you at all costs. You will never feel at ease with things in your own hands." Li Yang nodded. "Yeah, I agree with you, Bai Jingsun, so, we can cooperate. Although I am only a few years away from retirement and seem to be useless, just like more than 20 years ago, I can also help you lock in helpers for the next 20 years, okay? But I have a request." "What request?" "Move the Bai family ancestral hall to Jiangcheng." Half an hour later, Li Yang left Songbei Garden. Bai Jingsun went out to see him off, but his face was not good. After all, Li Yang's request was too difficult for him to accept. What does moving the ancestral hall represent? It means that the Bai family in Beijing is nothing, and the Bai family in Jiangcheng is the orthodox one. Therefore, Even if he asked Li Yang for help, everyone would only remember Li Yang or Bai Qing, and it had nothing to do with him. After all, Li Yang and Bai Qing could ask him to move the ancestral temple. In a sense, isn't he just a puppet tool? After seeing Li Yang off, he sat in the study and thought. If Li Yang was willing to help, he could definitely spend these years gloriously and then retire gloriously. He would basically not be liquidated. The reputation and status he deserved would also be fixed and would not be lowered. He just wanted to protect his later years and the Bai family. His son was useless, and his grandchildren were too young. Now only Bai Qing was really capable. After all, her husband was too rich, and many things needed money now. Under the premise of having connections, basically a few $100 million could save a few years of hard work. How many years can a person have in life? And once you miss the age, it basically means that you have no potential. There are many people willing to cooperate. No matter how powerful the background is, the funds are limited. It's just that ordinary people will not cooperate. They are not assured, and there will be many uncontrollable risks. Only in this circle, and very powerful, are you qualified to cooperate and match. After Li Yang left the Bai family, he went to One Liu Capital and checked the account of One Liu Capital. A total of 4 billion funds came in. At noon, he called Jiang Bangsha out for a meal. During the meal, he made an excuse and said, "Master Jiang, I see that you are very tired recently. How about taking a break? It just so happens that the midterm exam is coming up soon. You have missed too many classes. Take some time to make up for it." "Yes, don't we have several days off next? I will have a good rest. Can you really handle it?" "Yes, of course there is no problem. I am not very busy at ordinary times, and I always read books." Li Yang, how could he not know whether I read books or not? "The last time I went to the office, those books were covered with dust." He said, "I think a large amount of capital is not a good thing. Your trading model is destined to be very tiring after the amount of capital exceeds 10 billion. Although I don't understand, I also know that a person's energy is limited. If you are very tired every day, it will definitely affect your state." Jiang Bangsha hurriedly used a spoon to send a piece of fat meat in his bowl to Li Yang's mouth, and said, "Master Li, don't worry, I can definitely do it." Li Yang ate it in one bite and said nothing more. I don't know what Jiang Bangsha thinks, and I don't know what Xiang Nu said, but he is very clear about one thing: Jiang Bangsha will not be fooled by Xiang Nu's words. It must be Jiang Bangsha who wants to insist on it. She has her own considerations. Since she has, I respect her. After dinner, Song Yu brought the car keys, the same one as before, and Jiang Bangsha was also very familiar with it. Then, Li Yang sent Jiang Bangsha back, and he went to Bai Qing's place. Anyway, the collective activities in the dormitory now are basically playing escape rooms or eating and drinking. He is waiting for Gong Chenlin to arrange a meeting with Li Wei, which is estimated to be in the next week or two. After all, they had to submit their papers soon, and then they would have a lot of free time waiting for the paper review and preparing for the graduation defense. On Sunday, he took Bai Qing to play an escape room. Bai Qing was scared the whole time, but then she seemed very excited. But her excitement seemed a little different. April passed quickly. On April 30th, the last trading day, the merger of CNR and CSR, the stock price rose by 8 points that day, and the market value exceeded 1 trillion. The next 5 days were a holiday. Li Liqin and his friends had said they wanted to come to Beijing, but Li Yang persuaded them to go somewhere else. Beijing was crowded these days, so it would be better for them to drive around. After all, they had been traveling by car for more than 2 months. Li Yang often talked to Zuning, and Zuning's circle of friends showed all kinds of photos, so he knew where the three of them had been in the past few months. His parents didn't even have time to gossip about him, otherwise they would have called to ask about the situation after reading the relevant news. At night, Li Yang video called Zuning on the balcony. Zuning was in the hotel room at this time, and it was already very late. "Woo woo woo, sponsor, it's May, when will the salary be paid?" Zuning said coquettishly to the camera. She was lying on the bed at this time, and her whole mental state was very good. After going out to travel, she felt that her life had become much better, and she was enjoying herself every day. Of course, there must be a little lack of money. Li Yang asked, "Teacher Zhu, you really haven't logged into that account once?" He knew that Zuning was not really short of money. After all, the 300,000 yuan given during the Chinese New Year must not have been spent. It was all in her bank card. Zhu Ning, no, I just want to wait for you to pay. I don't want anything else. I'm just a salted fish, Li Yang said helplessly. I'll send you a screenshot to see. After waiting for a while, Zhu Ning saw the photo and said in surprise, more than 4 million? Woo woo woo, enough to buy me a lifetime. Thank you sponsor, Li Yang said. It's like this, I plan to buy all the bank stocks for you in a while, and the annual dividend will be around 200,000. You can spend it yourself when the time comes. Ah. What is a dividend? It means that every year you will be given a certain dividend based on the amount you hold. As long as you don't trade, you will get it every year. Really every year? What if it's gone? How can I let Teacher Zhu suffer any injustice? If it's gone, I'll make it up to you. Zhu Ning on the other side of the video immediately laughed with satisfaction. I know that the sponsor is the most caring. No matter how aggrieved you are, we will go to Beijing in a while, and then we will reward the sponsor. Li Yang smiled and said, Teacher Zhu, I feel that your skin has improved a lot recently. Really? It's all prepared for the sponsor. Li Yang felt that Zhu Ning in this life was much happier than in the previous life. After all, she is young now. In the previous life, she was in her 30s before she had some money. Although she was not old, she couldn't be like now. And she was also very traumatized at that time, so her interest was probably not very high. Of course, at the end of each video, there is always a welfare link. The next day, he had a meal with Zhang Bangshi's family, and then the entire May Day holiday was almost halfway over. He spent most of his time reading in the dormitory, and with the review content sorted out by Li Wei and others, he also had considerable confidence in the final exam. The midterm exam didn't matter. Last year, I took the midterm exam with Li Wei and Chen Weixing. Anyway, the midterm exam results were not included in the assessment. I just wanted to remind those students who didn't study hard and give them some tension. That night, he came to Bai Qing's side. Just as he opened the door, he found an intercom at the door. At this time, the content came from the intercom. Players, please note that you have now entered the horror dungeon. Please complete the task as required, otherwise you will be wiped out. Warning to players, do not turn on the lights. Turning on the lights will be very terrifying. Players, please close the door. Li Yang picked up the intercom, closed the door, and said, what should I do next? A voice came from the intercom. Players, please note that you are a disciple of the Yaoqi Immortal Sect. You are now entering the Demon Cave to pick a Shy-Ancient Snow Lotus for the sect's saint. At this time, the Demon Gate Demon is preparing to refine the Shy-Ancient Snow Lotus. Your task is to snatch the Shy-Ancient Snow Lotus. The witch has a high level of cultivation, and the player's own cultivation is low. Please find a way based on the clues provided. The clue is in the envelope on your left-hand side. Okay, where's the witch? There is a hint in the envelope. Please explore it yourself. Li Yang picked up the envelope next to him and opened it. It was actually written in a fluorescent pen, otherwise he really couldn't see it clearly. The witch Bai Lanshang has practiced Chanyu Yin Guang for 100 years and has reached the supreme realm. Ordinary people will be frozen to death by the cold air emanating from her body if they are 10 meters away. The only way to restrain this kind of cold air is the pure yang energy that is unique to men. Remember, clothes will block the generation of your own pure yang energy. The Shy-Ancient Snow Lotus has been refined by 1/3 and is closely related to the witch. It cannot be taken by force. The only way is to let the witch interrupt the refining, but once the K-Nu Yin Yuan Gong begins, it cannot be stopped. Only by breaking the skill can the witch be prevented from further refining the Shy-Ancient Snow Lotus. Please explore on your own and find a way to break the skill according to the existing prompts. The witch is now practicing in the deepest cave. All restrictions have been closed. Please start the action. It was dark. Li Yang walked for a while and saw a piece of paper on the bedroom door. The words written in fluorescent pen were very bright. Cave. He walked over and just pushed open the door, and suddenly a voice came from a small speaker next to him. Warning. Warning. The player has entered the cold air and will be frozen soon. Please find a way to deal with it as soon as possible. Warning. Warning. The repeated voices indicated that it was recorded in advance. Li Yang immediately followed the previous prompts. After he finished cleaning up, the warning sound stopped. Then, he walked in and saw that the whole room was decorated with some weak atmosphere lights. The purple light provided a very limited field of vision, but he could vaguely feel the outline of a figure sitting on the bed, motionless. He walked in slowly and approached the bed. Bai Qing's figure became more obvious. Just as he approached, another voice sounded from somewhere. Please explore as soon as possible. The witch will not be interrupted during her practice. However, if you fail to break the witch's skills after an hour, the Cheyenne Snow Lotus will be completely refined, and the player will be eliminated if the mission fails. Players, please explore as soon as possible. The witch is practicing, the voice kept repeating. Li Yang gently touched Bai Qing and found that Bai Qing was really motionless. He slowly pushed Bai Qing down and found that Bai Qing still maintained the posture of sitting cross-legged, like a fallen statue. But it must not be so standard. Female devil, I'm sorry. I want to save the sex saint. Who is who? How can there be pure yang power in my body? Damn, it's you, kid. No, I have no mana. I won't let you go. Even if I die, I will drag you to death together. Don't think about escaping. Come back to me. Li Yang woke up the next day and saw Bai Qing lying beside him. She had changed into a hanfu long gown and put on makeup. The whole person was indescribable. She slowly opened her bright eyes and glanced at Li Yang beside her. It was you who bravely broke into the devil's cave and brought back the Cheyenne Snow Lotus for this saint, Bai Qing said softly. Li Yang hurriedly said, Yes, saint. Bai Qing immediately said, I made a vow before that whoever can get the Cheyenne Snow Lotus for me will be my wife. From today on, you are my husband. Come to the bridal chamber. After saying that, Bai Qing rushed over. No, saint. Li Yang hurriedly stopped her. What's wrong? My husband was tormented by the witch all night last night in order to get the Cheyenne Snow Lotus. Now I really have no power. It's okay. It's okay. I have practiced a 9-turn return to life method that can quickly help you restore your yang energy. Watch me perform it. Woo, my wife is so good to me, but why does your method look like a magic method? Aren't we the Aochi immortal sect? I destroyed the Heron sect and snatched it. This is the first time I have used it, but I think my wife seems to be very experienced. Bah. Shut up. It's done. We can have the bridal chamber now, but there is no Kyankan tights. Chapter 168. Why are you arguing? Bai Qing's skirt was very big, as if she was sitting on a lotus leaf. Although it blocked everything, Li Yang deeply understood why a certain idiom would specifically include a lotus. It can only be seen when paired with a long skirt. The skirt floated slightly under the waves, and the aura of the saint on Bai Qing slowly faded. In essence, she is a witch. Husband Li Yang suddenly turned over, scaring Bai Qing. Of course, there may be other reasons. Li Yang hugged her and said, Wife, actually I lied to you. I am an undercover of the Heron sect in the Yaoji Immortal Gate. Woo woo, am I going to die? Hell, Bai Qing just didn't have enough time, otherwise she would definitely be able to set up a bigger scene. This time it was a bit simple and the plot was a bit thin. The main reason was that the room was too small, and she couldn't ask for help. Oh, husband, by the way, I have something to tell you. Bai Jingxuan said he wanted to move the Bai family ancestral hall to Jiangcheng. Bai Qing was distracted for a moment when she heard this. Did my husband agree to their conditions? She didn't believe that the Bai family would agree to such a request, which was equivalent to directly erasing the status of the Bai family in Beijing. Li Yang immediately said, How could I agree to their conditions? They asked us. In Li Yang's view, those conditions were nothing at all, but good things for him. Spending money to do your own things, but making others owe you favors, this is what many people dream of. The world itself is complicated. The right time, the right place, and the right person can redefine the value of the chips themselves. Just like if you are a rich second generation and are good at playing basketball, it is called multi-talented. Even if it affects your studies, it is called all-round development. For ordinary people, it is called not studying hard and having no future. Li Yang will invest in building a factory under the leadership of someone in Jiangbei. He only needs to invest 300 million yuan, and the other party will try his best to help him get another sum of money from the bank, and at the same time apply for a large piece of land for him. You must know that the land in Jiangbei is not worried about selling at all. Some people have broken their heads for a piece of land. Some people even begged for help in order to get a bank loan. Do you want me to go to the drugstore downstairs to buy some medicine? No, it's okay, it's safe period. Want to bet? My husband won't let me lose, right? I can tell you've never studied biology. I was just kidding you. Huh? What does this have to do with biology? It's just like making pancakes. Normally, one pancake comes out in 5 minutes, but you eat one in 2 minutes. Even if there is a lot of stock, It will be out of stock as time goes by. If you force yourself to eat, you can only eat half-cooked pancakes, and in the end you can't even eat half-cooked ones, so you can only eat raw ones. Bai Qing was going to go back to her hometown, so she kept Li Yang for another day. Li Yang originally planned to return to the dormitory on the 3rd, but he waited until the morning of the 5th and sent Bai Qing to the airport before returning. Li Yang returned to the dormitory, and Lui came over and said, "Brother Yang, do me a favor. I'm going to have dinner with my senior sister later. Can you accompany me?" Li Yang immediately asked, "Why should I accompany you? You two are going on a date, and you ask me to be a light bulb." Ever since he knew that it was most likely Song Xiaoli who was chatting behind Gong Chenlin, Li Yang understood the other party. After all, it was Song Xiaoli who was the green tea, and it had nothing to do with Gong Chenlin. Lui hurriedly explained, "She also has to bring a roommate, and I just wanted you to help me deal with her roommate when the time comes, and also when escaping the secret room." Where's Lao Chen? "I don't know, he went out early this morning. This guy has changed and doesn't even participate in the dormitory group activities." He just left once, and you are ashamed to say that to him? You are the one who participates in the least group activities. Tan Kai doesn't count, after all, he often has to go to the hospital to visit the elderly. In this kind of situation, Chen Weixing is useless and can't help much, so Li Yang has to take action. So, Lui continued to bring the topic back. "Brother Yang, my lifelong happiness falls on you, please help me. Don't worry, I promise not to tell anyone that you are not in the dormitory during the holidays." Li Yang patted Lui's shoulder with a smile. "If I'm not in the dormitory, where would I be?" He said awkwardly. "That's in the library. Brother Yang is a model student of our School of Management. Even on vacation, he still goes to the library to study diligently. Remember, you have to say this to anyone who asks you. Let's go. I just want to meet her roommate." Okay, Brother Yang, please go first." Lui knew that Gong Chenlin's roommate was Song Xiaoli, otherwise he would not have asked Li Yang to help. Who is Song Xiaoli? Li Yang's sister-in-law. No one else can control her. The most important point is that he feels that Gong Chenlin is too good at chatting. If he wants to succeed, Li Yang must come forward to take down Song Xiaoli, and then everyone present as his people. How can he lose? Now he has a little experience. As long as his girlfriend is willing to help, there will basically be no problem with love. While walking, Lui was still a little nervous and said, "Brother Yang, if I say something wrong during the chat, remember to remind me immediately. Also, if there is a lull, can you help to bring up the topic?" Li Yang asked, "Do you really like Gong Chenlin that much? She is 3 years older than you." Lui hesitated for a while and said, "What's wrong with being 3 years older? The average life expectancy of girls is 4 years older than that of boys. To some extent, I will die before her in the future." Li Yang, what a bullshit theory. Lui is really good. Although he looks average, he is not ugly. Unlike Wu Xianqi, he is so ugly that he is lucky to find a reliable girl with money. Lui doesn't even like Fan Shujing. Although Fan Shujing is indeed a bit of a green tea, her appearance is definitely impeccable. Gong Chenlin is indeed pretty and looks very quiet, but who knows what kind of person she is in reality. Maybe she is the same as Song Xiaoli. Don't talk nonsense. Gong Chenlin is indeed a little prettier than Fan Shujing, but her figure is not as good as Fan Shujing's. Why did you chase her for several months and not let go? Li Yang didn't believe in Lui's bullshit average age theory. This guy is more realistic than himself. He just likes those who are beautiful and have good figures, just a simple comparison. Well, anyway, Brother Yang, help me chase her, and you will be my real brother from now on. Lui didn't say anything. Li Yang said, "If you are just playing around with feelings, you can still use some tricks. If you are really going to get married, it is better to communicate honestly. Anyway, leave the trouble to me, and the rest is up to you." "No, Brother Yang, you can ask your sister-in-law to help me talk. I feel that if I talk to Gong Chenlin alone, she can talk so much that I can't keep up. After all, he and Li Wei have read those chat records several times, and every sentence in them is full of scheming. In fact, he also knew that Gong Chenlin might not be suitable for him, but his family knew about this during the Chinese New Year, and then gave him a death order that he must chase her, even if he was shameless. Who is my sister-in-law? Song Xiaoli. Gong Chenlin's roommate is her. Forget it, let's meet first. Damn sister-in-law, I can't beat her." About 10 minutes later, The two came to the Starry Sky secret room. At this time, Song Xiaoli and Gong Chenlin had arrived. Li Yang and Song Xiaoli have met several times, and he even cooperated with her in several interviews. Putting aside this incident, the two get along well. Li Yang asked her not to censor the last sentence, and she really didn't censor it. This was the first time Li Yang met Gong Chenlin, a very quiet girl. When Li Yang greeted her, he even found that she blushed a little. Your sister. Now he can be 100% sure that the person chatting with him is Song Xiaoli. He would never believe that such a quiet girl could be so green tea. Song Xiaoli took the initiative to say, Junior brother Li Yang, we meet again. There are a lot of gossips about you recently. Do you want to accept my interview again? Of course there is no problem, but there are a lot of people here. How about we go to the door? Let's go. Song Xiaoli agreed immediately. He Lui quickly said, Senior, Li Yang, let's eat first. If you want to interview us, just pretend we don't exist, Li Yang said unhappily. Come on, I don't want to lead the kids astray. You guys eat first, Senior Song, and I will be quick. Then he turned to Song Xiaoli and said, Right, Senior, yes, you guys chat first. It was not the first time Song Xiaoli met He Lui, but he didn't pay much attention to it the last time they met. This time when they met again, he found that He Lui was very nervous. He didn't seem like the person he was chatting with. Just now, He Lui seemed to be afraid that Li Yang would leave, and his performance was very obvious. Li Yang went out first, and Song Xiaoli followed closely. The entrance was still quite wide. After all, it was in the park. Song Xiaoli said straight to the point, Li Yang, we are friends, but I always think birds of a feather flock together. What do you mean by this, senior sister? It means literally. My Gong Chenlin is quite introverted and not suitable for He Lui. If she hadn't been pestered, she would definitely not have come out today, Li Yang said, but I read the chat records between He Lui and her, and I don't think she is introverted at all. To be honest, our He Lui is a serious and honest man. He has lived for so many years and has never even touched a girl's hand. Really? But I also read their chat records. Why do I feel that He Lui seems to be a person with a rich love history? Li Yang smiled and said, maybe something has blinded our eyes. Why don't we do nothing and let them get along with each other? Aren't you taking advantage of me? I don't agree. Song Xiaoli simply felt that Gong Chenlin's personality was not suitable for He Lui, and she might be wronged in the future. After all, who can have a good view of love around Li Yang? She must have been led astray by him. Li Yang said, you don't agree, right? Okay, then don't regret it when you play the escape room later. What do you mean? Li Yang smiled. I designed all the scenes here. What's the point, senior? You want to use force? Then I'll take Gong Chenlin away now. Li Yang smiled and said, Senior, are you attracted to He Lui and are deliberately looking for trouble? No wonder people say to beware of fire, theft and best friends. After all, it's really hard to guard against best friends stealing your girlfriends. This sentence made Song Xiaoli so angry that she wanted to hit someone. Am I such a shameless person? At this moment, a man wearing glasses came over and shouted from a distance, Xiaoli. Song Xiaoli looked back and immediately said, Brother-in-law, why are you here? The man wearing glasses said, I heard that your sister opened a store here. It happened that I had a holiday today, so I came to see it. By the way, is the person next to you your classmate? Song Xiaoli said directly, no, he is also pursuing my sister, Li Yang. The man wearing glasses immediately changed his eyes, but he quickly adjusted himself, walked to Li Yang, and said, you are Li Yang, right? I heard about you from Song Yu. While speaking, he stretched out his hand. Let me meet you, Xiong Bateo. Li Yang didn't even stretch out his hand. Forget it, I don't want to meet him. This guy must have asked about it a long time ago, otherwise Song Xiaoli didn't say what his name was. Pretend to be your mother, so hypocritical. Xiong Bateo looks almost 30 years old. Even when he was dating Song Yu a few years ago, he was at least 25 or 26. Damn, beast. What's there to talk about with this thing? He glanced at Song Xiaoli. You're fanning the flames, aren't you? Okay, I'll talk to your sister later. Song Xiaoli smiled and said, my sister is not coming today, she's at home. Brother-in-law, I'll take you to the store and play with us later, okay? Xiong Bateo agreed with a smile, completely ignoring the embarrassment of being directly rejected by Li Yang just now. Li Yang actually doesn't know much about Beijing. By Jingxun? That's because it's too obvious. Xiong Bateo is just a young man who has only worked for a few years. God knows what he does and what potential he has. Seeing Song Xiali go in, he picked up his phone and called Song Yu. Hello, Sister Song, are you coming to the store today? Nothing, it's just that your ex-boyfriend is here, and he seems to be particularly close to your sister. I found that his eyes are shining when he looks at your sister. I'm just a bystander, what bad intentions can I have? Less than 10 minutes after the call, Song Yu rushed over in a hurry. Li Yang saw Song Yu and thought of Song Xiali whom she had just met. Because they were twins, it was inevitable that there would be a contrast. The richness of temperament was more obvious the more familiar they were. Song Yu asked, is Xiong Bateo here? Yes. He went in. I guess he is flirting with Song Xiali at this time. I will help you guard the door and make sure they don't come out. Song Yu rolled her eyes. Li Yang's method of stirring up trouble was very clumsy. She was too lazy to say anything more to Li Yang and walked in directly. As a result, she saw Song Xiali and Xiong Bateo sitting together and chatting. Xiong Bateo's eyes never left Song Xiali. She suddenly felt a little confused. Could what Li Yang said be true? She walked over and said with a cold face, Xiong Bateo, get out. Get as far away as you can. Song Yu didn't know why her family had been treating her better and better recently. They used to treat her well, but she caused a lot of trouble for the family, which led to the whole family being disappointed in her and basically letting her fend for herself. Recently, things have suddenly changed. Her family has started to care about her life. Even the damn Xiong Bateo has contacted her several times in private, but she scolded him away. I didn't expect this guy to dare to come to the store. Get out. She pulled Xiong Bateo's clothes and pushed him outside, all the way to the door. Li Yang said, Sister Song? Did you have a fight with your boyfriend? Song Yu said unhappily, he's a shitty boyfriend. If he dares to come again, just beat him out. I said so. No way? Song Xiali just called him brother-in-law. Are you actually 3 sisters? Just 2. I'll get this bastard out first and then go to Song Xiali to settle the score. Oh, then you go ahead. Li Yang walked into the store. Song Yu was really tough just now, and Xiong Bateo was as cowardly as a dog. When he came in, he saw Song Xiali standing at the door. Did you call my sister here? Song Xiali knew without a doubt that there was no one else except Li Yang. Li Yang smiled and said, what's wrong? Did I disturb your date with your brother-in-law? You are crazy. My family is trying to find a way to repair the relationship between my sister and him. What do you mean by fanning the flames now? Haha, what did you mean by fanning the flames at the door just now? At this time, the movement of the 2 people disturbed He Lui and Gong Chenlin inside. The 2 were confused and didn't know why Li Yang and Song Xiali quarreled. He Lui hurried over and said, Li Yang, don't be impulsive. Can't you talk it out nicely? Li Yang immediately said, get out of here, you have nothing to do here. Gong Chenlin also came over and pulled Song Xiali and said, Xiali. Song Xiali didn't even look at it and said, this is between Li Yang and me, don't interfere. Oh, Gong Chenlin awkwardly let go of her hand and stepped aside. Li Yang and Song Xiali looked at each other, and Song Xiali said, I tell you, if you ruin my sister's good things, I won't let you go. What good things of your sister is it for me to ruin? I have given you enough face today, and you want to push it further? I call you senior sister because I give you face, but if I don't give you face, what are you? You are pretending to be a pig in front of me with a green onion in your nose. What's wrong with me? Let's fight if you don't accept it. He Lui and Gong Chenlin were really dumbfounded. Gong Chenlin was even a little scared when she saw Li Yang's fierce look. She was really afraid that Li Yang would hit Song Xiali. So, she pulled the corner of He Lui's clothes and showed a begging look. He Lui was in a daze. And suddenly found that he directly grabbed Gong Chenlin's hand and whispered, don't worry, I'm here. Gong Chenlin was relieved when she heard this. Her hand was grabbed. Not only did it not feel unnatural, but she felt a little safe. It wasn't until Song Yu came in and took Song Xiali away with a cold face that Li Yang's expression eased up. The main reason was that he really couldn't hold it anymore. He was so anxious just now, but fortunately, He Lui finally got the hang of it for some reason. This was just a small matter in itself, but he needed to create some tension, which would quickly release emotions. If he had encountered such an opportunity, he would have hugged the girl in his arms. He Lui, that bastard, only dared to hold hands. It was not so easy for him to have a cold face just now. He had to keep an expression and not move. The muscles on his face were almost stiff. Seeing Song's Aili being taken away, he immediately said, "I'm sorry, I was really mad at Song's Aili just now. You guys play first, I'll go out and have a good talk with Song's Aili." Guang Chenlin's heart tightened when she heard this, and she hurriedly shook He Lui's hand. He Lui came over immediately, pulled Li Yang, and said, "Brother Yang, it's not necessary, it's not necessary. How about we eat something first? I'll get you a glass of watermelon juice to cool you down." "Laohi, you don't know what happened just now." Song's Aili inexplicably fanned the flames, and the man almost fought with me. He had to throw the pot away. After all, he was the righteous party. Guang Chenlin said carefully, "Li Yang, I'm sorry, don't be angry." Although she didn't know what happened, she just apologized. She does the same in her daily life. "I should apologize for interrupting your conversation." "No, we didn't talk much. It's been almost half an hour, right? At the very least, we should have talked about what to call the child, but we didn't talk much." Li Yang looked at He Lui. He Lui said awkwardly, "We were eating the whole time and didn't have time to talk." Song Yu was at the door, and her face became even uglier when she heard what Song's Aili said. It turned out that her family wanted to bring her back to health with Xiong Bateo during this period. Haha, why? That bastard is worthy? He's not as good as Li Yang, the dead scumbag. At least I haven't heard Li Yang say anything bad about other women, and he will defend them at any time. Go back and tell your family to let Xiong Bateo, that bastard, die as far away as possible. I will be a mistress to others in this life, and I will never reconcile with him again. The next time I see him, I will kill him with a hammer. Bastard, how dare you come back?" After saying that, she returned to the store panting. Seeing Li Yang eating over there, she returned to the lounge. In fact, she knew the reason for all this. She was rich. Of course, a few $100 million might not be a big deal, but the problem was that she had shares in Wanliu Capital. Wanliu Capital, earning $3 billion a month. The private placement personally managed by the genius Zhang Bangsha. As time went by, Zhang Bangsha's talent was recognized again and again. Even if she was a piece of trash, there were countless people scrambling for her now. Wasn't she worried that she would affect Xiong Baiteo's future before? Xiong Baiteo even shamelessly made other requests. Haha, she would only bow down to whoever held her waist up. Was Xiong Baiteo worthy of it? She opened the door and said to waiter, "Go and call Mr. Li over for me, and tell him that I have something to do with him." Chapter 169 Zhang Bangsha's Dream. The lounge is not big, only 10 square meters. But for Song Yu, it is more like another home. The feeling was not very strong before, but it is becoming more and more obvious now. Her life was ruined, and she had lost it since she was born. She had no choice at that time, and she became a victim just because she was born a few minutes earlier. And her sister? Undoubtedly the little princess, even if her grades were a little worse, she had laid the foundation for admission to Beijing University since she was a child. But she gave up on herself, and after returning to Beijing, she never blamed others. Now she suddenly laughed and enjoyed the present. She is indeed a very bad person, with no emotional intelligence and low IQ, but she met a powerful guy. The pain of the first 20 years has exchanged for good luck. Sister Song, what do you mean by laughing suddenly? Is there someone else in the room? Song Yu heard this voice and said, "Yes, don't you see that there is another person in front of me? Damn." Bye. Li Yang quickly closed the door. Others don't believe in this stuff, but he does. He has been reborn, and he believes everything now. Even if that bastard Wu Shianqi is really an immortal cultivator, he will believe him without hesitation. He indeed didn't see it, but just because he didn't see it doesn't mean it didn't exist. The next second, Song Yu opened the door and saw that Li Yang's face didn't look good, and hurriedly said, "I was just kidding you, why are you so scared?" It was obviously you who set up the escape room, Li Yang reiterated. "First of all, I'm not afraid of people. Second, I know that the escape room is fake. Third, people can really scare people to death." Song Yu took his hand and comforted him. Okay, I won't joke with you like this in the future. Come in and sit for a while and chat with you." Li Yang smiled and said, "Sister Song, your ex-boyfriend will be jealous if he sees it." Song Yu's eyes lit up. Can jealousy kill people? If so, take a picture for me. What photos? A cool photo. You're the male lead. but I'll blur them out for you. Come on, come on. It just so happens that I've disliked that bastard for a long time. Song Yu was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, "Do you really want to take a photo?" Li Yang saw her charming eyes and said, "Didn't Sister Song say so? I'm not at a disadvantage, haha. Okay, I'll take a photo for you next time I'm free. Let's talk about something else today, Sister Song. My birthday is coming soon, haha. Have you forgotten that our birthdays are on the same day?" Li Yang, not only does he have the same birthday as Song Yu, but he also has the same birthday as Song Xiaoli. Li Yang, I heard that you have a little conflict with Li Yuhang, huh? How did Sister Song know about Li Yuhang? He's close to Song Xiaoli, haha. Song Xiaoli is really not picky. Li Yang didn't expect Song Xiaoli to be with Li Yuhang. The whole school knew about Liu Yuhang's confession to Zhang Bangsha. It can only be said that Liu Yuhang's family is rich and has advantages, plus he already has the foundation. Peking University students do not need to pass the national examination, they only need to take the path of selected students. Even at Tsinghua University, 30% to 40% of students take this path every year, not to mention Peking University, where more than 40% every year. They only need to stay at the grassroots level for a few years. And there are many positions waiting for them. Liu Yuhang's family is rich, and it is normal for him to have sparks with the Song family. Was he embarrassed to confess before? It doesn't matter, anyway, he confessed to Zhang Bangsha, not someone else. Liking Zhang Bangsha shows that he has a good eye. Daring to confess shows that he is confident. In front of Liu Yuhang's advantages, other shortcomings can be compensated by reasons. As for what Li Yang said, Liu Yuhang's family has pledged stocks, which is not within everyone's consideration. Fuguang Group is not so easy to have problems. Short-term twists and turns will recover in a short time. Song Yu didn't know that money could play such a big role before. After all, she was compensated with tens of millions at the beginning, and she thought those people had plenty of money. As a result, she found out now that it was not. It's not a big problem for those people to take out tens of millions, maybe 100 or 200 million, but it's very difficult to take out hundreds of millions continuously, because the resources at home are not enough. Between the ages of 22 and 30 is an important node. If you don't grasp it at this age, the price you need to pay later is very high. If you grasp it, the price will be much smaller. Putting aside other factors, 1 billion yuan can almost allow an ordinary person to smoothly transition from 22 to 30 years old, and still remain in the first echelon. If you are a little better, you don't need so much. If you are super good, you don't need money. Song Yu's parents do have only 2 daughters, but she also has uncles and aunts, and the whole Song family is quite complicated. Before Li Yang appeared, the so-called rich women group was more like a league of losers. But recently, almost everyone has received unprecedented attention. It's just that everyone doesn't care about those things at all. After all, they have been abandoned since birth, and there is no reason to ask them for help at this time. Li Yang said that it was his birthday and guaranteed that everyone would send the red envelopes as soon as possible. Others? Are you familiar with them? Song Yu was worried that Li Yang thought she was here to intercede, so she explained, "The reason I said this is so that when you have a conflict with Liu Yuhang again in the future, you don't have to consider Song Xiaoli, just do what you have to do." Li Yang was surprised and said, "Aren't you on good terms with Song Xiaoli?" "Yes, she sometimes has a good relationship with me." This sentence means a lot. Even if they are twin sisters, after experiencing 2 different lives, it is impossible for them to remain indifferent. Song Xiaoli is more sensible. After she came back, she called her sister sweetly. But in fact, from what happened today, it can be seen that she always thinks that she is the child of the family, and even joined forces with her family to make her repair her relationship with Xiang Bateo. If it was really for her, she would not be unaware of what happened a few years ago, and she would not let Xiang Bateo in, let alone call Xiang Bateo brother-in-law in front of others. Li Yang nodded, "Indeed, I also think Song Xiaoli is a top-notch green tea." "Huh? How did you see that?" "Intuition. Then what kind of person do you think I am? Do I need to ask this? Sister Song is so good to me, but to be honest, I'm quite poor recently, so I rely on birthday red envelopes as living expenses. Sister Song can't watch her brother starve, right?" Hahi Lua and Gong Chenlin took a small step in reality, but it was a big step in love. Holding hands is really nothing, at least there is not much resistance between each other, which means there is a play. After returning to the bedroom, Louis found Li Yang. Li Yang thought that Louis wanted him to help chat, but Louis said, "Brother Yang, you are so quick to kill me, aren't you? Ha ha ha, I will just chat with Gong Chenlin by myself in the future." Today she told me that Song Xiaoli has been helping her reply these days. Then what? Then I said that you have been helping me reply these days, so we decided that we will chat by ourselves in the future. Li Yang said with a smile, "What if she dislikes you for not being romantic? What if she dislikes you for not understanding girls' minds?" Louis, "Brother Yang, there were a lot of people outside just now on May 6th, A shares opened again. For Liu's Hengshan, the days of waiting were too painful. After the merger of CNR and CSR, the stock price is still rising. He really wants to quickly finish this wave of market and then go somewhere else." After the opening, CNR and CSR made a large number of turnovers and closed the board successfully on the same day. Liu's Hengshan was excited to see that his account had a floating profit of 200 million in a few days. Cool. It's so fucking cool. Just a few more days. Of course, he still has reason and knows that this market situation can't last too long. For the safety of funds, he will leave immediately if he gets another limit tomorrow. If he makes another 220 million tomorrow, he will make more than 400 million in total. It will be enough to make a little more on other stocks. Now he doesn't want to be greedy, because his son reported a good news that he has established contact with a girl from a good family in the school. He is very satisfied with the other party's background. He just needs to be steady, and his son will have a backer in Beijing in the future. Fuguang Group is the hen that lays his eggs, and there must be no mistakes. Anyway, if he earns 400 to 500 million, he can break the situation. At present, he is trapped in a dead end, and at least 400 million is needed to solve the situation. After repaying his friends and part of the bank, he can completely offset the remaining interest with his own income. Even if he sells some real estate and repays part of the bank's funds in advance, he can still get a lot every year. After the situation is revitalized, he is not afraid of anyone. In full expectation, it came to May 7th. Then, the accident happened. CRRC opened 6 points lower, and a large number of chips were smashed out during the trading session, and then taken over by countless scattered funds. It's okay, it's only been 2 days since the merger. It's impossible that there will be no market so soon. There must be opportunities. The transaction volume is over 10 billion, but it didn't hit the limit. It means that there is a lot of money entering the market. Wait. At the very least, you have to wait for it to turn red. Unfortunately, he waited until the closing, and CRRC still fell 6 points and never turned red. Of course, the good news is that it didn't hit the limit. The popularity of this stock ranks first in the entire A-share market. On that day, the transaction volume was 16 billion, and the transaction volume was also far ahead. Then, the securities sector ushered in a rebound after experiencing the shock last month. Today, the entire securities sector rose by 3 points, and many small securities companies directly hit the limit. May 8th. Liu's Hengshan welcomed the opening of the market in trepidation. After CRRC opened 2 points lower, it soon reversed and finally closed 2 points above the water. Liu's Hengshan burst into tears. Fortunately, he didn't leave. There will definitely be more market in the future. On May 9th, after the opening, CRRC opened 5 points higher. Liu's Hengshan was full of confidence that it would definitely hit the daily limit today. He was ready to run some chips first when the stock price hit the daily limit. However, what greeted him was a large number of chips being smashed out. In just over 10 minutes, the chips went directly from 5 points above the water to 3 points below the water. At this time, he panicked. But he didn't know whether to leave. Because if he left, it meant that he would not make any money in CRRC, and he would just be a companion. Moreover, he had a lot of funds. If he ran away in this situation, he would only smash himself. The more he hesitated, the harder the stock price fell. In the end, fear defeated greed, and he started running. Half an hour later, CRRC hit the daily limit, and the transaction volume that day was 12 billion. And Liu's Hengshan only ran out of 600 million yuan of funds. There is still a chance. Maybe it will rebound tomorrow. A lot of funds entered the market today to take over at the limit down price. It is impossible for those funds to leave without making a penny, right? At worst, it will rise a few points tomorrow. Sell it when it rises a little bit. Anyway, it will definitely not lose more than today. With such a belief, it came to Friday, May 10th. CRRC opened 2 points lower, and he did not move. He believed that it must rise, otherwise the billions of funds taken over at the limit down price yesterday would lose money. People who trade stocks are not so stupid, how could they lose money? But just like this hesitation, CRRC was pressed at the limit down price half an hour after the opening. He was waiting for a rebound. He waited until 2:30 in the afternoon, 2:40, 2:50. The bottom chips not only did not decrease, but kept increasing. Until 3 o'clock. Liu Hangshan sat on the sofa with a dead look on his face. Damn CRRC, let me out. Let me out. I don't want to play anymore. He lost money. Since coming to CRRC, he has lost 200 million yuan. He only had 500 million to lose, and the rest was allocated capital. According to the allocation contract, after he lost 400 million, he had to forcefully close his position to ensure that the allocated funds would not lose money. He felt that he deserved to earn 200 million. He felt that the sky had fallen when he lost 200 million. If there was another limit down tomorrow, he would be just a hair away from the liquidation line. Once his position was forcibly closed, he would never have a chance to turn things around in his life. On Friday, after school, Li Yang came to One Liu Capital to pick up Zhang Bangsha. In the past few days, it was visibly found that Zhang Bangsha was a little tired. A 19-year-old girl should not be like this. Li Yang said nothing, just took her out for dinner and helped her relax. It was indeed tiring to trade tens or even hundreds of billions personally before, but it was all physical. Now, Wanli Capital has a scale of 12 billion, and high-frequency trading consumes too much brain power. He didn't even ask about academic matters, and didn't say a word. After all, everything that should be said had been said. Zhang Bangsha didn't say much, just smiled at Li Yang. After overusing his brain, he had no interest in anything. Time entered the second week of May. On May 13th, CRRC fell 6 points and Liu Hangshan cleared all his chips. CRRC fell again on the same day. He was glad that he ran early. Of course, he also felt sorry for his loss of 280 million. Liu Yuhang sent a message, and he just said that everything was fine. When friends came to ask for money, he promised one by one that he would give it next month. Then, he rushed into the brokerage with the remaining funds. He made 2 points that day. After all, the market in May was still violent. The brokerage adjusted last month, and the rebound this month was not small. On campus, Li Yang met Song Ziyali and Liu Yuhang. When the two sides met, although they called each other dogs in private, they were still smiling on the surface. Putting aside other things, Song Ziyali and Liu Yuhang are indeed a perfect match, and their century wedding in the previous life was indeed very eye-catching. But when did they get married in the previous life? At that time, Liu Yuhang was already 30 years old, and Song Ziyali was even older. The two must have met at that time, and finally delayed their marriage until then. Song Ziyali was definitely not a good person. Of course, Liu Yuhang was not either. "Hello, seniors, I didn't expect such a coincidence," Li Yang greeted with a smile. Liu Yuhang also said hypocritically on the surface, "Hello, junior brother, I'm going out to eat with senior sister Song. Do you want to come together?" No, I'm going to the library to study," Li Yang refused. Song Ziyali smiled and said, "Junior brother, you were always in pairs at school before, why are you alone today?" Li Yang, damn, are you pretending to be a fart, showing off that you have a boyfriend? Song Ziyali is really realistic. When she said this, Liu Yuhang was very happy. After all, it was not convenient for Liu Yuhang to say Li Yang, because that would make him seem too stingy as a man. Song Ziyali was different. "Girls," Li Yang smiled and responded, "how can we be in pairs? Zhang Bangsha and I have always been friends. Although I have known her for many years, we have always maintained the principles we should have. Speaking of which, I envy my senior sister. She has established a relationship after only knowing each other for a few months. If you have time, please teach me how to do it. I don't have much experience in dating." Song Ziyali could hear the hidden meaning in her words, which was that she didn't love herself. She said, "Junior brother, don't lie to me, but I interviewed you in person, and I know you have a girlfriend." Li Yang sighed and said, "Senior sister, that's why I want to ask for your experience in dating. I have broken up with her. It must be that I didn't do well enough. It's just that our dormitory is full of wooden people, so I don't even have the chance to ask for advice." Senior sister is experienced, you are experienced. To Song Xiali, this is no different from saying that she is a bitch. After saying this, Song Xiali left directly. Liu Yuhang pretended to be embarrassed and said, Junior, you misunderstood Senior Song. I have to go and coax her. So I won't chat with you anymore. Li Yang smiled and walked forward on his own. In this makeshift team of life, some people have poor acting skills, while others have superb acting skills. But even the most superb acting skills have flaws. Li Yang was not in a good mood today, because Zhang Bangsha did not send him a message after the market closed. She used to send messages every day. This shows that Zhang Bangsha is really in trouble. When he arrived at the library, he sent a message to Zhang Bangsha. Master Zhang, are you off work? I'm off work. I'm eating. Do you want me to bring some to school for Master Li? The company recently made some desserts, which are delicious. She replied to the message very quickly. After all, no matter how bad her mood is, she will have enough patience with Li Yang. Just like Li Yang is patient with her. Is Master Zhang as sweet as him? Of course not. Master Li, do you want to eat? What to eat? Anything is fine. I'll bring it over. No. I'll go get it myself on Friday night. Okay. Starting from Monday, Li Yang started to send messages to Zhang Bangsha after the market closed. He didn't talk about anything about the market, nor did he talk about anything that might put pressure on Zhang Bangsha. On Friday night, when Li Yang was massaging Zhang Bangsha's shoulders, he said, Master Zhang has gained weight recently. Woo, I don't know what's going on. Maybe he ate too many desserts. I won't eat them starting next week. Zhang Bangsha knew that he had gained 2 pounds. It was not visible on the surface. I didn't expect Li Yang's hands to be so sensitive. No, Master Zhang would be considered thin if he gained another 20 or 30 pounds. It wouldn't be too obvious if he gained another 40 or 50 pounds. I can't imagine what I would look like if I weighed 150 pounds. Would I be fat as a ball? How is that possible? In fact, according to normal weight, Zhang Bangsha's weight of 120 pounds is considered normal. He would be slightly fat if he weighed more than 130 pounds. She is only about 100 now. She seems to have grown a little taller, estimated to be about 172 centimeters, when she was only 170 centimeters in the 3rd year of high school. Master Zhang, you earn so much money, how are you going to spend it? Of course I'm going to spend it on Master Li. It's your birthday in 2 months, and I've prepared a birthday present for you. Wow, I'm so touched. Master Zhang is so considerate of me. You're a money grubber. Zhang Bangsha knew that Li Yang would be happy, especially after seeing the gift. He was so happy that he was going crazy. In fact, it doesn't seem that difficult to support a money grubber boyfriend. Zhang Bangsha vaguely remembered that Li Yang once said that if he could make 3 or 5 billion, he would be satisfied in this life. She didn't know how much money Li Yang had now, but she already had 3 billion. Next, she only needed to make 5 billion, and everything would be done. When she made 5 billion, the funds brought by Xiang knew a double. She could take the money and accept the favors. From then on, there would be no pressure in her life. Then she would wait for Li Yang to turn 22 with peace of mind. This was Zhang Bangsha's simple idea. She knew that the current stock market was definitely a rare market in 10 years. Because of the existence of various monetary policies and the fact that the A-share reservoir was not mature enough, she was afraid that there would not be such a bull market in the next 10 years. If she didn't make this money early, she would feel uneasy. After all, some people gave Master Li a Maybach, some people gave Master Li a Lamborghini, but she seemed to have never given anything so far. Just be tired. The tiredness now is the blessing in the future. Zhang Bangsha especially likes to see Li Yang as soon as she opens her eyes, and can still feel Li Yang's warmth when she closes her eyes. This atmosphere is unprecedentedly solid. Master Li, give me a kiss. Okay. The next second, Zhang Bangsha felt her body soften. No, not there. Then the left side. No, not either. The 3rd week of May is here. Zhang Bangsha rested well and felt that her overall condition was much better. Although the A-share market fell by 6 points on Monday, nearly 1,000 stocks fell to the limit. But it didn't affect her to continue operating. Even though she lost 3 points that day, with a floating loss of more than 300 million, there was no problem with the funds on the market, and she was full of confidence. Anyway, she has come to this point. She is very close to success, and it is impossible to give up easily. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 I Still Want It. Li Yang basically started to run away in the third week of May. The market this month is quite complicated. If he doesn't move, he may lose money. He is not good at high-frequency trading. Anyway, he will withdraw immediately if any stock rises. It is best to close the board. On the day of the closing, he will definitely run away from the board to maximize his profits. Anyway, he runs a little every day, and he will make as much as he can. After more than 10 trading days this month, he actually didn't make much money, and his total floating profit was 20 points. On Monday, the market fell 6 points at once. The market that just broke through 5,000 points fell back to 4,700 points in an instant. There is still some room for high-frequency trading, but he is not suitable. It may not rise by a few points in a month, and it will all be swallowed by the amplitude. It is better to run away in advance to avoid being trampled in the end, and the loss may be greater. At this time, the market value of Green Water Group is only 1.2 billion. It really can't fall any further. Where is there room to go down? Each share is now only worth 2.9 yuan. Now Jiangcheng County is under the control of Yu Biancheng, which is a good thing for him. If he wants to do something serious, he can only start from the county town. He has no foundation in other places. Therefore, he must take over the Green Water Group. Even if he buys a shell, it will cost a lot of money now, and the Green Water Group shell is quite good because the chips are relatively concentrated. During this period, only Liu Xiangxin would run some chips when he had nothing to do. The daily trading volume is still less than 10 million, which shows that there are very few retail investors. At present, in the bull market stage, no hot money is willing to come here to play. After all, there are so many meats outside, who would come here to play with a pile of shit. Only when there is no meat outside, will someone think of making an oversold rebound. On May 21st, Zhang Dashan called Li Yang. Mr. Li, we found Wang Junshen, but we didn't get all the money back. We only got less than 300 million. Li Yang, where did you find him? In Mexico. We happen to know some people who run factories there, so we asked them to keep an eye out for him. As a result, they found Wang Junshen. If it's a few days later, he will be able to enter the United States, and it will be difficult to deal with him then. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. 300 million is already good. Zhang Dashan sighed. That bastard gave him 50% of the handling fee, and the other 200 million is nowhere to be found. It's not in his name. It's very difficult to convert that money into US dollars. After all, the amount is not small. If it's tens of thousands of dollars, a slight increase of 5% or 10% will make many people help. After all, many people have an exchange quota of 50,000 US dollars every year. Li Yang said, I guess it was given to the intermediary. There's probably no chance to get it back. Yes, so I called this time to express my gratitude to Mr. Li, and on the other hand, I wanted to ask Mr. Li if he wanted the shares of Green Water Group. We still have quite a few, close to 18%. According to the current market value, it's just over 200 million. We can give you a discount and price it at 200 million. What do you think, Mr. Li? For Zhang Dashan, recovering 500 million out of 1 billion is already very good. As for Wang Junsheng, he must have received a box lunch now. Li Yang said, how about Mr. Zhang sell it in the secondary market? According to the current market value, it can be sold for 216 million, Zhang Dashan hurriedly said. Mr. Li, you are joking. We have worked so hard during this period and have not sold much? If we just throw a few 100,000 chips, the stock price will hit the limit. There is no point in selling it again. If you think the discount is not enough, we can discuss it. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, Mr. Zhang is really not interested in investing in Green Water Group. I have recently collected nearly 20% of the stocks. I have enough chips in my hand. I may start to reorganize Green Water Group next. Li Yang can eat these. Anyway, they are not worth much. But it is a little difficult for him to reorganize the entire Green Water Group alone. A lot of funds are needed in the future. Allies like Zhang Dashan are actually the most enjoyable. They will not affect the operation of the entire company, and sometimes they can provide assistance. Green Water Group's export volume has indeed dropped, but the certification license is still there, and it is still a partner. Through Wang Junsheng's incident, it can be seen that they have a lot of connections abroad. Zhang Daxian hesitated for a while and said, Mr. Li, to be honest, we are all old and have never thought about starting a business. We have no experience in running a large group, and we really don't want to suffer at this age. Yeah, I understand. How about I contact a few people from Mr. Zheng and ask them if they want chips? I really can't ask for them. Okay, thank you, Mr. Li. I'll treat you to dinner when you are free in Jiangbei. No matter what, Zhang Daxian will thank Li Yang, otherwise Wang Junsheng will forget about the 300 million in his hands. 300 million can make them recover a lot of blood. As for the so-called finding someone to take over, it is probably Li Yang's excuse. Even if someone really comes, they will definitely lower the price to a level that they cannot accept. In short, if you want to get rid of these chips in your hands, you can only think of other ways. Zhang Daxian knows it very well. As time goes by, Li Yang is either chatting in the escape room franchise group, cleaning up stocks, or attending classes. Anyway, he is very busy every day. Liu Hengsheng has been worried every day during this period. Especially on Monday of the third week of May, the market fell by 6 points, and almost all of his stocks hit the limit down, and he was fully invested with leverage. One limit down, and all the profits of the previous few days were lost. Fortunately, the market rose a little on the second day, and another limit down, he was directly bankrupt and heavily in debt. He felt that the market seemed to be against him, and every time he was allowed to taste the sweetness for 2 days, he would cut it immediately. After working hard for a long time, he found that he did not make any profit, and even lost a little. The market was the same, it seemed to rise fiercely every day, but in the end, it turned around and found that it was still falling. Only the trading volume has not shrunk. He has been desperately studying relevant knowledge recently. The majority of stockholders generally believe that as long as the trading volume is still there, the bull market will not end. On May 28, the fourth week of May, the A shares opened 4 points lower and closed down 6.50%. A total of 636 stocks in the two markets hit the limit down. This day was the most unforgettable day for Liu Hengsheng. He was only 0.3% away from being liquidated. Fortunately, the next day, the stock price rose a little bit. He felt like he had walked through the gates of hell. It was also on this day, although it was Monday, but after school, Li Yang still came to One Liu Capital. During this period, he would check the situation of One Liu Capital when he had nothing to do. At the beginning, it was fine. Even during the big drop in the middle of the month, Zhang Bangsha managed to get through it calmly. With tens of billions of funds, only a loss of 3 points is already very impressive. But today is different. The market fell by 6.5%, and the net value of One Liu Capital fell by 7.3%. Zhang Bangsha lost to the market for the first time. During this period, she continued to trade, leading the market every day. This month, she has made a profit of almost 30 points, which is very strong. After all, the market index has not returned to normal yet, and it is still more than 4,000 points. It is equivalent to the market not rising, but Zhang Bangsha earned 30 points. Why did Master Li come here today? Yeah, nothing to do, I'll treat you to a meal. Okay, Zhang Bangsha smiled sweetly. She hesitated when trading today and did not follow the previous model. On the one hand, the funds were too large. She couldn't think of a full 15 billion yuan. On the other hand, the market conditions had changed. The previous model could no longer adapt to the current rhythm. She was eager to make money, and she had to change if she wanted to make money. The trading model was improved little by little under such circumstances. She originally thought that there would not be too many problems. As a result, even the wisest man would make mistakes. The larger the amount of funds, the more points need to be considered. It is impossible to make temporary changes and take the overall situation into consideration. Several stocks she held had fallen to the limit, and she didn't even have the energy to pull the market. Of course, it would be useless to pull it. She didn't have enough control over the market, and forcing it would only fill in the chips. She hadn't smelled the scent of someone else on Li Yang for a long time, so she felt relieved and bold to hold Li Yang's hand. Master Zhang is in a good mood today. Did you encounter any big happy event? Yes, meeting Master Li is the biggest happy event, Li Yang said. I have read a lot of reports about you recently. You are the most beautiful woman in the financial circle. There are a lot of people calling you their wife in the comment area. I am jealous. HHH, husband whom? What? I didn't hear clearly. Wait until Master Lee marries me before calling me that. When I marry you, do you want a gift? If you want a gift, I will quickly sign another live broadcast contract. Li Yang has received many invitations recently. Even though Chen Ji is still under investigation, he still sent an intention to renew the contract. But Li Yang has no intention of doing that. Wait until he gets a certain fish, and then he will live broadcast at will. No one can do anything to him. Did you give the gift? When did you give it? How come I didn't know? A pot of hot water on the day I went home. The sense of security that Li Yang gave Jiang Bangsha was accumulated little by little from many details. Even if she wanted to change her mind, others could not do it like Li Yang. Especially now that her wealth has been made public, others have no chance to do the same. Then I've made a lot of money. I only spent 50 yuan on that kettle, and the hot water is free. That's enough. Jiang Bangsha actually wanted to say that it was more than 50 yuan, and there was another 58 yuan. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, it was too embarrassing to say it out loud. Just because Master Jiang doesn't want a dowry, no matter what you do, just do it, and I'll cover you from behind. Okay. Jiang Bangsha changed very quickly. Starting from Tuesday, he improved his original model and evolved it into a new trading model. With more than 10 billion yuan in funds, he gradually began to be at ease. He outperformed the market for 4 consecutive trading days. On June 4th, the market once again broke through 5,000 points. On June 8th, it broke through 5,100 points, a height that had never been reached before, and the market performed very crazy. The bull market has no top, and it was fully displayed at this time. Everyone was celebrating. Even the Green Water Group, which had been at the limit for thousands of years, rose by 6 points. On this day, Li Yang cleared all his positions. On June 9th, A shares rose slightly. The next few days continued to rise slightly. Liu Hangshan's account was close to recovering its investment, with only a loss of tens of millions. He was very happy. A few more days of growth would be enough. The index would rise again like the market in the past few days, but his money did not come back. He entered the market at 4,700 points, and now it is more than 5,100 points, and he still lost money. Li Yang found that Jiang Bangsha's adaptability was really strong. After only a few days of adjustment, the new model was profitable. Until June 12th, Friday. However, on this day, a person who did not belong here came to the trading room of Wanliu Capital. Li Yang came before the opening, and Jiang Bangsha had not come at this time. Xiang Yu was very surprised and came to Li Yang and asked, "Why are you here so early today? Shouldn't you come in the afternoon?" Li Yang said seriously, "When Jiang Bangsha comes, let her go to the office to rest. I will operate the trading room." "What? Are you serious? Otherwise, why would I waste my precious review time to come here?" It was just a coincidence that there was no exam today. It was already the exam month, and Li Yang had already taken 4 exams one after another. When Jiang Bangsha came, she was also a little surprised to see Li Yang. "Master Li, I'm here, come to the office with me." Li Yang took her and walked in, while Xiang Yu stood at the door. "I just felt that something was wrong, but I couldn't tell what it was." In the office, Li Yang smiled and said, "Master Jiang, let me operate the market today. I want to experience what it feels like to be in charge of tens of billions of funds." "Ah. Okay." Jiang Bangsha's answer surprised Li Yang. He had thought of a lot of excuses. "Are you really willing to do this? Aren't you afraid that I will make you lose money?" Jiang Bangsha said confidently, "I will make it back if I lose money." "But do you want me to help Master Li?" Changing the trading mode twice has greatly boosted Jiang Bangsha's confidence. Especially today, she felt that no matter how Li Yang did it, she would not lose much. As long as she took over next Monday, she would be able to turn the situation around soon. Besides, this is Master Li's request. Even if it causes a big impact, as long as she can do it, she will definitely help. Li Yang said, "Just drink some tea in the office and wait for me." After that, Li Yang entered the trading room. He is indeed not good at high-frequency trading, but doesn't he know how to sell stocks? His main task today is to sell. After entering the trading room, he took a look at the positions and was shocked. He has been busy with exams these days. After making sure that Jiang Bangsha has adapted to the new model, he didn't care much. Anyway, Jiang Bangsha will definitely not run away, and he is going to run away on behalf of Jiang Bangsha today. I haven't seen it for a few days, and Wanliu Capital's positions are actually as high as 19 billion? When she entered the market with 4 billion yuan, the total was only 11 billion yuan. In less than a month and a half, she made 8 billion yuan. Floating profit 77%. How much has the market increased during this period? The market has only increased by a dozen points in total. The densely packed positions hold nearly 80 stocks in total, with the smallest holding of tens of millions and the largest holding of more than 1 billion yuan. When the market opened, the traders were already in place, and Li Yang issued the first order. Start clearing the positions, and you must sell 10 billion today. Without pressing the nuclear button, you can run as much as you can. All the traders were stunned. Jiang Bangsha was sitting in the office, and she was just a little bit away. Now her funds in Wanliu Capital are almost 4 billion yuan. Not counting the dividends at that time, she only needs to make more than 20 points. It just happened to be an explanation to Xiangyu that she would not trade stocks from now on. As for the market, although the volume has been shrinking in the past few days, it is still good overall, and the trading volume is basically above 1 trillion yuan. The market gives her enough hope. Xiangyu was also sitting here and asked, Xia, what do you think of Li Yang's trading skills? Jiang Bangsha said without hesitation, he is definitely better than me. Xiangyu also agreed with this. Although Li Yang did not seem to have operated any large funds, she was the only one who knew how much this guy had earned. It's just that Li Yang's method is not like the technical flow, but more like the insider flow. However, Xiangyu still thinks that Jiang Bangsha is unique in terms of technology. I feel that he will hold a large position in a certain big stock this time. It is estimated that he will put billions in it. This is Xiangyu's opinion of Li Yang. Jiang Bangsha was shocked. This is too difficult. Even Jiang Bangsha could hardly do this. Last time, she put 2 billion in Donka and was exhausted. Slowly, they waited until the morning market closed. Jiang Bangsha had lunch with Li Yang and did not ask anything. But Xiangyu went to take a look at the situation. After seeing it, he was stunned. Li Yang did not operate anything and directly cleared the 3 billion funds. That group of traders are so stupid. Master Jiang, how can you stand it? Li Yang couldn't help complaining while eating. What's wrong? It took 2 hours, and they only sold me 3 billion. Even if my pigs were sold, they wouldn't have sold that much. Sold 3 billion? Okay, it seems that Sister Xiangyu guessed it right. What did she say? She said you were going to put billions in one stock. There are only a few A shares with a market value of 1 trillion yuan. Which one are you going to do? Haha, I won't tell you. In the afternoon, Li Yang continued to operate, and even directly drove away a trader and did it himself. Can't you be quick? You're still so slow to sell stocks one by one, and it's a waste of your brains. Li Yang knew very well that these traders could get bonuses. According to Jiang Bangsha's performance, their bonuses would start at least several million. To be honest, their level of business is really average. The company he worked for in his previous life was still a third-rate private equity firm, and the traders there were all very fierce, and they definitely deserved their bonuses. However, considering that this is a company that Xiangyu put together in a very short period of time, it is understandable. He must exert some pressure, otherwise he can't escape today, and it will be even more difficult next Monday. Because, tonight's press conference will reiterate that brokerages shall not provide off-market financing facilities to any individual or institution. Next Monday, A shares fell 2% at the opening. Although it stabilized throughout the day, there are still hundreds of stocks that hit the limit, basically all hot stocks. This is a serious logic killing, and it has nothing to do with any technology. Jiang Bangsha will definitely not be able to react for a while, because most people can't react. Next Tuesday, A shares will fall 4%, as if a storm is brewing. More than 400 A shares hit the limit throughout the day. The most important thing is that A shares have begun to shrink. 4 days ago, the trading volume of A shares was still 1.4 trillion, yesterday it was only 1.1 trillion, and today it is even lower. By next week, it will shrink directly to 800 billion or 600 billion. Many positions have no chance to escape. Next Wednesday, the market will continue to shrink and fall by 2%. Next Thursday, the brokerage firm notified the margin trading company that it would close the information port in 2 weeks and required all trust products to be settled as soon as possible. The margin trading company cooperates with a brokerage firm in the form of trust products. The margin trading company gives the money to the brokerage firm, and the brokerage firm launches trust products and provides margin trading to users. Both parties collect interest. In the bull market stage, the margin trading interest rate is as low as a dozen points, and as high as 20 points. On Thursday, the black swan broke out in the two markets. The index fell 5 points, and more than 600 stocks in the two markets hit the limit. On Friday, the news fermented to the extreme. The index fell 7.4% that day, and nearly 1,000 stocks in the two markets hit the limit. Stocks with a drop of more than 5% accounted for 70% of the stocks in the two markets. From the beginning to the end, there was no rebound. In just 5 days, the index fell all the way to 4,400 points. For individual stocks, that is a drop of more than 30%. Seeing Zhang Bangshi's confident look today, you know that she will definitely not withdraw, because there have been cases of a sharp drop on a certain day before, but the mood was restored later. But this time is different. This is really the last time. The story of the wolf is coming to an end now. Zhang Bangshi may not stop even if he loses 30%. Time passed little by little, and it was almost 2:30 in the afternoon. Li Yang took a look at his holdings. Today, he only sold more than 6 billion. This is the result of his constant urging. At this frequency, by the close of the market, at most 7 billion will be sold. Listen to my instructions, and directly throw out 5% of the chips, and press the nuclear button for 1/5 of the position. The nuclear button means setting the selling price at the limit down position, and the transaction can be completed in an instant. It is impossible to hit the limit down with 1/5 of the position, mainly for convenience. After this wave of selling, more than 10 minutes later, after the funds on the market came up again, Li Yang issued another order. This time, press the nuclear button for 1/4 of the position directly. Originally, the intraday index stood at 5,166 points, but was pressed down by Li Yang. Until the closing, Li Yang finally cleared out 10.6 billion funds, and the remaining positions were 7.6 billion. After all, frequent nuclear buttons will definitely lose money. But I would rather lose now, at least the market has funds to take over. There is no way to lose money in 2 days, because any large-scale escape will definitely lead to collapse of emotions and be hit by the limit down. The rest is much simpler. It's time to call it a day. After coming out, Li Yang said to Zhang Bangshi with a smile, "Master Zhang, it feels so good to be in charge of tens of billions of funds. I want to continue next Monday." "How about it?" Zhang Bangshi said with a smile. "Of course, no problem. Oh, I sold 10.6 billion today, and I still have 7.6 billion left. I plan to clear it out next Monday, no problem at all." Zhang Bangshi didn't hesitate at all. Even if Li Yang lost tens of billions, she felt it was reasonable. After all, it was the first time for Li Yang to operate so much funds, so it was understandable. As for selling, I can just rebuild the position later. At most, it will take some effort. Compared with Master Li's patience with her, what does this mean? Chapter 171, One wrong step and you lose everything. If Zhang Bangshi hadn't come out of nowhere, then the strongest retail investor this year should be Brother Zhao. He entered the market with 100,000 yuan in 2008, and successfully made 2 billion this year. Before 2013, his account was only more than 10 million at its peak. This round of bull market has made him more than 100 times. Strictly speaking, Zhang Bangshi's return is not much, only several dozen times in total. But she has a lot of funds. It took her half a year to explore the initial stage. Her trading model was verified, and she missed the best stage. After all, since 2015, the market index has not dropped below 3,800 points, but it rose from 2,000 points before. Although the subsequent market was enthusiastic, the real money-making market was in the second half of 2014. Zhang Bangshi leveraged 1 billion yuan in funds in one fell swoop, and strictly speaking, it only increased 4 or 5 times in the past 6 months. "Master Zhang, you don't have to take the exam." My teacher said I don't have to go for the time being. Li Yang, to put it bluntly, if Zhang Bangshi takes the exam now, she will definitely fail, and she is now quite famous, and it would be bad to spread the news that she failed. If you don't take the exam now, you can wait until next year to take it with a freshman. If you still can't pass the exam then, you can talk about it later. After Li Yang went to school, Jiang Bangsha sat next to the desk and checked the news released after the market closed last night. Securities companies are no longer allowed to provide margin services to individuals and institutions. Wanli Capital does not have margin, and the overall risk is not very high. Li Yang sold more than 10 billion yuan of holdings, which was a bloody loss. He almost didn't consider the market sentiment, just smashed it. It was second only to the full position nuclear button. Therefore, she lost money on Friday, losing almost 2 points. Originally, according to her holdings, if she slightly adjusted part of the positions, she might have made about 4 points today. Master Li liquidated his positions at all costs yesterday. Did he know something? Just like Zhang Yu said, Li Yang's stock trading seemed to be an insider, and Jiang Bangsha must have felt this. She had seen Li Yang's holdings, which were very accurate, and all of them were heavily invested in the market, and the trading frequency was quite low. In terms of efficiency, she was far behind Li Yang in making money. She had been in Wanli Capital for more than 2 months, and her daily floating profit did not exceed 6 points. Most of the time, she made 2 or 3 points. Even if she made 4 points, she would still lose more than 7 points on a certain day. Master Li, is it really true? Probably not. Maybe he has a keen sense of smell. At the same time, Zhang Yu was also confused by Li Yang's move. She was afraid that Li Yang would just liquidate his position and run away. Fortunately, she talked to Jiang Bangsha and confirmed that Jiang Bangsha still had the intention to trade. Otherwise, no one would be satisfied with the current data. For those who came with money, they spent a lot of money and definitely didn't want to get such a small profit. If they were just for a few dozen points, they didn't need to join Wanli Capital, and other private equity firms in Beijing were not bad. It's just that Jiang Bangsha's past performance was too brilliant. In fact, in the past 2 months, many private equity firms have made more than 50 points of profit. It's not easy to make those big guys owe you a favor. Finally, Monday came slowly. On this day, Li Yang and Jiang Bangsha came to Wanli Capital together. After a brief chat, Li Yang went to the trading room. Jiang Bangsha was also watching the market in the office. The market opened 2 points lower, probably due to the impact of last Friday. The overall market was not active enough and there was not much trading volume. Zhang Yu said beside her, Xia, what if Li Yang asks for liquidation? This is what she is most worried about, because Jiang Bangsha only listens to Li Yang. Last time she had a quarrel with Li Yang did not let Jiang Bangsha leave afterwards. Most likely he did not mention this matter. But she knew very well that as long as Li Yang made his attitude clear, Jiang Bangsha would leave immediately. What she had to do now was to stabilize Jiang Bangsha. Anyway, based on her understanding of Li Yang, as long as Jiang Bangsha insisted, Li Yang would never interfere. But Jiang Bangsha said, then I have no choice. Sister Zhang Yu also knows that I must listen to him. Zhang Yu asked in confusion, Xia, in fact, you can fly solo now. Let's not talk about the emotional aspect for now. It's normal for you to like him. But for your own career, don't you want to fight again, Jiang Bangsha? My career? I don't have a career. This money is my gift to Li Yang, and he has half of the principal. I will give it to him when I make enough money. I don't have money myself. What? Give it to him? That's tens of billions. Yes, after giving it to him, he won't have to think about making money all day long. The last time he signed a live broadcast contract, he almost lost himself. I also want him to relax a little. Jiang Bangsha knew too well what Li Yang did to make money. He was usually very stingy with himself. If he could eat in the cafeteria, he would never eat outside. The more stingy Li Yang was, the more he pursued money. If he didn't make enough money, Li Yang would feel insecure. Insecure, he thought about hooking up with rich women, which is a very dangerous thing. Zhang Yu said helplessly, do you know how rich Li Yang is now? Jiang Bangsha smiled slightly. I know, he must have more than me. But if he thinks it's not enough, it means he must have a lot of places where he needs to spend money. I'm very happy that I can help a little. Her words completely blocked Zhang Yu, and many words could not be said afterwards. She was tired. She vowed to Li Yang that Jiang Bangsha would fly away. As a result, at this time, Jiang Bangsha still did not hesitate. She didn't know what Jiang Bangsha was after. With her current fame and wealth, why did she have to be a little woman? Her life path is so wide, why did she have to take that small path? Jiang Bangsha now has tens of billions. With a few hundred million, she dared to take power in the Zhao family. Everyone has ambitions. What about Zhang Bangsha's ambition? She only hoped that Li Yang's move was not to liquidate and run away. However, she was soon disappointed. At lunch, the three of them sat together, and Li Yang said, Wanliu Capital should be liquidated. There are still 3 billion left. We will finish the operation in the afternoon, and then we can divide the money. Xiangnu's face changed. I don't agree to liquidation. If she liquidates now, she will be working in vain. Not to mention that she will not get any favors, she may even be despised by others. If the market is bad and other private equity funds have no results, it would be fine. But other private equity funds are not much worse, and some of them are even better than Wanliu Capital. Although she did not sign a contract with the other party, she had already made a verbal promise. If she could not do it, the result would be that no one would want to play with her in the future. Li Yang said, then you can hire another fund manager to help you manage the market, and we will only take our share. Xiangnu realized at this time that Li Yang had taken the initiative from beginning to end, and it was useless for her to get angry. She could only look at Zhang Bangsha, hoping for a miracle. Zhang Bangsha gave Xiangnu an awkward smile. Li Yang asked her to liquidate, so she had to liquidate. After the afternoon market opened, Xiangnu followed Zhang Bangsha and asked, Xia, do you really not want to work harder? Zhang Bangsha said seriously, I am working hard, but next, I will study hard. Xiangnu knew that the only breakthrough was still with Li Yang. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Yang completely cleared his position. Private equity is not like public equity. There are not so many rules, and clearing positions is simple. However, most of the capital cannot make the decision like Li Yang. After all, it is not like they are not going to play in this market anymore. As long as they continue to play, it is impossible to clear the positions. Only by having chips in hand can they make money. No matter whether the market is good or bad, they will keep a certain bottom position, 30% or 50%. After the end, Li Yang took out the report. He found Xiangnu and said, this is the report I compiled. The current total funds are 16.4 billion, and the overall process is divided into 2 steps because of the entry of external funds. The floating profit in the first stage is 80%, and the floating profit in the second stage is 46.5%. Zhang Bangsha's 1.5 billion principal should get 3.9555 billion. Your 2.5 billion principal has a floating profit of more than 120%, but less than 160%, so Zhang Bangsha can get a profit dividend of 10%, which is 409.25 million. The second injection of funds has a floating profit of no more than 50%, so you can only get a profit dividend of 2%, which is 37.2 million. In the end, Zhang Bangsha will take 4.40195 billion. Li Yang put the data clearly in front of Xiangnu. Xiangnu didn't have the mind to look at the data, because in the past 2 trading days, Li Yang threw out chips regardless of the cost, which caused the overall floating profit to drop a lot. She couldn't explain the floating profit of less than 50%. She might as well not do it. If there were less funds, Zhang Bangsha might be able to make more profits, and she could get more money. Now, not only did she lose her own money, but she also offended others. Li Yang, come to the office, let's talk, Li Yang said. Okay. He asked Zhang Bangsha to wait for him for a while, and followed Xiangnu to the office. Although he and Xiangnu had a quarrel over the last fund issue, it was consensual. Zhang Bangsha also wanted to challenge herself at that time, and there was no right or wrong. But Li Yang didn't want to bear the loss that followed, even if it was Zhang Bangsha's money. Besides, liquidation now is also a good thing for Xiangnu. In the next market, small funds may make some money, but large funds will definitely lose money, and lose a lot of money. Don't think that more than 10 billion seems to have more than doubled, but what is the reality? As long as the loss is 50%, all profits will be zero. In the next market, it is more than a 50% loss. It is possible to lose more than half of the principal. This year, the market will fall from 5,000 points to more than 3,000 points, and next year it will fall to 2,600 points. Even if Zhang Bangsha is a genius, he can only outperform the decline of the market at most, and at least he will lose 40%. By then, Xiangnu will be in a more difficult situation. This year's highest point of 5,178 has not been reached, and it is likely that he is smashing the market at all costs. Arriving at the office, Xiang Yu waited for Li Yang to come in and close the door. Then, she said, Li Yang, I can't explain the liquidation now. It's okay if you want to take away other funds, but for the remaining billions, I hope you can let Jiang Bangsha work hard for a while. You also know that less funds is a piece of cake for her, just think of it as a favor to me. In the future, if you want to do anything, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you as soon as possible. She put herself in a weak position, hoping to make Li Yang relent. Li Yang asked, why can't you explain it? In more than 2 months, they have made a profit of nearly 50% and earned more than 2 billion yuan. Are they still not satisfied? Yes, I promised to at least double it, huh? Xiang Yu explained, they don't have to choose one Liu capital. There are other options. And the cost of using funds is not small. It's basically a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Other private equity funds generally have floating profits of more than 50 points. If I hand over the data now, they will definitely not accept it. They came here on their own. They should have known that this is an investment before they came. Not to mention that they have already made nearly 50 points. Even if they lose money, they have to admit it. Investment itself is risky. Want to be risk-free? Go to the bank. Anyway, with their relationship, even if the bank goes bankrupt, the interest they should pay them will not be reduced by a single cent. Xiang Yu knew that Li Yang was telling the truth, but could this matter be explained clearly with the truth? Moreover, she gritted her teeth and said, can you let Jiang Bangsha try for another month? As long as there is a floating profit of more than 70%, I can barely explain it. Just think of it as my impulsiveness this time. I will compensate Jiang Bangsha with an extra sum of money. What do you think, Li Yang? 1 month. So Jiang Bangsha has to bear the worst drop in the whole month. Who knows, she may not be able to bear the pressure and just give up and lose all your principal. Xiang Yu, I tell you the truth, the market is risky, and the risk at this position is infinite. I don't want to gamble deeply. This matter ends here, you just pay their money back. If it is inconvenient for you, I will pay it back for you because we have known each other for so many years. Li Yang can definitely pull the face down. No matter who he is, just take the money and get out. It's not this reason, but Li Yang. You also said that we have known each other for so many years. Are you really unwilling to give me a little face? Of course. Sister Xiang, you must have a lot of face in front of me, then. But not this time, let's talk about it next time. Li Yang still refused without hesitation. Even if Xiang Yu has absolute control over one Liu capital, he can pull Jiang Bangsha away. He helped to keep an eye on the original contract. The contract stipulates that Jiang Bangsha can liquidate and leave at any time. I just want this face. Xiang Yu was also ruthless. No. I will come to transfer the money tomorrow, and I will call you if there is an opportunity for cooperation in the future. After that, Li Yang was ready to leave. Xiang Yu behind him gritted his teeth and shouted, Li Yang. Li Yang stopped and looked back. Xiang Yu said, if it's not this time, there will be no next time. Li Yang smiled and nodded, okay. After that, he opened the door and walked out. Xiang Yu seemed to have been drained of strength. She sat on the chair and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Li Yang is bullying her. Bullying her is a person who has no ability and can only use some small tricks. She will do what others ask her to do. She can only watch others remove their stools and leave. Just like the current lithography industry, ASML will not sell you the most advanced lithography machine. Even if you have paid a deposit many years in advance, it will not give it to you. She now tastes the taste of being strangled. But whether it is Jiang Bangsha's position or Li Yang's position, she can't find any substitute. After all, she is just a person. At 5 o'clock, she took out her mobile phone and made a call. Brother Bai Yang, this is Corey. I want to say sorry to you. One Liu Capital has been liquidated. I will transfer the money to your account tomorrow. I hope you can help me talk to the other people. I was too arrogant this time. I hope in the future. Yes, I know your capital cost is not small, but there are some problems on the company side, and no one is operating it. For a while, I can't find a suitable fund manager. Hello, Brother Bai Yang. The call was hung up, and Xiang Yu knew that this matter was not so easy to solve. The profit this time was indeed not enough for her to give those people an explanation. Who should she blame? She could only blame herself for being too radical. She thought she had encountered an opportunity to completely turn things around, and even had a greater say in the Zhao family. She was unwilling to only be in charge of finances, Because no matter how powerful the financial power was, Zhang Bangsha could not always help her make money. And the money in her hands would be spent little by little in a few years, and then what? Money is only a supplement. Unless she can always have money and have too much money to spend, she will sooner or later become a discarded child. The people she found this time were all top stars in the Beijing circle. After this success, she could naturally interfere with the power of the Zhao family. She was confused, especially about the future. From beginning to end, she did nothing wrong, but she took a radical step. She turned a situation where she was in control into a dead end. She also offended Li Yang. Congratulations to Master Zhang for becoming a 4 billion rich woman. She will be on the rich list this year. 4 billion is difficult to rank in the top 500 in China, and even if it is on the list, it is the last. However, there is a youth list limited to rich people under the age of 30. Zhang Bangsha is qualified to be the first in this list. Her competitors have not yet stood up. For example, the boss of Bilibili is only 26 years old this year, but Bilibili is not worth much at present. There is also the CEO of PopMart. PopMart was valued at tens of billions later, but it is not worth much now, and he will be 31 years old next year. The boss of Kuaishou is only 30 years old this year, but Kuaishou is also not valued too high, although Kuaishou has been established for several years. Zhang Bangsha smiled and said, "What should I say then? Should I be on the list as a couple to earn some popularity for Master Li? Pup. Does my brother need to take advantage of you? I am a top anchor, and I am definitely qualified to be on the youth list. The first few on the youth list are okay, and the rest are not so good. They are all athletes, anchors, and celebrities. Basically, a net worth of hundreds of millions is enough." Li Yang's skin was produced in March and sold very well. But now it is not like later. Riot Games will communicate with the players. Now there is no communication, at most they just ask a few questions. Li Yang had only one request, to make the special effects of returning to the city cooler, that was all. Then why don't you stay with me in the first place? Otherwise, I will transfer the money to you. If someone wants to find me, I will let them contact you. Then do you believe that someone will investigate me the next day and ask me if I kidnapped you? Billions of yuan, how can I just transfer it to others casually? Zhang Bangsha said, "Then I will give you my bank card and bind it to your spending software. You can spend the money in it in the future." "Okay, that's possible, then it's settled." Okay. Li Yang didn't really plan to spend Zhang Bangsha's money. He never looked at whether the other party had money when chasing girls. He was even face blind and couldn't tell whether a girl was beautiful. He relied entirely on his feelings and sincerity. Anyway, let Zhang Bangsha take the money in his hand first. "Master Li, can you write a song for me? I also want to try to be a singer." Zhang Bangsha had noticed that the singer named Bayun had released his second single. It was very nice, and the lyrics were still written by he too. This name made her feel very stressed. Because Bayun and he too are a couple. "It's okay, leave it to me." He was very happy to serve the rich woman, because the rich woman would definitely give him benefits. Recently, he had vaguely felt that Master Zhang was a little out of control, and he had to work hard. After all, she was only 19 years old, and she might grow up. It must be better than Bayun's 2 songs. Okay, Li Yang agreed quickly, but he also knew that Zhang Bangsha didn't have the ability. After all, Bai Qing is a professional. Everyone has their own expertise, and he didn't expect Zhang Bangsha to whine in front of him. "It's a pity that I didn't make enough 5 billion. On June 16th, Li Yang had an exam in the afternoon. But he still came to Wanliu capital with Zhang Bangsha in the morning. In the conference room, Song Yu came, Xiu Mu also came. Of course, there was also a man in his 30s. After Li Yang and Zhang Bangsha sat down, Xiang Yu handed out the documents in his hand, including the money they should get. The people in the rich women group have doubled their funds in Wanliu capital. Even the poorest Song Yu has more than 400 million in his hands. Xiang Yu got the most money this time. After deducting the dividends to Zhang Bangsha, there are still 900 million. After all, Xiang Yu has been cheating outside, and she doesn't spend money recklessly, so the capital accumulation is relatively fast, and she earned 90 times in a bull market. Xu Yongboy glanced at Li Yang, then picked up the document in his hand and said, "Boss Zhao, we can't accept this result." He came forward as the spokesperson of the top second generation. After all, he was the one who found Xiang Yu in the first place, and he should be responsible for this matter. Xiang Yu said in embarrassment, Brother Boyang, this is really all I have. I'm sorry, she couldn't give away her own interests. What's the difference between that and a dog? Even if she did something wrong this time, she wouldn't bow her head to that extent. Besides, if she gave it all away, would the other party be satisfied? The other party doesn't want a few hundred million, but tens of billions. Xiang Boyang stood up, glanced around, and looked at Xiang Yu, sister-in-law. As a brother, I should give you this face, but I can't make the decision on this matter, so, he tore out the documents in his hand, slapped the table, and said in a deep voice, we don't want this money. Either bring the income promised to us before, or we won't take a penny of this money, and come to you to ask for it in 3 months. Chapter 172. He flipped the table, physically. Li Yang didn't know what Xiang Boyang's name was, but from the way Xiang Yu addressed him and how Xiang Boyang addressed Xiang Yu, he knew that this guy was from the Xiang family. The people of the Xiang family were so hypocritical. In view of his good relationship with Xiang Yu, Li Yang said, Brother, we at Wanliu Capital have made a decision to liquidate our company after discovering that the market conditions were out of control, based on the attitude of being responsible for every fund and every investor. I hope you can understand. Xiang Boyang looked at Li Yang and asked, who are you? This sentence was full of provocation. Zhang Bangsha wanted to stand up and speak, but Li Yang held her hand. Zhang Bangsha had never thought that the situation would turn out like this, but with Li Yang here, nothing would happen. Master Li is such a powerful person. This is just a small scene. It would be good if he was willing to stand up and share some of the pressure for Xiang Yu, so that he would not feel so guilty. She completely believed in Li Yang's social skills. This guy's eloquence was absolutely first-rate. He would definitely be able to resolve this matter invisibly. Li Yang looked at Xiang Boyang and said word by word, I am your father. Zhang Bangsha's hand trembled. Even Xiang Yu and Song Yu were stunned. Xiang Boyang's face changed from sunny to rainy in an instant. He stared at Li Yang and asked with gritted teeth, say it again. Li Yang smiled and said, what? Are you missing a father? One time is not enough, so you have to say it again. Xiang Boyang's face became ferocious. Li Yang, don't you know that? You just pretended to be your mother in front of me? You think others are powerful, so you take the money to others. If you bring it here, just accept the current result honestly. What verbal agreement? She promised to fart. I am the major shareholder of Wanliu Capital. I gave you face by not kicking out your money. Do you really think the company is owned by your family? As for President Zhao, the company will naturally handle her affairs. It is not the turn of outsiders to teach us how to do things. At this time, Xiang Yu was still shocked by Li Yang's initial words. How dare he? With just this one sentence, there is no possibility for Li Yang to reconcile with Xiang Boyang, and she will be desperately excluded by the team behind Xiang Boyang. In Beijing, there are really few things that Xiang Boyang's team can't do. Especially in another 10 or 20 years, no one knows how powerful that team will be. With this sentence, Li Yang cut off the retreat. She really didn't expect the situation to suddenly become like this. In her opinion, at most Xiang Boyang and others were not satisfied and insisted that Zhang Bangsha continue to operate, and then the two sides would pull for a while, and finally there would be no result. It's nothing more than those people's perception of her has decreased, and they will no longer cooperate with her in the future. But now, it is not just a matter of not cooperating. Xiang Boyang will remember Li Yang's words for the rest of his life. Even his team will remember it for the rest of their lives. Xiang Boyang glared at Li Yang. I remember what you said. I hope you can still be as stubborn as you are today. Li Yang smiled and said, the stubborn ones are the ducks. In my opinion, you are much more stubborn than me. It can be seen that you are suitable to be a duck. I will find a few people to patronize you when the time comes, okay? I'll remember it. Thank you for giving me an idea. Let's see who will be the duck in the end. After Xiang Boyang finished speaking, he snorted and left the meeting room. Li Yang sat down and looked around. No one spoke. After a while, Li Yang said, what are you all standing there for? Go to the finance department to divide the money. Zhang Bangsha whispered, Master Li, are you really okay? It's okay. This is nothing, just a small scene. I remember that I chopped from the south to the north of Hankuang Road. Zhang Bangsha was relieved and could still joke, which meant that Li Yang had a bottom line in his heart. Let's go divide the money, soon. Xiongnu was the only one left in the office. After thinking for a moment, he followed silently. The finance department was transferring money, but Li Yang didn't go over and stood at the door. After all, there was no money of his in it. Xiongnu stood at the door and said, "I apologize to you for what happened before. I was too impatient and made the situation like this." Li Yang asked, "They came to you, and you had no reason to refuse." "I could barely refuse. It is indeed not easy to refuse, but if you refuse with a hard heart, it will only mean that you will not cooperate in the future. If you want to find a relationship in this regard, people will remember the rejection and will definitely ignore you. But it is definitely better than now. Li Yang, I'll find a way for you to get out of this situation, just do it honestly." Xiongnu was suddenly touched when he heard this. "Thank you, remember to give me a big red envelope for my birthday." An hour later, the finance department had submitted it to the bank, and it is expected that all the money will be credited tomorrow. The money has entered the bank system and has nothing to do with Wanliu Capital, so theoretically there is no problem. Li Yang had a meal with Zhang Bangsha, and then went back to school for the exam at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiongnu sent him a message. "Li Yang, the bank has returned all the money, saying that there are risks in the funds." "Huh? Show off your fists, continue to apply, and see tomorrow." "I asked the bank, and they said that we need to provide some proof, including all the transaction data of Wanliu Capital. This cannot be done in a day or two." "Okay, put this bank on the blacklist and refuse any form of cooperation in the future." "There is also a call from Xiongboyang, who specifically asked for you. Then give them my phone number, and welcome them to come to me for trouble at any time." Li Yang enjoys his identity as a Beijing University student. With this identity, anyone who dares to touch him will have to think twice. This is also the reason why many rich people give themselves some titles when they have nothing to do, even if they are willing to pay money. Of course, you can't just jump around and criticize this and that when you have money. Just half an hour later, Li Yang received a strange call. After the call was connected, the other party said, "Is this Mr. Li Yang?" "Hello, I am. Who are you?" "My name is Sen Yeming. I heard that there was a misunderstanding between us. I want to invite Mr. Li to dinner. I wonder if Mr. Li is free." Li Yang smiled and said, "Of course I am free. It's a good thing for others to treat me to dinner. Even if I am not free, I have to make time. Then it's in Ruai Pavilion in Wanliu Street. I'll let Xiongnu send you the address." "Okay." After hanging up the phone here, Li Yang made a few more calls. After a while, Xiongnu drove to the school gate. Li Yang got on the car and said, "Hasn't the address been sent to me? It's not far away. I can just walk there. It's just right to clear my stomach and eat more later." Xiongnu couldn't help but said when he heard this, "You are a billionaire. Why do you always like to say these things?" "Maybe I like to take advantage of others. I feel very happy when I take advantage of others." "Huh?" Xiongnu suddenly thought, "Isn't it the same for me?" She accepted the 4 billion despite Li Yang's opposition, essentially for the purpose of taking advantage and exchanging benefits. If everything goes well, both parties will feel that they have taken advantage. Isn't it because there is benefit and advantage to be gained when any matter can be negotiated? But there are not many people who can really stick to their original intentions like Li Yang. After she has money and power, she will not care about those small advantages. Looking back at her hometown before coming to Beijing, she would be ecstatic about the cheapness of the meal. She has lost her original intention, and no matter how much money Li Yang has, he is still him. It is not like the state of mind of a 19-year-old young man. "By the way, how is the food in that restaurant? Is it delicious?" "This is okay, but you have to make an appointment in advance, and it is generally not open to the public." "Oh, that should be good, otherwise I would have stopped doing it long ago. By the way, the name of this restaurant is a bit familiar. Is there a Rui in the group?" "Yes. But she is on Sen Yeming's side." This is also the reason why Xiongnu personally drove to pick up Li Yang. She was worried that something would happen to Li Yang. After all, by then, they will all be Sen Yeming's people. She wouldn't poison the food, would she? "Haha, just kidding, we're here, you go back first." It wasn't far to begin with, just a step on the accelerator. Xiongnu said, "I'll be waiting for you here. If you have anything, just send me a message or call me, and I'll come in to find you." She really didn't have that much face, but if someone really wanted to do something to Li Yang, she would definitely make people a little afraid if she stood in front. Li Yang smiled and said, "Then remember to eat something, If something really happens, we'll run away as soon as possible, don't starve yourself. After that, he got out of the car and walked inside. It's normal for Ruai Pavilion to have no business. In a small alley, there is a sign, and it doesn't clearly state what it is for. People who don't know would think it's a private residence. The two wooden doors on the side of the alley are so small that two people can't even pass through side by side. After Li Yang walked in, he walked through a long corridor before entering the courtyard. The environment in the courtyard was quite quiet. It was already quite hot in Beijing in June, but after entering the courtyard, it was particularly refreshing, with a hint of coolness everywhere. Oh, there are air conditioners outside, so it's okay. Just after walking a few steps, he saw the figure of a woman. The woman had a good figure and a delicate appearance. She had an oval face, very white skin, and a gentle temperament all over her body. The woman smiled when she saw Li Yang. Li Yang immediately said, "Could this be the legendary Sister Ruai? This is the first time we meet, and I'm here to visit you. Do you have a red envelope?" Liu Ruai couldn't help but smiled even more. "You're really good at making excuses. I'll treat you to dinner today, okay?" No. Someone else is treating me today. Sister Ruai should give me a red envelope. Liu Ruai moved closer and whispered, "Then don't be stubborn later. Whatever they say is what they say. I'll give you a big red envelope later." Okay, the third room on the left, go over there. Yeah, Li Yang said goodbye to Liu Ruai and felt that he had a good relationship with people. At least it wasn't like Zhang Yu said. Liu Ruai was from San Yiming's side. What he just said meant that Liu Ruai also helped him a little. As long as he was honest, what happened during the day could be treated as if it didn't happen. He could scold Bai Yang and both of them would have a way out. However, Li Yang didn't think he was an honest man. Being an honest man is a disadvantage. He walked to the door of the room, knocked on it, and then the wooden door was opened. A man in his 30s, very handsome, with a gentle and jade-like feeling. Sen Yiming smiled and said, "Li Yang, right? I've heard of you for a long time." Li Yang stretched out his hand and said, Hello. If I had known that I was going to meet a handsome guy, I would have dressed up to avoid challenging my appearance. Ha. Please come in." Sen Yiming made a gesture of invitation and did not respond to Li Yang's joke. Li Yang knew it well, so he would just do it in a businesslike manner. Originally, for the sake of Liu Rui's red envelope, he wanted to solve the matter properly. After all, Xiong Boyang tore up the documents on the spot, and he didn't let the security guards chase him away, which was enough to give face. A table, a pot of tea, and only 2 chairs, and Xiong Boyang was not at the scene. It is enough to show that Sen Yiming is the boss of that team. After sitting down, Sen Yiming took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Li Yang and said, "You have to wait a little while for the food. There is no menu here, so I will let them serve whatever they want." "Li Yang, you don't have any dietary restrictions, right?" No. In my hometown, I can eat anything except the bench legs, and I have a big appetite." Sen Yiming smiled and said, "I can see that." "Oh? This is our first meeting, and I didn't expect that you know me so well," Li Yang asked curiously. Sen Yiming said, "If you don't have a big appetite, why would you refuse our funds? I guess the chips we put up didn't satisfy you, brother," Li Yang said. "From beginning to end, I haven't seen any chips. I still say that the decision of One Liu Capital to liquidate is based on the attitude of being responsible for customer funds. Shares have fallen by several points in the past 2 days, and I guess you should have noticed it. Indeed, it fell by 2 points yesterday and 3 points today. It fell by 4 points today. Today's sharp drop of 3.7% is 4 points for Li Yang. If One Liu Capital had not liquidated its positions and had run away today, it would have lost at least 10 more points on paper. Even the nuclear button might not have been able to escape. Small funds have floating profits and losses, because they will not affect the market. However, large funds, if not put into pockets, the floating profit and loss data can only be used as a reference. Moreover, when liquidating, the floating profit will only decrease, and the floating loss will only increase. Sen Yiming did not argue with Li Yang about this, but said, "Brother, as the saying goes, a man without faith cannot stand. Ms. Zhao is the chairman of your One Liu Capital, right?" "Yes, she promised that if the market is normal, it will double in 6 months, and then she will liquidate." "Yes, but the problem is that the market is not normal now. The company's rules and regulations are there. Even if you are the chairman, you have to abide by the rules and regulations. Does brother mean that as long as your position is high enough, you don't need to abide by the rules? You can override the rules. Haha, brother, you are too serious. Sun Yiming didn't dare to admit it, even if he thought so in his heart. He investigated Li Yang and knew some of Li Yang's situation, so he chose to meet Li Yang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the time. He added, running a company is different from other things. The most important thing is business reputation. The British Barings Bank was bankrupt because of poor business reputation. I am also a related person, so I must know more about this than me. Li Yang shook his head and said, to be honest, I really don't know about this. But even if I know, it has nothing to do with today, because this is not our poor business reputation, but our excellent business reputation. Otherwise we wouldn't care about customers so much, Sun Yiming, but we have paid a huge price and suffered huge losses because of a word from Mr. Zhao of your company. Does this have nothing to do with your company? Of course it has nothing to do with it. Investment is risky in itself. Is there anything in the world that has only benefits and no risks? Brother, give me some advice, and I will try to invest too. Sun Yiming found that Li Yang was much more arrogant than he imagined. He had already created a good atmosphere. Liu Ruai also talked to him about Li Yang. He originally wanted to solve this matter properly. On the one hand, it was for financial considerations, and on the other hand, he had to give Liu Ruai some face. At this moment, the waiter knocked on the door. Sun Yiming let the other party in and soon brought a few dishes. Sun Yiming said to the waiter, tell your boss not to serve later. Okay. Li Yang took a look at the 4 dishes on the table. Who the hell could eat this? Liu Ruai was the same. Each dish was so small. Liu Ruai frowned when she heard the waiter's message. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhang Yu. It's not that I don't want to help. I waited at the door specifically, talked to Li Yang in advance, and told him about Sun Yiming's situation. As long as he simply bows his head and admits his mistake, the matter will be over. But now, Zhang Yu, he is not wrong, I am wrong. Liu Ruai, oh, I am a little surprised. Li Yang is willing to help you bear the pressure? Could he really like you? Zhang Yu, do you think it is realistic? He wants to write off the previous relationship. I guess he should quit the group after this incident. Liu Ruai, huh? Even so, he is very good. Zhang Yu, yeah, he seems to like to take advantage of others, but he is actually a very sentimental person. I was the one who got on patient this time. Liu Ruai, I will pay attention to it. After all, I owe him a favor. And I will definitely not let him get into trouble here. But you also know that I can't stand on the opposite side of Sun Yiming Xiongnu. Well, just ensure his safety. I won't go in to eat. I'll wait at the door for a while. Liu Ruai sighed, not knowing why Li Yang had to compete with Sun Yiming. It's not shameful to admit your mistakes to Sun Yiming. Xiong Boyang and the others are considered the top second generation. They all obey Sun Yiming's words. In that team, Sun Yiming is not the oldest, but he is definitely the most prestigious. If you honestly admit your mistakes to Sun Yiming, maybe the two sides can become friends. This is an opportunity that many people can't even dream of, but it was wasted by Li Yang. In the box, Li Yang and Sun Yiming haven't communicated much since the dishes were served. Li Yang tasted the dishes. The taste is really good, and the environment is good. It will be very suitable for small team gatherings in the future. Seeing that the dishes on the table were almost finished, Sun Yiming finally spoke. Li Yang, we will not take back the funds. Follow the rules. Either double it within 6 months, or wait 6 months later. Li Yang nodded, okay, but you can't blame me if you lose money at that time. Investment behavior is at your own risk. Sun Yiming supported his hands on the table and said coldly, if you lose money, you can make up for it with other things. This was the first time he turned against Li Yang directly, because he found that Li Yang was too patient and wore out his patience. Li Yang, this guy, actually had the nerve to say that he would lose money for him? He was not satisfied with the money he made now. If he dared to lose money again, he would kill this guy. He didn't know how much risk he took and how much he paid for these 4 billion. He had to earn 30 points to barely break even. According to the current liquidation data, he only earned 12 points in total. He went through so much trouble just to earn that little money? By then, several people will share 1 point, and the average per capita may be less than 100 million. Li Yang asked, what can I use to make up for it? Whatever you have. Do you think your money is your money? Sun Yiming knew that Li Yang still had tens of billions in his account. If he really pushed him to the edge, he would not care about Li Yang's shitted identity. Hearing this, Li Yang laughed. My money is not my money, how can it be someone else's? It seems that I have to post a statement on the internet that I will not commit suicide, so as not to die in a daze one day. Alice, who would have thought that in this civilized society, there would still be robbery? Sun Yiming was unmoved. Li Yang's little tricks did not threaten him. He said calmly, Li Yang, you don't have to be like this. I believe you have the ability to fulfill your promise. As long as you fulfill your promise, this matter is over. If there is another opportunity in the future, we can still become partners. Haha, how many times do I have to say it? Our analysts believe that the current market risk is very high, far exceeding the profits that can be brought. We are doing this for your own good. You don't understand what I say, right? Sun Yiming said disdainfully, even in a big bear market, you have to make money. I'll make money from your mother. Li Yang stood up and kicked the chair away. Sun Yiming was stunned on the spot, his eyes cold. Li Yang pointed at his nose and said, how can you be so stupid? Do you really think you can do whatever you want with a little power in your hands? You still have to make money. If you have the guts, don't take the money away. See if I dare to lose it all in half a month. Stupid, you said all the good things, but you still pretend to be your mother in front of me. The sound of the chair falling to the ground startled Liu Ruai outside. She sent a message to Zhang Yu immediately. You should take Li Yang and run away later. He overturned the table. In the physical sense, after sending the message, she immediately opened the door and walked in. Chapter 173 I lost money again, happy. After Liu Ruai came in, she immediately said to Li Yang, Yang Gang, if you are not happy with a meal, tell me. I am going to improve it. Li Yang smiled and said, Sister Ruai's dishes are delicious. I will bring my friends here in a while. Sister, please save a seat for me. But some people are a bit disappointed today. Liu Ruai's face suddenly became ugly, and Li Yang was still so aggressive. Sun Yiming, who was standing aside, was about to get restless. She hurriedly said, I heard that you are blaming me. No, I broke my sister's chair. I will compensate you later. I am leaving first. Li Yang was too lazy to stay here and turned around and left the box. After he left, Liu Ruai immediately half-knelt beside Sun Yiming and said, Brother, don't be so petty with him. He is just a college student. Now he has a little fame and status. It is inevitable that he is a little arrogant. There is no need to be angry with him. We will not have much intersection in the future. Sun Yiming did not speak, pretending to be aloof. Liu Ruai put her hand on Sun Yiming's and said gently, Actually, I am very grateful to him. It's not that he made a lot of money with us before, but because of him, I was able to stay with me for a while. The last time we met was several months ago. After Li Yang walked out of the restaurant, he saw Zhang Yu actually came to the entrance of the alley. Why are you here? Why don't you go in and get another table? I wasn't full just now, and Sun Yiming seems stingy. Zhang Yu directly took his hand and said, Come with me first, let's eat somewhere else. Where to go? Anywhere is fine, we won't eat here. Did you overturn the table? I swear to God, I just overturned a chair. How can you be so brave? What courage? Do you need courage to face that guy? Zhang Yu pulled Li Yang into the car and drove away with a single step on the accelerator. After getting in the car, Xiang Yu asked, What are you going to do next? Li Yang was stunned. What should I do? Sun Yiming will not let you go. Him? What are you thinking about? Xiang Yu felt that Li Yang's performance was a bit exaggerated, as if he had never looked down on Sun Yiming from beginning to end. Li Yang said helplessly, he is over 30 years old and still hanging around in Beijing. To put it bluntly, this is the only character he has in his life. How can a serious big man at this age be in Beijing? As for him, his status may not be more useful than that of a Beijing University student like me. At least I can easily enter the system as long as I want. How old am I? How old is he? To say something that I shouldn't say, if I spend all my money, I will be in a higher position than him before I am 28 years old. What right does he have to threaten me? Zhang Yu, Li Yang continued, they are just a bunch of people who eat and wait for death. Which of the truly awesome circles relies on outsiders to improve their strength? It's all our own people who have that strength. A bunch of good-for-nothings gathered together. If I'm afraid, it's really a disgrace to the school. And why do they keep saying that I must make money and won't take it unless it doubles? I want to see if they have the strength to take money from my account after I lose all their money. If they really have the strength to take money from Li Yang's account, then Li Yang will admit it. Just take it as an apology for these 2 times. If they don't have this ability, they can stay where they want. Limiting the ability to debit accounts is useless. It will only expose the reality that they have no other bargaining chips in their hands. If you have the ability, let the school fire him. See if the school leaders listen to them. Of course, Li Yang believes that the elders of Sen Yiming and others must be very powerful, and there must be many who are more powerful than Bai Jingxuan. The question is, do they have the ability to ask their elders for help? Do their elders dare to help? The richer and more powerful people are, the greater the pressure. Because there are many people watching. The richest people in the country have to find ways to start a business every day, because once they stagnate, they will be rushed down by the people behind. He wished that the elders of Sen Yiming would come forward to target him, so that he would get a lot of help in an instant. This is not in a small county, there is still a big and small. This is in the capital. Who dares to say that he is the biggest? Only Xiangnu is obsessed with mixing in the circle, and the real circle is not mixed out, but made by oneself. Are you going to lose all their money? Xiangnu was shocked. What else? If they don't want to take it, then I'll compensate them. Starting tomorrow, I'll trade on my own, without a trader, and I won't be able to kill them. When they lose their capital, let's see how they explain it. You can't do that. Xiangnu refused this matter at the first time. But Li Yang smiled and said, from the moment I scolded Xiang Boyang today, this matter has nothing to do with you, and the affairs of Wanliu capital will have nothing to do with you in the future. If you say one more word, I will call Sen Yiming immediately and tell him that you asked me to do all this. Xiangnu, hurry up, pick up Master Jiang and go have dinner together. Sen Yiming's group of guys are too boring. Yi Baicheng is also in his 30s, at most 2 or 3 years older than Sen Yiming. What position is he in now? At this age, he is already 1 step behind. If it weren't for the coincidence, he would have to delay for another 3 years, which is equivalent to being 2 steps behind. 1 step behind is a natural chasm, let alone 2 steps behind. People like Sen Yiming, even if they are lucky at this age, are still 2 steps slower than Yi Baicheng, at least 3 steps slower inside and out, so it can be said that there is no hope. It's nothing more than being familiar with the capital, and being able to say a few words to the local people. What a use. Xiangnu said, I don't think you are from a small county town. To be honest, I want to get to the position of Sen Yiming in my life, so that I can have a certain say in the capital and not be replaced by others easily. If you become powerful, no one can replace you, yet. By the way, after this time, should you block me and delete me? Xiangnu knew that he had done something stupid, and he got angry with Li Yang. How is it possible? I will have to work hard to plant trees and work for you during holidays in the future, and you can't escape the red envelopes for your birthday, wedding, and childbirth every year. Haha. Okay. After dinner, Li Yang sent Jiang Bangsha home first, and then returned to the dormitory. Although the current market has fallen for 2 consecutive days, the sentiment has not yet emerged. The next 3 days will be the beginning of the horror. He has also cleared Bai Qing's funds and opened a short contract at the same time. Although there are also securities lending, transfer financing, and a series of stock index options products that can be shorted in China, he did not do it. On the one hand, securities lending and so on, the brokerage firm certainly dare not give much at this time. Small funds can still be obtained, but large funds will definitely not be given. Put options can be bought. He does not want to be labeled as shorting his own country, and the plate is not very large, and it cannot accommodate much funds. It doesn't matter in Hong Kong City. On the one hand, the Hong Kong stock index will also fall from 28,000 points to around 20,000 points. On the other hand, Hong Kong City also has stock index futures products corresponding to A shares. His funds, even with high leverage, can barely be stuffed in at present. In a few years, after the trading volume of Hong Kong stocks is sluggish, it will not be very good, and it can only serve as a pure international financial transit station. In general, in the 1 year of rebirth, the harvest has far exceeded expectations. He can lie flat now. As long as he doesn't do anything wrong in the future, basically no one can do anything to him. But right and wrong are not defined by oneself. Just like this time, he was essentially doing good for everyone, but someone was not satisfied with the harvest, so he was forced to think that he had done something wrong. No one can say whether such a thing will happen in the future. That's why he agreed to cooperate with Bai Jingsun before, even if that old guy deserves to die. But it is undeniable that the old guy does have the ability to exchange chips at present. Of course, he will definitely not bet only on Bai Jingsun. After all, he is too lazy to be selected as a transfer student, but his classmates are different. Not to mention the far ones, the other 3 guys in their dormitory will definitely go the way of selected transfer students, because they are not short of money. Tan Kai is a little poor, and now he has several million in his hands. The principal was borrowed from He Lui. Chen Weixing now has more than 30 million in his hands. As for He Lui, he has gathered all the resources before he was 28 years old. He paid back the 12 million he owed to He Lui the day before yesterday, and did not mention the interest. On Wednesday, he came to Wanliu Capital and injected another million funds into Wanliu Capital's securities account. Then, he picked a stock that was close to the limit and bought it directly. With the intraday index falling, this check did not have enough funds to support it. Undoubtedly, it was hit 3 points below the water level. On that day, he almost lost 14 points and lost 140,000 yuan. Li Yang sent a screenshot of the fund's net value to Xiangyu, and asked Xiangyu to send it to Xiang Boyang. Then, Sun Yiming sent a message to Li Yang. Li Yang, you have guts, haha, you idiot. Just wait and see how I lose all your money. On Thursday, the index plummeted by 5 points. The stocks that Li Yang held yesterday undoubtedly hit the limit, but he ran out when it hit the limit, and then bought another stock, losing another 6 points. In total, he lost 16 points today. This time he sent it directly to Sun Yiming via MMS. After seeing the net value data, Sun Yiming smashed Li Yang's phone on the spot. When Sun Yiming brought people to Wanliu Capital, they found that Wanliu Capital had locked the door and Li Yang was no longer there. He could only call Xiangyu. Xiangyu, what the hell did you do with our funds? I tell you, if you dare to lose that money, none of us will have a good life. Brother Sen, Wanliu Capital has nothing to do with me now. Li Yang is the boss. Now he doesn't let me get involved in anything. Sun Yiming said, I lost 30 points in 2 days. Your Wanliu Capital is really powerful. Now give me back the money, quickly. He really couldn't bear the loss of the 4 billion yuan in capital, which he fought hard for. Many people in Beijing have invested money in the stock market. Some of them entered the market before the new year, and some entered the market at the end of February. Only he entered the market in April. However, he had a lot of capital, so he asked his family to help him find a way. As long as he made money, everything would be fine. If he lost money, the hole would be huge. He didn't expect Li Yang to dare to do this. He investigated Li Yang thoroughly and found that there was no way to deal with Li Yang. This guy has no real business, and he has no weaknesses. Then I'll call Li Yang and ask him. Xiangyu found that things were getting weird. She originally thought that Sun Yiming would continue to put pressure on Li Yang in other ways, making Li Yang pay a heavy price. But it turned out that Sun Yiming couldn't do it at all. Or as long as Li Yang didn't buy into their tricks, they had no way to deal with it. So what was she afraid of? Oh, it was because she was too weak, and weakness was the original sin. She didn't dare to offend anyone on weekdays, and only thought about getting close to others. She lacked the confidence that Li Yang had, the confidence that she could get what she wanted without relying on others. She didn't call, but just sent a message and talked about Sun Yiming. If Li Yang was willing to stop here, everyone would be happy. If Li Yang didn't want to, she wouldn't say a word. After a while, Li Yang replied, no, let him wait a few more months. It's 6 months, so that's 6 months. As for Friday, Li Yang didn't go at all, because the A-share market fell 7.4% that day, close to the limit of 1,000 stocks. Even if he was lucky with the stock he bought, it would most likely fall by more than 5 points. For Liu Hengxian, this Friday was painful and a struggle. He was forced to close his position and was just a little bit away from a blowout, but the margin company would not give him a chance. He had to close some of his chips, otherwise once the position was blown up, the margin money would start to lose money. But Liu Hengxian absolutely could not fail. There were still transactions in the market, and this time it did not reach the limit of 1,000 shares. The bull market was not over yet. There was still a bull market. Because he could only hope that there was still a bull market, otherwise he would be completely finished. He sold a villa in Jiangbei and cashed in more than 30 million, which he added as margin. In this way, He would not be forced to close his position. By June 22, the market stabilized its emotions and began a weak rebound. He was relieved. In the next few days, the entire A-share rebound became stronger and stronger, and the market regained a position of 4,500 points, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Hangshan felt that he was right to cover his position. He had recovered nearly 10 points in the past 4 trading days. As long as he consolidated at this position, the funds in the market would definitely work together to push up. Then, it was June 26. On that day, A-shares fell 8.24%, and 1,986 stocks in the entire market were pressed on the limit down board. The trading volume on that day was less than 500 billion. This made everyone confused. Fortunately, the next 2 days were Saturday and Sunday, and all stockholders hoped that Saturday and Sunday would be able to repair their emotions. Liu Hangshan worked for nothing for a week. All his positions were all hit the limit down, and once again hit the liquidation line. He suddenly realized how wonderful his life was before. Even if he was cheated of 1 billion, he actually had the ability to make up for it. And now? He had almost lost all the 500 million in his hand. Now he owed at least 1.5 billion. The price of 1.5 billion was enough to make him unable to turn over in his life. His emotions had begun to become unstable. He even went to the temple to burn a stick of incense, and when he worshipped Buddha, he specifically prayed for wealth. He has very low requirements now. As long as he can earn back his 500 million yuan, as long as he can earn it back, he can just work harder in the future. Isn't it just tens of millions of yuan in interest a year? Sell all the family property and repay another 100 million or 200 million yuan, and he can balance his annual income and expenditure in Fuguang Group. As long as Fuguang Group is in hand, he still has a lot of room for operation. He can use the company's money to pay himself back first, and he can also find opportunities to get some interest-free loans. As long as the company is there, his status will not be reduced, and he still has all possibilities. After he came back, he looked at Zhang Bangsha's information for a while. Zhang Bangsha must have lost money at this time. It was just a bull market before. Many people in the market are speculating how much money Zhang Bangsha has now, and whether Wanliu Capital has lost money today, trying to find some comfort. The net value of private placements is not public, and everything can only be guessed, or some employees of the company will leak it. There has been no sunshine on San Yiming's handsome face for several days in a row. The limit down of thousands of stocks on June 26 directly pressed all his luck on the floor. Because according to the information he had, all private equity funds had not anticipated this scenario, and all investors were losing money like crazy. Those who had previously made more than 50 points of floating profit had basically lost all their profits in the past 2 weeks. It was considered a very powerful trader to have 20 points left. And those who had made more than 100% of floating profit also lost 30 to 40 points during this period. If he had accepted the 46.5% floating profit at the beginning, it would not be so bad. However, Li Yang would send him the net value of Wanliu Capital every day. In the past 8 trading days, it has fallen by more than 50%. Damn it! It was close to 6 billion, but now it is less than 3 billion. Even his principal has lost more than 1 billion. He could never accept this result. He didn't dare to go to find his father. A man in his 50s walked into San Yiming's room, with a somewhat unhappy look on his face, and asked, "Yiming, I heard that you lost money on your investment of 4 billion. San Yiming was a little panicked, and said with his head down, "Well, it's just that bastard Li Yang lost it on purpose." The middle-aged man was stunned. Lose money on purpose? Why? Because at the beginning they promised to double the profit, but in the end they only gave us about 50% of the profit and wanted to quit. They wanted to return the money to us, but we didn't agree. What about now? Now the principal has lost 1 billion. The middle-aged man's face changed. 1 billion? Do you know what a loss of 1 billion means? You just said that the other party can give you 50% of the profit. At that time, you can get back nearly 6 billion. Now it's less than 3 billion? What the hell are you thinking? Why don't you take the profit? San Yiming said aggrievedly. Dad, other private equity funds have made 100% returns before, and Wanliu Capital has always been very strong before. They are definitely capable. The middle-aged man thought for a while and said, I don't believe that the other party will deliberately lose money. Even if the market is not good recently, it can't lose so much. Did you do something else, I just restricted one Liu Capital's account transfer and prevented them from returning the money. Then, I talked to Li Yang. You mentioned Li Yang several times. Who is that Li Yang? A Beijing University student, a shareholder of One Liu Capital, and Zhang Bangshi's boyfriend Sen Yeming did not hide anything from his father. He is aloof outside on weekdays, but like a good child at home. Tell me everything in detail, and I'll see if there is any remedy. If it is really that Li Yang who deliberately lost money, I will come forward to help you ask for it. Sen Yeming was immediately delighted. His father is willing to come forward? The middle-aged man reiterated, the premise is that you must ensure the authenticity of every word. If you dare to exaggerate and deliberately hide something, the consequences will be very serious. As long as we are right, we are not afraid of anyone to sue, no matter who Li Yang is. I lost money again. Happy. Li Yang was in a good mood. He lost tens of thousands of yuan today. Of course, there is another point. There is only one exam left in the freshman year. After the exam next Tuesday, he will go on vacation. And my parents and Zuning will come to Beijing soon. Then play in Beijing for a few days, and then take Zhang Bangsha to travel together. Just when he was about to go out and call Zhang Bangsha to have dinner together, an unexpected call came in. It was from his class teacher Lei Yiming. He had a good relationship with Lei Yiming, but usually he would not call him if there was nothing to do. At most, he would send a WeChat message to talk about something. He answered the phone immediately. Teacher Lei, is there something urgent that you called me for? Lei Yiming on the other end of the phone said with a smile, nothing urgent, it's just that the holiday is coming soon. You have helped me a lot in the past year. Among the classes I teach, this class of marketing major is the one that makes me worry the least. How about I treat you to dinner later, Teacher Lei? You are too polite. I am the class monitor and it is my duty to do those things. How about this? I treat you to dinner. No, I treat you, it's my turn. I have already booked a seat at Daohan at the school gate. I'll wait for you at the gate, okay? I'll be there right away. Li Yang suddenly felt that Sen Yeming was really capable. Although Lei Yiming was only an assistant professor, he was an undergraduate student and a graduate student at Peking University. Being able to get Lei Yiming to treat someone to a meal meant that it was no small matter, and Lei Yiming himself would also consider whether to help. Now Lei Yiming obviously chose to help. He first went to the roadside to buy a meal for Zhang Bangsha and sent it over, then trotted to the place agreed with Lei Yiming. He saw Lei Yiming from a distance, and his pace became faster. When he ran to Lei Yiming, he gasped and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Lei, I kept you waiting for a long time. Looking at the breathless Li Yang, Lei Yiming hurriedly said, why are you in such a hurry? Just walk slowly. I'm fine here. It's just a few minutes. Chapter 174 Liu Rui's face. Normally, restaurants near the school gate don't allow two people to have a private room. After all, no one is comfortable putting the minimum consumption clause on the table. But tonight, Li Yang estimated that Lei Yiming paid the minimum consumption, because the two of them had a private room. After sitting down, Lei Yiming took the initiative to talk to Li Yang about studying, and how dedicated he was as a class monitor. In short, the first part was full of praise. After talking about these, Lei Yiming changed the subject and said, Li Yang, actually I want to congratulate you. One of my seniors at Beijing University is very optimistic about you. When I first came to Beijing University, I heard the name of that senior. Later, when I had some contact with him at work, I found that the gap between me and him was greater than I thought. You are only a freshman, but you have been valued by that senior. Your future is basically equal to a smooth road, Li Yang said with a smile. Teacher Lei is joking. I am just a small anchor. In the past year, my grades have been mediocre. Facing so many classmates, I just want to live a stable life until graduation. I have no other ideas at all. Lei Yiming was surprised and said, you have such a good foundation, don't you really want to try? In Lei Yiming's view, Li Yang will definitely take that path. He now has fame and money. He has everything. Even if he becomes a salted fish after entering, it is better than now. Even if he is a salted fish, he will be registered. If he could just use his fame, he might be able to save himself several years of detours. If he had money, no one could stand in his way. I won't try. I can't stand being constrained. I'll look like I have no temper, but when I'm really provoked, I'm unreasonable and no one can stop me. I'm the type who offends people everywhere. It's not worth it. When Lei Yiming heard this, his desire to speak was suppressed. He wanted to talk about Sun Yiming from the shallow to the deep, but Li Yang blocked the topic halfway. He advised, it's not that exaggerated. Some disagreements are normal. After all, there are no two people in the world who are exactly the same. But you have your current social status. You can sit down and talk about anything. It's your interest, and no one can take it away. Is there anyone who dares to bully others? Haha, that's not the case. Beijing University students are still quite useful. As long as I am right, no one can do anything to me, that's it, so don't be afraid, do what you should do. Of course, it doesn't mean that you have to be tough to the end no matter what happens. After all, everyone makes mistakes. If you tolerate the other party today, the other party will tolerate you tomorrow. This is the tolerance of the whole society. Teacher Lei is right. When chatting with Lei Yiming, Li Yang will not give him any way out. Being able to find Lei Yiming means being able to find others. But in this matter, he will not give in. Both parties have reached this point. If he doesn't peel off a layer of skin from the other party, his time will be wasted. Lei Yiming got to the point and said, actually, the senior wanted to meet you, but he also knew that you were busy with exams recently and didn't want to waste too much of your time, so he asked me to come and talk. Teacher Lei, you don't want to talk about the One Liu Capital incident, right? Haha. So I said, Li Yang, you are born to join the system. Li Yang explained, Teacher Lei, it's not that I don't want to help with that matter. It's just that some people went too far. They tore up documents and threatened us in front of so many shareholders of our One Liu Capital. You can take a look at the recent market trends. The analysts at our One Liu Capital are very powerful. They accurately judged the market situation and avoided billions of losses for investors. Yes, One Liu Capital is indeed much better than other private equity firms in this regard. However, when doing business, some misunderstandings are inevitable. The other party also knows that he was wrong and wants to communicate with you to see how to resolve this matter, Li Yang said with a smile. I'm afraid those people have checked the company's accounts? Otherwise, they wouldn't think of communicating with me. If they hadn't checked the accounts, based on the screenshot of the net value he took out recently, I'm afraid they would have gone crazy by now. After checking the accounts, he thought about communicating. I'm not too sure about this, but I can see that the other party is very sincere. As long as you are willing to set conditions, basically everything can be negotiated, Li Yang said with a smile. Teacher Lei, I have only one condition, just wait for another 3 months. After 3 months, I will naturally return their funds to them. But I don't know how much will be left after 3 months. After all, the current trader of One Liu Capital is a newcomer, and the fund manager is temporarily replaced by a trader. They said that they must follow the verbal promise, and we at One Liu Capital are definitely willing to comply. Li Yang was not going to discuss any conditions now. He was willing to tell Lei Yiming these things, which was enough for Lei Yiming to explain. It was pointed out that the other party knew the information of the account funds, so Lei Yiming could not be blamed. He would have to deal with Lei Yiming for the next 3 years. It seems that the other party really did something to irritate you. I know that you have always been gentle. Ordinary things will never make you so angry and leave no room for negotiation. I just feel that I am obviously kind-hearted, but I am threatened by others. If I can tolerate this, it is an insult to the education I have received. Yes, I understand. I feel the same way as you. After all, who has not been misunderstood in this life? But I feel that you must be broad-minded. It is okay to repay grievances with justice instead of repaying them with virtue. That is the height of Confucius. I am definitely not as good as him. I can only complain with grievances. After the meal, Lei Yiming was about to pay when he left, but he found that Li Yang had already paid in advance. He was a little embarrassed. Didn't we say that I would treat you? Haha, this is not my treat, it is the class fee. The classmates in the class have said several times that they want to treat Teacher Lei to a meal. Today, I am taking advantage of it as a representative. In fact, it is Li Yang's own money. He doesn't need to spend the class fee privately. The most important thing is that there is no money left for class fees. Almost all of it is spent on a party every semester. After the two arrived at the school, they separated. Li Yang turned around and left the school again, and came to Zhang Bangsha. After arriving here, he found that Zhang Bangsha was reading a book. Oh, Master Zhang has started studying? You should only have the last 2 exams left, right? Are you going to take them? Zhang Bangsha said awkwardly, it seems that I am not very good now. I have missed too many lessons. It will not be made up in a short time, then I won't make it up. Brother will find some connections for you and ask the teacher to let you pass. No. Not only do I have to make up for my studies, but I also have to lose weight. I must return to 104 pounds in half a month. Li Yang took a look and saw that she didn't seem to eat much of the meal he bought for Jiang Bangsha before. You only weigh a few pounds now. You're not really fat, but I will feel anxious. You've gained a few pounds now. If you don't take it seriously, you might gain dozens of pounds without realizing it. Yes, it's good that Master Jiang has this determination. How about this? Let's go for a midnight snack. I've already said I want to lose weight. You'll have the energy to lose weight only when you're full. I just came back from outside the school, and there were stalls everywhere on the roadside. The aroma of so much barbecue wafted into my nose. I just finished my meal and I felt hungry again, so I sprinkled the seasoning on it, and it sizzled with oil and fat and lean meat. Jiang Bangsha, let's go. Let's have barbecue. Eat a full meal and then lose weight. She got up and walked out with Li Yang. Let's go. Since you haven't received the money yet, I'll treat you today, Master Li. I want to climb Mount Tai during the summer vacation. Is it on the way back? Of course it's on the way. Even if we go to Changbei Mountain, it's on the way. I feel like I've been spoiled by you. In fact, I felt sorry for Sister Xiang Yu before. Fortunately, you came forward, otherwise I feel I would be very panicked and don't know how to deal with it. It was me who asked you to liquidate the position in the first place, but you were right to ask me to liquidate the position. In the past 2 weeks of the market, even Jiang Bangsha would have to lose money, and it would even subvert her trading model. She might lose more than normal people. Although her trading model is not weak, it has been too short after all. It has only been verified in the bull market, and there is almost no means to deal with a bear market. If it weren't for Li Yang, she felt that she would have to lose all her profits, not to mention that she could get her principal back. Li Yang said, but I also killed a top genius. Who knows, you might be able to make money in the bear market and shock the entire financial world. There is no such thing as a genius. If there is, Master Li must be the only one. Jiang Bangsha was actually still very panicked, but she was panicking about her feelings. Li Yang was the real hexagonal warrior, with no blind spots in all directions. And she had blind spots everywhere. Someone also came to her today and asked her to say a few good words to Li Yang and return San Yiming's funds. But Jiang Bangsha was too lazy to tell Li Yang. Why could it end so easily if she offended Master Li? Just thinking of this, she said again, Master Li, if I accidentally offended you one day, would you be angry? For example, no, for example, just hypothetical, then how do I know? What if you find a boyfriend to show off in front of me, let alone being angry? I would even want to kill someone. No. Master Li, do you also have a sense of crisis? Jiang Bangsha always felt that she was the one with a sense of crisis. Nonsense, there must be a sense of crisis, but it's okay. If you don't want me one day, I'll find someone else. No. Jiang Bangsha hurriedly hugged Li Yang's arm and said, I've booked so many rooms, no one wants me. I must pester Master Li. Jiang Bangsha actually hoped that Li Yang would not come forward this time, and she could solve this matter smoothly by herself. Calmly predict the risks, withdraw funds in advance, and let those investors take the money willingly. In the end, she didn't do any of these three things, and Li Yang did them all. Not only did it not reduce her inner sense of crisis, but it became heavier. On June 29th, A shares opened with a sharp drop of 5.78%, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back for investors. Basically, the profits of the past 6 months were vomited out at this moment. And those who really made money had left the market a few days ago. On this day, Liu Hengsheng's position was officially blown up. Half of the chips were forced to be liquidated, but they could not be liquidated at all. Stocks that fell to the limit were sold and no one took over. I can only wait for the next time. On this day, he lost 60 million in margin funds. On June 30th, A shares fell slightly by 2 points. Liu Hengsheng was also forced to close his positions and hit the limit of several stocks. In the end, he only ran away with 300 million chips. On this day, he lost 40 million in margin funds again. On July 1st, A shares fell slightly by 3 points. On this day, Liu Hengsheng was officially forced to close all his positions and lost 18 million in margin funds. So far, Liu Hengsheng's stock market career has ended. On July 2nd, 1,500 shares hit the limit, opening the prelude to the stock market crash. On July 3rd, 1,400 shares hit the limit. On July 7th, 1,800 shares hit the limit. Thousands of stocks hitting the limit are now commonplace. Liu Hengsheng's hair turned white overnight because he was in debt of 1.4 billion. This is not counting the 230 million principal he already had. He owed 1 billion to the bank, nearly 300 million to friends, and 118 million to the margin company. The last villa in his family has been surrounded by people. Liu Hengsheng lost his former high spirits and looked at the people who came to collect debts. Everyone, Liu Hengsheng, will never give you less money. Please give me some time. There are important guests coming to my house in the next 2 days. Please give me some face. After so many years of friendship, it finally came in handy. In a few days, Liu Yuheng will bring Song Ziali home as a guest, and he must hold on. Even if the sky falls. On July 7th, Li Yang arranged for people to inject all the funds in the hands of Sen Yeming into the company account, and arranged for the trader to be responsible. Sen Yeming and others probably knew that they did not use these funds, and they had not consulted Li Yang for a solution for several days. Fearless? Li Yang was least afraid of fearlessness. Those people didn't really think they didn't dare to lose that money, did they? He dared to say that no one would dare to trouble him even if he lost all 5.8 billion. It's just that he was worried that the source of the money was of great importance, so he kept it in his hands. Just as he put the money into the account, the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After Li Yang answered the call, he heard Liu Rui's voice. Yang Gang, are you free? I'll treat you to dinner tonight, sister. I'm afraid it's not possible tonight. The school has just been closed, and I have a lot of things to do as a class monitor. How about another day? It seems that sister has no face at all. Sister, I definitely have face, but I have given too much face to some people, and now I don't want to give it. I just say one thing, let them get the money in 3 months, and if they can get 1 billion, even if I am incompetent, Li Yang said, and hung up the phone. What's the point of letting Liu Rui call him? The Sen family only bullies women? If he hadn't been busy with the exam before, would he have waited until now? As soon as he hung up, Liu Rui called again. On the other end of the phone, Liu Rui said in an almost pleading tone, Yang Gang, just think of it as sister begging you, okay? After a moment of silence, Li Yang replied, okay. Li Yang took a deep breath and left the dormitory. 10 minutes later, he walked to Rui Pavilion. After all, he had been here last time, so he didn't need anyone to lead the way this time. It was still a familiar scene, but this time Liu Rui didn't wait in the courtyard, but stood at the door. Seeing Li Yang coming, Liu Rui was very happy. Sister, why are you outside? It's hot outside. Liu Rui was as beautiful as ever today. Just as Zhang Yu said, all the rich women are beautiful, because only beautiful women have the capital to be picked up. Liu Rui smiled and said, of course I'm waiting for you. Thank you for coming today, because the Sen family has promised that as long as she can call Li Yang today, Sen Yeming will divorce and marry her. She knows that doing so is selfish and will make Li Yang give up some chips. But this is really her only chance in her life. So she is very grateful to Li Yang. Not to mention asking her to greet him at the door. She is willing to be Li Yang's driver every day in the future. It's okay. I should have talked to them. It's just a matter of 1 day earlier or later. No, I owe you. No matter what happens in the future, as long as I can help, just ask me, okay? Just like that, under the leadership of Liu Rui, Li Yang walked into one of the boxes. There was no Sen Yeming, but Li Yang knew the people he met this time. He was about the same age as Bai Jingxun, but he definitely had an advantage over Bai Jingxun in age, and at least 5 or 6 years older. Liu Rui took Li Yang to sit down, and then said, I'll go out first. Remember to call me if you have anything. The food will be served soon. Li Yang said, sister, aren't you afraid that I will overturn the table again? I will serve you food even if the table is overturned, and I guarantee you will be full. Just based on what sister said, I will do my best to talk things over today. Li Yang knew about Liu Rui's affairs because Song Yu told him specifically. And he also knew the situation between those people. Xiong Boyang and Xiong Bateo are cousins. They are about the same age, but Xiong Bateo is a little better and doesn't mix in the circle much. Xiong Boyang is worse. Apart from his social circle, He has nothing else and spends the whole day around Sen Yiming. In essence, Sen Yiming is not as good as Xiang Beitao, but Sen Yiming is handsome. Even though he is 10 years older than Liu Ruyi still loves him to death. Even after Sen Yiming got married, she did not let go. After Liu Ruyi left, Li Yang smiled and said to the middle-aged man in front of him, "Hello, we should have met a few days ago, but you were very busy." The other party hurriedly said, "We also took into account that classmate Li has to take an exam, so we wanted to talk after the holiday. We didn't expect such a big misunderstanding." Sorry, the middle-aged man acted very calmly. Li Yang asked, "Then tell me, how do you want to negotiate? No matter how much loss One Liu Capital has, we will accept it. We just want to settle it as soon as possible. Also, for the previous offense, I would like to apologize to Li on behalf of those young people. Li is very famous in Peking University. I have heard about him for a long time. I hope we can visit each other more often in the future. It can be said that we are acquainted after fighting," Li Yang said with a smile. "You dare to say such confident words only after you check the company's accounts. Would you dare to say it before? Do you know how much money is left after the 1 million loss? Only 320,000 is left. That is to say, if I put all that money in, it would be a loss of almost 70 points now, and you can take away at most 1.7 billion. Now that you know there are 5.8 billion in the account, you start to talk to me about this. In terms of shamelessness, I really can't compare with you." The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly and said, "Is there such a thing? We really don't know. We thought there were only 3 billion, Li Yang said directly. "Okay, let's use 3 billion. You take 3 billion and leave, and this matter is over," the middle-aged man immediately said. "Mr. Li, this money is our investment. If it is a dividend, we will give as much as we should. I know that the dividend ratio of private equity is higher. I also thank One Liu Capital for its careful treatment of customer funds. This time we avoided a lot of losses. We can pay 20% of the profit as a dividend. What do you think, Mr. Li?" A total of 1.8 billion yuan was earned, which means that Li Yang had to be paid 360 million yuan in hard work fees, which was not included in the previous contract. The main reason is very simple. After this period of time, all the private equity funds that doubled before lost money, and those with a floating profit of about 50% before suffered huge losses. Only One Liu Capital withdrew at the highest point and preserved all profits. Li Yang said with a smile, "Now you say it is an investment? Why didn't you think it was an investment when you threatened me not to double my profit before? If you didn't say it, I would have thought you wanted to rob me." Even though the other party's status was not low, Li Yang didn't take it seriously. "We are not from the same world, and there is no need to be friends in the future." The middle-aged man said, "Student Li, we really came here with sincerity this time, otherwise I would not come forward. How about Student Li propose a condition that both of us can accept? My condition is only 3 billion yuan. This is already very good for you. If it weren't for the fact that this fund may be involved in other things, I would not give you any mercy." The middle-aged man's face changed. Li Yang actually knew about the problem of this fund? This 4 billion yuan is the Social Security Fund of Beijing. "Thank you, Mr. Li, for giving us this opportunity. How about this? We only want 4.8 billion. And the remaining 1 billion will be the management fee for One Liu Capital. How about that?" Li Yang said with a smile. "In fact, you can take all 5.8 billion. The dividends that should be given have been given. I believe you definitely have the ability. Why should you wrong yourself as a big boss and listen to the unpleasant words of a young man like me?" The middle-aged man understood at this moment. Li Yang has all the initiative. He can indeed take the money, but the problem is that once he does it, someone will know that Sen Yiming has misappropriated the funds. Sen Yiming cannot do this alone, and it will implicate many people later. The man smiled and said, "The wise are the teachers. In terms of investment, Mr. Li is better than us. It is also good for us to listen to Mr. Li's opinions. After all, if we do something wrong and don't even have the courage to listen to criticism, how can we know how to correct it in the future?" Chapter 175 The Dilemma of Amount. For the middle-aged man, if he could get closer to Li Yang, he would make a lot of money this time. After all, after getting to know him, he found that Li Yang was extremely scary. Not to mention that Zhang Bangsha, the hottest person in the current domestic financial circle, was his girlfriend and obeyed his words. How weird is Li Yang? He asked several people to analyze Li Yang's information and even checked every transaction he made. He came to a conclusion that either this guy was extremely powerful or he was doing insider trading. What does the latter represent? After all, the stocks that Li Yang operated ranged from tens of billions to hundreds of billions to trillions. How could such stocks be insider traded? Was there money to support him? The purpose was to transfer benefits? How much money would it take to do that? I'm afraid even trillions might not be enough. Using trillions just to make him earn tens of billions? Who in the world has such a hand? If it's the former, that's even more terrifying. Li Yang didn't take a wrong step, which means he has the ability to obtain absolute wealth. The person who controls absolute wealth is not much weaker than the person who controls absolute power. He tried his best to ease the previous problems. Even if Li Yang asked Sun Yiming to come over and apologize immediately, he would call for help without saying anything. But so far, he has not felt any approachable attitude from Li Yang. Both sides are constantly increasing the stakes. He increased the profit share from 20% at the beginning to 1 billion. If it was a normal negotiation, he had offered the price twice, and Li Yang would have to loosen up a bit anyway, but this was not a normal negotiation. He thought about it, put his hand under the table, and sent a message to Liu Ruai. It doesn't matter what the content of the message is, it mainly implies that Liu Ruai should come in and break the situation. He really doesn't like Liu Ruai. She is beautiful, but when she is a daughter-in-law, she must first look at what resources she can bring. Liu Ruai basically has no resources, no education, no culture, no connections, and a lot of black history. A few years ago, when Liu Ruai came to Beijing, she was just a little girl, fooling around all day. At that time, except for the one from the Zhao family, everyone else was disliked by everyone, especially Lin Ziumu, who didn't want the child even after it was born. At this time, Li Yang said, "I still said what I said before, at most 3 billion. If you can't accept it, then we won't talk about it. You can use your own means to take the money back, 5.8 billion, not a penny less," the middle-aged man said. "Student Li, it's not that we are not sincere enough, but that the money really can't be too much less. 4.8 billion is the basic cost, and we guarantee that we don't make a penny. That's your business. If I hadn't shown mercy, and it was less than 2 billion now, and you still had to take it or not, you might not even have 500 million left. Yes, so we are very grateful to Student Li. From now on, we can have more exchanges. It just so happens that you and Ruai are also siblings. We are relatives. If you have anything to say, just ask directly. We will remember this favor. If Li Yang can be won over by this, then it will be worthwhile for Liu Ruai to join the Sen family." From the beginning to the end, it was all Sun Yiming's group who did it. They honestly took 5.8 billion yuan. And now they don't know how good it is. At this time, there was a knock on the door. As Liu Ruai came up with the dishes, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "Ruai, you are not an outsider, just sit down and eat with us." Liu Ruai asked, "Uncle, you are treating us today, it's not convenient for me, right? I'm treating your brother, who is also not an outsider. If you don't believe me, ask classmate Li." Liu Ruai looked at Li Yang, and Li Yang also smiled and said, "Sister Ruai, I'm just a freeloader, how do I have any opinions? But since Sister Ruai is here, I will give you a face, 3.5 billion. Sister Ruai's face is worth 500 million. Li Yang finally gave in, and the middle-aged man felt very hopeful. Next, Liu Ruai sat aside and picked up dishes for Li Yang, without saying much, and didn't eat a single bite herself. Li Yang chatted with the middle-aged man from time to time. But no matter how they talked, Li Yang just insisted on asking for 3.5 billion. After an hour, Li Yang was full. Liu Ruai knew that her value was gone, so she left the box after saying something to Li Yang. Li Yang used 500 million to block her mouth, so she didn't say anything for an hour. Even though the Sen family kept hinting that she should continue to increase the intensity of the relationship, she couldn't just rely on knowing Li Yang and be reckless. Li Yang had given her face twice. If she asked for it a third time, she would only bring shame upon herself. After Liu Ruai left, the middle-aged man couldn't bear it anymore. Because 3.5 billion was something he absolutely couldn't accept. He looked a little more serious and said, "Student Li, I know it makes you feel a little embarrassed. I can make some concessions here. What do you think of 4.5 billion? This price was already his psychological limit, because the so-called 4.8 billion cost included favors. But the cost of 4.5 billion was absolutely genuine, without any favors, and the real price was this much? He can indeed go directly to the bank or brokerage platform and ask them to transfer the funds to him directly. But that procedure needs to be proved. He must first prove that the money is his. How to prove it? He can indeed produce the procedure, but that procedure is also evidence of their illegal operation. Even if the funds are replenished, there will be no good results if the personnel involved in the illegal operation are involved. If Li Yang is stubborn and refuses to let go of 3 billion, he will definitely take this path in the end, so that Li Yang will not get a penny of benefit. On his side, at most, he can make up more funds and try to minimize the impact of this matter. If the impact cannot be reduced, he will compensate the people who have suffered losses. Anyway, after repaying more than 4 billion, there will still be more than 10 billion in profits. However, that kind of thing cannot be done unless it is absolutely necessary. After doing it, even he will be at risk. Li Yang said, I respect your identity, but 3.5 billion is my bottom line. The middle-aged man did not expect that he would retreat again, and Li Yang still did not let go. Even if he let go of a few more 100 million. Student Li, you actually know the problem with that money. I'll tell you the truth. That money is— Wait a minute, Li Yang interrupted the other party, and then said, well, I have another condition here. If you can agree, I will give you 4 billion. Li Yang didn't want to hear what the other party said, because from beginning to end, he never thought about taking a penny of the 4 billion principal. To put it bluntly, he would not feel at ease even if he took the money. The previous 3 billion was just to leave himself some room for maneuver. Even if Liu Ruai didn't exist, he would have increased it to 4 billion with an excuse. The remaining 1.8 billion, he is determined to take it. No matter who comes, it will not work, unless the Sen family explodes. Then he doesn't need 1.8 billion. What are the conditions? Let Sen Yeming go and apologize to Mr. Zhao of One Liu Capital, kneel down and kowtow. This Li Yang said with a smile. One kowtow is 500 million, how about I kowtow to you, and you give me 500 million. If it doesn't work, 100 million is also fine. Li Yang didn't need to let Sen Yeming kowtow to admit his mistakes, and if he asked Sen Yeming to kowtow, who knows how that guy would think of him. Xiangnu was too radical in this matter, so let Xiangnu enjoy the taste of being remembered by others. The middle-aged man said, okay, I promised you this on behalf of Sen Yeming. But, there is nothing else. Even if you say it, it's only these 4 billion. If you want to take other things, please do. Thank you for the meal, Li Yang said, and he stood up and left the room. The middle-aged man's face changed from cloudy to bright. 4 billion, this number is really uncomfortable. Not only do you have to lose money, but also lose favors. This time it was so big, not only did I not get any benefits, but I also lost everything. He suddenly had an idea that Li Yang should insist on giving only 3 billion, so that he would have the courage to use other means. The worst case scenario is that he would lose a few favors, but at least he would not lose money. Now that Li Yang is willing to pay back 4 billion, he does not have the courage to lose favors. Every favor requires several 100 million to make up for. This is still him, and it is possible to make up for it. If it were someone else, several 100 million would not be enough to get such a favor. Not long after Li Yang left, he received a call from Xiangnu. On the other end of the phone, Xiangnu's tone was obviously a little wrong. Li Yang, I want to kill you. Why did you let Sen Yeming come and kowtow to me? Li Yang smiled and said, people don't give you face so much, now I kowtow to you and admit my mistakes, isn't it a good thing? I know you won't take the blame for me like this, but you are too cruel. Letting Sen Yeming kowtow means a lot of things. At least it will be difficult for Xiangnu to survive in the Beijing circle. Who dares to play with her? If you lose, you have to kowtow? Kowtow and call someone daddy. This is basically the bottom line of life. Who doesn't have some shame? They didn't give us a good look either. Let's prepare a contract. Just say they breach the contract, and only return the principal, and the remaining funds are compensation for the fund manager. You took 1.8 billion, hey, I'm suing you for defamation. Why should I take that money? Didn't I just tell you that it is compensation for the fund manager? After all, if it weren't for them messing around, Zhang Bangsha would have earned more money, and she would have received more dividends. I feel relieved. It turns out that you are not only targeting me, but also others. Let's get the contract tomorrow and start redebiting the accounts. I should get more than 100 million. Remember to help me file taxes. Jiang Bangshi's funds do not need to be taxed much. Non-principal guaranteed financial management income does not need to be taxed. Only the dividend income from One Liu Capital needs to be taxed, 20%. Li Yang's income can also be regarded as investment dividends from One Liu Capital, and also needs to be taxed at 20%. Zhang Yu and the others didn't really need to file taxes. After all, the registered capital of One Liu Capital was only 100 million yuan, which meant that the profit income of this 100 million yuan needed to be reported, and the rest was considered non-guaranteed financial management income. The next morning, Li Yang came to One Liu Capital and drafted a contract with Zhang Yu, and then asked Bo Yang to come and sign as a representative. Then, the financial department transferred the money. This time the funds were reviewed very quickly and arrived at the account at around 2 p.m. Jiang Bangsha received more than 6 billion yuan after tax. Master Li, there is a lot of money, Jiang Bangsha called immediately. The extra money is your hard work fee. After all, for the 4 billion yuan, you made a lot less money, Jiang Bangsha. It did have a certain impact, but the problem is that it didn't affect 1.8 billion yuan. It would be the best if she could earn 100 million or 200 million less. After all, One Liu Capital itself has a lot of funds. Before the 4 billion yuan entered the market, it was already 7 billion yuan. If the 4 billion yuan didn't come, she could get a few more points of profit. How much money can a few points make? Moreover, giving herself 1.8 billion yuan means that Li Yang only gave the other party 4 billion yuan? Is it equivalent to asking the other party to take back the principal? Did it make a cent? Master Li has made an enemy for himself. Master Li should take this money. Jiang Bangsha knew that this was the money that Li Yang earned with his own strength. This guy has so many ways to make money, and he can make unexpected money no matter what he does. I didn't invest the money, so there is no reason to take it. Then what should I do with this money? Jiang Bangsha really didn't know how to use this money. Li Yang said, you can use it however you want. It doesn't matter if you buy a house or a car. This money is yours, and I'm here. No one will bother you. Li Yang still has the contract in his hand. What if I donate it? Will Master Li be angry? Haha, why should I be angry? Master Jiang wants to assume certain social obligations. I'm so happy. But do you want to donate some to the school first? Donating some to the school will make it easier to get good grades, and all aspects should be given the green light. No, Peking University is not short of money. I want to donate to poor areas. Donate some Hope primary schools. The quality of education there is too poor, and we need to hire a lot of teachers with high salaries. In addition, the lives of the elderly in many places are not good. I think there is also our hometown. I want to go to various schools to set up some scholarships and grants. There are still many elderly people left in the village. Master Li, yes, how about I donate some to Peking University? Jiang Bangsha felt that this was the first time he refused Li Yang, and he was a little unconfident. Li Yang immediately said, donate a fart. Master Jiang is right, it is the right thing to spend money on places that need it more. Li Yang was actually very ashamed just now, because he was a heart full of various desires. Even if he donated money, he wanted to get some benefits. Compared with Jiang Bangsha, he didn't know how vulgar he was. Then can I set up a personal charity fund? I plan to add another 200 million yuan personally, and when I get 2 billion yuan, it should be able to operate for many years, of course, no problem. If you need any help, just tell me. I will definitely support you with all my strength. Only when you collide with a pure soul can you see your own filthiness. When Jiang Bangsha got rich, she didn't think about improving her life, such as renting a bigger house, buying a few cars, and buying herself some luxury goods. The meaning of her making money is limited to making money, and her desires can be restrained at any time. Are the uncles and aunts here? I want to treat them to a meal. They will be here in a while. I will wait to pick you up. How about Master Li go with me to place first? I have a gift for you. What is it? I don't quite understand it. Please ask Sister Zhang Yu to find a channel for me. It seems to be called Koenigsegg. A car is enough to buy my life. It's not enough. Master Li is very valuable. I won't sell it even if you give me 10 billion. What about 100 billion? Not even 1 trillion. Then if someone says that they can give the whole country materials worth 1 million per capita, and it won't cause too much global inflation, will Master Jiang sell me? Then ask them if they want to take me away with them. I can even take care of her during the confinement period. Bai Jingsun received a guest at home. And this guest came here following Li Yang's smell. The middle-aged man sat face to face with Bai Jingsun and said, "Brother Bai, you have been back to Beijing for so many years, and this is my first visit. I am ashamed." Bai Jingsun smiled and said, "What's the matter? We all have our own things to do. When we are in this position, how can we have so much free time?" "Yes, thank you for your understanding, Brother Bai. Alice, after seeing the young people nowadays, I realized that we are all old." Bai Jingsun said, "The young people in my family are really strong, unlike those in my family, who have not been useful for so many years. No, those in my family are not good either. Compared with others, they are far behind." Bai Jingsun didn't know what the other party wanted to say when he came to the door. It seemed that he was leading the topic to young people. It must be related to himself. There were no young people around him. After all, his great-grandchildren were too young. If he was 10 years younger, maybe people would pay more attention to him. In his current situation, he was not a threat to anyone. So, in theory, this guy from the Sen family should not look for him. Bai Jingsun said, "Who are you referring to, brother?" "A Beijing University student." Bai Jingsun understood at once that he was looking for Li Yang. But he didn't continue to speak, pretending not to know him. The middle-aged man said enviously, "This young man is called Li Yang, from Jiangcheng, and you should be familiar with Jiangcheng." Bai Jingsun nodded slightly, but still didn't answer. The middle-aged man continued, "Your granddaughter is very close to Li Yang. In December last year, Li Yang personally took action and used 300 million in cash to support the Green Water Group." Bai Jingsun knew that the other party had already investigated everything before coming to him. What was the purpose of looking for him? Bai Jingsun said, "That's right. Did you come here this time to talk about Li Yang?" "I want to talk to my brother. After all, I eat pork all day long, and I want to change my taste and try beef. I know that my brother has a lot of beef. Although pork is not valuable, it is equally nutritious. I can exchange 5 caddies of pork for 1 caddy of beef from my brother." Bai Jingsun hurriedly said, "I am also a freeloader. I am so old and I don't have the strength to raise cattle. I am afraid that my brother will be disappointed this time." He knew very well that the Sen family wanted to cooperate with Li Yang. The so-called pork is the resource of the capital, while beef is the resource outside. There is no future in eating pork all day long. Beef has higher nutritional value and grows healthier. People who eat pork, if they are not restrained, will soon become a fat man and can't lift their feet. If you can't lift your feet, even if the steps are in front of you, you can't go up." The middle-aged man said, "Brother, don't rush to refuse. I don't want much. With your relationship with a cattle farmer, it's not difficult to get some. We can also provide as many resources as possible. At least we have to ensure that the cattle farmer has a license, right? We have to ensure that there will be no investigation if there are some small accidents, right?" Bai Jingsun knew that the other party was very strong, and his overall strength was much stronger than that of his Bai family. After all, he had been deeply rooted in the capital for decades. Although his family was here, it had actually been extinct for generations. He also understood the meaning of the other party's words, that is, he would rather destroy it than eat meat. Bai Jingsun believed that the other party had that strength, but it would definitely cost a lot. After all, Li Yang is very famous. Since my brother can help so much, you can go and talk to them yourself. I really don't have that much face for my old face." He didn't eat much, and the initiative was in Li Yang's hands. He was just a middleman. He had no hope for his sons and grandsons, so he could only hope to leave some resources for his great-grandsons. Whether they could rise up depended on themselves. The middle-aged man said, "To be honest, I just got a cold shoulder. By the way, my useless son went to kowtow and admit his fault." "Huh? Kowtow and admit his fault?" Bai Jingsun was shocked. He never thought it would come to this. At this point, either the interests were bound and everyone would pretend that it had never happened, or it would be a situation of no return. The reason why the other party said this scandal was to tell Bai Jingsun this. If they couldn't cooperate with Li Yang, then they would definitely solve this matter. "If you don't believe it, Brother Bai, you can go and ask." Bai Jingsun waved his hand and said, "Of course I believe it. After all, I can get him to share 2 taels of meat, and what he did is no worse than this." "What?" This time it was the middle-aged man's turn to be stunned. On the one hand, he was surprised that Bai Jingsun dared to say this, And on the other hand, he was shocked that Li Yang was so cruel. Bai Jingxuan said it on purpose. Because he couldn't give up even a little bit of the benefits that Li Yang had given him. Li Yang didn't embarrass him, he just played the sympathy card. Soon, the middle-aged man recovered and asked, "Brother Bai, you're really saying it? I'm an old man who's about to retire. What else can I worry about? After all, I don't have much time left." "Okay, then I'll bother you today." The middle-aged man got up and left Songbei Garden. Bai Jingxuan emphasized that he was about to retire, just to warn himself that he didn't care anyway and could do anything. For him, this matter has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that if he really angered Bai Jingxuan, it would be troublesome. The advantage is that Bai Jingxuan is about to die, and Li Yang can't grow up in a few years. Li Yang drove the sports car that Zhang Bangsha gave him and took her for a ride. I just took a break and took a look at my mobile phone and found that the class results were out. And all 3 roommates sent him messages. "What's wrong with you? What's wrong? I can't read. I failed the exam," Li Yang replied angrily. "Damn it, he definitely won't fail the exam after all. Everyone in Beijing University knows that he is a 3 good student and reads books every day." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.